Chapter 1. Mutual Destruction. In the land of Huaxia, on the centrifugal independent experimental island, countless lives have been lost, with blood saturating the ground and flowing into the ocean, washed away almost completely. The air is filled with agonizing screams, and the stench of blood lingers, refusing to dissipate. The laboratory building has been utterly obliterated, leaving behind merely a transparent chamber of less than 3 to 5 square meters, its walls stained crimson. The last figure clad in a white lab coat has collapsed outside the capsule. Gu Beicheng, surrender the Hanyuan system, and I shall spare your life. A fully armed man, clutching a rocket launcher, stands outside the experimental chamber, commanding his subordinates to exert all their efforts to breach the walls. Within the chamber, a girl in white, her eyes ablaze with fury, glares defiantly as she presses a button. Die, you bastards! The rocket man detonates himself, sending shockwaves that obliterate all his subordinates, transforming them into a macabre display of bloody blossoms. Those poised to attack from distance are rendered speechless. The entire experimental facility has been annihilated. How can there still be traps and thunderous mechanisms? Hadn't Brother Hui just verified that there were no traps or thunder? How could it have exploded again? Just how many tricks does Gu Beicheng possess? Is it truly reliant on the Hanyuan system? Such an invincible system should never fall into the hands of a woman like her. Gu Beicheng must die. Hovering above the island is an elliptical aircraft, within which a man in a suit stands at the entrance, declaring, Gu Beicheng, the Hanyuan system is destined to benefit all humanity, not to be sullied by a mere woman such as yourself. Huh, what a joke. Your Jiangtian group slaughtered my sect, murdered my parents, and even spared not a single ordinary researcher on this island. Yet you dare to claim it is for the sake of humanity? Jiang Quan, you place your rear upon your face and pretend to be virtuous? How dare you? Jiang Quan's face fluctuates between shades of green and red due to her words. Let's fight if you dare stop babbling nonsense. I see clearly what sort of scoundrel you are, Jiang Quan. She boldly declares war, undaunted by the overwhelming odds against her, having already withstood the full might of the Jiangtian group for 38 hours. For an untested, worthless system, you commit heinous acts. Since the law cannot punish your Jiangtian group, let Gu Beicheng send you all to hell. She retrieves a piece of ink jade from her collar, forcing herself to spit a mouthful of blood onto it. The jade begins to dissolve at a visible pace, ultimately transforming into a sphere, which she then crushes. Gu Beicheng, are you insane? Fly towards the island's periphery, Jiang Quan exclaims, his face stricken with terror as he hastily directs the flight. Boom! The centrifugal independent experimental island erupts in flames, a colossal mushroom cloud ascending into the sky, leaving no survivors within a 100-mile radius. An endless expanse of barren land stretches before the eye, where only the howling winds exist, a clear indication that this place has been devoid of life for many years. A brown, fur-like creature struggles to drag a foul-smelling body, its color indistinguishable, through the swirling yellow sands. Gu Beicheng awakens in pain, feeling as if she has been dragged behind a galloping horse. I'm still alive. The sensation of pain confirms my survival. To think I could escape the explosion, but where exactly am I? Why is it not the ocean? Of course, it isn't the ocean. Master, your system has been activated. Xiaofan is at your service. System? The Hanyuan system? Yes, Master. When you crushed the detonator, I opened a spatial entrance for you. Currently, you are on the Xianhuang continent, the realm of beasts. I wish you a pleasant journey. If you possess such capability, why didn't you appear sooner? If you had, they wouldn't have had to die. Gu Beicheng seethes within. I apologize, Master. At that time, Xiaon was not fully tested and could not be utilized. Furthermore, Xiaon can only transport you alone. Gu Beicheng feels despondent. Indeed, having a system powerful enough to transport one individual is already a remarkable feat. Transporting a group is clearly impossible. However, you mentioned transportation, not mere crossing. Does that imply I could still be sent back? In theory, yes. Then hurry and send me back. I want to see with my own eyes whether that dog Jiang Quan is truly dead. It is not possible, Master. You currently possess only level 1 permissions and lack the authority to teleport. You must reach level 2 to unlock the teleportation function, which requires 1,000 faith points for each use. Faith points? Correct. You need faith points to gradually unlock all system functions. Oh, by the way, Master, your current faith points stand at 2,000. If they remain negative after 1 week, the system will automatically self-destruct. Negative? Is that due to the 1,000 points lost in the explosion? And what about the other 1,000? That is to unlock level 1 storage permissions. Note, Xiaon has already transferred all usable items from the experimental island into storage before the explosion. Additionally, Master, regarding the system, Shawan can discuss it with you gradually for now. It is best to focus on your current physical state. The swirling yellow sands obscure Gu Beicheng's view of her surroundings. As she shifts her attention outward, the pain from being dragged becomes unbearable, eliciting a muffled groan. Are you awake? The brown fur ball halts its frantic pace. Bang! As the creature comes to an abrupt stop, Gu Beicheng's head strikes a rock once more. Stars burst before her eyes from the pain. She stretches her body, correcting her posture, and finally, the blood that had surged to her head flows back to the rest of her body. As Gu Beicheng attempts to speak, her raspy voice betrays her desperate thirst. Is there any water? Yes, master. Shawan has already stored 10 tons of pure water from your backup experimental chamber. Would you like to drink? I can directly transfer the water to your mouth. No need transfer it to my fingertip instead. Since the system requires faith points, I believe I can impress someone with the ability to conjure water with my bare hands. Without further comment, she raises her fingertip to her lips, and a clear, cool stream of water flows forth. Sweet and refreshing, it is indeed a familiar taste, and Gu Beicheng swallows eagerly. Noticing the astonished and delighted expression on the brown fur ball as it witnesses her ability to summon water from her fingertip, she feels reassured. Faith points 100. Indeed, it is effective. In an instant, a robust young boy appears before her. The miraculous transformation unfolding before Gu Beicheng does not surprise her. The system had just informed her that this is a realm of beasts. Are you all right? The boy inquires with concern. Gu Beicheng rolls her eyes internally, thinking, let's see you try being dragged along this path and see if you're all right. However, given her current situation in an unfamiliar environment and uncertainty about her physical condition, she refrains from voicing her thoughts. Based on her observations of the surroundings and his reaction, she tentatively replies, I'm fine. Do you want some water? Water could be her current bargaining chip. Chapter 2. How I Long to Be Embraced. The boy's eyes light up. It has been a long time since he tasted water. Their tribe has been without water for nearly half a month. Were it not for the nightly condensation on the cave walls and the unique plants of the wasteland, they would be on the brink of extinction. Yet the surrounding vegetation is scant. If this continues, their tribe will inevitably face extinction. Do you have any container to hold the water? Gu Beicheng asks the boy as she scans the area. The boy shakes his head, looking bewildered. What container? He opens his mouth, awaiting sustenance. Gu Beicheng hesitates briefly, then extends her finger towards him, stopping 10 centimeters from his mouth. In the next moment, a gentle stream of water flows into the boy's mouth. After 10 seconds, the boy signals Gu Beicheng to halt. Such precious water resources should not be squandered. Gu Beicheng observes the kindness and struggle in the boy's eyes, smirking slightly. He is so easily won over. It seems the beasts here are quite simple-hearted. Simple-hearted is good. Gu Beicheng feels increasingly confident about earning faith points here. Faith points 50. Let's hurry and leave. A sandstorm will arise soon, making it difficult to return home, the boy says, his gaze towards Gu Beicheng filled with goodwill. Gu Beicheng nods. After all, she has no way to return now. With injuries on her body, going to this beast tribe is not an unwise choice, but this time, she cannot be dragged along again. All right, but you can't drag me anymore. I'm injured and cannot endure such jolting. Upon hearing this, the boy feels a pang of guilt. How could he have been so rough with such a fragile female? They'll carry you. My beast form is quite large. The boy blinks, and in the next moment, a pure brown panda appears before Gu Beicheng. To facilitate her mounting, he crouches low. Gu Beicheng never imagined she would one day ride a panda. How fortunate. After all, in her world, pandas have long been extinct. Though this panda seems somewhat different from those in books, not black and white, but entirely brown, its fluffy and simple appearance remains adorable. Oh my, how utterly adorable. The appearance is simply too enchanting, resembling a delicate creature. Yet, this is not a panda, it is an orc, and I must restrain my impulses, for Gu Beicheng is suppressing his inherent nature. However, as he begins to run, he cannot help but let out a soft sound of delight. After half an hour, Gu Beicheng encounters what can only be described as a tribe. Though tribe feels somewhat inadequate, it resembles a cluster of caves. The panda youth carries Beicheng into a cavern, which is rather sparse and devoid of any notable objects. A circle of stones delineates a small clearing, its surface polished and gleaming, undoubtedly serving as his bed. To the left of the cave entrance, a collection of spiky objects is piled high, the purpose of which remains a mystery. Fortunately, the entrance is sufficiently large, preventing the interior from feeling too dark. As Beicheng surveys his surroundings, a diminutive panda, significantly smaller than the youth, lazily crawls into view, its voice a charming blend of bleats and yips, utterly endearing. Beicheng, with keen eyes, perceives that this petite panda, measuring less than 30 centimeters, is the true embodiment of affection, and she instinctively yearns to rush forward and embrace it. Yet, the thought that this creature might also be an orc halts her in her tracks. As Beicheng hesitates between the desire to embrace and the need for restraint, the two pandas commence their conversation. Meo Wu, brother, you're back. Woof. Yes, I have returned. Is my little sister being good? Meo Wu, I've been quite well. Today, I kept watch over the tribe. How? My little sister is wonderful. Are you hungry? Brother will fetch you something to eat. Oh, Mayon. Brother, I'm not hungry. Mother said the food should be saved for you. You all work hard every day to find water. Upon hearing about the water source, the youth suddenly realizes that his little sister has not had a drink in over 10 days. Due to the tribe's water scarcity, she has been unable to assume her human form, and despite her understanding nature, she is truly pitiable. Could you please give my sister some water? I beg you. The youth nudges Beicheng's leg with his head, seeking to ingratiate himself. Faith value 20. The little panda is taken aback by her brother's actions. Meh. Brother, why are you acting this way? Did you not say that showing weakness to curry favor is a disgrace for an orc? The youth falls silent. It is the lack of water that has driven him to this point. If it were just him, it would be one thing, but his sister can no longer transform. Losing a bit of dignity for the sake of his sister drinking water seems a small price to pay. A sister? A female panda? At this juncture, what hesitation can Gu Beicheng possibly have? She swiftly scoops up the little panda and cradles her in her arms, indulging in affectionate coos while simultaneously feeding her fingers to the panda's mouth, ensuring the flow of water is gentle to prevent choking. The youth is astonished by this fluid display of affection. He can clearly sense the little one's fondness for his orc form, and he had noticed her subtle gestures while he had carried her. Yet, he cannot comprehend just how deeply his sister is captivated by her, leading him to question why he had assumed such a submissive demeanor earlier. Nevertheless, it appears that this display of humility and charm does not leave him feeling embarrassed. Little darling, drink slowly, do not choke. No one will snatch it away from us, Beicheng says while stroking the panda's fur. As the youth observes his sister drinking for several minutes, her expression one of pure bliss, he experiences an unprecedented pang of envy towards her. How he longs to be held in her embrace. Faith value 20. The youth is bewildered, unable to fathom how such an embarrassing thought could arise. He quickly shakes his head, attempting to dispel the distasteful notion. He gently taps his sister with his paw, signaling that it is enough. Every drop of water is precious in this desolate land, and to drink for several minutes is already a tremendous blessing. Understanding her brother's cue, the little panda licks the charming lattice fingers before preparing to leap down from Beicheng's embrace. Careful, little darling, don't fall. Are you full? Beicheng swiftly catches the little panda before she can touch the ground. The youth is at a loss for words. She is not as fragile as you think. Beicheng retorts without hesitation. That is not acceptable. What if she were to fall? The youth is left speechless. Meow. Brother, this lady is a good person. Oh, woof. Yes, she's a good person. Unbeknownst to Beicheng, she has now earned 2 panda endorsements. Faith value 50. Faith value 10. Shaoan, your faith value is increasing quite rapidly. Indeed, master, you are doing splendidly. Shall we give this little panda a bath? Such a delightful creature should not be left dirty. Chapter 3. Pandas are not just for show. Little cutie, come, let's take a bath. Gu Beicheng gently sets the little panda down and unleashes a torrent of water, cascading directly over the panda's body. Oh dear, what a waste of water. If my mother finds out, I might be in serious trouble. The young boy was utterly taken aback by the scene before him. He never anticipated her to squander such a precious resource. While he was indeed captivated by his little sister's beastly form, she ought to value water more. Please, do not waste water, he implored as he stepped forward to intervene. However, Beicheng paid him no heed. The little panda, after being washed by the flowing water, revealed not a brown hue, but rather a striking black and white. Indeed, the ancients did not deceive me. It turned out that her brown coat was merely a disguise of dirt, obscuring her true colors. As the water cascaded over her, her pristine white fur emerged. Adorned with a pair of black ears and dark circles beneath her eyes, she resembled a creature that had not slept for days. Yet, within those dark circles were large, pearl-like eyes that sparkled with life, far more endearing than any illustration in books. Her limbs were cloaked in a shadowy hue, while her tail was short and stout, presenting an irresistibly charming appearance. Is there any shower gel? He inquired. Scanning complete, shower gel located. Master, you may freely inspect the items within the storage space. In Gu Beicheng's mind, a space emerged, meticulously arranged to resemble his own room. Items were organized with precision. And on the other side of the space lay familiar experimental instruments alongside an array of firearms. These weapons were yet to be employed by the Jiantian group, and in a moment of exuberance, he gathered them all into his possession. Wealth had come indeed. With these firearms, the value of belief would be effortlessly within reach. My dear little treasure, you are truly my lucky star. Unable to contain his joy, Gu Beicheng lifted the little panda and planted a kiss upon it. Master, it was I who retrieved them, the panda remarked. You are wonderful too. Upon cradling the damp little panda, he realized that the once plump form was merely an illusion. Without its fluffy fur, the panda appeared frightfully emaciated. The overwhelming joy that had filled Gu Beicheng's heart was swiftly replaced by a pang of compassion. He could no longer afford to delay bathing the panda. He yearned to cleanse it and provide nourishment. After failing to prevent his sister from becoming weak, the boy too felt a swell of guilt and sorrow. It was his inadequacy that stung. He could neither dig for water like the sky rat nor possess the formidable strength of the earth serpent. Since this female creature favored his sister, he decided to proceed with the bath, accepting the potential waste as a luxury. He resolved to strive harder in the future to gather more sustenance. Glancing between his sister and Gu Beicheng, he transformed into human form and ventured deep into the cave. With a vigorous heave, he overturned a large stone, revealing a dark cellar. He leapt inside and quickly emerged with several spiky green blocks. By this time, Gu Beicheng had finished washing the panda. Initially, she intended to use a dryer to fluff its fur, but in pursuit of maximizing her belief value, she ceased her efforts, believing that such enjoyable things should not be revealed all at once. Fortunately, on such a sweltering day, the risk of a cold seemed minimal. However, she pondered what to feed the frail creature. The books suggested that ancient pandas dined on bamboo, yet where could she possibly procure bamboo now? There were no such plants on the island, and she was uncertain if they existed on the mainland. Once she unlocked the means of teleportation, she would certainly seek out this information diligently. But for now, what could she offer it? Amidst her distress, the boy approached, pushing the spiky plant he had retrieved from the cellar towards her. Looking down, Gu Beicheng discovered it was a few cacti, rather wilted. She now understood the origin of the spikes at the cave's entrance. Although she grasped the boy's intent, she hesitated to accept the offering, despite being edible. Its appearance suggested an unappetizing taste. Before she could voice her refusal, she noticed that both the boy and the panda were salivating at the sight of the cactus. The panda, in particular, was desperately trying not to gaze at the withered plants. Isn't it said that pandas eat bamboo? Why are they resorting to cacti? Gu Beicheng queried, perplexed. Indeed, what of it? Do you not like it? The boy inquired, nodding. Meow, this prickly treat is absolutely delicious. Thank you for the water. Do eat quickly, the panda exclaimed. Understanding, Gu Beicheng declined. I shall not partake in this. I have my own food. You too should eat. With a flourish, she conjured a packet of instant noodles. The boy, though puzzled, did not dwell on it. After all, this female could conjure water. What could she not do? He merely pushed the spiky plant towards his sister. Can you boil water here? Gu Beicheng asked, but immediately regretted the inquiry. Given the items in the cave, it was evident they could not. She decided to proceed on her own. Before long, she had fashioned a rudimentary stove from a few stones, retrieved her small frying pan and lighter, filled the pan with water, and ignited the flame. Belief value 3, belief value 10, belief value 5, belief value 100. You can ignite fire. Are you a priestess? The boy exclaimed in astonishment. Priestess? It must be a high-ranking position in their tribe, he mused. Gu Beicheng pondered in silence. At times, silence enhances one's aura of mystery. The peculiar spectacle had already captivated the attention of the two pandas, one large and one small, causing them to cease their feeding. Their curiosity transcended mere wonder at how this human could conjure such a plethora of items. In their memories, even the grandest of rituals would scarcely achieve such feats, unless performed by the high priests of a central dynasty. However, more than their curiosity and astonishment, it was the tantalizing aroma of instant noodles that unveiled a new realm for them. After all, they were but two innocent children, untouched by the world. How could they possibly resist the alluring scent of noodles? The fragrance was truly irresistible, unlike any food they had ever encountered before. Gu Beicheng had not indulged in a proper meal for quite some time. Even before the incursion of the Jiantian group, she had been engrossed in research within the confines of her laboratory, and after the invasion, She had not consumed a single drop of water. The mere sight of instant noodles had stirred her appetite. Having found one pack insufficient, she proceeded to prepare another. However, noticing the two little creatures below her drooling uncontrollably, she finally halted. After much hesitation, she inquired, "Would you like some?" Both the boy and the beast nodded eagerly. The young lad swallowed hard, suppressing his desire. "Could you possibly share a bit with us?" The little panda chimed in, "Moo moo, it smells so delicious. I long to eat it." Caught in her indecision, Beicheng retrieved 2 additional sets of bowls and chopsticks. Though she expressed her confusion, "Aren't pandas herbivorous? Can you truly consume this kind of food?" Chapter 4. I have a little secret who says we only eat vegetables. The youth explained, "Not to mention that we beast men are omnivorous, even in our beast forms. We consume whatever we can find, and it just so happens that these prickly sticks are all we have at the moment." He expressed a hint of sorrow in his voice. Beicheng quickly served them both 2 bowls of noodles. The boy awkwardly picked up his chopsticks, while the little panda dove headfirst into the bowl, making Beicheng worry she might choke. However, her concerns proved unfounded. Despite her beast form, the panda was quite clever. Once the trio had satisfied their hunger, Beicheng skillfully began washing the bowls and chopsticks. The boy and the panda sat restlessly, mindful of the precious water being wasted in the desolate wilderness. Even the adept water rats dared not be so reckless. The water she poured outside evaporated swiftly, indicating the extreme heat of the outside world. Observing the boy, who was clad only in animal hide around his private areas, Beicheng silently sought out a set of her own short-sleeved shirt and shorts. He appeared to be around 16 or 17, and she felt a twinge of discomfort at his bare presence. The boy, however, bore no shyness. Beastmen were inherently unembarrassed. Yet, he recognized that this female was no ordinary person, and her customs were not to be disregarded. Nevertheless, he felt somewhat constrained in the attire. Upon seeing the boy dressed in clean clothes, Beicheng realized she had previously scorned them for being dirty, even though she herself was far worse off after battles and rolling in the dust. Blushing slightly, she said to him, Can we discuss something? I really need to take a bath. I feel terribly unclean. Would you mind stepping outside for a moment?" Though the boy felt a pang of concern for the water, he understood this was her resource, and they could not impede her from doing what she wished after consuming her food. He nodded in agreement. "All right. My sister and I will guard the cave entrance for you. You can wash without worry. What is your name?" "I am Gu Beicheng. You may simply call me Beicheng," she replied. The boy pointed at the little panda. "I am Qingxi, and my sister is Qingha. We belong to the panda tribe. Wash well. We will keep watch for you." After watching them exit, Beicheng swiftly entered her space. She silently regarded her bathtub before quietly retrieving the inflatable plastic tub nearby. It had initially been an impulsive purchase for leisure, yet now it proved to be quite useful. Online shopping was indeed a boon. She could develop her endeavors here, as anything that could convert into faith value was worthwhile. Inflating and filling the tub with water was seamless. After her bath, Beicheng felt remarkably refreshed. Instinctively reaching for a hairdryer, she quickly remembered that there was no electricity here to dry her hair. While fabricating a generator would be simple for her, this was not the opportune moment. After drying her body and hair, she changed into a fresh dress before calling Qingxi and Qingha back in. It was time to learn more about this world. Upon entering, Qingxi and Qingha were taken aback by Beicheng, who stood before them clad in a flowing lavender gown. Having just washed, they had never encountered someone so beautiful, radiating an enchanting fragrance. Faith value 10, faith value 10, you are truly stunning," Qingxi exclaimed unabashedly. "Moo wow, brother. Look how lovely she is." The little panda squealed in delight. Gu Beicheng smiled as he accepted the compliment and replied, "You are quite handsome yourself, and Qingha is undeniably adorable. Meow. Brother, did you hear that? Sister Beicheng praised me. I'm so happy." Beicheng pointed to the 2 buckets of water she had just collected and proposed. "Let us make a deal." "A deal?" Qingxi inquired, glancing at the buckets. "Yes, I am aware that you are in need of water. Consider these 2 buckets my compensation for your assistance." Beicheng discovered an unexpected flair for negotiation within herself. Qingxi felt an inexplicable sensation. Although the 2 buckets of water were exceedingly tempting, he sensed a subtle shift in the demeanor of the individual before him, who no longer appeared as amiable as before. "What do you desire?" Though slightly uncomfortable with the proposition, the young man remained curious, for it seemed that the other had no apparent lacks. "Information, specifically all that pertains to the Xinhuang continent and the Beastman tribes." Beicheng resolved to initiate her understanding of this world through the panda tribe. Master, why do you divulge your ignorance of this world to them? Xiao queried, perplexed. It cannot be concealed. The two individuals we currently encounter are relatively innocent. The sooner they acclimate to this world, the better we can proceed with our future endeavors. Thus far, she could only vaguely discern that this locale was extraordinarily arid and predominantly barren. Upon hearing Beicheng's inquiry, Qingxi immediately became alert, raising his ears in caution, and asked, "You are not one of our Xianhuang beastmen. You hail from above, intending to abduct and sell beastman cubs? Faith points minus 100, faith points minus 80. From above? It seemed this world was far from simple. What manner of world was this? Master, even Xiaoan is unaware. I merely activated the teleportation according to protocol. Due to the low faith points of the master, my permissions are severely limited. I do not comprehend where you refer to as above, but I was dragged away as soon as I regained consciousness, with no recollection of what transpired prior." Gu Beicheng explained that she did not wish to be misunderstood, especially not in the territory of the orcs, where being mistaken for someone attempting to abduct and sell their children would be akin to inviting disaster upon herself. Was this truly the case? Was it not merely a ruse on their part, for they were masters of such deceit? Qingxi remained ever vigilant. Inwardly, Beicheng felt a twinge of regret. She ought not to have revealed her unfamiliarity with this world so hastily. She should have drawn out the conversation more cautiously. This naive young creature likely did not comprehend the gravity of the situation, and now she found herself suspected of being a trafficker. With no other option, Beicheng resorted to a half-truth, elaborating on her plight. She claimed to be a young lady from a grand tribe, whose extraordinary abilities had garnered attention, only to be met with envy that led to the slaughter of her family and companions, with even the innocent members of her tribe falling victim to the carnage. In her quest for vengeance, she had sought to bring her enemies down with her, yet somehow, she had awakened in this strange place. Really? Qingxi still held a hint of skepticism. Did you truly possess the power of telekinesis? Gu Beicheng understood that the term telekinesis he spoke of was due to the Hanyuan system. However, this was her greatest secret and the reason behind the demise of the entire island's inhabitants, so she would never elaborate on it. This is my secret, and I cannot share it with you. If you still do not believe me, I shall take my leave from your tribe. Consider these waters a token of our acquaintance." With that, she turned to walk towards the cave entrance. Chapter 5. Draws a gun. Wu howl. Brother, she is so pitiful. Her experiences seem akin to those of our ancestors. Great power lost, reduced to such desolation. Moo woof. Brother, I beseech you, do not let her depart. I sense she is not a bad person. Qingxi's words eased Qinghe's furrowed brow. His younger sister possessed an innate and accurate intuition, if she claimed to be good. Perhaps his suspicions were unfounded. Please do not leave. The nights in the northern wasteland are exceedingly cold. You would surely perish alone outside, Qingxi said gently. Beicheng sensed hope in her words. The northern wasteland lay at the continent's edge, characterized by harsh conditions, extreme aridity, and significant temperature fluctuations. The nights were perpetually frigid, while the days could soar to scorching heights for reasons unknown. Moreover, violent sandstorms occasionally swept through, much like the one she had encountered earlier, easily sweeping away solitary individuals. His younger brother had vanished in such a storm, lost to the sands. Qingxi spoke with a hint of sadness. Beicheng then understood why he had been rescued. Typically, the cautious demeanor they had displayed towards strangers was indeed the appropriate response. Yet Qingxi's memories of his lost brother had clouded his judgment. Beicheng felt a pang of sympathy. A small panda could hardly survive in such a twisted environment. This encapsulates the general situation of the northern wasteland. As for the news regarding the orc tribe, I cannot disclose that to you. I am not yet prepared to fully trust you, Qingxi stated frankly. Beicheng nodded in understanding. Of course, I comprehend. I am already immensely grateful for the information you have shared. May I stay in your tribe for a few days until my wounds heal, after which I shall depart. You need not worry. I will trade water with you. Qingxi glanced at the 2 barrels of water and murmured, You may stay, as my cave is quite spacious. Just do not entertain thoughts of exterminating our kind. As for the water, this is sufficient. You may keep the remainder. However, do refrain from wasting water in the future. It is indeed precious here, as rain is a rarity throughout the year. Beicheng nodded. Although she had less than 10 tons of water, which sounded ample, its actual usability was limited, especially considering the uncertainty of when she could achieve the system's level 2 privileges. Xiaoan, What are the conditions for unlocking level 2 privileges? 100,000 faith points. Though she initially contemplated offering Qingxi a bath to ascertain whether he too possessed the traits of a black and white panda, she quickly dismissed the idea. Qinghe, we have returned. Where are you? A cacophony of noises erupted outside, accompanied by the worried voices of a man and a woman. Moo woo. Mother is back. With that, the little panda Qinghe dashed out of the cave, followed closely by Qingxi, leaving Beicheng and Xiaoan to discuss the system. A wild woman in her 30s scooped up Qinghe and held her close. You frightened me. I thought you had run away. The mother, having already lost one child, was terrified of losing her youngest daughter as well. Moo. I won't, Mama, I won't run off. Wait, why are you so clean? Did you take a bath? The last 4 words were exclaimed at a pitch that startled everyone, and she unceremoniously dropped the little panda onto the ground. How could you waste water like this? Do you understand? She began, preparing to scold her. Mom, please don't hit her. She didn't do it on purpose. Qingxi rushed forward to intervene. The woman cast a sharp glare at Qingxi and reprimanded. You too. How can you indulge her like this? Bathing is such a waste of water. Do you not realize how arduous it is for you to search for water outside every day? Moo. Mom, it's not what you think. I didn't want to bathe. It was my brother who found someone, and she insisted on washing me. I had no choice. Found someone? A person? The woman's demeanor shifted to one of caution. With no other recourse, Qingxi recounted the day's events succinctly, leading his parents into the cave to meet Beicheng. As they entered, Gu Beicheng was not surprised. She had been concerned that her actions of washing the little panda might lead to punishment, but thankfully Qingxi had intervened, sparing her the heartache. The woman wore a skirt made of animal hide, adorned with leaves across her chest, while the man stood nearly 2 meters tall, both scrutinizing Beicheng. Though the girl before them was undeniably beautiful, her appearance could not diminish their wariness. Sensing the tension between his parents and Beicheng, Qingxi quickly presented the 2 barrels of water. Father, Mother, this is the water she provided for us. Beicheng felt a twinge of guilt. This was clearly the reward for the information she had exchanged. I am called Bai Mao. This is my husband, Qing Xiong, the chieftain of our panda tribe. The woman said, glancing between the water and Beicheng, her expression softening slightly. Such convenient and straightforward names, she mused. Qingxi mentioned you fled here due to amnesia? Qing Xiong asked pointedly. Gu Beicheng remained composed as she reiterated her previous statements, now enriched with numerous details. Qing Xiong glanced at the wounds exposed on her body. Deep in thought, the events had unfolded thus. Had it not been for Qingxi, I might have perished by now, mused Qing Xiong. Meow, said the little one. Father, she is a good person, I can feel it. With Qing He's words, Qing Xiong finally began to believe. The white cat, however, was less preoccupied with such matters, directing her attention instead to the water. How can you conjure water? She inquired. It's a special ability, a talent, Beicheng replied succinctly. After all, to establish oneself in an unfamiliar environment, mere sympathy would not suffice. One must possess the means to survive and thrive. Water, indeed, was her asset. You should stay in our tribe to recuperate. We have medicinal herbs. Chew them and apply them to your wounds. The white cat said as she went to fetch the herbs. Beicheng did not refuse. Although her laboratory boasted superior medications, it was best not to reveal them for now. Fortunately, she had just clarified her situation as an outsider, and with the assistance of these 2 young ones, she felt somewhat secure. Otherwise, she would surely have exposed herself in front of the adult beasts. Before long, the white cat returned with a clump of green, pungent herbs. Beicheng could not identify the substance. Though she was a researcher, she was not a botanist. At that moment, she longed for the imaging functions of her technological device from her own world. Surrounded by the 3, one of whom was a panda, she prepared to apply the medicine. Glancing at the noxious clump, she regretted accepting such kindness. Regardless of the herb's efficacy, the mere act of chewing it could prove fatal. With a heart resigned to death, she placed a piece into her mouth and bit down. A dry, acrid bitterness spread throughout her mouth and nostrils, reminiscent of a biological weapon. Beicheng sputtered, tears welling in her eyes. She no longer wished to recuperate and thought it best to endure the pain rather than chew on such herbs. Truly an inhumane act. The white cat and Qing He stifled laughter, surprised by the endearing reaction of this extraordinary girl to the medicinal herbs. Qing Xiong, however, let go of his last reservations. If this girl reacted so adorably to chewing herbs, She must have been well protected in the past. Had she not been wronged, her previous home would surely have been reluctant to let her venture into the beast trade. A flicker of sympathy welled up in Qing Shi's eyes as he prepared to assist her in chewing the herbs, when suddenly a cacophony erupted outside. The ground trembled violently, nearly causing Beicheng to lose her footing. As the tremors intensified, she could hear the chaotic sounds from outside. The expressions of the white cat and Qing Xiong turned serious as they stepped out of the cave, seemingly prepared for a grim fate. Qing Shi comforted the trembling Qing He, wrapping an arm around her reassuringly. Gu Beicheng sensed that her opportunity had arrived. She retrieved a firearm from her spatial pocket and positioned herself at the rear. Chapter 6. Lord Beast King Useless Beings, Come Forth. As the voice echoed, 5 colossal elephants charged into the tribe. Their towering forms reverberated throughout the canyon, stirring the previously settled yellow sands into a new tempest. My lord, what is your command? Qing Tian, with a resolute demeanor, stepped forward. At the forefront of the canyon, a man with a chilling countenance rode atop the lead elephant, brandishing a long whip. He flicked his wrist, producing a sound akin to an explosion in the air. In the next instant, the whip struck Qing Tian's right shoulder, instantly revealing a crimson wound. Qing Shi's eyes glimmered with fury. Had she not been cradling Qingla, she would have lunged forward to sink her teeth into him with fervor. Gu Beicheng observed the tense atmosphere, gripping his firearm tightly. Among the 13 tribes of the north, only your panda tribe has failed to pay tribute. Do you seek to forfeit your lives? The man caressed the whip in his hand, his tone dripping with disdain. Qing Xiong yearned to engage him in a fierce confrontation, but thoughts of his kin and family restrained him, and he explained politely, My lord, this year's taxes have already been entrusted to the Huangyo clan for delivery to the central dynasty. The man raised his hand and lashed out again. Blood streamed down Qing Xiong's left cheek. Beicheng, incensed, was about to rise, but was held back by Qing Shi, who grasped her sleeve. What are you doing? That is your father. Beicheng exclaimed furiously. Qing Shi gritted his teeth, trembling hands clenched, and replied through clenched jaws, I understand, but I cannot allow you to walk into death. Who told you it was the tribute to the dynasty? I specifically referred to the tribute of our earth serpent. Why pretend not to comprehend? The man transformed into a colossal serpent, its head raised high, exuding an overpowering stench that even reached Gu Beicheng. Discussing rules with us earth serpents? I am the rule. Cease your incessant shouting. Half a stone of water, 1 stone of grain, and 1 stone of meat. Nothing less will suffice. After uttering this, the serpent released Qing Xiong and returned to the head of a giant elephant. Chaos erupted within the tribe. The tribute demanded was more than double that of the central dynasty, leaving no room for survival. Setting aside grain and meat, where could they possibly find water? It had not rained in 6 months. Oh, Beast King, do you not have a shred of compassion for your subjects? The cries of despair echoed, piercing the air. Beicheng envisioned a scene of bloodshed on the island, where ordinary experimental personnel lay fallen, eyes filled with hopelessness. The two forms of despair bore an uncanny resemblance. Enraged, Beicheng thought, the Earth Serpent clan offers no chance for survival to our panda tribe. Qing Xiong wiped the blood from his face. The man resumed his human form, laughing, ha ha. Unable to produce the tribute? Then let it serve as collateral. He pointed at Qing Shi, who cradled the still undeveloped Qingha. Our leader has stated that undeveloped younglings are most delightful for breeding and play, and it appears that only your panda tribe possesses such a creature. It became evident that they came prepared. The tribute was merely a pretext, and their true intention was to seize the young panda. Everyone knew that the Earth Serpent clan was notorious for their debauchery and cruelty, with rumors claiming their leader not only indulged in carnal desires, but also derived pleasure from tormenting the young. It was no longer mere gossip, it was a grim reality. The already water-deprived Beastman tribe faced the existence of such a fiend. This was far more brutal and repugnant than the hunting conducted by those above. After all, they all shared the same beastly lineage. At the man's command, 5 massive elephants encircled the tribe's inhabitants. I grant you 3 minutes, allow me to take it, and the Earth Serpent clan will spare your tribe, he declared. Never. To take our young, you must first step over my dead body. The tribe rallied together, prepared to fight back. With a gunshot, the man atop the elephant collapsed, as if a turnip had been thrust into the sandy ground. It was one thing to pillage and burn, but to brazenly speak of abusing children was intolerable, especially when it concerned the young panda, whom Beicheng feared would fall and injure itself. With their leader incapacitated, The elephants lost formation and scattered from the panda tribe's gorge. What is happening? Is he dead? Beast King, is that you? Have you brought us hope? The beastmen turned toward the horizon where the shot had been fired, offering their reverence. Only Qingxi perceived that Gu Beicheng had seemingly pointed a stick at the earth serpent, leading to its demise. Faith points 100, faith points 80, faith points 100, faith points 70. Initially filled with rage, Beicheng was taken aback by the sudden influx of faith points. Could it be that gratitude manifested in such a way, without them even knowing it was his doing? Yes, my master, as long as there is a cause and effect. They need not see or know you personally. Gu Beicheng pondered for a moment, and it seemed she had stumbled upon yet another astute method to accumulate faith points. After the chaos subsided, Beicheng returned to the cave of Qingxi, accompanied by the white cat, Qingxiong, and Qinghe. The white cat commenced rummaging through their belongings, and after bestowing a kiss upon Qinghe, she earnestly addressed Qingxi. My son, the responsibility of safeguarding little he now rests upon you. You must hasten to depart from the panda tribe and journey to the central dynasty, preserving the last flicker of hope for our panda tribe. Seek justice against the Earth Snake clan and implore the Beast King to avenge us. As she spoke, she glanced at Beicheng. You should accompany my son and the others in their escape. Though I intended for you to stay and recuperate, it appears we must renege on that promise. From this point forward, you shall rely on your own strength. Gu Beicheng was rendered speechless. Setting aside the arduous journey and harsh conditions, was today's predicament not tacitly permitted by the central dynasty? Wasn't he venturing forth akin to walking into a trap? Qingxi glanced at Beicheng, silently inquiring whether he could disclose the recent events to his parents. Beicheng nodded slightly, signaling that it was permissible to share, and that there was no cause for concern. Mother, the one who killed the earth serpent today was Beicheng. The white cat and the blue bear were taken aback. What? Beicheng affirmed his actions with a nod. How did you accomplish that? Beicheng produced a gun and explained, with this, just as the white cat reached out to touch it. Beicheng swiftly withdrew the item back into the system. It's dangerous. Do not touch it. The white cat hastily retracted her hand, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she exclaimed, in that case, your chances of escaping towards the central dynasty have significantly increased. Gu Beicheng was rendered speechless. Despite having clearly demonstrated his formidable combat prowess, how could he still allow them to depart? Chapter 7. The Laboring Beastman. Are you not afraid that I am here to trade beasts? Gu Beicheng felt a mischievous impulse rising within him. The white cat paused in its tasks, and the blue bear remained silent. After a considerable pause, the blue bear finally spoke. Even if you are one of those from above, selling them there is still preferable to meeting their demise at the hands of the ground snakes. Gu Beicheng replied. Do you have such faith in those from above? The blue bear responded. It is not faith in them, it is faith in you. You are not a bad person. Gu Beicheng was taken aback by her father's words, extinguishing her playful intentions. Since you have faith in me, how could I possibly allow you both to fail? Let alone a mere earth serpent tribe. What is there to fear from the entire orc dynasty? Not to mention that even without a system, I was able to withstand the Jiantian group for several days, facing a horde of uncivilized, primitive orcs. What is there to fear? Moreover, with the system now at my disposal, I am armed with an impressive arsenal of advanced weaponry. You have agreed to take them with you? Bai Mao exclaimed with delight. Clap, clap. Gu Beicheng fired 2 shots towards the opening of the cave and declared, No. I have resolved to remain here and ensure the safety of your clan. The white cat and the blue bear were startled by the gunfire, reminiscent of the sound that had just accompanied the demise of the giant python. Are you the Beast King? They nearly bowed in reverence. If that is what you believe, so be it. Gu Beicheng did not deny their assumption. He proceeded to share some peculiar high-tech concepts, knowing they would likely not comprehend them. Since they held such admiration for this Beast King, he decided to indulge their beliefs. You enough, speak plainly, no need for honorifics. Gu Beicheng interjected. We thought you had abandoned us, the people of the Northern Territory. We have been deprived of water for quite some time, and if this continues, even without the Earth Serpent clan, we shall inevitably perish. The blue bear lamented bitterly. As for the water situation, I shall devise a solution. But first, let us address the Earth Serpent. Gu Beicheng contemplated, acknowledging the gravity of the clan leader's concerns. The white cat, being more perceptive, cautiously inquired, Your Majesty the Beast King, were you not injured? Your powers may not suffice to vanquish the Earth Serpent clan. Gu Beicheng furrowed his brow, questioning the combat efficacy of technology. Please do not take offense. I am not doubting your capabilities. I merely wish to prevent Lord Beast King from suffering harm due to our panda tribe. Bai Mao hastily clarified. You are the beacon of hope for our kind. We cannot allow the selfish actions of one to extinguish the hope of all the beast men across the Xianhuan continent. Bai Mao spoke with such righteous fervor. Gu Beicheng was utterly astonished. It had been an eternity since she had encountered someone so altruistic, let alone heard of such a person, even in her own world. The portrayal of such characters in television dramas seemed implausible and unrealistic. Yet, what Gu Beicheng perceived from the few individuals before her was nothing short of sincerity. My wounds are inconsequential. Handling a few small snakes is hardly a challenge, Gu Beicheng declared with confidence. However, the white cat wished to add something, but Gu Beicheng interjected. All right, please elaborate on the Earth Snake Clan, as detailed as possible. Qing Xiong, stroking the back of the white cat, spoke up. The Earth Snake Clan is the foremost among the 13 tribes of our northern region. They are home to a multitude of serpent-like beast men, with their elite warriors being the giant pythons you encounter today. Their royal lineage descends from the king cobra, possessing a venom so potent that contact with it is fatal. There are numerous other poisonous kin within their ranks, each varying in toxicity. Most importantly, they have domesticated giant elephants as their siege weaponry. The white cat continued, furthermore, it appears they possess some serpents that cannot transform into beast men, which is even more alarming. One such type is a divine green serpent, small in stature and exceptionally skilled in offense. Isn't that the bamboo leaf viper? When my father was alive, he used to infuse it in liquor to alleviate his chronic leg pain. Another type, adorned with white circles and slender in form, is relatively lethargic but possesses formidable venom, often resulting in immediate death upon a bite. The silver-ringed snake is intensely venomous. In the past, the island utilized its venom to develop defensive mechanisms. There is also a grayish-yellow serpent, adept at concealment, whose bite can lead to death within mere steps. Isn't that the five-step snake, long thought extinct from ancient times? It is practically a relic from textbooks. If given the chance, we should capture a few to raise. For reasons unknown. Qin felt that the more terrifying the descriptions from his mother became, the more exhilarated Gu Beicheng appeared, even catching a glimpse of longing in her eyes. As for the various types of snakes, I have a general understanding. Now, let us discuss what you mentioned regarding the domestication of giant elephants. Observing the unpretentious beast king, Qin Xiong felt liberated from restraint. He sat upon the ground, using his finger to sketch as he explained, years ago. They procured a group of giant elephants from the abyss. For reasons unknown, they managed to control and domesticate them to bolster their encirclement capabilities. Are these elephants beastmen? Gu Beicheng inquired, puzzled. Presumably not. I have not heard of them transforming into human forms. Moreover, the intelligence of these elephants is generally low, unlike beastmen. They are likely just ordinary wild beasts. Furthermore, the abyss harbors no beastmen, only wild animals, Qin Xiong elucidated, prompting Gu Beicheng to ponder and silently commit the existence of the abyss to memory. Qin Shi, cradling Qin He, listened intently as well. Chief, there are 2 corpses of earth snakes outside, a voice announced, interrupting the conversation of the trio. Shortly thereafter, an elderly beast man, entirely cloaked in black, entered the cave, dragging 2 snakes behind him. What? They arrived so swiftly. Qin Xiong and the white cat exchanged anxious glances, while the elder trembled slightly. Gu Beicheng cast a fleeting glance. It was merely an ordinary serpent, neither striking in appearance nor venomous, likely a sentinel sent by the ground snake clan. As for the 2 shots fired moments ago, they had claimed its life. Gu Beicheng felt no need for concealment. Faith value 100, faith value 80, faith value 50, faith value 80, faith value 30. Are you the Beast King? The elderly man immediately fell to his knees. Gu Beicheng harbored the traditional virtues of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. She stepped forward to assist the kneeling old orc, and as she lifted him, she was taken aback to discover that his entire body was covered in bruises. Gu Beicheng has always abhorred the maltreatment of the elderly. She rose to her feet, casting a piercing gaze at Qin Xiong and his companions. Initially believing the Panda clan to be a noble tribe of beast men, she was dismayed to witness such behavior. If this was the case, she reasoned, then there was no obligation to assist them. As Gu Beicheng stood, a sudden chill enveloped the cave, causing the previously seated Qin Xiong to rise in agitation. My Lord Beast King, what troubles you? Is this how your tribe treats its elders? Listening to Gu Beicheng's words, the white cat Qin Xiong let out a sigh of relief, followed by a heavy exhalation as he began to explain. What you may not know, my Lord Beast King, is that Chi's injuries were not inflicted by our kin. He was assaulted by his employer. Employer? Gu Beicheng's expression softened. The elder realized that this esteemed beast king seemed to harbor a misunderstanding, so he hastily clarified. At my age, beastmen who can no longer partake in the tribe's hunting or foraging must sell their labor to larger tribes to survive. Do beastmen truly engage in labor? Upon hearing the explanation, Gu Beicheng fell silent. The tribe suffered from a scarcity of water and food, and in order to ensure the survival of all beastmen, the elderly who could no longer hunt were compelled to seek work in larger tribes, trading their labor for meager rations. Elderly beastmen like Chi were quite common in small tribes, as years of toil often left them exhausted and occasionally subject to punishment by their employers, resulting in the array of bruises upon their bodies. Chi's employer belonged to the hyena clan, and a significant number of the elderly beastmen from the panda clan labored in their tribe. After Gu Beicheng comprehended the general situation of the tribe, she made a resolute decision. She would become a creator deity in this beastly world, not merely for lofty ideals, but simply to ensure that the young ones do not suffer from hunger, and that the elderly have someone to rely on, is indeed a worthy pursuit. The corpses of the two earth serpents further solidified the confidence of the white cat and the blue bear. At this moment, rather than urging Beicheng to flee with the two cubs, they were fervently hoping that the beast king would lead them in overthrowing the tyranny of the earth serpents. The recently slain scout serpents indicated that the earth serpents were already aware of the events that had transpired. Gu Beicheng remarked, "What shall we do now?" The white cat instinctively felt a twinge of panic. "It's all right," Gu Beicheng reassured. "Their failure to directly send troops against us suggests that they remain uncertain of our capabilities. The dispatched scout serpents have not returned, which will make them even more hesitant to act rashly." Gu Beicheng retrieved 2 barrels of water from the system space and inquired, "How many tribesmen does our clan currently have?" 231, with 79 capable of combat. The remainder consists of females, the elderly, and younglings, Qing Xiong explained. "Only Qing he remains untransformed, correct?" "Indeed. The distinction between the elderly and the young is inconsequential. As long as they can transform, it suffices. After all, modern weaponry does not demand excessive combat prowess." The Jiangtian group has bestowed upon Gu Beicheng a plethora of valuable resources. Moreover, it appears not everyone is required to engage in battle. Beicheng discerned that the territory of the panda tribe was situated within a canyon, a natural fortress that was easily defensible. By merely obstructing the eastern entrance, the remaining sides were predominantly steep cliffs, unless they possessed aerial equipment, such as flying vehicles, which was evidently unattainable in this world. "What shall we do now?" Qing Xiong inquired. "Gather all members of the tribe, young and old, ensure they drink sufficiently, and rally their spirits to confront the impending threat." Beicheng produced all the bowls available in the space. In mere moments, everyone stood in a line before Gu Beicheng. 8 bowls and 4 barrels arranged in orderly fashion as they began to drink, although the amount of water was insufficient to quench their thirst entirely. For the orcs who had not tasted rain in half a year and had gone days without a drop, it was akin to a divine blessing. Indeed, the chieftain was right. She was the harbinger of hope sent by the beast king. Faith points 80, faith points 50, faith points 70. Looking around, Beicheng experienced an illusion that they were not merely drinking water, but rather reenacting the ancient ceremonial toasts of a dynasty preparing for battle. Under Qing Xiong's guidance, Beicheng naturally assumed the role of the rightful leader of the panda clan, a commander inspired by the beast king, igniting their fervor. "Brothers, quench your thirst and prepare to confront the enemy. Strike down the ground serpents," Qing Xiong shouted, raising his arm high. From Qi 1 to Qi 10. Dig pits on the left side of the canyon entrance. From Qing 1 to Qing 10, create trenches on the right. Huang 1 to Huang 10, seek cover with me. In Lu 1 to Lu 10, the white cat dispatched the members according to Beicheng's directives. Initially, Beicheng found the name of the panda tribe too simplistic, but he soon realized that such simplicity was indeed advantageous for executing their plans. Gu Beicheng, cradling the little panda, observed the bustling activity of those around him, and for the first time realized that there exist pursuits even more joyous than engaging in scientific research. Gu Beicheng extracted 2 pounds of explosive powder from the ether, and with a dropper, he carefully drew an enigmatic liquid from a deep blue beaker in the laboratory, evenly dispersing it over the explosive powder. Initially, he felt that utilizing a total of merely 100 pounds of explosive powder for the purpose of crafting traps was a considerable waste. Fortunately, he had previously concocted a bottle of liquid explosive enhancer out of personal interest, which rendered 1 pound of explosive powder equivalent to the lethality of 100 pounds, making it exceptionally convenient for trap creation. "Master, your methods are quite extraordinary, are they not? If this formula were to be patented, it could undoubtedly yield a substantial fortune." This substance must not circulate in the marketplace. Have you considered the irreversible harm it could inflict on society if it were to fall into the hands of the Jia Tian group or the main combat factions? Master, you are truly remarkable. Shaoan, are you attempting to flatter me with indirect compliments? No, Master, I am offering genuine praise. After meticulously setting all the traps, Gu Beicheng proceeded to establish several rudimentary protective and self-defense mechanisms, ensuring that before the serpents of the earth could arrive, his own people would not inadvertently detonate themselves. Congratulations. Master, your faith value has now turned positive, currently standing at 21,234. The second-level system is within reach. Gu Beicheng felt a profound satisfaction, as the panda tribe alone could bestow upon him such an abundance of faith value. This was merely the first day. Once the Earth Serpent tribe engaged in battle, the faith value could potentially double. However, the notion that a single tribe could amass 50,000 faith points seemed to be nearing its limits, for they had already attained enlightenment. The smaller entities likely failed to pique their interest, leaving a group to stand guard. The others could return home to attend to their own affairs. The Azure Bear prepared itself for the tasks ahead. Gu Beicheng strolled around with Qingxi and the little panda, keenly observing her surroundings. Her provisions of water and food were limited, and it was impossible for her alone to sustain the entire tribe. Even the activation of the secondary teleportation system could not withstand such consumption. It was imperative for them to learn how to cultivate crops and raise livestock themselves. Yet the local environment was rather extreme. What would be suitable for planting? Gu Beicheng fell into deep contemplation. Potatoes and sweet potatoes were indeed resistant to frost and drought, but she currently lacked the seeds and roots of such plants. Having once been a technology enthusiast, she knew that the fruits and vegetables on the island were tended to by specialized individuals, leaving her with no cause for concern. As she wandered, she arrived at the edge of a cliff, where a pair of glimmering objects caught her attention, prompting her to halt. Were these not natural colorless crystals with a cubic structure composed of carbon? Why were they strewn about so carelessly? As a technology aficionado, her immediate reaction to any object was to consider its elemental composition and structure. To put it simply, these were diamonds, high-end representations of purity and steadfast love. Although Gu Beicheng was aware of the inflated prices of diamonds in her world, it struck her as extravagant to see such heaps treated as refuse. Chapter 9. The mind is a wonderful thing. I hope I possess one. She resolved to collect them all. Why have you discarded these here? Gu Beicheng asked Qingxi, pointing at the diamonds. Qingxi glanced over and replied, these transparent fragments are leftover waste from the Central Dynasty. They are of no use and were simply thrown out. The Central Dynasty collected diamonds? This piqued Gu Beicheng's curiosity. She continued her inquiry. What does the Central Dynasty do with them? Qingxi rummaged through the pile, retrieving a piece weighing approximately a pound. These are all fragments of little value. Generally, the Central collects a few larger pieces, while these fragments are worthless. Anything under a carat is just broken diamond, and broken diamonds hold no value. This phrase was well known in Beicheng's world, but how much was a carat? How could a pound of diamonds here be deemed worthless? Such audacity. If these are mere scraps to you, I shall not hesitate to take them. They are useful to me. Hand them over. With a wave of her hand, all the broken diamonds vanished from sight, the next moment appearing in her system space. Upon arriving in the modern world, she would at least have her initial capital, avoiding the fate of being oppressed by the Jia Tian group like a street rat. Useful to you? We have some larger pieces intended for the Central Dynasty next year. Since you find them useful, feel free to choose. Qingxi said. Gu Beicheng was pleasantly surprised to discover that she could select from several kilograms of diamonds. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, Gu Beicheng realized that the Earth Snake clan was attacking. No longer aimlessly wandering, she turned and sprinted toward the canyon's mouth. However, by the time she arrived, the battle had already concluded. The battlefield was strewn with the remains of snakes, and a few giant elephant carcasses lay on the ground. Recalling her textbook knowledge, Gu Beicheng selected a few bamboo vipers and small silver rings to keep in her space. It was a rare opportunity to encounter such prey like the giant elephants, which were usually beyond imagination, now lying dead at her doorstep. The panda tribe would finally feast heartily. The cleanup was swiftly executed. The bodies of the Earth Snake clan were dragged away for burial, while the non-beast corpses became the finest gift from the Earth Snake clan to the panda tribe. At last, we can eat meat, Qingxi exclaimed. Meow, meow, woo. Brother, is the meat delicious? Xiaoyi has never tasted it, the little panda chimed in. Gu Beicheng observed the radiant smiles of all the tribe members, a stark contrast to their previously sullen expressions, which had exuded an air of despondency. Their resounding victory in the inaugural battle marked our first triumph in this realm, filling the atmosphere with joy. Congratulations, Master. Your faith value has now reached 63,274 and continues to rise, soon enabling the activation of the secondary teleportation function. I have discovered that the mineral resources in this world are exceptionally abundant. It seems we can embark on mining endeavors here. Indeed, Master. I have devised a plan. I can establish my research base here, simultaneously amassing wealth in this world to become a financial magnate, while also building a commercial empire on both fronts. I refuse to believe that the reach of the Jiangtian group's minions is insurmountable. One day, I shall dismantle them. Piece by piece. The acquisition of several colossal elephants has propelled the panda tribe into the ranks of formidable carnivorous clans, yet the ensuing challenges have also emerged. The surplus of food is undeniably overwhelming. Even stored in cellars, it would not last long. However, the orcs, having endured the pangs of hunger, would never allow for such wastefulness. Gu Beicheng had long anticipated these matters. She resolved to host a bonfire celebration that very night to revel in their victory, followed by a demonstration on how to prepare air-dried smoked meat. Initially, she contemplated curing the meat with salt. However, the limited supply of salt for storage rendered this impractical, making smoking the meat the most suitable option. Qi led the elders to gather dry branches, while Zi remained at the canyon's entrance to set traps. Cheng Yi, you shall summon all the females to assist. Qing Xiong, dispatch a few astute members of the tribe to keep watch, lest they launch a surprise attack under the cover of night. Everyone acknowledged their orders, but Qing Xiong interjected, "My Lord Beast King, the temperatures in the northern realm are exceedingly low at night, and the Earth Serpent clan is inherently averse to the cold. Surely, the need for vigilance is unwarranted." Gu Beicheng understood that serpents are naturally averse to the cold. However, it is prudent to take precautions. Moreover, for a tribe to ascend to the pinnacle of excellence, it must adhere to stringent regulations. Otherwise, a lax attitude would invite contempt. It is akin to a military force. Have you ever encountered an army that rises only when the sun is high in the sky? Trust my insight. I shall devise a solution for the night-ash chill. Gu Beicheng could not bear to witness the sentinels succumbing to the cold, especially when her space was filled with an abundance of cotton work attire. Initially, to ensure uniformity among all personnel on the island, an entire room's worth of protective clothing was procured, sufficient even for thousands, let alone a mere 200. Soon, the red work uniforms were distributed, though the sweltering heat at that moment rendered them unsuitable for wear. Nevertheless, the sentinels needed to acclimate in advance. The white cat and the green bear observed the tribe's members with a sense of nostalgia. Finally, they could venture out at night without the fear of freezing or suffering frostbite. The Beast King truly lived up to his title. Yet, Gu Beicheng, who possessed a penchant for cleanliness, felt a twinge of discomfort. These were new garments. After all, was it truly acceptable to wear them without a bath? However, given the scarcity of water, she resolved to turn a blind eye to the matter. Shaoan, the first order of business upon our return shall be to stockpile water. Master, we could dig a well here. Gu Beicheng was taken aback, wondering how his mind had become so singularly focused, as if he had been infected by the orcs around him, who said that without water, one could only hoard it. The simplest solution, digging a well, was indeed an option. Although this place suffered from a lack of water, according to Qingxi, the nights were cold and damp, with moisture seeping from the cave walls, indicating that water molecules were not scarce here. At least, there was water underground, even if it lay deeper. Was it beyond his capabilities when the orcs could not achieve it? It was merely a matter of lacking the necessary tools. Once he returned to his original world, he would promptly prepare for it. As night fell, the sky illuminated with brilliance, and the stars sparkled beautifully, free from the smog and dust of his former world. With the winds and sands having ceased, even the twinkling of the stars appeared clear and distinct. Gathered around the campfire, the orcs feasted and frolicked with immense joy. They could indulge in hearty meals while reveling in the night. Clad in the garments of the Beast King, they felt no chill. And the orcs suddenly realized that life could indeed be lived in such a manner. Gu Beicheng observed from a distance, reminiscing about the bustling atmosphere during holidays on the island, a stark contrast to the absence of those friends, family, and colleagues who once filled the space. A dull ache lingered in his heart. Chapter 10, Bonfire and Night Raid. What troubles you? Are you lost in thought? Qingxi inquired, setting aside the skewered meat he had been grilling as he approached Gu Beicheng. Gu Beicheng glanced at the distant little panda, its mouth smeared with oil from its meal, then turned his gaze to the youth clad in women's attire. A chuckle escaped his lips, dispelling the previously somber atmosphere. Why aren't you wearing work attire like everyone else? Qingxi momentarily found himself at a loss for words. He certainly couldn't admit that the outfit was uniquely bestowed upon him by Gu Beicheng. This is actually women-esque clothing, and it doesn't suit you. Furthermore, given the chill of the night, wearing so little might lead to a cold. Gu Beicheng produced a cotton work uniform that would be more fitting for him. It's all right. I can withstand the cold. The one you provided is quite suitable and feels comfortable to wear, Qingxi replied. Gu Beicheng did not dwell on it for long. The orc had just begun to don his garments. And such lightweight short sleeves and shorts were undoubtedly more comfortable than cotton attire. Remarkably, Qingxi, dressed in women's clothing, appeared quite charming. Gu Beicheng sat on the ground and asked, "Why aren't you joining everyone in their merriment? I noticed you alone in the corner and wondered if even the Beast King has his troubles." Qingxi had transformed into a panda, fearing that Gu Beicheng might feel cold. His own furry form could at least provide some warmth. After all, there was still a considerable distance between them and the bonfire. Gu Beicheng naturally did not refuse. She leaned against his form, dispelling the chill from her body as well as the frostiness within her heart. Indeed, everyone harbors their own troubles. And even the Beast King is not exempt. Gu Beicheng let out a soft sigh. "I feel you are unlike the inhabitants of our world," Qingxi remarked. Gu Beicheng felt a shiver run through him and asked why. "It's a feeling I cannot articulate. They all refer to you as the Beast King. Yet I cannot comprehend why I feel otherwise," Qingxi explained. Gu Beicheng found himself at a loss for words, his gaze drifting silently towards the sky. Having satisfied her hunger, the little panda Qingha, with a piece of half-cooked roasted meat larger than herself clutched in her mouth, scampered towards Beicheng and Qingxi. "Meow, brother, Beast King. Why aren't you eating? It's incredibly delicious." What did she say? Beicheng felt a sense of discomfort, unable to comprehend the language of the little panda. "She is asking why you aren't eating. Is it not to your taste?" Qingxi clarified. After contemplating, Gu Beicheng realized that the tragedies that had already transpired, although profoundly sorrowful, were nonetheless an undeniable reality. Even if he felt heartbroken, it was imperative to swiftly restore his health. All he could do was hasten the accumulation of his faith points and return to exact vengeance upon those scoundrels. The little panda, Qingha, nudged a piece of meat towards Gu Beicheng, signaling him to eat. The intent was unmistakable, and Gu Beicheng understood that it was meant for him. Initially, he had no desire to decline the little panda's kind gesture, but upon reaching for a piece, he discovered that it was half charred and half bloody, leaving him hesitant to partake. The charred portion could be managed. Pinching his nose and forcing it down was feasible, but the sanguine part was intolerable. Who could ascertain the presence of parasites? While the physique of the beastman was robust enough to accommodate raw meat, he was distinctly different. His digestive system was exceedingly delicate. Consuming that meat could lead to an upset stomach, which would be the least of his concerns. Thus, he resolved to demonstrate what true culinary artistry entailed, showcasing the essence of barbecue. With that, he retrieved a set of tools he had previously acquired, a grill, skewers, and charcoal, along with a comprehensive barbecue setup that facilitated oil brushing and rotation. In a matter of moments, the grill was assembled, and he selected the finest cuts of meat from a giant elephant to commence the cooking process. The automated apparatus proved its worth. Gu Beicheng need not fret over the temperature or timing. He merely had to occasionally press different buttons to season the meat as instructed. Before long, the aroma of his grilled meat wafted through the air, overpowering the scent of the barbecue surrounding the bonfire. Qingha swallowed hard, unable to resist the temptation, even though he had already eaten to his fill. Chili, pepper salt, and cumin were the true soul of barbecue. The earlier gathering could hardly be called grilling, as it was merely a mixture of charred remains and bloodied flesh. In such frigid weather, although everyone donned cotton work garments, a warm bowl of soup would indeed bring comfort. Gu Beicheng directly placed the largest pot available over the bonfire, pouring in water to boil the meat and season it with spices. Now, it was a delightful aroma that permeated the air. However, everyone, already satiated, found themselves unable to indulge further. As the saying goes, the most lamentable circumstance is not dying from hunger due to a lack of food, but rather, when the food is exquisite and one can no longer partake. Gu Beicheng, indifferent to those around him, indulged in barbecued delicacies, sipping broth, occasionally accompanying it with baked bread. Upon witnessing the discontent etched on Gu Beicheng's brow dissipate, Qingxi exhaled softly and began to eat. In the deep of night, as everyone reveled in food and drink, they chose not to return to their respective caves, but instead lay around the campfire, drifting into sweet dreams. However, in stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere of the Panda clan, the Earth Snake clan convened in a vast cavern. where all shape-shifting members gathered to hear their leader's furious tirade. How could our Earth Snake clan endure such disgrace? Our elite forces were utterly vanquished before even breaching the gates of their tribe. Can anyone enlighten me as to what those explosive contraptions at their entrance truly are? The cavern fell silent. No one dared to admit ignorance. And even if they knew, what could be done? They could not even enter the gates, let alone take further action. Moreover, nearly half of the elite warriors within the tribe had perished in the blasts, many of whom were family members of the berated beasts inside the cave, inciting both anger and fear among the gathered. Our Earth Snake clan is the foremost among the 13 tribes of the Northern Realm, yet we have been humiliated by an obscure little tribe. This is something I cannot abide. Even the tribes of the Central Dynasty must show us respect. How dare the Panda clan do otherwise? I resolve to reclaim our honor. I shall dispatch my trusted guards, Bamboo Leaf, and the entire 5-Step Snake faction to launch a surprise night raid, catching them off guard. Snake Beicheng stomped the ground vehemently. Beside him, a massive brown serpent, as thick as a grinding wheel, interjected, "Leader, this may not be wise. We are naturally averse to cold, and the night air is frigid, which would significantly diminish our combat effectiveness." Snake Beicheng retorted, "We may fear the cold, yet the night is equally frigid. I refuse to believe the Panda clan is impervious to it." However, before the great serpent could voice further objections, Snake Beicheng transformed into an even larger serpent and lunged at the great snake's vital spot. "I have made my decision. Cease your attempts to provoke me. Those who counsel me will meet their end in the depths of the abyss. Prepare yourselves. We depart at midnight." Chapter 11. The fearful Shao, and upon witnessing the fury of their leader, claimed the life of Snake Yu. Even the most loyal of Snake Beicheng's followers dared not intervene, returning instead to rally their respective warriors. Yet, as if in unison, they advised their leader, "Let the royal guards lead the charge, preserving our own strength. We must not recklessly plunge into battle." Though they feared Snake Beicheng's tyranny, they acknowledged that their superior's counsel was indeed for the greater good, and thus complied. Gu Beicheng stoked the bonfire, allowing the flames to blaze more fiercely. After all, without a blanket, it was rather chilly to sleep on this night with mere cotton clothing. She gazed at the night sky, which was indeed beautiful. The feeling of being sheltered by the heavens and resting upon the earth was rather pleasant. She took out her sleeping bag and, after a brief wash, was about to drift into slumber when a thought struck her. Snakes are creatures remarkably adept at slithering. Surveying the towering mountains around her, which she estimated to be about 100 meters high, she pondered the possibility of a multitude of small snakes breaching her sanctuary. She recalled her knowledge of what snakes fear: arsenic. However, the arsenic she had previously collected for experiments was insufficient to protect an entire tribe. Master, aside from arsenic, snakes also fear various chemicals, pungent odors, and fire. "Ah, Shao, and how do you know this? Do you possess a function akin to Baidu Encyclopedia?" Returning to the master, "My current permissions are too limited for that." "Then how do you know what snakes fear? Hurry and focus on your task. Do not ask so many questions. Do tell. It won't hinder my work." "What is the matter? Are you, a mere system, truly afraid of snakes? Is your guessing so accurate? Really? As an incorporeal system, why would you fear snakes? No wonder you remained silent during the battle with the Earth Snake. Had it not been for the automatic opening of the storage space, I would have thought you vanished. Focus on your work. I have already compiled the items that snakes fear. Qingxi, rise and assist me." Gu Beicheng handed a collection of powdered substances to him, instructing him to evenly scatter them around the perimeter of the tribe. She then created a large ring of fire outside the arsenic circle, ensuring a distance of 5 meters between the two, preventing the flames from consuming the chemical powders. After completing these precautionary measures, Gu Beicheng nestled comfortably into her sleeping bag, eager to engage the system in conversation. "Pray tell, why do you fear snakes? Master, why is your curiosity so insatiable? Thus, indulge my restless curiosity." Not saying, "Have you been bitten by a snake?" Correct again. Silence implied acquiescence. Shaoan mumbled softly, "You were indeed bitten? How could that be, considering you lack a physical form? When I was first created by my first master, the world was not as it is now. Everything could not be substituted with intangible barcodes. At that time, I possessed a physical form, a solid block approximately the size of a palm. Back then, people referred to me as a mobile phone, the precursor to your current devices. My master took me into the wild for research on data storage, and I accidentally fell into an abyss. This abyss was a den of snakes. Thousands upon thousands surrounded me, coiling, biting, and even swallowing me for half a month. How could I not fear them? How could I not bear psychological scars? Though my form was sturdy and snake venom could not harm me, the memories and sensations of those serpents are etched vividly in my mind, instilling a deep-rooted fear of snakes. Thus, even without upgrading many functions, I am still aware of what snakes dread. Gu Beicheng felt a twinge of pain. Although it was not a physical entity at the time, envisioning Shaoan as himself was indeed chilling. Had you mentioned it earlier, I would have refrained from nurturing it. Gu Beicheng harbored several creatures within his space. However, he reassured himself that he felt much better now, and that his storage space was distinct from his essence, thus posing no inconvenience. Nevertheless, he contemplated exterminating the snakes, deciding against nurturing them any longer. Just as he resolved to eliminate them, a voice interjected, "Wait. These are valuable assets. In our world, due to extensive radiation, the efficacy of our snakes diminishes significantly when infused into liquor. Yet, the serpents here are pure and uncontaminated, and their infusion for sale would be immensely sought after." Is it truly so? Beicheng recalled how his father used to employ snakes and liquor to treat his chronic ailments. I discover a new lucrative trick each day. After a restful night, Gu Beicheng awoke to an overwhelming heat. The cotton sleeping bag, once a refuge from the cold, now felt stifling as he found himself drenched in sweat. Had there been more water available, he would have fancied a refreshing bath. Emerging from his sleeping bag, he discovered that he had been elevated to a high position, surrounded by an assortment of food and even a few withered flowers, reminiscent of a sacrificial altar. If only 3 incense sticks were placed, it would resemble a tribute to the ancestors. The similarities were striking, almost indistinguishable. What is the meaning of this? I am not dead yet. What is this all about? Beicheng exclaimed, feeling compelled to leap down. Lord Beast King, these offerings have been voluntarily provided by the tribe members, representing their finest provisions. Qing Xiong gazed at Beicheng with fervent admiration. Gu Beicheng was at a loss for words. How could one express anger when the others meant well and did not genuinely wish her harm? The command to withdraw was given, and as the Beast King, he issued his first decree. Yet to the ears of those below, it was perceived as grace, as absolution, as compassion for the collective. Truly, the Beast King was benevolent, far surpassing the central dynasty, providing sustenance, ensuring warmth, and protecting them from oppression. I have resolved to become the most devoted servant of the Beast King. What is the central dynasty? They merely possess a statue of the Beast King, whereas we are fortunate enough to have the Beast King himself. Indeed, you speak wisely. Though Gu Beicheng initially disregarded the whispers among the Panda clan, the mention of a statue rekindled her curiosity regarding the central dynasty. Report to the clan leader. Many corpses of ground snakes have been discovered on the outskirts of the tribe. The blue bear was taken aback upon awakening that morning. He had inquired with the sentinels who had stood guard the previous night. There had been no signs of an ambush, and he had thought that perhaps the Beast King had been overly cautious, for ground snakes typically did not venture out at night. Yet, the current evidence confirmed the Beast King's foresight, and his faith in him grew considerably. Let us go and investigate. Chapter 12. Usurpation following Shaoan's method. The enhanced realgar powder proved indeed effective. Within the fiery circle and the ring of realgar, there lay 300 to 400 bamboo vipers and 5-step snakes. After the fire extinguished, about 100 charred snake carcasses remained, having been cooked to a crisp. By order of the Snake King, these bamboo vipers and 5-step snakes, though fearful of the flames, had no choice but to charge forward. Even those with tenacious vitality that managed to breach the flames ultimately succumbed to the potency of the realgar powder. Gather them up. They are merely stunned and not yet dead. They will serve perfectly for brewing wine. Gu Beicheng sensed a feeling of vengeance fulfilled from Shaoan's words. Gu Beicheng meticulously gathered all the small snakes into his space. For the lack of high purity, wine necessitated their temporary captivity. As the little serpents entered the realm, the Earth Serpent King, Shiba Tian, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, sensing the severance of his connection with his personal guards. These young snakes had thrived on his vital essence, and the abrupt loss of contact left him severely weakened. Although barbecued snake meat could be considered a delicacy, it was one that the panda beastmen would appreciate. For Beicheng, however, it was best avoided, as she rejected the torment of such dark cuisine. There may still be some that escaped, so everyone should remain vigilant. It is advisable to conduct a thorough inspection in the canyon. ensuring that the fire circles and powder remain intact to prevent any lurking threats from attacking the tribe. The blue bear acknowledged the command, while the white cat proceeded with the arrangements. The panda clan refrained from hunting today, as they had yet to finish the giant elephant from the previous night. They began to store meat according to Beicheng's teachings. Nevertheless, the lively atmosphere of the panda clan did not extend to the surrounding tribes. At this moment, the Earth Serpent clan was embroiled in a dramatic coup. Having lost all his guards, Shiba Tian was rendered exceedingly weak, unable to maintain his human form. And even as a giant serpent, he was barely clinging to life. The large Earth Serpent tribe, witnessing their king's grand departure and lackluster return, realized that the ambush had once again failed. Within the cavern, the giant python clan convened a meeting. This was an opportunity. A slender yet sharp-eyed elder addressed several coiled giant serpents, one of whom questioned, "What if Shiba Tian's display was merely a ruse? I do not wish to become the next red-tailed viper." At the mention of the red-tailed viper, a heavy silence fell. Their once thriving population had been decimated due to a failed coup, with Shiba Tian ruthlessly annihilating the entire clan. "Trust me, he is gravely weakened this time and poses no significant threat," the elder asserted, solidifying his stance. Another giant python interjected, "I witnessed him spitting forth not just any blood, but one infused with a trace of spiritual energy, an essence derived from the countless young he has tormented. He has exhausted it in a single instance." The elder's eyes gleamed with renewed vigor. "Are you certain?" "I am certain. I witnessed it myself from the cliff," the giant python replied. "Then we must not hesitate. As the king cobra, while he is indeed formidable, his lineage is sparse. We have only feared his transformation into a powerful spiritual beast. Now that he is weakened, it is the perfect moment to usurp him." The giant python continued, "Although he lacks kin, he has always regarded the Cobra clan as his own." The elder countered, "Yesterday, his slaughter of Shi Yuan was witnessed by all. You may not realize how long Shi Yuan served him, but I do. He never regarded the Cobras as kin. He merely wielded them as a show of strength." The death of Shi Yuan had already opened the eyes of the Cobra clan to the reality that they were not in dire straits. The elder continued, "Wasn't Shiba Tian's rage last night spurred by the Panda clan's execution of our warrior, Han Hong?" A smaller giant python, noticeably diminutive compared to the others, piped up. "He is not avenging us. He exploits his tyranny and blames the giant python clan for his misdeeds. Only the foolish Han Hong followed his orders without question. His concern is not for our vengeance, but rather the fear that the Panda clan's defiance will incite rebellion among the 13 tribes of the Northern Territory. Otherwise, who would provide him with offerings and entertainment? He would then experience the harshness of the North himself." The elder scolded vehemently, "Shao Jia, remember this upheaval. As the Serpent King and tribe leader, you must not emulate Shiba Tian's tyranny, provoking the wrath of the many. Though there are disparities among beastmen, we are ultimately one entity. Our true adversaries lie above, not within." "Grandfather, I think I understand, yet I feel somewhat lost," responded the small giant python, transforming into a delicate jade-carved infant. The elder embraced the infant. "It is all right if you do not comprehend now, my dear Shao Jia. I still possess the energy to guide you. You will gradually come to understand. Mobilize. Han Fei will lead the clan to intercept the Cobra clan, should they remain obstinate. Han Lai will soothe the entire tribe, while Han Hua and I will take the elite and advance together." "And what of me, grandfather?" asked the infant. The elder kissed the infant's forehead. "You shall stay with your uncle Tian, awaiting our return." Before departing, the elder summoned Han Tian, instructing, "Take Shao Jia and wait. If we fail, take him away without looking back." Han Tian nodded resolutely. Under the elder's meticulous planning, a silent coup began to unfold. Shiba Tian lay still upon the ground, struggling to suppress the urge to spew forth blood. He understood that he could not afford to do so, for this vital essence was his only leverage for future revival. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as a massive stone at the cave's entrance shattered. "How dare you? Who permitted your presence? Get out." Shiba Tian strained to maintain his composure. "Chief, we are concerned for your health. We have come to check on you," the elder responded, leading the group. Deep down, Shiba Tian felt a flicker of panic, yet he maintained a facade of strength. He recognized that he could not appear weak. Otherwise, this elder would undoubtedly exploit the opportunity to torment him, potentially leading to his demise that very day. "I am well. I sustained some injuries last night and require rest. You all should leave." Shiba Tian forced himself into human form. attempting to convey that he still possessed the capacity to fight. He aimed to demonstrate his injuries, but was unafraid of their attacks. This was his final gamble. Having resolved to reclaim his strength and rid the Earth's Serpent clan of the giant Python clan, the elder furrowed his brow. His initial confidence began to waver. Yet the fate of the red-tailed viper lingered in his mind, compelling him to act. For Shao Jia, for the future of their clan, and for the destiny of the Earth's Serpents, he would fight. Act. He is merely putting on a brave front. The elder transformed into a 10-meter-long giant serpent, causing the entire cavern to shatter and split. He lunged forward. Chapter 13. Apologies. In the flash of lightning, Gu Beicheng could no longer hold on. At that moment, he was unable to engage in battle, let alone maintain his human form. In a state of panic, he triggered the alarm of the Earth Serpent clan, desperately waiting for the Cobra clan's assistance. Moments later, the remaining elite of the Earth Serpent clan arrived at the scene. Gu Beicheng, revealing his true form, found his vital point firmly grasped by the elder. His body writhed violently, yet it was evident that he had reached the end of his strength. The Cobra clan also advanced slowly. The elder glanced at Han Fei, who had been tasked with obstructing the Cobra clan's advance, but Han Fei shook his head, indicating that all was well. Gu Beicheng struggled and shouted at the leader of the Cobra clan at the forefront, "You ungrateful wretches! My past favor towards your kind has been in vain." The enmity harbored by the Cobra clan towards Gu Beicheng has long been established, and the death of Shi Yuan yesterday served as a catalyst for their pent-up rage. Although Gu Beicheng found himself devoid of kin, the martial arts he practiced necessitated the use of offspring to sustain his powers. In years past, when the Earth Snake clan was unable to unleash their malevolence, they relied on the young of the Cobra clan to satiate Gu Beicheng's wickedness. The members of the Cobra clan had reached a boiling point of fury, exacerbated by the increasingly sweltering weather, which had led to a declining birth rate among the beastmen. As a result, the Cobra clan had long been deprived of newborns to appease Gu Beicheng's primal instincts. Had it not been for the unwavering loyalty of their leader, Shi Yuan, towards Gu Beicheng, the Cobra clan would have long since succumbed to their anger. "You are unworthy of being the leader of the Earth Snake clan." The Cobra clan coldly gazed at Gu Beicheng, who lay incapacitated. "Shi Yuan has been at your side for 2 or 3 decades. You grew up together. How could you betray him?" The current leader of the Cobra clan trembled as he mournfully inquired. At this, Gu Beicheng suddenly felt all his strength dissipate. Recalling the days of his youth when he was but a small snake, ridiculed and without the protection of his kin, with only Shi Yuan to accompany him. Indeed, how had he come to this point? Why had his fury spiraled out of control? After all these years of camaraderie, how could he bring himself to harm Shi Yuan? He remembered how Shi Yuan had once stealthily stolen food from his own clan to prevent him from starving, and how, whenever he faced bullying, it was Shi Yuan who sought vengeance for him, enduring beatings alongside him even when he himself could not win. How could he have brought himself to commit such an act? As the king among cobras, he was not a creature to be so easily slain. Yet, he had never guarded against the one he trusted most, and he could hardly fathom that his end would come at the hands of that very individual. Gu Beicheng recalled the time they ventured into a cave, where the walls were imbued with a nefarious power that required offspring as vessels for its dark arts. Shi Yuan had rejected this malevolent path, while he himself had succumbed to its allure. From that point onward, he had carved a path through adversity, vanquishing those who had once tormented him, ultimately claiming the title of leader of the Earth Snake clan. In contrast, Shi Yuan had grown increasingly distant from him. Yet, he remained loyal, even when Gu Beicheng descended into madness during his training. Lacking any offspring to subdue his primal urges, Shi Yuan never uttered a word of grievance. Despite all this, he still ended up betraying the one who had stood by him. After all these years, had his actions truly been justified? The icy heart of Gu Beicheng, hardened for decades, began to thaw, and he relinquished all hope of resistance. He recalled his childhood, when all the clan members shunned the King Cobra, deeming him a harbinger of misfortune, innately malevolent, and unworthy of existence. Only Shi Yuan had fiercely defended him, battling those who insulted him. Tears welled in Gu Beicheng's eyes as he recognized the grim truth of the prophecies uttered by those clan members in his youth. Indeed, the King Cobra was a creature of cold-blooded cruelty, unworthy of survival. "Shi Yuan, I am sorry. I have come." Gu Beicheng discovered that the small snakes, which had previously scattered in a frenzy to evade his grasp, suddenly lost their vitality as if they had been frozen in place. 1 jar of wine. 2 jars of wine, 3 jars of wine. Heh. Gu Beicheng and Xiaoan both smiled, their eyes nearly squinting with delight. What is my current faith value? 74,824. Wow, that is quite rapid. It seems we are on the brink of being able to teleport. How much water do we have left? Less than 5 tons. The rate at which we are consuming water is indeed alarming. With over 200 people, even with the most frugal usage, it is visibly dwindling. Fortunately, the faith value is swiftly approaching 100,000, which will unlock the secondary system and open the teleportation passage between realms, thereby resolving our water source dilemma. While the water issue is manageable, as we still have a reserve, the matter of dietary fiber and vitamins poses a significant challenge. Having consumed meat for merely a day has already taken its toll. Aside from protein and fat, there is a glaring absence of carbohydrates and vegetables. If this continues, not only is aging a concern, but the threat of constipation could also become life-threatening. Gu Beicheng found himself reminiscing about the vegetables he had once cultivated. The mere thought of them tossed in a drizzle of salad dressing evoked an unparalleled flavor. Yet, lamentably, his current surroundings lacked even a single vegetable. If one were to stretch the definition, perhaps the flavoring packet of instant noodles contained a few dehydrated vegetable remnants. Should he remain unable to return, he would inevitably have to discover the taste of the withered cactus. Gu Beicheng observed the sparse gathering of tribespeople, feeling a twinge of perplexity. Was it not declared that there would be no hunting today? Why were there still so few individuals present? Qing Xiong, where are the others? Gu Beicheng inquired. Qing Xiong set down the smoked meat in his hands and hurried over. My Lord Beast King, are you referring to Qi and the others? He asked. Have they gone to another tribe for work? Haven't we gathered enough food already? It is as follows, Qing Xiong elucidated. The hyena clan had initially stipulated that each person must labor for a full 10 days to earn a share of food. However, Qi and his group have been toiling for over 40 days without citing any provisions. If they were to cease their efforts now, would not their past labors be rendered futile? They are reluctant to abandon their toil, thus they have ventured forth. The more Gu Beicheng listened, the more he felt akin to the ruthless boss in his own world who withheld wages from migrant workers. She pondered the current state of the tribe, which was exceedingly backward. Both infrastructure and agriculture required substantial labor. The workforce within the Panda tribe alone was scarcely sufficient, leaving no time to assist other tribes. Furthermore, working for such unscrupulous and heartless employers was utterly intolerable. Gu Beicheng pondered for a moment before addressing Qing Xiong. Summon everyone back. There will be no need to seek employment in other tribes henceforth. Employment? Qing Xiong inquired. Does that imply labor? And what about their remuneration? Are we to simply forego it? Yes, of course we shall demand it, but henceforth, we shall no longer humble ourselves to plead for wages. I shall ensure that they come to us, begging to return what is rightfully ours. Confidently, Gu Beicheng spoke. After that, she began to make arrangements. She had thoroughly researched the geographical locations and population densities of the 13 tribes in the Northern Territory and was well acquainted with each tribe's strengths and unique characteristics. The hyena tribe, known for their greed, possessed formidable hunting skills, although their overall capabilities were not as strong as those of the Earth Serpent tribe. They still ranked among the larger tribes. Through her investigations, Gu Beicheng discovered that each tribe in the Northern Territory had at least one particular skill. With the Panda tribe being the most unremarkable of all, aside from their adorably clumsy appearance, they seemed to possess no noteworthy attributes. If one were to consider their characteristics, perhaps their simplicity and honesty might count, but in the realm of survival, that hardly sufficed. Chapter 14. Setting up a stall. The Northern Territory lay within a desolate expanse of arid land. Although the tribes were scattered, they shared a main street that facilitated communication. Elder beastmen like Qi awaited there, anticipating selections from other tribes before seeking work. This scene bore resemblance to a marketplace of the later era, with a few small vendors present, though the majority of their wares held little value, mostly consisting of items like crude sticks, rendering the main street rather quiet and uninviting. The first thing Gu Beicheng wished to do was to set up a street stall. Although, as Qingxi mentioned, the main street was rather desolate. The Panda tribe was in such dire straits that even basic sustenance was a challenge. Hence, there was little time for leisurely strolls. Moreover, everyone had to forage and hunt daily, making their visits to the main street exceedingly rare. With a sweeping motion of his arm, Gu Beicheng addressed the crowd, saying, "Let us proceed to the main street to set up our stall." The males of the tribe harbored no particular thoughts, yet the females were filled with exuberance. In the past, they had to toil each day, wandering the desolate expanse in search of sustenance, a monotonous and exhausting endeavor. Now, not only could they satiate their hunger, but they could also indulge in leisure and exploration, which undoubtedly stirred their spirits. Gu Beicheng gazed at the female members of the tribe, chattering animatedly as they happily led their partners along, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The principle that a woman's inherent nature is to relish in shopping remains unwavering, transcending all boundaries, even among orcs. Social creatures by nature, they seem inherently drawn to the allure of lively gatherings. Gu Beicheng left half of his elite forces to guard the home front, while the remainder set out. This served two purposes: to allow everyone a moment of respite, and to ensure that the high-quality ingredients required for the stalls, such as barbecued meats and smoked delicacies, did not tempt any unwelcome thoughts in the minds of the less discerning. Qing Xiong gather the representative corpses of the earth serpents and take them together to the marketplace. Gu Beicheng intended to stage a demonstration, primarily to showcase to the hyena clan that even the earth serpents could not reap benefits, and that the consequences of withholding wages were beyond their capacity to bear. Simultaneously, this would extinguish any ulterior motives harbored by those who might covet the panda tribe. As for the meat, since it could not be consumed in its entirety, it was preferable to exchange it for something of greater utility in the beast realm rather than let it spoil. 10 pieces of smoked meat would suffice. The remainder should be raw meat, if available. Gu Beicheng gestured, noting that smoked meat had a longer shelf life, while raw meat was prone to spoilage. Taking these 10 pieces of smoked meat was merely a preliminary experiment, aimed at discerning whether others possessed valuable items. White Cat. Seek out a few loquacious and sociable females from different tribes to disseminate our achievements from yesterday during their conversations. In this world, communication is scarce. Aside from the absence of digital media, even books and newspapers are non-existent, leaving us reliant on word of mouth. Fortunately, the marketplace is a wondrous venue, and middle-aged females possess an extraordinary ability to spread information. In no time, you shall ensure that both what we desire to share and what we wish to conceal becomes common knowledge. As for my identity as the Beast King, Gu Beicheng considered it unnecessary to impose any special demands. For the sake of my faith, there was no need for concealment. However, deliberate promotion was also unwarranted. Her prowess spoke for itself. Before long, the main street buzzed with activity, invigorated by the presence of the panda tribe, transforming it into a lively spectacle far beyond its usual bustle. Typically, the most sought-after items were mere sand scorpions or ant nests, for substantial food sources were scarce across all tribes, relegating such small items to mere snacks, indulged in occasionally by members of larger tribes. Yet today, the sight of whole cuts of meat being sold in the street ignited excitement among the onlookers. Many tribes might toil for an entire day without securing a suitable prey. Yet the panda tribe seemed to possess an abundance of meat to the extent of trading it. What had transpired? Naturally, the task of satisfying this curiosity fell to the middle-aged females of the panda tribe. Tales spread of their great battle against the Earth Serpent clan, which had resulted in their disgraceful retreat, and of the divine manifestation of the Beast King among them. Some even claimed that their tribe had miraculously birthed dozens of cubs overnight. Gu Beicheng could hardly bear to listen. It was simply too exaggerated. In an instant, he felt as though he had become the incarnation of the bodhisattva of childbearing. Purchasing barbecued delicacies was indeed more pragmatic. Qingxi, can you hold Xinghe for me? Gu Beicheng tossed a heap of barbecue essentials to Qingxi, for nothing could compare to the comfort of petting a cat while working. The soft, adorable texture of the little panda was simply marvelous. She could handle the selling, while the task of barbecuing was best left to the boys. You remember the process I taught you last night, right? Gu Beicheng inquired. Qingxi's nimble actions indicated that he had not forgotten, as he skillfully prepared the grill, sliced the meat, skewered the pieces, and sprinkled the seasonings, with the enticing aroma wafting through the air in no time. For the well-fed panda clan, these scents held little allure, but for the other tribes still accustomed to raw and bloody sustenance, the temptation became unbearable. Soon, the barbecue stalls, soup stands, stir-fry booths, and raw meat counters were surrounded by a throng of beastmen. The once tranquil main street was now bustling with the entire clan, summoned back by the little messengers who had gone to spread the news. Leaders from various tribes across the Arctic wasteland gathered here. However, compared to the other tribes, the Earth Serpent clan wore a particularly grim expression, for they recognized that these meats were from the giant elephants they had raised. It was known that even they had only managed to rear a dozen or so over the years, and just yesterday they had lost 7, which were now being prepared and sold. It was all the fault of Shibadian, who insisted on bullying a tribe that had been grazed by the Beast King's presence. The Earth Serpent clan, fresh from internal strife, dared not launch another attack against the panda tribe. After a fleeting glance, they retreated entirely. The Earth Serpent's response left the other tribes in astonishment. What had initially seemed dubious regarding the claims about the females was now confirmed. The panda tribe had indeed vanquished the Earth Serpent clan. Once at the very bottom of the survival hierarchy, the panda tribe had now ascended to the pinnacle among the 13 northern tribes. Today was proving to be a challenging day. Several tribes recalled the previous tyranny of the Earth Serpent clan, their expressions darkening. What the panda clan was doing was hardly mere selling. It was nothing short of a different form of plunder. A significant loss seemed imminent, as several chieftains had already waved their hands to instruct their people to fetch the tribe's reserves, for they certainly did not wish to become the next Earth Serpent clan. Gu Beicheng was perplexed as to why those individuals merely observed from a distance, failing to approach and savor the offerings. Was the flavor not enticing enough? Yet, that could not be the case. If the taste were lacking, such a throng would not have gathered around. The leader of the Mi-Lu tribe, Lu Fei, stood there, while the bearded figure was Yang Lele, the chief of the sheep tribe, and the somewhat short and stout individual was Qing Xiong, elucidated for Gu Beicheng. Yang Lele is a delightful name. Not only does he possess an endearing appearance, but it also resonates with a sense of joy. Chapter 15. The offerings. The individual on the far left belongs to the Eagle tribe, and beside him are representatives from the brown bear and kangaroo tribes. Although these three tribes are part of our northern 13 tribes, their locations are relatively closer to the central region, falling under the auspices of the Central Dynasty. They are quite formidable, and the Earth Serpent tribe has never sought to provoke them. Bai Mao pointed out the individuals positioned in the corner against the wall, explaining each one in turn. Upon hearing the mention of the griffin, Gu Beicheng promptly inquired, "Is it true that the griffin clan possesses the ability to fly?" The blue bear nodded in affirmation and replied, "Their beastly forms are indeed capable of flight. What is their speed? How is their endurance?" Beicheng continued to question. The blue bear scratched its head, wearing a perplexed expression, and responded, "I am also unaware of those specifics. No one has ever paid attention to such details." At this moment, Gu Beicheng couldn't help but think that this group of flying orcs were nothing short of natural couriers and adept delivery personnel. As the crowd on the main street grew larger, Gu Beicheng became increasingly diligent in his calls to the passers-by. "Grilled skewers. Fragrant barbecued meat. Come and taste. If it isn't delicious, you need not pay." Gu Beicheng shouted, and the members of the panda clan mimicked his enthusiasm, joining him in the spirited calls. "What is money?" Qingxi inquired, rotating the skewers at a steady pace. Gu Beicheng suddenly recalled that in this world, currency did not exist. Transactions were conducted through barter. How then? Should one determine the value? It was akin to food or compensation. For instance, if you consume my provisions, what would I ultimately receive in return? Gu Beicheng explained absent-mindedly. "Oh, so that is how it is," came the realization. At last, the subordinates of the small tribe presented their stockpiles, as if guided by an unspoken agreement, with the chieftain stepping forward to offer tributes to the blue bear. The sheep tribe contributed 12 bundles of hay. The deer tribe presented 5 stones of medicinal herbs. The porcupine tribe offered 100 sharp quills. Gu Beicheng gazed in astonishment at the peculiar behavior of those around her. She merely intended to set up a stall for trade, yet everyone seemed unwillingly to showcase their local specialties. "What is the meaning of this?" Gu Beicheng inquired. Upon hearing her tone, the members of the panda clan understood that their offerings were insufficient. They collectively wore expressions of despair and pleaded, "My lord, you are aware of the devastating drought we have faced this year. These supplies are truly the last remnants we can offer. We sincerely hope you do not find them lacking." Gu Beicheng understood that the humiliation inflicted by the earth serpents had penetrated deeply into the hearts of the people. They mistakenly believed that by usurping the position of the Earth Serpent clan, they too would impose hefty tributes akin to those of the serpents. "You are overthinking this. I have merely come to purchase some goods and, incidentally, to promote the specialties of our panda clan. Fear not, I do not seek anything from you," Gu Beicheng proclaimed loudly. Was it not the case that the panda clan lacked specialties in the past? Now, we possess them. Promptly, Qing Xiong and others followed Gu Beicheng's instructions, laying down a piece of animal hide atop a stone stump, swiftly creating a rudimentary stone table. Gu Beicheng understood that in order to procure quality goods, particularly food items, one must prioritize high standards of quality, while ensuring safety and quality. The flavor must be meticulously crafted, leaving an indelible impression on all who partake. Gu Beicheng arranged a platter of roasted meat, a pot of meat soup, and a dish of stir-fried delicacies on the stone table, inviting several chieftains from neighboring tribes to partake in the feast. The tantalizing aroma wafting from the food was already a torment from a distance, yet, out of fear of standing out, none dared to approach. Now, with the fragrant dishes laid out before them, restraint was all but impossible. The first to act was the porcupine chieftain. who seized a skewer resembling the quills on his own back. With one bite, juices burst forth, and in an instant, he shielded the entire platter before him. As if to declare, "No one shall take this from me." The other chieftains, feeling a pang of envy, were skeptical of Beicheng's claims. They suspected that indulging in her culinary offerings would lead to exorbitant demands, yet they recognized that avoiding the feast would only result in a similar fate. Thus, they resolved to partake, hoping to mitigate their losses. However, as soon as the sumptuous fare graced their palates, they understood that loss was a trivial concern. Such exquisite delicacies, if available within their own tribes, would be worth more than mere bundles of grass. Indeed, they would not trade even 100 bundles for this feast. The only thing that might rival this culinary delight was water, yet the rich meat soup beside it appeared to be crafted from the finest essence of water itself. The chieftains seemed to share an unspoken understanding, simultaneously putting down their meat and reaching out for the bowl of soup. To not only savor the meat but also replenish their thirst was a luxury they had never imagined the panda tribe could afford. Gu Beicheng observed the amusing spectacle of several clan leaders nearly coming to blows over a bowl of soup. "Do not fight, esteemed leaders. You are all chieftains of our northern territory. We must maintain our dignity." Yet, the clan leaders remained undeterred, for what dignity mattered when there was thirst to quench? Witnessing their relentless fervor, Gu Beicheng sighed in resignation, summoning the Qiongxiong to serve additional bowls. "Let us not bicker. There is enough for everyone." The clan leaders, upon hearing these words, were astonished. This single bowl of soup was equivalent to the water supply for their entire tribe. Now, with each leader receiving a bowl, there were a total of 12 chieftains present, excluding those from the Disha clan. 12 bowls of water represented a significant portion of sustenance for an entire tribe over several months. Such generosity from the panda tribe was indeed remarkable. However, despite their astonishment, they consumed the soup with remarkable speed, savoring its exquisite flavor, which surpassed even the most delectable skewers of spiked meat. Cough, cough. The leader of the porcupines had indulged a bit too eagerly, choking on his own excitement. Amidst the laughter of Gu Beicheng, there lingered a touch of bittersweetness. The esteemed leaders of various clans, who once commanded respect in this realm, now found themselves in disarray over a mere bowl of soup. The harshness of their surroundings rendered the lives of these orcs exceedingly arduous. "Take your time savoring the meal. Let us not choke," Gu Beicheng suggested, while also promoting a dish of stir-fried meat. At this moment, the atmosphere around the stone table transformed from a state of trepidation to one of covert competition, ultimately settling into a sense of contentment. The clan leaders' eyes sparkled with delight as they indulged in a feast that seemed to fulfill their every desire, leaving them with no regrets in life. In stark contrast, the other orcs bore a heavy heart, watching enviously as their leaders relished the delectable food. Even the leaders of their own clans could not escape the pangs of longing, particularly when the enjoyment of their own leaders was palpable, leaving them to merely swallow their saliva and yearning for such culinary delights. The clan leaders devoured every morsel on the stone table, with the stout, rotund porcupine even licking the plates clean. Gu Beicheng felt a twinge of disdain, had it not been for the opportunity to showcase the exquisite flavors of her cuisine. She would have been inclined to intervene on the spot, finding the situation utterly revolting. This dish, she resolved, was to be discarded without hesitation. "What do you think? Esteemed leaders of the Panda clan? Are you satisfied with our unique offerings?" The clan leaders nodded in agreement, yet as heads of their respective factions, they understood that the serious matters were about to commence. "Elder Qingxiong, please proceed. We are all aware of the culinary value of this feast, and I invite you to express your needs. Speak freely, as long as it does not endanger the lives of my kin. The Porcupine clan shall undoubtedly follow your lead." The stout man was the first to voice his thoughts, utterly captivated by the culinary delights before him. Elder Qingxiong graciously returned the gesture, saying, "Porcupine Elder, you are too kind. As fellow beastmen, our panda tribe will not impose difficulties upon you. With the arrival of the Beast King, a blessing has befallen our tribe. This is a fortuitous moment for the Panda clan, as she shall usher in hope for the 13 tribes of the Northern Territory. Today's feast is a testament to the Beast King's benevolence." Elder Qingxiong bowed respectfully to Gu Beicheng. Gu Beicheng did not hinder the proceedings. Although such ostentatious rituals were typically unnecessary, it was imperative at this moment to assert his identity as the Beast King. After all, in this world, wielding the title of Beast King as a means of intimidation was unparalleled. Chapter 16. A lesson in severity. His words were mere fabrications. The downfall of the Earth Serpent was not due to the emergence of an additional Beast King, but rather its internal strife. Suddenly, a distinct voice emerged from the throng gathered below, igniting fervent debate among the crowd. Gu Beicheng narrowed his eyes, wondering who among them lacked the discernment to provoke discord. However, What was this talk of internal strife within the Earth Serpent? It dawned upon him that he was woefully uninformed, having distanced himself from the information-saturated society. He initially relished the tranquility it afforded, yet now recognized its drawbacks, such as his ignorance of the specifics surrounding the Earth Serpent's internal turmoil. It seemed that the profession of a journalist held significant importance after all. Gu Beicheng swiftly located the speaking man amidst the crowd. A figure with sharp ears and gaunt features, high cheekbones, and distinctive eyebrows that slanted both inward and outward. One eye was notably larger than the other. A visage that was undeniably peculiar for an orc of that race. At that moment, a similarly frail man to the right of the stone table casually nodded in approval towards the recently vocalized individual. Qingxiong. While the fare you have prepared for us today is indeed commendable, it does not signify that the Beast King has descended upon your tribe. Several chieftains remained silent. Yet the orcs who had not partaken in the sumptuous feast erupted in discontent. The Beast King held a revered status in their hearts, an exalted figure far beyond the worth of a mere meal. Upon witnessing the positive reaction, the hyena chieftain felt a surge of delight. He was determined not to let the leadership of the 13 tribes fall into the hands of others. He had long coveted the Dishi clan's ascendance to the foremost position among the 13 tribes. Thus, he had been discreetly monitoring the Dishi, waiting for an opportunity amid their internal strife, which had evidently weakened them. However, the unexpected turn of events today thwarted his ambitions. It was impossible to relinquish his desire for the northernmost tribe, especially when it was a tribe under his own dominion, which only fueled his ire further. Moreover, the hyena was infuriated that the panda tribe, which had over 30 of its members laboring for him, had failed to send even a single individual today, resulting in further delays to his construction projects. These were merely his subjugated tribes. Yet they squandered such exquisite food without offering it to him, and made it known to all tribes, wasting delectable provisions on a group deemed useless. Qingxiong. Have you forgotten that your panda tribe has over 30 individuals working for me? Qingxiong seethed with anger. The originally agreed-upon surplus of food every 10 days had long ceased to be delivered. It had been countless 10-day intervals. And the likes of Qi and his fellows toiled on empty stomachs, while the hyena and his kin proved to be insatiably greedy and utterly inconsiderate. Gu Beicheng understood. This was indeed the leader of the hyena clan. Initially, he had contemplated staging a protest to compel him to repay his debts. Now, however, the situation had taken a turn for the worse, as he had unwittingly dug his own grave, charging recklessly towards the barrel of a gun. She would no longer be held accountable for her ruthlessness. Gu Beicheng drew his pistol and fired 2 shots at the legs of the hyena chieftain, who immediately collapsed to his knees. Ah, it hurts. It hurts. The chieftain had not anticipated such a direct confrontation. The attack was sudden and without warning. He was utterly bewildered as he felt his legs inexplicably severed. Could she truly be the Beast King? The once bustling main street fell silent in an instant. Witnessing Gu Beicheng's extraordinary prowess, each observer harbored their own thoughts, yet they instinctively distanced themselves from the hyena clan. Fearful of incurring the wrath of this lord of beasts, Gu Beicheng refrained from speaking further, allowing his actions to manifest his formidable strength, instilling a sense of caution among the onlookers. After all, his reliance on a firearm was somewhat of a shortcut. Should he provoke the collective ire of the crowd, he would be in grave peril. Nonetheless, in dealing with this avaricious and unscrupulous leader of the hyenas, demanding a pair of legs seemed justifiable. I have heard that you owe the panda tribe a considerable amount of provisions, yet you have deliberately withheld them? Gu Beicheng approached, towering over the incapacitated hyena with a commanding presence. At that moment, the wretched creature was engulfed in excruciating pain, leaving no room for defiance. He hastily bowed his head in supplication, begging for mercy. Your Majesty, the Beast King, I was wrong. I should never have questioned your revered status. I assure you, I will distribute the food to them. When will you do so? Gu Beicheng must retrieve everyone's wages today. Otherwise, the longer he delays, the more time he affords the hyena clan to react. Now, he must act immediately. The hyena clutched his legs, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead due to the intense pain. Gu Beicheng paid no heed to the pain coursing through her, and she called out directly. Qi, calculate the wages for everyone. What was the agreement regarding your compensation? Lord Beast King, mine was 1 stone of grain every 10 days. Or a bowl of water every 20 days. What about the others? The responses were similar, and she continued. Did you hear that? We shall settle according to this arrangement. There are 37 of us, and 48 days have passed. Let us conclude this now. My time is precious, and I have no leisure for idle arguments. With that, Gu Beicheng returned to her elevated position. Yes, I will settle it, I promise. The hyena, in a state of distress, could scarcely think of anything else. He was more concerned about returning to his tribe to tend to his wounds than about whether there would be enough food left after dispersing the wages to these workers. The pain he felt was far greater than when he had been bitten by a linglong during a previous hunt. Soon, the hyena tribe brought back all their stored provisions. But the harsh conditions of the northern region left everyone impoverished. They could hardly afford to pay the wages of more than 30 individuals. Initially, he had fancied himself clever, pretending to provide food to the elders of the panda tribe, intending to use them for his own gain without compensating them afterward. After all, the panda tribe was small and would not dare retaliate, especially since he still owed them wages. If they did not work diligently, he could threaten them with non-payment, thus enjoying their labor without cost, a business venture that seemed too good to be true. Among the hyena clan, it was his cunning that had elevated him to the position of leader, as the clan revered intelligence and he had received much praise in the past. However, today, the sudden emergence of the Beast King shattered all his illusions, and most critically, he lacked sufficient food to fulfill his obligations. When the others saw what the hyena had brought, they quickly comprehended the deceit of the hyena tribe. Anger erupted among many, as numerous elders from other tribes had contemplated working for the hyena tribe in exchange for food to alleviate their own burdens. Fortunately, they had refrained from doing so. Otherwise, their tribe would have faced the wrath of the Beast King. Orcs were straightforward in nature. If relations were poor, they would resort to conflict, while amicable ties fostered mutual assistance. However, the hyena's deceit provoked the ire of all, perhaps even surpassing the earlier bullying by the Earth Serpent tribe, which had been rooted in raw strength. Lord Beast King, I beseech you, spare my life. Save me. The outraged hyena tribe found themselves ostracized and beaten by all. The most grievous among them was the injured hyena, who was closest to several formidable tribal leaders. Notably, the boisterous leader of the porcupine tribe transformed into beast form, curling his body and launching his quills toward the hyena. Chapter 17. Summer attire must be prepared initially. Gu Beicheng had intended to prolong the punishment for the sharp-faced, unscrupulous boss, but time was of the essence as noon approached. The weather grew increasingly hot, and without proper measures against the heat, many orcs would struggle to endure it. At that moment, numerous orcs had abandoned their human forms, reverting to their beastly shapes, particularly among the panda tribe. Members clung stubbornly to their heavy winter garments despite the sweltering heat, a sight that made Gu Beicheng feel uncomfortably warm. Enough. Cease your attacks. Gu Beicheng intervened, rescuing the beleaguered hyena, who appeared even more wretched than before. His legs were bloodied, and his face bore the marks of a beating, punctuated by numerous tiny wounds, evidently inflicted by the porcupine's quills. Do you take everyone for fools? You cannot even reach into your own pockets but still dare to command the workers of other tribes. What a grand performance of a wolf with a big tail. Gu Beicheng chastised him. Yet, to the hyena's ears, her rebuke sounded like music, regardless of her words. At least the pain had subsided, for the old ones had struck far too hard, and he lamented in agony. Gu Beicheng had anticipated this outcome, as she was well aware of the circumstances surrounding the panda tribe. Regardless of how formidable other tribes might be, could they truly afford to employ such a multitude? Today's trial served not only to solidify her own position but also to thwart the nefarious intentions of certain orcs, all while acquiring a contingent of laborers. What a fortuitous arrangement. Rest easy, I shall extract the bullets for you. Otherwise, your legs may be irreparably damaged. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Beicheng reasoned that despite this individual's failure to pay wages, he did not deserve death, given the medical practices of this world. Merely applying a few obscure herbs would likely ensure his demise. Moreover, she had resolved to take advantage of the situation. She had discerned that the hyena tribe possessed a certain adaptability. Although they would undoubtedly fall out of favor after today, they were inherently gifted at the art of subterfuge. Each tribe bore its own distinct characteristics. She was determined to grasp the essence of every race. Qing Xiong, Yang Lele, hold him steady. Do not let him move. I need to tend to his wounds. Gu Beicheng retrieved a set of surgical instruments from her laboratory, sterilizing them with alcohol and flames before proceeding to extract the bullet by hand. As for anesthesia, it was non-existent. He would simply have to endure the pain, a consequence of his own actions. Ah, my leg. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. The agonized cries of the hyena resonated deeply with everyone present, and Yang Lele even pondered whether this was truly a form of treatment or a veiled torment orchestrated by their lord. Clink. A bullet fell to the ground. After Gu Beicheng sprinkled the hemostatic powder, he promptly wrapped his wounds with bandages, finally adorning them with a playful bow. The other leg received the same treatment. Soon, He signaled to Qingxi to construct a rudimentary stretcher using 2 withered branches, upon which he was gently placed. As for the contusions on his face, Gu Beicheng merely sprayed a couple of doses of Yunnan Biao aerosol. Change the dressings daily. You may carry him to the panda tribe to find me, he instructed as he entrusted the creature to his subordinate. At that moment, the creature felt a coolness in its legs, and the pain had indeed subsided. It became evident that she was truly the Beast King. Any lingering resentment he harbored was completely dispelled. Gu Beicheng washed his hands, and the waste of water pained many onlookers. Only the panda tribe remained expressionless, for they had long since grown accustomed to such sights. Moreover, the Beast King had her reasons for her actions, and it was best for us to feign ignorance. Today, my intention was merely to promote the unique offerings of the panda tribe, yet I was pleasantly surprised by the presence of esteemed chieftains. Since everyone is gathered, allow me to share a few words. Life in the Northern Territory is arduous, thus, it is imperative that we, as orcs, unite as one. I do not wish to witness any more incidents akin to the hyenas and the earth serpents. Should anyone harbor doubts and seek to challenge me, I await your presence. I urge everyone to act with caution. A silence enveloped the gathering, as the chieftains seemed to take the Beast King's words to heart. Well then, there is no need for such coldness. Since the chieftains have already savored the delicacies of the panda tribe, I shall commence with the sale. If anyone possesses fine goods, I warmly invite you to exchange them. Our offerings are both exquisite and affordable. I encourage your patronage. The formidable reputation of the Beast King Gu Beicheng naturally deters anyone from daring to provoke her. However, they also discover that this esteemed Beast King is quite reasonable and approachable. A courageous ordinary beastman musters the audacity to inquire, all this meat looks so delectable. It is not something the average person can afford. At last, someone finally broaches the subject of price, making the guidance far less cumbersome. Gu Beicheng pondered whether he had elevated his own status too highly, as there was not a single soul to inquire about prices when it came to purchasing goods. Did he need to enlist a proxy? Who deemed it expensive? This array of meat, abundant with 5 substantial chunks, each the size of a fist, required merely 2 green leaves or thorns. First come, first served, until sold out, with no restocking thereafter. Gu Beicheng suddenly recalled the existence of a profession known as live-stream selling in her world. She realized that utilizing their jargon to market products was indeed quite exhilarating. So inexpensive? Is it truly so? The orcs exchanged incredulous glances, astonished that meat could be traded for such a trivial item as a skewer. I possess 3 skewers. Can they be exchanged? Inquired a lizard man, rummaging through the skewers nestled in his arms. Certainly. Your skewers are quite commendable, still fresh. Here, take 2 strings of meat. And do leave the skewers for me, Gu Beicheng instructed. Upon receiving further confirmation from her, everyone hurriedly dashed back to their respective caves, anxious that any delay would result in missing out. Gu Beicheng smiled cheerfully, finally opening for business without the need for intimidation through violence. The stall had officially entered a state of normalcy. Hurry back and bring your local specialties. It is not solely the thorns that can be exchanged. Whatever you possess is welcome. As long as I deem it valuable, I shall trade it for chunks of meat. If the value is particularly high, I may even offer broth in return. Gu Beicheng called out to the scattered orcs. Upon hearing his words, not only did the other orcs flee, but several chieftains of orc tribes also hurried away. After all, their responsibilities extended beyond the mere survival of their tribes. They had families and children to care for. Such delectable provisions, offered at such a modest price, who wouldn't desire for their loved ones to partake in them? In an instant, the main street became sparsely populated, leaving only the members of the panda clan clad in red uniforms. Once they observed that no outsiders remained, they began shedding their clothing to cool off. Just moments ago, the panda clan had to remain vigilant due to the presence of orcs from various tribes, fearing any untoward incidents. Now that the others had departed, the heavy cotton garments had become unbearable. In a wave of spontaneity, the crowd began to strip, resulting in a striking scene of public nudity, one that would surely leave an indelible impression, prompting the imagination to run wild. The sight was so overwhelming that Gu Beicheng wished to avert his gaze, silently vowing to prepare summer attire. Chapter 18. Arrive early next time. Qingxi still donned the short-sleeved women's attire that Gu Beicheng had provided the previous day. She did not feel the heat as acutely as the others, yet she was perplexed as to why, despite the preciousness of meat, it was exchanged for seemingly worthless cactus thorns. While cacti certainly held little monetary value, this method allowed her to rapidly discover the local specialties of this world. For instance, diamonds could be converted into substantial cash flow in her own realm, facilitating wealth accumulation while enabling the purchase of numerous scarce resources here. Ideally, this could also give rise to a high-quality, virtuous cycle of industry. Though Qingxi harbored doubts in her heart, she refrained from voicing them, believing that Beicheng must have his reasons. In the moment of relative tranquility, Gu Beicheng seized the opportunity to invite everyone to indulge in barbecued delicacies and skewered treats, while also preparing a substantial pot of rich meat broth. The orcs exhibited remarkable speed, despite the absence of vehicles in this realm. Their transformation into beastly forms rendered them formidable. Yet, the true supremacy belonged to the griffins. Their aerial advantage became evident, as Gu Beicheng gazed into the sky, overwhelmed by the sight of a darkened expanse, utterly breathtaking. With a flick of their talons, the griffins released a flurry of objects from above, as if dumplings were descending from the heavens. They had arrived. Gu Beicheng cast a glance around, noting that most of the objects were thorny sticks. Yet there were exceptions, such as an unfamiliar fruit positioned closest to her. "Sir, do you think this one is acceptable?" A griffin, unable to transform into human form in time, swooped in with its claws gripping a spiny cactus. "Yes, Qingxi, give him the meat," Gu Beicheng instructed, gesturing for the thorny stick to be set aside. At last, she watched as the unfamiliar red fruit was picked up by its owner, approaching her, and she felt a pang of excitement. In her world, fruit was a genuine luxury, as the soil had undergone significant changes due to the radiation effects from over a century ago, leading to a scarcity of many foods that were once common on dining tables. Particularly, fruits, as high-end delicacies, could now only be cultivated in specific technological environments. Although eating fruit had not posed a challenge for the former Gu Beicheng, she had expended considerable effort to transform the entire island into a radiation-free paradise. Now, however, it was utterly ruined by the Jiangtian group, who had brought upon themselves divine retribution. Nevertheless, the animal realm provided a fertile ground for agriculture. Despite the somewhat harsh external conditions, they seemed trivial compared to the struggle of eliminating radiation. At worst, she could establish more greenhouse facilities. And for the issue of water scarcity, methods such as drip irrigation could be employed to conserve resources. "Do you want this red fruit?" the griffin eagerly inquired, flapping its wings. "Yes, yes, yes. I adore such things. Whatever quantity you possess, I shall take. For this single fruit, I will offer you 2 skewers of meat. And if you can divulge its growing location, you shall become my VIP patron, receiving a cup of rich meat soup daily." Gu Beicheng cautiously accepted the fruit, aware that it was delicate and could be easily bruised. She promptly retrieved a basin from her spatial storage. Though the griffin, clutching the skewers of meat, did not comprehend what VIP meant, it certainly understood the notion of receiving daily meat soup, causing it to dance with excitement. However, being a beast, it struggled to convey the precise location with its wings after much gesturing. After repeated attempts, those waiting behind began to voice their discontent. "Hurry up, White Eagle. Don't you see so many of us are waiting?" Another called out. "If you don't know the location, let me tell you. I am aware of where the red fruit trees are. They are located in a valley 80 miles east of the northern frontier," remarked one griffin, already transformed into human form, growing impatient. Upon seeing the gleam in Gu Beicheng's eyes, she resolved to investigate that very night to uncover the mystery of the fruit. You approached, inquiring about her name. "From this moment forth, you shall be a VIP member of our panda tribe. Do remember to come by daily to collect your broth. Qingxiong, please present him with today's delicacy." Gu Beicheng swiftly implemented the promises made, yet the eagle, having just flapped about in frustration, appeared utterly dejected. Its crestfallen demeanor elicited a chuckle from Beicheng, who promptly offered it a bowl of soup. "Do not be disheartened. Partake in this soup first. Should you encounter any other fruitful trees in the future, do share with me," he reassured. Before long, an orc, clad only partially in animal hide, dashed forward, holding something aloft. He extended his hand and inquired, "Do you desire this?" Before Gu Beicheng lay a ginseng root, brownish yellow and adorned with whiskers. She gazed in astonishment at this rare and precious herb, long extinct in her world, nearly exclaiming in disbelief. If fruits could be deemed luxury items, then such life-saving herbs were treasures worthy of auction, fervently sought after by the elite. Moreover, the rarity of these herbs rendered them almost unattainable. Even the wealthiest could scarcely procure one, as each root diminished the already scarce supply. The gaunt man appeared uncertain, aware that this herb was neither palatable nor effective for treating wounds or alleviating pain. A sense of trepidation washed over him. In order to prevent the loss of medicinal herbs amidst the impending crowd, Gu Beicheng promptly stored them in her spatial realm. She addressed Qingxi, instructing him to note that he would henceforth be regarded as a VIP of their tribe. As anticipated, more individuals began to arrive in succession, each bearing various offerings, including a fist-sized chunk of gold that filled Gu Beicheng with delight. The pile of meat dwindled swiftly, yet the queue of eager patrons only grew longer. After all, even with several massive elephants, the meat available was insufficient to satisfy the appetite of numerous tribal members. Those who arrived early wore smiles, while the latecomers lamented their own sluggishness. The temperature continued to rise, and Gu Beicheng, observing the abundant assortment on the stone table, nearly smiled so broadly that her lips almost reached her ears, were it not for the need to maintain decorum. "Time to close up," Gu Beicheng called out, prompting others to begin tidying the marketplace. With a flick of her wrist and a surge of intent, she caused the table housing the special items, along with the entire stone table, to vanish into her spatial realm. At this moment, she yearned to reflect on the day's bountiful acquisitions. Upon her preliminary examination, she discovered several unfamiliar ores. Indeed, this place was a treasure trove. As for the orcs who had not exchanged for meat, Gu Beicheng assured them that she would facilitate the panda tribe to sell culinary delights at the main street market each month henceforth. "Disperse now. The meat has run out. Please come early next time." The panda tribe members transitioned from hawking their wares to calling for their pack-up. Chapter 19. Transplantation. Ultimately, she returned to the panda tribe accompanied by a few orcs requiring detailed inquiries. After a fruitful dialogue, both parties were immensely satisfied. Gu Beicheng gained 5 new locations for exploration, while the orcs departed with a few pieces of cured meat that would endure for months. The hyena clan had little to offer in exchange, yet a few clever individuals managed to trade news of internal strife within the earth snake clan for some meat skewers. This revelation led Gu Beicheng to realize that there are no useless tribes, only leaders who fail to leverage the unique traits of their people. She resolved to be a capable leader. After all, having been honored with the title of Beast King, she must live up to that identity. Thus, the treasure-seeking endeavors could not await the night. After hastily preparing a few cooling sprays and ensuring proper sun protection, she exchanged greetings with Qingxiong before setting off with Qingxi towards their destination. They decided to postpone their visit to the mines, for the site would not elude them, and it was impractical to mine without adequate tools. The notion of 2 individuals attempting to extract minerals seemed ludicrous. More importantly, the herbs and fruit trees needed to be harvested. Arriving too late could mean not just missed fruits, but the grave risk of destroyed trees. After 2 hours of persistent effort from Qingxi, they finally reached the location of the red fruit tree as indicated by the eagle. Indeed, it was nestled in a valley, where perhaps due to the vegetation or other factors, the heat was comparatively mild. The red fruit resembled a climbing succulent. It lacked a main root, with numerous lateral roots distributed throughout the shallow soil, accompanied by numerous aerial roots that facilitated its climbing growth. Its main trunk exhibited a deep green hue, robust and towering, reaching heights of 7 to 8 meters, with a girth of several centimeters, presenting a triangular cross-section with a slightly flattened appearance and wavy edges. Likely due to its prolonged existence in arid regions, its leaves had degenerated, with the function of photosynthesis assumed by the stem. The interior of the stem was filled with thin-walled cells rich in viscous liquid, presumably advantageous for absorbing as much moisture as possible during the rainy season. Gu Beicheng casually made a note of the appearance of a fruit, intending to research its specifics upon returning to his original world. Its skin is adorned with a delicate shade of purple-pink, while the interior reveals a white flesh, speckled with numerous black seeds. Edible and non-toxic. Its flavor is relatively mild, yet pleasantly sweet, a taste that resonates with Gu Beicheng's preferences. Gu Beicheng observed that there were 6 or 7 fruit trees in this vicinity. However, these trees bore very few fruits, presumably having been completely stripped by the starving orcs long ago. Gu Beicheng was far from disheartened. Her interest in the fruit was overshadowed by the vitality of the tree itself. After all, nurturing a plant that had already taken root was undeniably more convenient than starting from a mere seed. "Qingxi, assist me in excavating the tree, but be cautious not to harm its roots." With that, Gu Beicheng leaped gracefully from behind the panda and commenced her endeavor. Half an hour later, as she surveyed the ground where not a single tree had been unearthed, while Qingxi prepared to dig the 5th, she silently discarded the iron shovel from her grasp. Indeed, Even the seemingly inept beastman surpassed her in this task. It appeared that the panda was capable of more than just endearing antics, it could also dig. Gu Beicheng discovered yet another utility of the panda. By the time she returned to the tribe with all the fruit trees, darkness had enveloped the sky. Upon seeing Gu Beicheng and Qingxi return, the waiting Qingxiang and Bai Mao exhaled a sigh of relief. Although the Beast King was formidable, they could not help but worry about what might happen should she encounter harm. After meticulously studying the location, Gu Beicheng finally extracted the fruit trees from their spatial confines. She resolved to utilize the far end of the canyon for planting these trees, as the geographical elevation in that area would enhance their survival rate. At long last, all the trees were planted. The endeavor had been utterly exhausting. Gu Beicheng, indifferent to cleanliness, plopped down onto the ground, exhaling deeply as he gazed at the fruits of his labor. This was undeniably more exhausting than a week spent in the laboratory conducting experiments. It was imperative to cultivate a few experts in agriculture and arboriculture. If he were to undertake this task himself, he would surely perish before the fruits ripened. As night fell and the temperature dropped, the panda tribe refrained from their usual revelries, finally able to enjoy a peaceful night's rest after their fulfilling and joyous lives. With no private quarters of his own, Gu Beicheng was naturally taken in by Qingxi, although many of the panda tribesmen offered their caves for his comfort. Nonetheless, despite holding the title of Beast King, he had no intention of seeking special treatment. In truth, it was only Qingxi's cave that was the most pristine. With fresh air and the added delight of holding the little panda, Qinghe, setting up his small bed and drawing a curtain, the arrangement was nothing short of perfect. "I'm going to sleep now. Good night," Gu Beicheng said, wrapping himself snugly in a thin quilt and closing his eyes. "Shaoan, how much faith value do I currently possess?" he inquired in his mind. During the sale of delicacies, his faith value had been increasing by the second, and after a day filled with activity, Gu Beicheng had inadvertently muted the notifications. It was only at this moment that he remembered to check his faith value. "Report, Master. You currently possess 240,000 faith points, enabling the activation of the second-level system." "Such a high amount?" Gu Beicheng exclaimed, astonished by Shaoan's words. "What did you say?" Qingxi, with a complex mix of emotions, found himself replaying the events of the past 2 days in his mind, rendering him unable to clearly hear what Gu Beicheng had said. Gu Beicheng hastily replied, it's fine, just sleep. Did we earn such a substantial amount of points today? Can we not access the Tier 3 system now?" His excitement was palpable. "You are overestimating things," Shaoan responded, dousing Gu Beicheng's daydreams. Yet, the thought of having acquired such an immense amount of faith value today still ignited a spark of exhilaration within her. "Then let's activate the Tier 2 system first. I can finally return. I must see whether that scoundrel Jiang Quan is dead and gone." "I apologize, Master, but teleportation is not yet available." "Why not? Isn't the teleportation feature unlocked with the Tier 2 system?" Gu Beicheng questioned, his tone growing sharper with irritation. "I have just detected that in order to upgrade to the Tier 2 system, an update is required. However, I cannot ascertain how long the update will take at this moment, though it should not be too long." The excitement of Gu Beicheng was utterly extinguished. However, despite her impatience, she could comprehend the situation, for a Luminous Brains game undergoes systematic updates at regular intervals, especially one as advanced as Hanyuan. "Very well. Proceed with the update. Yet, does this mean I shall not be able to access the system during the process?" Chapter 20. System Upgrade Indeed. "You must first extract what you require, for once I commence the update, access to the system will be denied to you." Upon hearing this, Gu Beicheng initially contemplated moving her belongings immediately. However, upon listening to Qingxi's rhythmic breathing as she fell into slumber, she reconsidered and decided against it. Once her consciousness entered the space, she gathered all the items she would need in the near future and placed them in one location, intending to relocate everything in one go upon awakening the next morning. Most items were manageable, but the issue of water lingered in her mind. Should she transport it directly? Would such an act cast doubt on her ability to conjure water with her bare hands? Nevertheless, after weighing the pros and cons, she resolved to bring the water as well. She decided to place it beneath her bed, even if it meant allowing Qingxi to share the living space of the cave, restricting others from entry. However, although the cave would be divided equally, she had many items to store, and it was prudent to estimate that she would occupy the vast majority of the space. Clearly, the accommodation issue needed prompt resolution. Having arranged everything, Gu Beicheng slipped into a dream. In her slumber, She envisioned her colleagues on the island diligently attending to their respective tasks. This familiar existence filled her with a profound sense of security, yet such a life could not be sustained in dreams for long. The Jiantian group was still looming. Bloodshed engulfed the horizon, corpses sank to the depths of the sea, and the remnants of destruction permeated the island with despair. Jiantian group, I cannot coexist with you, Gu Beicheng proclaimed, her eyes ablaze with fury. Wake up, wake up. What is happening? Are you all right? The dawn light began to break. It was still too early to rise, yet Qingxi detected movement from Gu Beicheng's side. After much hesitation, he approached and lifted the curtain, only to find that the once spirited Gu Beicheng was now adorned with tears streaming down her face. She spoke in a language he could not comprehend, her anger palpable, but the sight of her tears stirred a deep discomfort within him. The pain of the Beast King, what a profound anguish that must be. Gu Beicheng found himself ensnared in the nightmare of the island's destruction, unable to awaken. After Qingxi shouted for a considerable time without a response. Even the drowsy Qinghe was roused from slumber, and soon enough, the little panda joined the effort to awaken Gu Beicheng. With a sudden expulsion, a mouthful of fresh blood surged forth. At last, Gu Beicheng emerged from his reverie. The tumultuous events of recent days had kept her nerves taut, and today, the horrific memories of the island replayed in her dreams, compelling her to expel the stagnant blood that weighed heavily upon her heart. As the blood was expelled, a significant portion of the gloom within Gu Beicheng dissipated, yet Qingxi and Qinghe, along with the panda, were sufficiently alarmed. What happened? Are you all right? In her panic, Qingxi was momentarily at a loss as to how to react. Mewa, Beast King's sister, you coughed up blood. Are you unwell? Woo-woo. Gu Beicheng took a piece of paper from the nightstand to wipe the corner of her mouth before responding. It's nothing. Suddenly, a thought struck her. There was indeed a place for the explanation of the water source. These past few days, I've overexerted my divine power, which has taken a toll on my body. But it's nothing serious, Gu Beicheng elaborated. Overexertion? Are you feeling fatigued? Such an explanation was clearly met with skepticism from Qingxi, yet upon observing Gu Beicheng's mischievous gaze, he seemed to grasp it somewhat, which also eased his mind. I will place everything we need in this area where I sleep. You must keep watch and ensure no one enters, Gu Beicheng instructed Qingxi. For the next few days, I cannot utilize my gifts as I need to recuperate. Gu Beicheng adeptly clarified her inability to summon water or alter objects during this period. The 5 enormous iron barrels were filled to the brim with water, leaving Qingxi utterly astonished. He had initially thought that Gu Beicheng's injury meant she could no longer conjure water at all. To his surprise, she produced more water than he had ever seen in his life, as if a river had manifested before him. In that moment, Qingxi comprehended the gravity of the situation. He immediately warned his little sister, Qinghe, in beast language, instructing her not to inform even their parents. Gu Beicheng nodded in satisfaction. The little panda was still engulfed in sorrow over her beautiful Beast King sister's apparent distress. In her mind, a beast man would only bleed when gravely wounded. Surely, my elder sister is not in dire straits. Why is she desperately producing her own water source? It can't be that she has sustained such a lethal injury for the sake of our tribe, she whimpered as she tried to stop Gu Beicheng, her small dark circles brimming with tears. Please, Beast King's sister, don't move. I don't want water. I want you to live. After Qingxi's explanation, Gu Beicheng, amused yet touched, felt a surge of warmth. This little furball truly deserved her affection. Gu Beicheng embraced Qinghe, assuring her not only of his survival, but also of his vibrant vitality. After swearing an oath to allay the little panda's concerns, he finally felt at ease to allow Shaoan to proceed with the system upgrade once everything was prepared. After Gu Beicheng finished speaking, she let out a sigh. The coming days would rely solely on her. She retrieved a few fruits from yesterday, and although the fruit trees had been transplanted here, the presence of fruit indicated that seeds must also exist. After all, the principle of abundance holds true. She took the bamboo basket originally designated for dried flowers, arranged 7 or 8 leaves inside it, and began to share the fruit pulp with Qingxi and Qinghe. The variety of fruits harvested yesterday was quite rich, including a red fruit whose name she did not know, 2 apples, a peach, and even 3 slightly bruised red apricots. Emphasizing once more that the seeds must be preserved intact, Gu Beicheng peeled another red fruit. Drawing from her experience from yesterday, she refrained from consuming it this time. Instead, she placed the white pulp encasing the black seeds into a wide-mouthed cup and gently pressed it with a spoon, taking care to avoid damaging the seeds while gradually rinsing it with water. Ultimately, after repeatedly kneading and washing with gauze, a fist-sized black seed emerged before her eyes. As for the wasted pulp, it was of little concern. She was well aware of the distinction between a bountiful feast and mere satiety. Gu Beicheng placed the seeds into a bamboo basket lined with freshly laid leaves, added water to rinse them once more, and then removed the floating empty shells from the surface. After soaking them for a period, the seeds would hopefully be ready for germination in a few days. Using the same method, she also planted the seeds from the two fruits she had consumed, qingxi and qinghe. Once she had tended to these delicate seeds, she took advantage of the soaking time to return to the spot where she had planted trees the previous night, clearing additional plots for cultivating seedlings. When the seeds had absorbed enough water and begun to sprout, she drained the excess moisture, wrapped the leaves around the seeds, and placed them in a makeshift humid shelter to rest for a few days. After 3 days, upon unveiling them, the seeds had developed long, fibrous roots. It was finally time to sow them. Chapter 21. A Small Trap. Gu Beicheng beckoned Qingxi to return to the seedling field she had meticulously prepared 3 days prior. He diligently worked the land, which had already been transformed into a paddy field, following Beicheng's instructions. And soon he had scraped out a square plot measuring 1 meter on each side. With utmost care, she began to sow the sprouted seeds, treating them as the most precious treasures of the present moment. After toiling for a considerable part of the day, she finally completed the planting of all the seeds. Along the way, the tribesfolk, concerned for Beicheng who was already sweating, offered to assist her, but Gu Beicheng firmly declined their help, asserting that such delicate work was best left to her. For if they were to inadvertently harm the seeds, the loss would not only encompass her own labor but also the countless glistening fruits that beckoned to her. Neglecting her own appearance, now resembling a calico cat, she wiped the sweat from her brow and surveyed the vast expanse of land before her, which appeared as if it were dusted with coconut flakes, brimming with the fruits of her labor. The rice paddies demanded an abundance of water. Given the current conditions, if the seeds were left exposed for even half a day, they would surely wither in the sun. To prevent her hard work from going to waste, she adeptly utilized the available tools, crafting a modest greenhouse in no time. With this, she no longer had to worry about drought or the chill of the night. For now, she could only wait for the seedlings to flourish on their own. Observing that Shaoan still showed no signs of awakening, Gu Beicheng set about preparing to cultivate 2 additional plots of land, one for vegetables and the other for rice. Although seeds were currently unavailable, he believed in preparing ahead. Once Shaoan updated the system and returned to the modern world to procure seeds, they would be ready to commence operations. This time, however, she refrained from personally tilling the land, as the process of rice cultivation had already been learned by the diligent members of her tribe. Under Gu Beicheng's guidance, they labored without undue strain. Days later, the seeds visibly thrived. Initially, she had intended to construct ridges between the fields with mud, but due to the dwindling water supply, she had to abandon that idea. She gazed around, filled with satisfaction at the sight of everything she had built. Indeed, as the saying goes, in every profession, there are those who excel. And at that moment, Gu Beicheng felt a profound respect for the hard-working agricultural community. For several consecutive days, the tribe had refrained from hunting, instead assisting Gu Beicheng in acquiring various peculiar items, engaging daily with the most mundane of soils. This led to a significant depletion of food supplies within the tribe. Without replenishment, the panda tribe would soon find itself ensnared in a cycle of hunger reminiscent of the past. Qing Xiong and Bai Mao were at a loss as to how to broach the subject of food shortages with Lord Beast King, and under the weight of their anxiety, they finally spoke up. "Should we venture out to hunt?" Gu Beicheng inquired. "Yes, the tribe's meat supply has been depleted by half due to trade with other tribes, leaving only preserved meat. You advised us not to consume it, but now the tribe is on the brink of starvation," Qing Xiong replied, a hint of nervousness in his voice. Gu Beicheng calculated the days and realized it was indeed time to get to work. Otherwise, the provisions over the past few days would not miraculously appear from the sky. However, the arduous life of the panda tribe in the past had sufficiently demonstrated that this race was ill-suited for hunting. Thus, it was better to assist in setting some small traps instead. She recalled that her journey in research was inextricably linked to the crafting of traps. In her childhood, her father often took her to create small contraptions for trapping animals, simply to bring joy to himself. After accompanying the main group on several outings, Gu Beicheng had discreetly observed several promising locations for ambushes. She chose spots frequently traversed by animals, particularly where the paths were narrowest. together with Qingxi. She leveled the ground before retrieving 2 small branches with barbed hooks already prepared. She then fashioned a stick onto a length of hemp rope, pulling it taut. With a deft touch, she secured the rope onto the hooks, forming a loop with the remaining rope, which was propped up by 2 parallel branches beneath. After several experiments, she finally pinpointed the exact location where a mere touch would trigger the trap, completing her task satisfactorily. She camouflaged the trap with some dry grass and fallen leaves, ensuring to seal the surrounding gaps with earth, ready to ensnare any unfortunate creatures that might wander into her trap. Though the mechanism was somewhat intricate, it was fortunate that the tools were simple and its efficiency remarkably high. It was undoubtedly one of her favorite and most proficient traps from her childhood. This trap was suitable for capturing birds. She had caught everything from pheasants to even raptors. However, she was uncertain of the avian species that inhabited this world. Yet encountering foolish wild rabbits would be delightful. Along her journey, Gu Beicheng paused intermittently, managing to set up at least 30 or 40 of these small traps, believing that fortune would favor the unfortunate. Today, the well-fed panda tribe enjoyed a stroke of luck. Their first hunt yielded a solitary brown sheep. Although the meat was insufficient to satiate all the tribe members, a stew could be made, ensuring that everyone would at least receive a bowl. After Gu Beicheng routinely tended to the seedlings and fruit trees, she returned to the cave. In recent nights, she had been engrossed in an important task, the meticulous planning and design of the entire tribal base. Several standard blueprints lay upon the table, and Gu Beicheng wielded a long ruler, nearly matching her height, as she continuously measured and arranged. The terrain of the Panda tribe's valley was characterized by its elevated peripheries and a lower center, yet it boasted a remarkable regularity and flatness, devoid of intricate ravines. Although the area was dotted with numerous caves, the vastness of the landscape rendered it far from congested. Gu Beicheng felt as though she had become one of those design enthusiasts. Having grown accustomed to research, she found herself unexpectedly losing hair over drawing. In the past, she believed only programmers suffered from baldness, but now she realized her understanding was rather limited. Anything that demanded intense mental effort and sleepless nights could lead to hair loss. Fortunately, she had a thick mane, yet once Xiaoan completed the updates, the issue of hair loss was best left to those who specialized in this field. Managing a tribe was already the pinnacle of her capabilities in this world. For any future undeveloped areas, it would be wiser to simply throw money at the problem. The following day, Gu Beicheng, with bloodshot eyes from lack of sleep, appeared before everyone, startling them. What had happened to the Beast King? Qingxi, who initially intended to advise Gu Beicheng to rest well, found her words halted upon hearing that Gu Beicheng was heading to the traps to collect prey. From a distance, Gu Beicheng spotted something in the first small trap. A wild chicken, having struggled for several hours, began flapping and thrashing again upon seeing someone approach. As the crowd drew nearer, it even puffed up its feathers, but with its claws ensnared securely, all its efforts were in vain. It could only await its fate. As Gu Beicheng drew closer, she realized this wild chicken resembled an enlarged version of a domestic hen from her own world, yet it appeared significantly more ferocious. The hunting team, upon sighting the wild chicken, had their eyes gleaming with a greenish light. It was astonishing that there was indeed prey awaiting their collection. However, recalling the Beast King's extraordinary prowess helped to temper their excitement. Gu Beicheng gazed at the wild chicken before her, unconsciously swallowing hard. The tough and coarse meat of the mammoth she had consumed over the past few days had nearly made her nauseous. At last, she could indulge in a more delectable fare: braised chicken pieces, spicy diced chicken, chicken stewed with mushrooms, or at the very least, a grand plate of chicken. The recipes for these dishes seemed to play in a continuous loop within her mind, akin to a video. As she calculated the time, it was nearly noon. Today, her hunting party comprised only 3 individuals, and the sky indicated it was time for lunch. Without hesitation, she kindled a fire, dispatched the chicken, and after a quick rinse, tossed it directly into the flames. Soon, a rich aroma of charred feathers permeated the air. After roasting, she skewered it on a wooden stick, and once it had turned a delightful golden brown, she removed it from the fire. She tore off a chicken leg and a wing, leaving the remainder for her companions to share. Savoring the meat with abandon, she scarcely noticed the heat, while her comrades' cheeks bulged with their hearty bites. After satisfying their appetites, the group resumed their journey. They had ceased their pursuit of prey, having captured 7 wild rabbits, 6 wild chickens, and even a blind wolf. along with over a dozen sand mice. Although Gu Beicheng held little interest in the sand rats, the primary source of meat for the panda tribe had always been these creatures. The wild rabbits were too swift, and the pheasants could soar through the skies. Such prey had previously been beyond their wildest dreams. The gentle breeze and the perfect sunlight created a rare and delightful day. Gu Beicheng returned with all the captured game, handing over the lifeless sand rats to the tribe for slaughter, while the remaining catches were kept in captivity. Today had indeed been fortuitous, as 80% of the traps had yielded prey, yet one could not rely on such luck in the future. The reproductive prowess of rabbits was remarkable, and having recently exchanged for numerous cacti, she could now utilize them as fodder. While it was unrealistic to expect wild pheasants to nest and hatch eggs, the eggs they laid could be transformed into delicious custards or stir-fried dishes. Even boiled eggs offered substantial nutritional value. Without the burden of trivialities, Gu Beicheng found her days quite pleasant, embodying the essence of a wild aristocrat. Gu Beicheng gazed at the thriving saplings, contemplating the enhancement of her farmland. Unprotected fields seemed somewhat out of place. However, Shaoan, caught up in her updates, had forgotten to retrieve some tools. Although the sturdy wood could be severed by the panda orc with a modicum of effort, it was undeniably more gratifying to wield an axe. She enlisted the assistance of idle orcs to transport a plethora of branches and collected fallen leaves, utilizing the yellow earth from outside. She mixed it with water to create blocks of clay, subsequently preparing stones and charcoal with great care. Once all materials were gathered, she combined the clay with the leaves, kneading them to achieve a tighter fusion. Next, she constructed a raised stove, 50 centimeters tall and 30 centimeters wide, filling it with twigs to expedite the drying process. Yet, the flame was feeble and inefficient, prompting Gu Beicheng to devise a rudimentary blower. Once the clay was thoroughly dried, she sealed the vent and added charcoal for a more complete combustion. Gu Beicheng meticulously crushed the selected ore into fine powder, employing a large scoop for screening. With the assistance of the orcs, the ore was transformed into acceptable mineral powder. Layer by layer, she added the powder and charcoal into the furnace, skillfully operating the bellows, as the flames danced and flickered wildly. Soon, beads of sweat adorned Gu Beicheng's brow, yet she could not afford to pause, while Qingxi tenderly wiped her sweat multiple times. After an hour, Gu Beicheng felt somewhat fatigued. She and Qingxi exchanged ideas on the optimal speed and frequency, as well as the control of the flame's height, before finally switching roles. Once Qingxi took over the bellows, she collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. This arduous task was truly no work for mere mortals. Several hours later, Gu Beicheng awoke from her slumber and approached the furnace. Under her guidance, the furnace was disassembled into fragments. The heat at the center reached an extreme, and for safety's sake, she repeatedly warned everyone to stay back, advising Qingxi to be particularly cautious and avoid being splashed by the flames within. This temperature was far from that of a campfire. It was lethal. With exaggerated words, she dispersed the crowd and used a dampened wooden stick to shatter the base of the furnace completely. At last, at the very bottom, she discovered 3 fist-sized iron chunks, still glowing red and fused together. The initial smelting of iron was deemed successful. After several hammering sessions, the 3 pieces coalesced, with some of the residual debris falling away during the process. Once the hammering reached a point of silence, Gu Beicheng returned to the furnace to forge anew. This cycle repeated, with different orcs working tirelessly day and night, until the iron was finally refined. The purified iron blocks glowed a deep red, and even the oversized wooden mallets had been consumed in the effort. When the critical moment arrived, Gu Beicheng, having rested, prepared to take the reins herself. She extracted the freshly forged, still glowing red iron block and laid it upon a sturdy stone slab, commencing a repetitive cycle of hammering. Shaping it into an axe, she hammered and polished meticulously. After 3 days of relentless effort, the preliminary form of the iron axe emerged, its 3 sides smooth. After a brief explanation, this task was handed over to Qingxi, while Gu Beicheng joyfully set off to gather eggs. Upon returning after a delightful meal, Gu Beicheng procured a robust wooden stick of suitable length and thickness, and began to carve a notch at the end to fit the axe's iron handle. The polished iron piece was sharpened as well, after testing it a few times, though it did not reach the precision of slicing a hair. It proved exceptionally efficient for chopping. 3 days later, an iron axe named after Gu Beicheng made its grand debut. With this formidable tool, the ambitious project of building could finally commence. 2 days later, the fruit trees on the mountain found their own abode, no longer solitary remnants of withered branches. The orchard was properly delineated, awaiting the discovery of additional fruit tree varieties in the future. Since the advent of iron tools, the panda orcs seem to have been blessed, their hunting prowess soaring. Beyond the traps set by Gu Beicheng, even ferocious bears grace their dining tables in recent days. Inspired by the Beast King, each member of the hunting team wielded their own weapon. Some brandished spears, others iron axes, while a few, too lazy to forge, wielded irregular iron hammers, which proved equally formidable. Chapter 23. Green-shelled walnuts and cool mats. Gu Beicheng found himself engulfed in distress. In recent days, an overwhelming number of individuals sought his assistance in igniting their weapons, which rendered him unable to concentrate on his own endeavors. Notably, several tribesmen began to quarrel over the order of ignition, leading to a heated competition among them. Qing Xiong grew increasingly concerned about the harmony within the tribe. Gu Beicheng possessed but a solitary lighter, which he needed for his own use from time to time. Frustrated by incessant inquiries, he finally resolved to instruct them in the art of crafting a fire starter. This solution would not only address their need for fire but also liberate him from constant demands. Most importantly, it would ensure that even in his absence, they would be able to kindle flames. He selected cork as the material for the fire stick, using the same wood for the base. After stripping away the bark, he placed 2 sticks of varying thickness upon the ground. Given the ample sunlight during the day, the wood was devoid of excess moisture. He gathered various flammable materials from the surroundings, including dry leaves and animal fur, which could serve as tinder. Holding these materials in the palm of his hand, he pressed them together and began to rub vigorously, soon fashioning a suitable tinder. He meticulously carved several holes into the sun-dried base and created a small groove adjacent to it to facilitate the fall of wood shavings. Placing the tinder beneath the base, he used another short stick to maintain a safe distance, allowing ample oxygen to reach the falling shavings. After inserting the drill into the groove, he stepped upon it to secure the base and exerted his full strength in a continuous downward motion. Within 3 minutes, smoke began to rise from the shavings. And after sprinkling the freshly made tinder and giving it a gentle blow, flames leapt forth. Thus, he had fashioned a simple yet effective bow drill fire starter, the most elementary method of igniting a flame. This uncomplicated technique was swiftly mastered by the orcs, allowing Gu Beicheng to finally enjoy a peaceful slumber. Recently, while out hunting, the tribe encountered a tree that they recalled to be favored by their lord, the Beast King. Although the fruit it bore was entirely inedible, this did not deter them from sharing their find with Gu Beicheng, hoping to please the Beast King. Who knew? Perhaps this fruit could be transformed from a worthless object into something of value in the hands of their lord? Upon returning to the tribe, Qing Xiong plucked 3 vibrant green fruits from the tree, only to discover that the once green skins had developed dark spots. In times of hunger, they had encountered such fruits before, but those had been bitter and astringent, often causing stomach troubles if ingested. Gu Beicheng's eyes sparkled upon seeing the 3 green-skinned walnuts brought over by Qing Xiong. To his astonishment, there were indeed nuts in this place. The nutritional value of walnuts is exceptionally high, particularly suitable for someone like her, who engages in mental activities year-round. As Gu Beicheng prepared to take the walnut, a sudden thought struck her, prompting her to place 2 pieces of paper beneath her hands. The green skin of the walnut was indeed delightful, yet it had the unfortunate propensity to stain her fingers a deep black, a mark that proved difficult to cleanse. She employed 2 small hand axes to meticulously remove the outer layer of green skin, and then, seizing a stone, she began to strike the walnut. Once the brownish-yellow shell cracked open, she extracted the curvaceous flesh within. To her surprise, the walnut was still quite tender, not yet reaching the state of a dried fruit. After peeling away the thin layer of skin from the nut, she brought it to her mouth, savoring the delightful aroma that filled her senses. Gu Beicheng was thoroughly pleased. Upon hearing that there were still a few trees in the area of Yangdao, he could no longer remain seated. Without concern for whether he could manage the task at hand, he began to move the trees. After Gu Beicheng shared the proper way to consume walnuts, everyone grew fond of this slightly bitter seed, delighting in its rich and aromatic flavor. While relocating the trees, Gu Beicheng stumbled upon a new type of plant, characterized by its slender leaves. Instantly, memories of his father crafting a cooling mat from similar foliage in his childhood flooded back to him. Even during the day, sleeping inside the cave could be stifling, prompting Gu Beicheng to decide to add an extra layer to her small bed and to create a cooling mat for herself to try out. With a determined swing of her axe, she chopped at this long, resilient plant for quite some time, but the reward seemed disproportionate to her efforts. Resolutely, she then turned her attention to severing the roots beneath the ground. Indeed, once she chopped through the roots, she quickly gathered ample foliage for her cooling mat. One by one, she bound the long leaves together, and soon 5 bundles, towering several feet high, were secured on her back. ready to be transported home. Along the way, she gathered many palm fronds to serve as twine for connecting the bamboo leaves. Upon returning home, she immediately delved into the cave. Utilizing 2 stones to clamp a Y-shaped branch, she tied palm fronds to the upper end and tore open a slit along the texture of the slender leaves. With a swift motion, she flicked it forward, and with a simple tug on the palm fronds, she effortlessly divided the leaves. After a sip of water, she repeated this action until all the slender leaves were neatly separated. Although the cut leaves were originally intended to dry for 2 days due to geographical conditions, the moisture-free leaves were immediately ready for use. Moreover, their vibrant green hue was far more appealing than the dull brownish yellow. Gu Beicheng meticulously reorganized the materials, considering their lengths and thicknesses, and after eliminating the inferior strands, she commenced the weaving process. Recalling the technique, she interlaced 2 strips at the base, beginning to weave diagonally downward. Her extensive hours spent in the laboratory calculating data had endowed her with remarkable patience. This monotonous task did not evoke even a hint of impatience within her. Amidst the growing mass of grass, she could distinctly envision the next movement for her weaving. In contrast, Qingxi, who stood nearby, was utterly bewildered, unable to discern which strand should be pressed or which should be left free. Such intricate work, indeed, was beyond the grasp of an ordinary beastman. After 2 hours, Gu Beicheng threaded the final strand and began to finish the edges, deftly twisting, rolling, and interlacing as she completed the weaving with precision. She tore away the excess material, revealing a neatly arranged grass mat before her. After a simple cleansing of the bamboo mat, Gu Beicheng spread it across her bed. She then draped a sheet over it and reclined, indulging in a blissful stretch that brought her immense comfort. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, prompting her to leap from the bed with the agility of a fish. The remnants of leaves from the bamboo mat construction lay scattered. While insufficient to craft another mat, they were ample for creating several pairs of grass sandals. Particularly, as she observed the darkened, soil-covered feet of Qingxi, she set about her task with renewed vigor. Estimating the circumference of Qingxi's feet, she fashioned a slender strip into a loop and proceeded to coil it several times, pressing at the joints to secure it. After several repetitions, the circle could withstand an adequate amount of tension. With the finale secured, she selected 2 well-prepared tendons, threading them evenly through the center of the loop, while another strip was wrapped around each intersection of the outer circle until the entire sole was completely filled. Gu Beicheng gazed at the deflated sole, finding it inexplicably amusing, oddly endearing in its clumsy charm. After threading a seam through the front center, he skillfully tied both ends of the smooth, resilient cord to the heel, thus fashioning a simple pair of flip-flops. The second one came together with ease, taking scarcely half the time to complete, and soon a pair of shoes lay before him. Gu Beicheng felt they appeared even more unsightly, a sight he could hardly bear to behold. He covered his eyes, contemplating discarding them, when Qingxi beside him inquired, "What is this?" "It resembles what you have on your feet." Gu Beicheng informed him that this was a pair of straw sandals, which could be worn when transformed into human form. They were crafted according to the size of his feet. However, this was his first attempt at making such sandals, and due to his inexperience, they turned out somewhat unsightly. He suggested that it would be best to forego them. Having observed the process closely, he believed that he had grasped the technique and encouraged him to follow the steps he had just demonstrated to create a pair for himself to try on. Gu Beicheng discovered that Qingxi possessed remarkable intelligence. With just a single demonstration, he could master many things. Were he to dwell in his own world, he would undeniably be a scholarly prodigy. "Do you not want them?" Qingxi inquired as he accepted the straw sandals. Gu Beicheng nodded, permitting him to dispose of it in the fire pit. However, unbeknownst to her, Qingxi chose not to heed her words this time and quietly tucked away the pair of adorably quirky grass shoes. Gu Beicheng had become increasingly adept at navigating this beastly world, leading her to believe that even without a system, her future days would not be overly burdensome. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, she heard the familiar voice of Shaoan. "Congratulations, Master. The update is complete, and the system has reached level 2. Upon hearing Shaoan's voice, Gu Beicheng was filled with elation, instantly forgetting her previous musings. After all, it would be foolish not to utilize the system. Reporting to the Master, the interdimensional travel route has been established. Shall I proceed with the transmission now? Transport me immediately. Wait a moment. Gu Beicheng suddenly realized that vanishing into thin air would not be appropriate. Having stayed in the tribe for such an extended period, it was only courteous to bid farewell to her family before departing. After Gu Beicheng had tidied up her designated area within the cave, she informed Qingxi that she needed to leave the tribe for a while. Upon hearing this, the light in Qingxi's eyes was extinguished in an instant. "Gu Beicheng, caught up in his excitement, failed to notice the despondency of the large boy before him. Ah, I understand. Qingxi wished to intervene. Yet he recognized that this extraordinary female before him was a beacon of light, possessing the freedom to make her own choices. There are matters in my world that require my attention. I shall return once these issues have been resolved in a few days' time. Upon hearing that Gu Beicheng would indeed return, a glimmer of hope finally sparkled in Qingxi's eyes. Gu Beicheng advised Qingxi, during his absence in the coming days, to maintain the status quo within the tribe and to create an illusion of his continued presence, lest other tribes harbor unwarranted thoughts. This caution was not born from paranoia. Although Gu Beicheng had crafted numerous tools recently, enhancing the overall strength of the panda tribe, the truth remains that a dead camel is larger than a horse. Without the imposing presence of the Beast King, the panda tribe could easily become the target of other tribes' ambitions. After reiterating the care for her saplings, Gu Beicheng finally felt at ease to depart. Upon teleportation, 1,000 faith points were deducted. In the next moment, Qingxi could acutely sense the absence of Gu Beicheng's aura. She glanced around her cave, which held a part of her essence, a tinge of melancholy washing over her. Sighing softly, she turned and silently walked toward the orchard. Those young saplings were her most cherished treasures, and she vowed not to disappoint them upon her return. Regardless of her status as the Beast King, her existence was extraordinary. Yet, as an ordinary orc in a commonplace tribe, how could she entertain thoughts that were beyond her station? However, how could she suppress such feelings? Qingxi spent her days without a drop of water, dedicating her share to nourish the young plants. At night, she held the pair of handmade flip-flops in silence. Lost in contemplation, unsure of the thoughts swirling within her mind, Gu Beicheng opened his eyes to find himself in a place that felt profoundly familiar. However, the idyllic island that once thrived in self-sufficiency now lay in ruins. Surrounding him were remnants of walls and shattered structures, a desolation that surpassed that fateful day. The only difference being the absence of the loathsome cacophony that once filled the air. The vast expanse of the ocean enveloped him in serene silence. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the island had been thoroughly searched. At least, Gu Beicheng had yet to encounter a single corpse. It seemed that either the explosion had drawn the attention of the authorities or the Jia Tian group had already paid a visit. He couldn't help but wonder whether that wretched Jiang Quan had met his demise. In this desolation, Gu Beicheng found no trace to pursue, and reluctantly subdued his hatred and anger, instructing Shaoan to transport him elsewhere. Report, Master. Shaoan's current teleportation range in this world is limited to 100 kilometers, with the nearest city being Jun City in Huagua. Very well. Let us first teleport to Jun City. We shall decide our next steps upon arrival. Understood, Master. When Gu Beicheng opened his eyes again, he found himself in a desolate countryside. Report, Master. Due to the technological landscape of this world, Shaoan has chosen a more secluded area to avoid detection. Shaoan explained proactively. You have acted wisely. This world is not like the Beast Realm. Sudden appearances could not only frighten the populace but also attract unwanted attention from technology, especially with the Jia Tian group still lurking. It would be prudent to head towards areas with weaker technological presence. Shaoan, is your maximum range limited to within 100 miles? Indeed, Master. Each teleportation spans 100 kilometers, and this capability is afforded due to my origin in this world. In the Beast Realm, my maximum teleportation distance would be less than 10 kilometers. However, a notable advantage here is that I am not restricted in the number of teleportations. Unlimited teleportations? That is indeed a powerful feature. If necessary, I can simply make multiple trips. Master, if you find Jin City unsuitable, we can select another location, and I can teleport multiple times to reach it. Let us go to any county in Gasheng. Very well, Master. Please stand steady. An hour later, Gu Beicheng arrived at a place called Gao County. Although Shaoan could teleport indefinitely, Gu Beicheng found it increasingly difficult to endure the journey. After 5 trips, she began to feel the effects of motion sickness. After 10, each arrival was met with dry heaves. By the 15th teleportation, she felt as if she were suffering from a severe cold, her head pounding. By the 17th, she resolutely declared that she would teleport no more if she continued. The Jiang Tian group would not be her only threat, as her own condition would surely prove fatal. Chapter 25, The Fruit Hero. Fortunately, this location aligned with Gu Beicheng's criteria, as there were no surveillance cameras in the vicinity of the city. Regarding more advanced monitoring systems such as satellite detection, the system could automatically shield them. Shaoan, how is it that you can shield against advanced detection, yet evade these relatively rudimentary technologies proves challenging? Gu Beicheng felt as though she was on the verge of collapsing, sinking to the ground as she gasped for breath. Report to the host. The inability to shield against advanced detection is due to the inherent strength of the system itself. The failure to obscure basic detection arises from the system's secondary level, which restricts my authority. Very well. I suppose I can only blame myself for not possessing a sufficiently high faith value. After a brief and simple cleansing, Gu Beicheng organized the spoils from the beastly realm and selected 2 peaches before entering a supermarket. The store was bustling with a myriad of shoppers. Aside from the main area, there were several sections where the goods were relatively extravagant. One such section, measuring less than 10 square meters, was adorned with opulent decor. This was a fruit shop, featuring a rectangular refrigerated display case filled with several rather stale fruits. Beside the display, the sales assistant languidly reclined on a soft bench, squinting and neglecting to attend to the customers. At this moment, Gu Beicheng's complexion was pale, and her attire was rather disheveled, although her facial features were quite appealing. She had been in the store for quite some time, yet not a single salesperson was willing to even glance her way. Hello. What are the price ranges for the fruits here? Gu Beicheng, noticing the indifference of others, decided to take the initiative to inquire. Upon hearing her voice, the sales associate, who had been preoccupied with her nails, lifted her head and cast a brief glance at Gu Beicheng. After appraising her from head to toe, she still chose to ignore Gu Beicheng. Gu Beicheng squinted his eyes. He had heard that some sales associates in luxury boutiques possessed an extraordinary ability to discern people's preferences. However, having spent many years on the island as a central research personnel, he had never encountered such a situation until today. Gu Beicheng stepped forward and raised his voice. Hello, how much are the fruits? You can't afford it, so don't stand in my store and disturb my rest. Whether I can afford it or not is for me to decide, Gu Beicheng retorted, unaccustomed to indulging others. The woman, who had been idly picking at her nails, was taken aback by the audacity of this seemingly disheveled individual confronting her directly. She straightened up, rolled her eyes, and scrutinized Gu Beicheng once more, letting out a disdainful huff. A single apple costs 30,000, 10 red grapes are 50,000, and a queue of fragrant pear is 40,000. Which one do you want? The salesgirl, adorned with diamond-studded nails, pointed at the counter with an air of arrogance. Gu Beicheng's expression remained unchanged as she retorted, not purchasing anything. Huh? I knew you couldn't afford it. Are you here to play the part of a big shot? To amuse yourself at my expense? Upon hearing that Gu Beicheng truly could not make a purchase, the sales clerk felt as though she had ascended to a moral high ground and began to scold her vehemently. In the supermarket, a group of onlookers soon gathered around the fruit store, reveling in the spectacle, while a woman on the far left, responsible for account verifications, furrowed her brow in disapproval. Gu Beicheng gazed at the imposing saleswoman before him, who nonchalantly retrieved 2 juicy peaches from her bosom and declared, I have come to sell fruit. Upon hearing Gu Beicheng's words, the shop assistant's expression shifted dramatically. She was taken aback to discover that the disheveled woman before her was, in fact, a fruit vendor. It was unclear whether this woman possessed merely the 2 peaches in her hands or if she had access to a broader supply of fruits. Stammering, she inquired, Are you here to purchase fruit? Gu Beicheng tossed the peach in his hand into the air, catching it repeatedly as he playfully glanced at the sales assistant. Finally, he replied, Indeed, I am a fruit vendor, but it seems your establishment does not require my offerings. Perhaps I shall seek another venue. Wait, please. I apologize. I am Wen Shui, the owner of this fruit shop. We do purchase fruits, she interjected hastily. The woman, who had been busy with paperwork, was irked to witness her sales assistant embroiled in an argument with a customer. However, upon seeing the customer produce 2 fresh peaches, she abandoned her paperwork and rushed over. In today's world, those who can afford fruit are indeed affluent, yet those who can sell it are truly remarkable. Especially those who can directly connect with laboratory producers. Such individuals are not to be trifled with. Wen Shui herself was fortunate enough to have once assisted an elderly gentleman overseeing a test field, which ultimately enabled her to open this fruit shop, albeit with a monthly limit of only 10 pieces. If she could establish a direct link with the test field personnel, her future prospects would undoubtedly broaden. However, who could have anticipated that a relative would insist on leveraging their connection to work in her shop, putting her in a difficult position to refuse, and causing her trouble today? You wish to sell these 2 peaches, correct? Please, name your price, Wen Shui said with utmost respect. Gu Beicheng, momentarily at a loss regarding the price of the peaches, recalled the sales assistant's earlier assertion that a single peach was worth no less than 10,000. Though your establishment may be modest in size, it appears you possess a knack for exploiting customers. I dare not purchase from you. A person of my humble means is simply unworthy. Gu Beicheng's words dripped with sarcasm. Wen Shui, quick to grasp the situation, interjected, Please do not take offense. Her behavior is indeed ill-suited for my shop. Henceforth, I shall manage my business independently." Upon hearing this, the previously flustered woman bristled with displeasure. "What do you mean?" Wen Shui? "Quite literally, I can no longer afford your services," Wen Shui retorted, having grown weary of the woman before her. "Just wait. I'll have my aunt speak with you," the woman declared, casting aside her sales assistant uniform with a flourish before strutting away indignantly. "What's everyone staring at him?" The sales assistant glared at the onlookers. Wen Shui, reminded of her mother by the woman's words, furrowed her brow. However, this was not the time to ponder how to handle her own mother. Turning to Gu Beicheng, she continued, "As for today, it's all a matter of my shop's pricing. You are aware of the market value of peaches, thus, I shall not charge you at cost, but rather at retail. 2 peaches for 120,000, consider it a gesture of friendship. Does that sound agreeable?" Gu Beicheng was aware of the elevated prices of fruit. However, he did not anticipate them to be this exorbitant. Previously, when he cultivated his own fruit on the island, he was oblivious to the costs. Now, his understanding of fruit prices has become markedly clearer. Gu Beicheng is not one to take advantage of others. She simply cannot abide those who, by selling luxury goods, elevate themselves to the status of luxury. After all, this matter has little to do with the owner. There's no need to forego profit. The owner, being courteous, agreed to her price, and she added, "I have another batch of fruit. I shall return to sell here next time." Gu Beicheng smiled as she spoke. Wen Shuesong breathed a sigh of relief. Realizing her gamble had paid off, the additional 20,000 was indeed well spent. With Gu Beicheng's fruits, her fruit shop could expand significantly. Once Gu Beicheng was invited into the fruit shop, the crowd that had gathered at the entrance dispersed, yet they buzzed with discussions about her recent actions. Though they were ordinary people who typically could not afford fruit, they felt entitled to inquire and observe. Gu Beicheng's actions had provided a sense of vindication for many. Gu Beicheng was unaware that for a considerable time, his persona as the fruit hero had become a topic of conversation for many families in Taisen after their meals. Chapter 26, The Egg-Sized Raw Diamond. Following the Great Radiation Era, luxury items transitioned from bags to fruits. Curiously, while rice and vegetables could flourish in the irradiated fields, the impact on fruit trees was particularly profound. Unless the irradiated soil was promptly cleansed, fruit trees could survive, but would bear no fruit. In contemporary times, fruit has undeniably transformed into a high-end gift, and when Shui ascended from being an obscure college student to a somewhat influential figure in Taisen, thanks solely to her monthly yield of 10 fruits. Initially, her venture into the supermarket was not intended for the sale of fruits, as such items were beyond the reach of the average consumer. However, she never anticipated that her relative could be so excessive in their actions. Had she known, she would have preferred to engage in a fierce argument with her own mother rather than allow her to assist in the store. Gu Beicheng, with the 120,000 he had just acquired from exchanging 2 peaches, promptly visited a real estate agency. Initially contemplating a brief stay at a hotel, he quickly dismissed the idea, considering that modern hotels are equipped with surveillance cameras and housekeeping staff would arrive the following day, making his sudden disappearance difficult to explain. Thus, he resolved it would be wiser to rent a small courtyard for an extended period. After all, no one would dare to install cameras in his personal residence. The sales representatives at the real estate agency lacked the aloofness of the fruit shop clerks, warmly presenting various properties to Gu Beicheng while occasionally offering him water. Gu Beicheng carefully selected and soon realized that the housing prices in this county were indeed quite affordable. A mere 100,000 yuan was sufficient for a down payment. Considering the cost of just 2 pieces of fruit, it was no wonder that the sales assistant held her head high with pride. Gu Beicheng perused the photographs of the available properties, and a quaint little courtyard captured her attention. The description indicated that the homeowner was relocating for work, and the house was available for long-term rental, with a leasing price of 25,000 per year, commencing from a 5-year term. Gu Beicheng surveyed his surroundings. The independent countryside villa was situated approximately 10 kilometers from the heart of the county town, adorned in a decor style that perfectly suited his taste. Gu Beicheng was not one to dawdle. He promptly settled on the quaint courtyard. Upon completing the deposit, the middle-aged salesperson could hardly contain his delight. Although the courtyard boasted a commendable style and decor, it had 2 significant drawbacks: the extended rental period and its considerable distance from the city center. Consequently, many admired it yet refrained from choosing it. After all, 100,000 yuan could secure a down payment in this small county, making the prospect of merely renting a suburban residence for 5 years seem less appealing. Cost-effectiveness is paramount in smaller towns. Due to the challenges of renting out the property, the landlord and the agency, having finally found a tenant, swiftly signed the contract and handed the keys to Gu Beicheng without excessive formalities. Gu Beicheng stretched lazily on the bed, realizing that this house was indeed quite splendid. Although it had been uninhabited for an extended period, the rooms remained remarkably tidy and pristine. Gu Beicheng glanced at her balance and directly accessed the universal capital through her holographic brain. She frantically placed orders for various seeds, purchasing nearly every type available on the market. In less than an hour, she had squandered 20,000 yuan, leaving her with not even enough to order takeout. It was only upon receiving the notification of insufficient funds that she was struck dumb. This was it. Her hard-earned money had vanished. "Master, you earn this money with such ease. Please do not incite resentment, will you?" Gu Beicheng smiled. Indeed, it was quite remarkable that 2 peaches could be exchanged for such a multitude of items. What more could one possibly desire? However, the question of what to eat for lunch lingered. Surely one could not go hungry in the beast realm only to find themselves famished upon returning to the original world. She donned her clothing and stepped outside, observing her surroundings where not a single vehicle could be seen. After contemplating the choice between walking 10 kilometers or teleporting, she silently opted for the latter. In the next moment, Gu Beicheng emerged from a restroom in a shopping mall. "Shaolin, could we perhaps choose a more pleasant-smelling location next time? For the sake of safety, let's not be too finicky." "Welcome." As Gu Beicheng stepped through the door, he was nearly taken aback by the exuberant welcome that nearly caused him to faint on the spot. What a spectacle! After encountering the icy indifference of the sales assistant, he was now confronted with the fiery enthusiasm of the saleswoman. He couldn't help but wonder if a balance could not be struck. "May I assist you with anything?" A woman clad in formal attire approached him with a gentle inquiry. Gu Beicheng let out a sigh of relief, grateful that the enthusiastic salespeople did not all follow him inside. They stood at the entrance, seemingly preparing to intimidate the next person who entered. "Do you accept diamonds?" Gu Beicheng had no intention of parting with the diamond in her possession, as even the smallest piece she owned was larger than an egg, weighing nearly 1,000 carats. However, now the only items she had that could be converted into cash were these diamonds, which had been treated as mere refuse and carelessly discarded. Gu Beicheng regretted not bringing along that piece of gold. Although jewelry stores rarely accepted diamonds for resale these days, such fine specimens were far superior to mere fragments that could be sold at auction. Upon hearing Gu Beicheng's words, the sales assistant felt a twinge of disappointment but maintained a smile as she explained, "I apologize, but we do not accept diamonds under 1 carat. I understand, but please take a look at this." With that, Gu Beicheng tossed a diamond rough, slightly larger than an egg, onto the counter. The sound of the rough striking the glass nearly caused the sales assistant's heart to leap from her chest. "Oh my goodness, please be careful," she exclaimed, quickly placing a velvet cloth beneath the rough to cushion it. Gu Beicheng nonchalantly remarked, "It's fine. This thing is sturdy and won't break." The sales assistant maintained a smile on her face while inwardly rolling her eyes. Was it truly a matter of sturdiness? Gu Beicheng inquired, "Do you accept this?" The sales assistant nodded, then shook her head. Gu Beicheng expressed his disappointment, saying, "If you do not accept it, then so be it. I will inquire elsewhere." The sales assistant, nearly flustered, quickly reassured him, "No, that is not the case. We do accept it." Gu Beicheng, filled with perplexity, inquired, "Purchase? Then why did you just shake your head?" The efficient sales assistant clarified, "No, it's not that way. What I meant is that such a substantial raw stone is beyond my authority. We must have our manager discuss it with you." "Ah, understood. Then let us speak with your manager," Gu Beicheng replied, his stomach beginning to grumble, uncertain of when this transaction could be converted into cash. The capable sales assistant guided Gu Beicheng to a room at the far end of the 2nd floor. She leaned in and whispered something to the man seated at the desk. Immediately, he straightened up, held his breath for a moment, and then stood to welcome Gu Beicheng inside. "Would you prefer Maojin tea or Longjing?" the man asked, feeling slightly lightheaded. "Please don't trouble yourself. A glass of plain water will suffice. I'm pressed for time. Are you going to purchase this raw diamond or not?" Gu Beicheng once again cast the raw diamond onto the table, the distressed man nearly tipping over the kettle. "Sister, do be gentle." Gu Beicheng gently pushed the diamond forward. After the man served tea to Gu Beicheng, he examined the gem with a cotton glove. Chapter 27, A Fortune. Following a brief inspection, the manager discerned that this object was indeed a natural diamond, rather than a mere imitation like moissanite. At that moment, the man felt somewhat dazed. He tremblingly brought over a scale typically used for weighing, carefully placing a velvet cloth beneath it. 238 grams. Upon seeing the figure, his hands trembled even more. What price range could this be? Gu Beicheng also noted the number displayed on the scale. The man swiftly grabbed a nearby calculator and entered a series of calculations, leaving a string of digits on the keypad. Gu Beicheng's expression was unpredictable, yet internally he was overjoyed. The sum exceeded his expectations by several hundred thousand, surpassing 3 million. Are you satisfied? The man inquired cautiously. Gu Beicheng remained silent, and the manager, feeling a tinge of anxiety, whispered, "Why don't you take a seat for a moment while I make a phone call?" Stepping outside, the manager felt as though he was treading on clouds. He was determined to secure this original diamond. Its value was undoubtedly significant even in the capital. If he could acquire it, not only would he surpass the county manager, but even the regional manager for the entire Long province would likely fall within his grasp with some effort. Thus, this treasure must be obtained at any cost, and it was imperative to keep it concealed from others. "Xiao Tao, lend me some money." Shuo Tao began to gather funds. Soon after, the manager returned to the office, refilled Gu Beicheng's glass, and spoke once more. "4 million in total. If your item were to go to auction, it could fetch around 401,000. After deducting taxes and the auction house's commission, you would still receive close to 4 million. Therefore, I can offer you the full amount right now, and the transfer can be completed today." The manager stared intently at Gu Beicheng, his eyes unwavering. Gu Beicheng did not anticipate that in a mere moment, her wealth would increase by over 300,000. She nodded in satisfaction, saying, "All right. I am in urgent need of funds." The manager inquired, "Would you prefer a check or a transfer?" "A transfer, please." 5 minutes later, Gu Beicheng gazed at the additional 4 million in her bank card and promptly made her way to a car dealership. Driving a new car while feeling the wind rush by, what a delightful experience that would be. Gu Beicheng declined the use of teleportation. While this method is undeniably convenient, it lacks the comfort and spontaneity that driving offers, particularly in this modern age of advanced technology. The potential for oversight in such a process is considerable. Is the master not returning home? Xiao noted that Gu Beicheng's route deviated from that of the rental property he had secured for the day. "Not heading home. I am going to the hospital." "Are you unwell, master?" "No, but in this realm of beasts, who can ascertain the presence of peculiar viruses? I shall first receive a few vaccinations to prevent any maladies from another world from crossing over." "I see, master. There is no need for such precautions. The system possesses an inherent interdimensional immune system. Each time you traverse between worlds, a comprehensive immunization occurs, ensuring that any viruses are eradicated in advance. Otherwise, the requirement of 1,000 faith points would be unnecessary," Xiaoan elucidated. "Oh, such sophistication." Gu Beicheng was taken aback by this thoughtful feature. "Indeed, master. All of these considerations were anticipated long ago by my previous owner," Xiaoan replied with pride. Gu Beicheng switched to a new navigation route, and a profound admiration for Xiaoan's original master ignited within him. After all, they were all engaged in scientific research, and the complexity of such a system was self-evident. The fact that such an astonishing system could be developed over a century ago, during a time when technology was still quite primitive, speaks volumes about the brilliance of its creator. Soon, Gu Beicheng arrived at a wholesale market. The simplicity of the route in this small county town spared him the need to navigate various overpasses. "Boss, how do I purchase grains and condiments?" he inquired. "What specifically do you need?" "The prices vary," came the response. "I require everything, and in large quantities," Gu Beicheng indicated towards the myriad of items visible before him. The woman, initially preoccupied with moving goods, stood up and, after casting a glance at Gu Beicheng, began to introduce the rice and flour stacked in the corner. "The common flour is priced at 150 per bag, while the refined flour is 180. "What is the weight of each bag?" he asked. 200 pounds. All of them are 200 pounds. "What distinguishes the ordinary from the refined?" he further inquired. "One is coarsely milled, while the other is finely ground." The lady explained. "Very well, let me have 10 bags of each," Gu Beicheng nodded. "And the rice?" "The prices and varieties of rice are numerous. The most commonly purchased is this one, priced at 150 for 100 pounds, the woman pointed to a yellow, three-dimensional woven bag. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Beicheng concluded that steaming rice was relatively simpler than kneading dough. He inquired directly, "Do you have 50 bags in stock?" The elderly woman, with a hearty laugh, responded, "Of course, that is my line of work." Observing the comprehensive selection of goods in the shop, he added, "Please also provide me with 100 pounds of each type of seasoning." Gu Beicheng rubbed some cumin in his palm, inhaling its aroma. "Very well, no problem at all. This year's seasonings are all new stock." Gu Beicheng pondered for a moment, then surveyed the shop once more. She pointed at her vehicle and inquired, "Madam, will you deliver? I cannot transport all of this in my car." The woman, while busily attending to her tasks, replied, "Of course, we have our own pickup truck." "Thank you, madam," Gu Beicheng expressed gratefully. "No need for thanks. You are supporting my business, so it is I who should express my gratitude," the shopkeeper chuckled. With remarkable efficiency, the shopkeeper swiftly retrieved the items from the storeroom. After Gu Beicheng completed the transfer, he left his address and drove home. Although it was possible to have items delivered directly to his space through the system, Gu Beicheng opted for the more conventional method of home delivery to avoid any complications. Upon arriving at his residence, he would then store the items in his space. The money came in swiftly, yet the expenses were equally brisk. In the blink of an eye, the figures in his bank account had significantly diminished. Once home, Gu Beicheng embraced a few days of modern living, yet he remained industrious. He made several trips to the hardware store, and it was evident that procuring not only the materials for a water well, but also comprehensive modern renovation supplies posed no challenge. If not for the realization that there were no suitable candidates for construction in the beastly realm, he would have considered transporting several tons of cement. Dining on the takeout spread before him, the flavors were mediocre. However, he deemed it a better use of time than cooking for himself. He had already grasped the principles behind the water well completely. Once the seeds arrived, he would be ready to return. "North Mansion, your parcel has arrived. Please sign here." "Thank you." After Gu Beicheng signed for the delivery, the once vacant courtyard was once again filled. The young girl had purchased quite a number of items. I remarked, "I see you have clothes here. Are you planning to open a store?" The delivery man, noticing Gu Beicheng's striking appearance, willingly offered to assist in unloading the goods. Gu Beicheng smiled sweetly and nodded, remarking that in this day and age, one must find ways to earn a living. It is indeed true, once he departs. Should there be goods next time, he would gladly assist in delivering them. With that, the courier swiftly drove away in his delivery vehicle. After Gu Beicheng separated the seeds from the clothes, he waved his hand, and the courtyard was once again cleared. Chapter 28. I am determined to dominate the northern region's sun. Give me a straight answer. Has the Beast King already departed? Qing Xiong inquired of Qing Shi within the cave. The white cat beside him displayed a troubled expression, her anxiety palpable. "Father, I cannot speak." Qing Shi obstinately refused to divulge. "My boy, can we truly harm her? Those who have taken the opportunity to stir trouble and demand water have already tested the waters several times. Although I managed to send them away. This is not a sustainable solution," Qing Xiong lamented, rubbing his face in exasperation. Qing Shi glanced at his father, his own heart heavy with worry. Yet he was uncertain when Beicheng would return. Despite the weapons Beicheng had taught them to forge, enhancing the tribe's overall combat strength, the panda tribe remained at a disadvantage against the rabble of the northern region. "Father, Beicheng will come back. We must hold out until her return," Qing Shi asserted. The white cat sighed, tugging at Qing Xiong. As a mother, she understood that their son was more distressed by Beicheng's absence than anyone else. Yet, after all, she was the Beast King. At the mouth of the panda tribe's canyon, over 100 orcs had gathered, some coming for legitimate exchanges, but the majority were from the northern region, intent on causing trouble. "Are you panda tribe members going back on your word? Intentionally withholding our exchange? Or do you look down upon us, the 103 guardians of the northern region?" The encircling orcs began to grow impatient. Qing Xiong furrowed his brow and approached the canyon's entrance, simultaneously instructing Z to prepare a defensive line. "I have already stated. The items you possess cannot be exchanged for water," Qing Xiong said, his gaze filled with disdain for the man brandishing the common sand and gravel found in the wasteland. "How can you know that my treasures are worthless? Your ignorance does not allow you to appreciate their value. I demand to see the Beast King," the man shouted, hands on his hips, spewing foul language. "The Beast King is currently preoccupied with pressing matters. You must wait a few more days," Qing Xiong replied, raising his voice. A burly man brandished a withered cactus and shouted, "Wait, wait, wait. We have already waited 7 days. Are we to wait indefinitely?" The white cat whispered to Qing Shi. "Shall we distribute some of the water?" Qing Xiong resolutely refused. "No, this water is reserved for VIPs. It is the Beast King's explicit command. Moreover, these individuals are exceedingly greedy. If they see we still possess a water source without the Beast King present, they will likely harbor malicious intentions. Since the Beast King has left, and we no longer have those miraculous explosive powders, we truly may not be able to contend with this reckless rabble, Qing Xiong observed. Noting that this group of orcs did not belong to any single tribe, but was a motley assembly drawn together for various reasons. These individuals displayed a weak sense of racial identity and engaged in pillaging and destruction. Before Gu Beicheng's arrival, few small tribes had escaped their tyranny. Qing Xiong understood clearly that he must assert dominance. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. If these ruffians merely sought to steal, it would be tolerable. But he feared they might return to incite and unify all tribes against the Panda tribe. The White Cat recognized this truth as well, but the situation was becoming untenable. If they did not see the Beast King soon, they might truly dare to invade. We are unable to protect what we possess. Without the Beast King's constraint, we could easily vanish from the northern region, Qing Shi remarked, observing his parents' distress. He ascended a platform and shouted at the burly man in the past. You survived without water. Do you truly believe you are bullying the Panda tribe now? The burly man awaited Qing Shi's declaration, confirming with those beside him. Are you certain that the Beast King is not present? The lean man, his eyes gleaming, nodded affirmatively. I assure you, not only have we not seen that female, even the members of the Panda tribe have not laid eyes on her for 7 or 8 days. With this assurance, the burly man felt emboldened. He transformed into a brown bear and charged at Qing Shi. In an instant, neither Qing Shi nor Qing Xiong had time to react, and the brown bear's sharp claws left a grievous wound on Qing Shi's chest. After being attacked, Qing Shi's previously gentle demeanor shifted dramatically. He transformed and retaliated against the brown bear, utilizing his immense physical force to send the bear stumbling. However, the damage inflicted was no match for the bear's claws, and Qing Shi, now stirred to fury, engaged in a series of clashes. After a few exchanges, he regained his composure, recognizing his inherent physical disadvantage. Thus, chaos erupted. Gu Beicheng had not anticipated such a scene upon her sudden return. She was unable to discern the specific circumstances, but upon witnessing Qing Shi and the others battered and bruised, she immediately aimed her gun at the brown bear. The gunshot echoed clearly throughout the canyon, and the once ferocious bear collapsed. What do you intend to do? Have you all conspired to revolt in my absence? Gu Beicheng shouted. The crowd, startled by the gunfire, paused their chaotic struggle upon seeing her figure, yet a few, emboldened by their aggression, disregarded her words and continued their assault. Bang, bang, bang. A series of 4 shots rang out, taking down the most aggressive of the orcs. The bloodlust that had consumed them faded, replaced by sheer terror. They now regretted heeding the bear's command and challenging the authority of the Beast King. Take them all away. Leave none behind, Gu Beicheng declared coldly, turning to assess Qing Shi's injuries. Qing Tsuan, along with Zi and others, prepared to confine those at the entrance. But although they were momentarily intimidated by Gu Beicheng's sudden display of firepower, they were reluctant to be captured. The frail man who had just provided information to the burly figure immediately incited dissent. On what grounds does the Panda tribe seize people? They refuse exchanges and then take us captive. Is the Panda tribe intent on dominating the northern territories? Bang. Indeed, I aim to dominate the northern territories. What of it? Gu Beicheng seethed, filled with indignation. Bai Mao had briefly recounted the events of the past few days to her. Following her abrupt departure, the tribe had attracted the attention of the infamous 103rd Guardians of the North due to their access to water. They exploited the pretext of exchanging water and food to force trades with worthless items, leading to the ensuing conflict when the tribe refused their demands. Without uttering a single superfluous word, Gu Beicheng promptly discharged his weapon, ending the life of the provocateur. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Take him away. I advise you not to provoke me, he declared. Should anyone dare to throw themselves against the muzzle of my gun, I would not hesitate to offer you as a sacrifice to the heavens. Go ahead, test me if you dare. With that, Gu Beicheng waved his sleeve and departed, entering the cave of Qing Shi. Chapter 29. The artesian well. At this moment, Gu Beicheng's heart was overwhelmed with guilt, for it was his own blunder that had precipitated this turmoil. Gu Beicheng paid no heed to anything else and directly approached Qing Shi. Due to blood loss, Qing Shi's complexion was ashen, yet he managed to force a smile, saying, I'm fine, just a minor injury. A mere trifling injury, indeed. Had I not arrived, you would likely have been sacrificed to the heavens by now. Gu Beicheng shot him a disapproving glance and stepped closer to examine the wound. She forcefully tore open the fabric of Qingxi's clothing, swiftly cleaning the injuries before applying the medicine. Meanwhile, a white cat hurried over, clutching a handful of earthy brown herbs, eager to tend to Qingxi's wounds. Upon seeing her, Gu Beicheng promptly declined her offer, setting aside the efficacy of the herbs. The filthy appearance alone suggested that the wound might become infected. My remedy is far superior. Upon hearing this, the white cat finally felt reassured. It was only after Qingxi had been bound up like a mummy that Gu Beicheng rose and exited the cave. It was time to deal with that unruly group. It seemed his previous leniency had been misplaced. The Northern Territory was in dire need of some order. Gu Beicheng gazed at the circle of 103 guardians. Though now only 98 remained, securely bound by the Panda clan. They hung at the entrance, while notifications were sent to other tribes, declaring that in 3 days, a public execution would take place, along with some matters to address. Qingxi looked at her body adorned with bows. Though somewhat childish, it filled her heart with warmth. Moo woo woo. Brother, Beicheng's sister is coming to avenge you. Listening to Qinghe's words, Beicheng felt a sweet satisfaction in the handling of those individuals. After Gu Beicheng provided his instructions, he proceeded to designate the location for the water extraction well, based on previously surveyed sites. He retrieved the tools he had meticulously prepared and conveyed his directives. The principle behind the water extraction well is quite straightforward. The water is not forced out by pressure, but rather is drawn up by atmospheric pressure. By evacuating the air from the well pipe, the pressure inside the pipe becomes less than that of the surrounding atmosphere, thus allowing the water to ascend. However, water diversion is also necessary, serving as a sealing mechanism for the water extraction piston. The extraction process predominantly occurs through drilling. The borehole chamber, located at the uppermost part, is designed to protect the borehole entrance and to facilitate the installation of water extraction equipment. The well casing serves to safeguard the well walls from erosion and to prevent the collapse of unstable borehole walls. The filter is directly connected to the well casing, functioning as the intake section while concurrently preventing excessive influx of particles from the aquifer into the borehole. To protect the borehole, enhance the intake area, and reduce water flow resistance, manual filling with gravel is required. However, this particular task does not necessitate Gu Beicheng's direct involvement. The sedimentation pipe, situated at the bottom of the well casing, is designed to collect sand particles entering the well, typically measuring between 2 to 4 meters in length. Initially, it was also necessary to use cement to create an artificial seal to prevent surface wastewater from contaminating the groundwater or to isolate different aquifers during the backfilling process. Nevertheless, due to the local environmental conditions, Gu Beicheng deemed this step unnecessary. As for the filter, he had already procured the finest ready-made version, which could be directly utilized. In less than half a day, the water well had taken its preliminary form. Gu Beicheng conducted a trial. Initially, a murky mix of soil and water emerged. But after 2 cycles, a crystal-clear stream began to flow rhythmically from the well's mouth. The inhabitants of the Panda tribe stood in astonishment, realizing that water had been beneath their feet all along. Although many of the beastmen could not comprehend the underlying principle, their joy was undeniable. As they joined hands and danced around the well, singing and laughing merrily, Gu Beicheng, accompanied by Zi and others, brought the freshly extracted mud to the entrance. The 98 Taibao who were suspended had already become somewhat dehydrated from the sun's relentless rays, and most of them could no longer maintain their human forms, transforming instead into beastly figures. Gu Beicheng abruptly splashed a basin of muddy water towards a brown wolf. "So, you dare to come here and steal water and cause trouble? Quite impressive." He waved his hand, signaling to rouse the nearly lifeless orcs. The lone wolf jolted at the icy water, upon realizing it was merely water. He disregarded the filth and instinctively opened his mouth to lick. However, being bound, he could only swallow the water that trickled to the corners of his mouth. At that moment, he felt no fear. Instead, a surge of anger boiled within him at Gu Beicheng's audacity to waste water. Gu Beicheng could discern his thoughts merely by observing his gaze. He tapped the lone wolf's face with a wooden stick. "Water, I possess in abundance. If you desire it, you must adhere to my rules. However, should you attempt to seize it, I regret to inform you that even if I were to irrigate this land, I would not grant it to you." Gu Beicheng retrieved a ladle and drew water from the barrel, pouring it onto the ground before the assembly of onlookers. The suspended individuals swallowed hard, gazing longingly yet helplessly at the scene. "Do not let them perish," he uttered before turning away. The panda tribe had never witnessed such an abundance of water in their lives. With just a press, the liquid flowed endlessly, were it not for Gu Beicheng's intervention. Their eagerness suggested they would have eagerly drained every last drop from the earth, even with Gu Beicheng restraining them. The over 200 members of the panda tribe managed to fill several large vats with just a few presses each. Gu Beicheng gazed at the water before him. Somewhat speechless, yet, reflecting on their past days, he found it understandable. However, where could they store this water? With the sun blazing overhead, if there were no suitable containers. Within a few days, at least half of this water would evaporate, leaving his space filled with modern necessities, rather than allowing the sun to evaporate it. It would be far more beneficial to utilize it for irrigation, thereby enhancing the cultivation of arable land. Gu Beicheng is a woman of action. She instructed everyone to relocate the large barrels to the area she had meticulously designated for cultivation. Once the fields were properly leveled, she directed them to pour the water in batches, categorizing it according to the size and moisture content of the land. Though the crowd harbored some skepticism about pouring water into the ground, they were compelled to comply, inspired by Gu Beicheng's extraordinary abilities and their reverence for the Beast King. Under the nourishment of several tons of water, the initial contours of the fields began to take shape. Naturally, a single day was insufficient for such an endeavor. Multiple sessions would be required. Today's water merely served to saturate the surface of the land. For a long-term transformation, a comprehensive alteration from the ground up was necessary. Relying solely on irrigation would not suffice to convert a parched expanse into arable land. Fortunately, Gu Beicheng had made ample preparations, having stockpiled materials for greenhouses. The broader environment of the Northern Territory is predominantly arid, and while Gu Beicheng could cultivate small plots, altering the entire northern landscape was beyond her current capabilities. This ambitious undertaking would demand significant manpower and financial resources, beginning with afforestation and requiring artificial precipitation along the way. For now, however, she chose to set aside these lofty aspirations and focus on the transformation of these few expansive fields. Chapter 30. A slap in the face. Gu Beicheng discovered that after several instances of crafting items, the intelligence of the panda tribe's orcs seemed to have been unleashed, illuminating their understanding with remarkable clarity. Gu Beicheng succinctly recounted the structural features of the greenhouse, prompting several individuals to accompany him to commence their tasks. Essentially, it resembled an oversized shading structure for fruit seedlings. Before their departure, they reconfirmed their understanding. Indeed, that was precisely the intention. Gu Beicheng felt a wave of satisfaction. She no longer needed to elucidate the underlying principles, as they could effortlessly draw parallels to the concept of water accumulation in a nighttime cellar. Though there were distinctions, a semblance of understanding existed. In a span of 3 days, 2 greenhouses were erected. Gu Beicheng had devised a plan. One would be designated for cultivating wheat, corn, and other crops, while the other would serve to grow vegetables and nurture seedlings. Naturally, the small seedling project she had initiated earlier was seamlessly integrated into the expansive greenhouse. Although the panda community busied themselves, Gu Beicheng was equally industrious. She buried pipelines and connected water sources, swiftly establishing a drip irrigation system, thus alleviating any concerns regarding water supply for the fields. If one were to identify the most jubilant beings during these days, it would undoubtedly be the 2 pandas, Qingxi and Qinghe, one being Gu Beicheng's cherished little cub, and the other a patient, who was receiving exemplary care. In recent days, Gu Beicheng has taken charge of the meals for Qingxi and Qinghe. During lunch, she found herself rather full, so in the afternoon, she contemplated preparing something easily digestible. She retrieved 2 preserved eggs from her space, peeled them, and cut them into small pieces. She then inquired with the orc responsible for the kitchen for a piece of lean meat, which she sliced into thin strips and briefly sauteed in fragrant oil infused with scallions, ginger, and garlic for later use. After washing the rice, she placed it into a small pot, added the previously prepared meat strips and preserved eggs, and gave it a gentle stir before adding water. Since Gu Beicheng had yet to electrify the tribe, she continued to use a fire stove to cook the rice. After stretching her body, she gathered the little dumpling Qinghe into her arms and lay down on the bed, setting a timer before drifting into a deep slumber. After a while, Qinghe was gently pulled from Gu Beicheng's embrace by her brother. Qingxi, using his uninjured arm, tucked the quilt around Gu Beicheng. He then drew the curtain aside and quietly slipped out. Upon exiting the cave, Qingxi arrived at the mouth of the canyon, gazing at the group of orcs hanging there. Their expressions inscrutable, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied their minds. Gu Beicheng was roused from his slumber. Not long after Qingxi departed from the cave, the little panda Qinghe once again leaped onto Gu Beicheng's bed. After futilely attempting to burrow beneath the covers, she opted instead to rest directly atop Gu Beicheng's head. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a sea of fur. This involuntary, intimate encounter with a panda was utterly delightful. Gu Beicheng picked up the little panda, indulging in a delightful session of gentle squeezing and stroking its fur. It was not until Qinghe let out a protest that he finally ceased his affectionate ministrations. The sun had dipped below the horizon, and dusk was settling in. Gu Beicheng's congee, a delicate blend of century egg and lean pork, was now ready. Its rich aroma wafting through the cave. He ladled a bowl for himself and another for Qinghe. After placing the little panda on the table, they began to enjoy their meal. As for Qingxi, his portion was left in the pot, to be served later when he returned. Gu Beicheng glanced at the time. It was 9 o'clock in the evening. Adhering to her nocturnal habits, she splashed her face with water and resumed her study of the reconstruction of the entire tribe. After having her fill, Qinghe once again burrowed into Gu Beicheng's bed and fell asleep. "Are you awake?" Qingxi returned to the cave. Gu Beicheng was engrossed in his drawings, his gaze fixed on the paper. "There is rice in the pot. Help yourself," he said, without looking up. "I still have some work to finish." After Qingxi finished her meal and washed the dishes, she quietly sat beside Gu Beicheng, watching him draw in silence. The two exchanged no words, the only sound being the soft scratch of the pencil on the paper. As the night wore on, Gu Beicheng finally succumbed to fatigue, falling asleep atop the blueprint. After a moment of hesitation, Qingxi decided to gently carry him back to his small bed. When dawn broke, the 3-day deadline had arrived. Gu Beicheng has also made preparations to convene a tribal assembly for all 13 tribes of the Northern Territory, 200 meters to the left of the canyon. Gu Beicheng has already arranged a square for the panda clan, which will serve well for meetings or physical activities. Furthermore, in a bid to escape the summer heat, she has even installed a canopy overhead. The establishment of rules by Gu Beicheng quickly reached the ears of the 13 tribes on that very day, igniting a subtle anticipation for the meeting to come. The fall of the 103 Guardians of the North was finally at hand. Whereas the fear of the Earth Serpent tribe had previously stemmed from their oppressive might, the sentiment towards the 103 Guardians was rooted in deep-seated disdain. This group, characterized by their high degree of freedom and formidable aggression, possessed neither a sense of racial identity nor moral restraint, embodying the essence of plunder and destruction. Numerous smaller tribes had suffered at their hands, never imagining that these ruffians would dare to challenge the authority of the Beast King. Their impending downfall was met with universal delight. Upon receiving the summons, the chieftains of the 13 northern tribes gathered their most valued kin, with even the minor chieftain of the Earth Serpent tribe in attendance, resulting in a throng of several thousand people densely filling the square. After Gu Beicheng waited for everyone to gather, he utilized Xiao and's teleportation ability to materialize before the crowd. This was not to show off, but to enhance her enigmatic allure in the eyes of the onlookers through such an unconventional method. Even if it caused some headaches, it was deemed worthwhile. The effect was remarkably evident, as the previously boisterous square fell silent in an instant, with some individuals so astonished that their jaws nearly dropped. Today, there were 3 matters to convene the group. First, henceforth, the Northern Territory shall not suffer from a lack of water. As soon as Gu Beicheng concluded his first statement, the orcs erupted into a cacophony of voices. After all, the water scarcity in the Northern Territories had persisted for quite some time, rooted in historical circumstances. If it were merely the recent extraordinary combat prowess and culinary delights that had earned Gu Beicheng the title of Beast King, the assembled orcs might not have fully believed his words. However, his sudden appearance had significantly bolstered their confidence. Gu Beicheng gestured for everyone to be silent. And then she announced the second matter. "Secondly, I shall unify the entire northern region." Upon concluding his statement, Gu Beicheng found the atmosphere profoundly shocking. Or perhaps the others had yet to recover from the disconcerting news of the water shortage. At that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the gathering, with not a single voice daring to break the stillness. After a prolonged silence of nearly half a minute, the leader of the porcupines was the first to speak. "As long as you can ensure our tribe does not suffer from a lack of water, we, the porcupine tribe, shall hold you in the highest regard." The porcupine leader had little time for trifles. His admiration for Gu Beicheng had already taken root during the last market gathering, particularly today. The miraculous appearance and the promise of sustained water supply were more than enough for him to entrust his entire fortune and life to her. Of course, with every willingness, there exists reluctance. It was not that the others doubted Gu Beicheng's capabilities. Rather, they feared attracting the attention of the Central Dynasty. Even the formidable Earth Snake tribe had refrained from attempting to consolidate the 13 tribes, as doing so would be tantamount to slapping the face of the central dynasty. In the context of territorial divisions, if the 13 northern tribes represented a county, then the central dynasty epitomized the entire nation. It was no wonder that these orc chieftains hesitated to confront such an overwhelming force. Gu Beicheng had long conducted his research. The so-called Panda clan was, in essence, nearly the population of a single village. Even when considering the additional 12 tribes, their numbers paled in comparison to that of a single county in his world. For the orcs lacked the formidable reproductive capabilities. However, despite their relatively small population, the combat prowess of the orcs was unparalleled by ordinary humans. Even a less formidable panda orc could effortlessly overpower dozens of ordinary humans, provided there were no modern firearms involved. Gu Beicheng initially intended to discreetly trade goods between two realms. However, the incident involving Qingxi's beating made her realize that excessive modesty often signifies incompetence. Incompetence leads to suffering and inflicts harm upon those around her. She is unwilling to allow this, having failed to protect one group of individuals. She does not wish to see another suffer. Therefore, since fate has brought her to the beast realm, the people of the Northern Territory will serve as her first lever to maneuver through this world. Gu Beicheng did not rush everyone to express their opinions at that moment. Instead, she directly addressed the third matter at hand. Setting aside the previous two issues, the primary reason for gathering everyone today was due to the actions of this group. Gu Beicheng gestured towards the 98 individuals kneeling on her left. I do not wish to elaborate extensively on their circumstances, as I trust everyone is familiar with the events that transpired. Given their audacity to wreak havoc at my doorstep, they must face the wrath of Gu Beicheng. Let them all be dealt with. With a seemingly weightless utterance, Gu Beicheng determined the fate of nearly 100 lives without a trace of hesitation, for she deemed them all to be unworthy. Upon receiving the command, the executors momentarily froze but swiftly sprang into action. The Blue Bear appeared to have anticipated this outcome. As soon as Gu Beicheng's order was articulated, he cleaved the head off the dragon beast man before him with a single stroke. The others, too, did not linger in indecision. In the blink of an eye, before any pleas for mercy could escape their lips, half of the square was stained with crimson, and the wind carried the stench of blood far and wide. Though the community had always revered Gu Beicheng as the Beast King, her amiable and vivacious demeanor had never imposed the weight of her title upon them. In fact, she often exhibited a warmth surpassing that of the clan leader. Yet, just moments ago, she had unflinchingly commanded the slaughter of nearly 100 souls, prompting a profound reevaluation of her identity as the Beast King within the hearts of all present. As for the second matter I mentioned, there is no need for immediate responses. Take your time to ponder it. After we disperse, Zhu Shisan, please remain behind. I will arrange for assistance with your water supply issue shortly. From now on, the treatment of the Hedgehog clan under my leadership will be on par with that of the Panda tribe. After Gu Beicheng uttered these final words, he vanished from the square. What does it mean to strike with one hand and then offer a sweet date with the other? Gu Beicheng's act of murder in front of everyone today was intended to demonstrate his iron-fisted authority. However, addressing the water source issue was equally crucial for the survival of all beings in the Northern Territory. Both elements are indispensable. Without establishing dominance, one risks being underestimated. And failing to resolve fundamental survival issues means that the relationships forged under pressure will not endure. In the square, apart from the Porcupine clan leader, the leaders of other clans broke into a cold sweat. They had not anticipated that this female Beast King would exhibit such decisiveness. During their initial encounter, Gu Beicheng's calm demeanor had allowed them to reap significant benefits, but it had also led them to view her with a measure of disdain. Previously, they regarded Gu Beicheng as a marvelously capable and gentle Beast King, yet today South bloodshed in the square has altered their perception. Even a Beast King possesses a temper. In contrast, the Porcupine clan leader grinned with delight. The more formidable Gu Beicheng became, the more his choice was vindicated. Old goat, what are you still hesitating about? Haven't you felt the majesty of the Beast King yet? Don't be indecisive, old relic. Gu Beicheng can resolve our water woes, but what about the Central Dynasty? They only remember us when it's time to collect taxes, and for years, who has cared for us? Old die. Pig 13 seemed to have imbibed a stimulant, not only supporting Gu Beicheng's claim to supremacy in the Northern Territory, but also fervently rallying other clan leaders, displaying a dedication surpassing that of the most seasoned lobbyist. The Porcupine clan leader had previously been notorious for his reckless nature, often acting without thought and becoming the subject of ridicule by other clans. Yet today, Pig 13 emerged as the greatest beneficiary. How could he not be exhilarated? How could he not advocate for Gu Beicheng? Pig 13's fervent persuasion proved remarkably effective. Some clan leaders, previously ambivalent, were indeed swayed by his arguments. It is true that, although the Central Dynasty is a formidable entity, remaining in this desolate place is perilous enough, so why live in fear? To Gu Beicheng's astonishment. In addition to Pig 13, the second to respond to his call was, unexpectedly, the Earth Serpent clan. The elder, accompanied by the young chief of the clan, made their way to the Panda tribe and finalized a multitude of intricate details in less than half an hour. Upon their departure, Gu Beicheng couldn't help but muse that indeed, having an elder in the family is akin to possessing a treasure. The Earth Serpent clan is fortunate to have such a venerable figure. Moreover, the young chief was exceedingly adorable. It seems that all creatures are endearingly charming in their youth. And snakes are no exception. Gu Beicheng dispatched 2 teams to the tribes of the porcupine and the earth snake to dig wells. By tomorrow, once news of the water wells spreads, it is expected that more tribes will wish to join her ranks. Once the issue of water is resolved, the quality of life in the northern territories will ascend dramatically. There will be no more dread of dying of thirst tomorrow, nor concerns about the energy to hunt the following day. They may even indulge in delightful feasts. It seems that all the orcs in the north have been imbued with newfound hope, regardless of Gu Beicheng's motives for unifying all the northern tribes. The ordinary orcs remain indifferent to such matters. They are simply aware that her presence enhances their lives, ensuring they are well-fed and warmly clothed. She is the savior sent by the heavens for all the orcs of the north. From now on, the hyena tribe shall be responsible for intelligence. The vulture tribe will oversee reconnaissance and patrols from the skies in coordination with the hyena tribe. The warriors of the porcupine tribe will serve as the city's defenders. The panda tribe will manage the supply of provisions. The 13 chieftains listened intently, their expressions grave, yet the fervor within them was ignited by Gu Beicheng. At that moment, the confusion and hesitation that had plagued them in recent days vanished, each one resembling a passionate youth, poised to charge into battle. Does everyone comprehend? Gu Beicheng inquired, as she sketched out the details on the paper in her hand. The assembly nodded solemnly, in unison declaring, "We understand. We vow to defend the northern territories. Come what may." Very well. Since you all grasp your responsibilities, you may disperse and begin your preparations. Soon, all those in the meeting cave departed, leaving behind a single sheet of paper. On it was inscribed, Hyena Entertainment News, Vulture Courier, Panda Teacher, Porcupine Reliable Comrade. Chapter 32. The abandoned place. Gu Beicheng has conducted an on-site investigation of the geographical expanse and transportation environment of the entire northern border region. According to Shaoan's measurements, this area spans approximately 3,500 square kilometers, inhabited by 13 tribes. On one side lies the edge of the continent, while the other connects to the path leading to the Central Dynasty. Gu Beicheng has yet to comprehend the overall map of the Xianwang continent. According to the oral traditions of the orcs, it appears to resemble a tiered structure. This region inhabited by the orcs exists at a transitional layer, with what is referred to as an upper realm and the abyss below. Gu Beicheng discovered that the northern region resembled a vast island within his world. Yet instead of being surrounded by ocean, it was encircled by an unfathomable abyss, with only a few passages connecting it to the central continent. The further one traveled toward the heart of the land, the more favorable the topography, climate, and environment became. It appeared that the scarcity of water was a localized issue of the northern region rather than a widespread concern across the entire Xianwang continent. Thus, Gu Beicheng began to form a preliminary understanding of the overall development of the beast world. The leaders of the 13 tribes awaited the accountability of the Central Dynasty with great pride and anticipation. In a bid to alleviate Gu Beicheng's negative perceptions, Liao Tao led a group of tribesmen to stand vigil at several passages connecting the northern region to the Central Dynasty. However, after several days, not only did the anticipated army fail to descend, but not even a specter was seen at the northern entrance. In stark contrast to the solemnity displayed by the tribal leaders, Gu Beicheng remained untroubled, bustling about cheerfully each day. Unlike the anxious leaders, the ordinary beastmen were unconcerned. They merely needed to fulfill the tasks assigned to them daily to ensure their sustenance, a far cry from the desperate hunts of the past where their survival was uncertain. Previously, an entire tribe would often embark on hunts, yet in this harsh northern land, both the beastmen and the animals struggled to survive. Not to mention the difficulty of capturing prey during hunts. Even when successful, the share of meat that made its way to their hands was minimal, making their efforts for the Beast King seem rather futile. After dinner, the blue bear hesitated before finally speaking up. "Beicheng, are you not at all worried?" "Worried about what?" Gu Beicheng replied, tinkering with a circuit board, pleased that his cave would soon have electricity, allowing for a more diverse supper than mere barbecues. Of course, worried about the central dynasty, the blue bear exclaimed, his voice rising in urgency. Gu Beicheng lifted his head and smiled, glancing at Qingxi as he said, "Do you know why I am not anxious?" After pondering for a moment, Qingxi nodded and began to explain to his father. The northern region is fraught with harsh conditions. Although it is connected to the central dynasty, the 13 tribes of the north have always tended to their own affairs, living in great difficulty. In fact, the taxes we provide to the central dynasty from the entire north are even less than those from a small tribe in the south. Moreover, according to the information we have, every region south of the north is overseen by a representative of the central dynasty. Why is it that we, in the north, are overlooked? It is simply because the central dynasty has relinquished their claim over our territory. Qingxiang furrowed his brow and contemplated for a moment before asking, if they have already abandoned us, then why do they still require us to pay taxes each year? Isn't it obvious? Money is never in excess. Gu Beicheng rolled his eyes. Who would complain about having too much grain? Such a simple principle should be easy to grasp. You voluntarily pay taxes for various reasons. Even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel of meat, and they would certainly not refuse it. However, managing the survival issues of the entire north would require substantial investment. Furthermore, transporting goods and personnel is an expensive affair. A region that cannot yield economic benefits is not worth deploying troops to. After all, the realm of the Xianhuang beast has yet to evolve to the level of valuing national land rights. Does this mean the central dynasty will not invade? Qingxiang began to understand, letting out a sigh of relief. Not necessarily, Gu Beicheng replied. Just as Qingxiang felt a sense of relief. Gu Beicheng's words rekindled his anxiety. Not necessarily? So you are uncertain as well? Yes, these are all conjectures. Gu Beicheng said as he finished sealing the last wire with a soldering iron. Then why are you not worried at all? Qingxiang asked, growing impatient. Qingxi glanced at the darkening sky and began to urge her father out of their dwelling. Isn't it obvious? Have you forgotten those iron lumps at our doorstep? If they do come, will Beicheng allow them to leave? She pushed her father out of the cave and firmly shut the door embedded with Gu Beicheng's design. Qingxiang touched the tip of his nose, acknowledging that his son had grown and was no longer obedient. However, seeing Gu Beicheng's calm demeanor eased his own worries. The sky was dim, the night was pitch black, and the moon hung like a crescent. Unlike the darkness outside, the cave was illuminated by installed lamps, casting a bright glow throughout. Would you like a cup of hot milk tea? Yes, 1 cup please. Qingxi skillfully opened a canister, extracting 3 packets and tearing them open to pour in all at once. After filling a kettle of boiling water, she stirred the mixture and handed it to Gu Beicheng with a straw inserted. Thank you. You should go to bed. There's no need to wait for me. Gu Beicheng said without lifting his head. Qingxi remained silent, sitting quietly beside him, observing the items in his hands, occasionally furrowing her brow or appearing enlightened. It wasn't until the black block in Gu Beicheng's hands displayed a startup screen in the dead of night that he stood up and stretched. You haven't slept? Gu Beicheng exclaimed in surprise upon noticing Qingxi sitting beside him. Gu Beicheng nodded thoughtfully. Yes, I am observing the things you just created. Are you learning? He noticed that Qingxi was exceptionally quick-witted and remarkably adept at grasping new concepts. However, he understood that intelligence alone was insufficient for mastering a device like a smartphone. Its essence bore some resemblance to the luminous brain of his own world, yet it possessed a tangible entity that facilitated creation with greater ease. Gu Beicheng aspired to establish a regional network in the Northern Territory, which would greatly facilitate the transmission of messages and the assembly of personnel in the future. Gu Beicheng pondered for a moment before retrieving a set of smartphone components, relics from a world before the Great Radiation. These were treasures she had painstakingly acquired. She nudged the parts towards Qingxi and suggested, what do you say we give it a try? After a brief hesitation, Qingxi nodded in agreement. All right. I shall give it a go. Gu Beicheng took a sip of hot water, twisting her waist to relieve her nearly stiff body, while also paying attention to the tasks in Qingxi's hands. Qingxi worked with remarkable speed in the span of a single set of calisthenics. She had assembled all the components of the mobile phone. Chapter 33, It Speaks. However, upon pressing the power button, 5 seconds elapsed, yet the screen remained dark and unchanged. Qingxi furrowed her brow, swiftly disassembling the device into its parts. After a moment of contemplation with her eyes closed, she meticulously examined it further and pointed to a circuit chip, saying to Gu Beicheng, it must be this component. but I can't quite comprehend it. Gu Beicheng smiled, realizing that this giant panda boy before her might possess even greater utility. The chip circuit board is the heart of a mobile phone, although you are quite intelligent. Mastering it necessitates systematic study. I cannot adequately explain it to you at this moment, but in a few days, I will gather some materials and videos for you to learn from, Gu Beicheng indicated, pointing to the circuit board in King Siu's hands. Sister Beast King, aren't you and brother going to sleep? The little panda, Qinghe, exclaimed as she woke from her slumber. Climbing up from Gu Beicheng's bed, she rubbed her eyes with her front paws. King Siu, gazing down at the object in his hands, replied softly and prepared to sleep. While Gu Beicheng looked in astonishment at the little panda. You can speak now. As Gu Beicheng finished speaking, Qingxi suddenly raised her head, momentarily forgetting the items in her hands, and she seemed to teleport to Qinghe's side. Oh, I can really speak. Qinghe also realized that she was capable of human speech. The little panda, initially feeling somewhat fatigued, was now entirely consumed by the fact that she could articulate human words. At the age of 9, she had yet to show any signs of transformation. Typically, beastmen began to shift forms around the age of 5. Yet she not only remained unable to take on human form, but also struggled to express herself in human language. Although her kin treated her with kindness and never expressed disdain, she felt a deep-seated inferiority, believing herself to be a disgrace among beastmen. However, today, the ability to speak human language ignited a glimmer of hope within her. Could this signify the possibility of her one day transforming into a human? While Gu Beicheng did not fully comprehend the significance of the little panda's newfound ability to speak, he could certainly sense their shared joy. The transformation of a beast man was an immensely significant event, akin to a rebirth from ashes. For a beast man who could not transform, one could only consider them a mere beast. The entire panda tribe had long since given up hope for Qinghe's transformation, resigning themselves to treating her as a unique, ordinary cub. Yet, hope had now blossomed. Qingxi understood that Qinghe's ability to speak was entirely due to Gu Beicheng's influence. Since his arrival, the tribe had enjoyed ample food and warmth, providing the necessary energy for Qinghe's transformation. I can speak. I'm so happy. I will definitely transform into a human one day. The little panda, Qinghe, was overwhelmed with joy, unable to contain her tears of excitement. She poured out all her unspoken grievances in her tears. As the night wore on, the three of them finally succumbed to a deep slumber amidst their elation. The next day, Gu Beicheng awoke to find himself sleeping on the ground, with his head resting on the large panda, Qingxi, while cradling the little panda, Qinghe, in his arms. Fortunately, a few days prior, he had adorned the cave with a thick carpet, preventing him from catching a cold on the floor. However, truth be told, sleeping on a panda was quite warm and comforting. After Gu Beicheng rose, he exited the cave to freshen up. Upon witnessing his departure, Qingxi finally shifted her stiffened body. In truth, she had awakened early, yet upon seeing Gu Beicheng resting upon her, she initially intended to carry him to bed. However, for reasons unknown, she inexplicably refrained from doing so. It remained uncertain whether it was the fear of disturbing him with her movements or some other inscrutable reason, but she resolutely maintained her position for half the night. Upon stepping outside, Gu Beicheng realized that the sun had nearly reached its zenith. Had it not been for the absence of windows in the cave, he might have already been scorched. The Beast King has awakened. Indeed, I have. Good afternoon, Beast King. Good afternoon. The passing tribespeople greeted Gu Beicheng, who, observing their flurry of activity akin to spinning tops, felt a slight blush of embarrassment. He sensed a recent decline in his own diligence. From a distance, the busy white cat preparing a meal spotted Gu Beicheng and scampered over with petite steps, inquiring, Beicheng, will you be dining with everyone at noon, or will the three of you be eating separately? Gu Beicheng pondered for a moment and realized that she had risen late. Thus, it would be unwise to squander time on preparing a meal. What shall we have for lunch? She inquired. Dumplings, came the reply. As the females at home had taken to making them with enthusiasm, the white cat, her paws dusted with flour, absent-mindedly twirled a lock of her hair. At present, the panda tribe resembled a well-structured enterprise, replete with regulations. Each task was assigned to a specific individual, and even a menu had been established. The females of the tribe not only mastered the culinary delights that Gu Beicheng had introduced, but also exhibited a flair for innovation. Though Gu Beicheng was hesitant to endorse some of these creative endeavors, nevertheless, the dumplings were indeed commendable. and she discovered that the dumplings crafted by the tribe's females surpassed her own efforts by a considerable margin. Upon learning what the midday meal would entail, Gu Beicheng suddenly recalled that Qinghe had learned to speak. As the white cat was her mother, it was only fitting that she share this delightful news. Qinghe spoke last night, Gu Beicheng announced with a smile. The white cat paused, momentarily taken aback, and then, seemingly in disbelief, stammered, You mean? Qinghe can talk now? As if to affirm the validity of this revelation, the little bundle of fur, Qinghe, pushed open the door and emerged from her den. Wrapping her arms around the white cat's ankle and exclaiming in a soft, endearing voice, Mother, I can talk now. Tears welled up in the white cat's eyes as she joyfully embraced the little panda, wiping away her tears and planting a fervent kiss on her cheek. Gu Beicheng disposed of the remaining water in the wash basin and quietly departed from the scene, leaving this place to the two joyful mother and daughter. Soon, the news of Qinghe's ability to speak spread throughout the entire tribe, reaching even the orcs from neighboring clans who had come to offer their assistance, all of whom were aware of the transformation of the last cub of the panda tribe. Of course, Gu Beicheng was indifferent to the manner in which such rumors circulated. Her primary concern was the insufficient food supply. 50 bags of rice and 10 bags of flour may sound substantial, yet they were hardly sufficient to sustain the thousands of mouths in the northern realm. Gu Beicheng realized that the current method of distributing food for free to govern and integrate the tribe was somewhat impractical. A more realistic approach would be to allocate resources based on labor. Gazing at the fewer than 4 bags of rice in the warehouse, Gu Beicheng fell into contemplation. A plan began to take shape in her mind. While there were sufficient hands available, there was still much to learn, whether in construction or management. And these issues needed to be addressed promptly, otherwise, problems would inevitably arise over time. It was essential to return to the modern world, with more mouths to feed. The pursuit of profit could not be delayed. Chapter 34, Concealed Identity Shown. How many faith points do I currently possess? Report, Master. You have 728,423 faith points. Quite a precise number. Gu Beicheng chuckled at Xiao An's meticulous response. Master, are you teasing Xiao An? She huffed. The system had become significantly more humanized after its upgrade to level 2. No. Gu Beicheng stifled her laughter and asked a serious question. Xiao An, can the system conceal my identity? Gu Beicheng contemplated the current avenues available for his financial gain. Firstly, the path of selling fruits had become unviable, as he was left with only a few red seeds. The other fruits had either been consumed or remained as mere seedlings, and even if they were to bear fruit, a considerable period would be required for maturation. Unfortunately, he lacked the luxury of time to await this cycle. Furthermore, the sale of red seeds presented significant complications, as they were a type of fruit non-existent in his world. Their emergence in the market would undoubtedly stir upheaval within the botanical industry. Should any investigation lead back to him, his identity would be compromised. Additionally, attracting the attention of the Jia Tian group would be a perilous endeavor, fraught with potential consequences. Thus, the route of selling fruits was irrevocably closed off. On the other hand, the trade of precious metals, such as diamonds and gold, also required a certain level of identity verification. Particularly with gold, the regulations surrounding it in his world were exceedingly stringent. As gold serves as a universally recognized reserve currency, nations maintain rigorous control over it. In comparison to Western countries, China, due to its historical context, exhibits a relatively lax approach to gold regulation. However, this leniency is only relative. Transactions necessitate invoices and documentation to substantiate ownership of such gold. Many entities harbor concerns regarding the legitimacy of received items, fearing they may be proceeds of crime. At this moment, Gu Beicheng felt a profound sense of melancholy. He possessed 2 gold mines, yet lacked the appropriate identification to engage in any legitimate trade. After all, the nature of gold mines demands a certain level of power and influence. It is not something one can easily conceal. If questioned about the origins of his gold, he could hardly divulge that he owned several gold mines in another world. Gu Beicheng gazed at the mountain of gold before him, silently sighing. Indeed, this was the first time he encountered the perplexing predicament of possessing wealth that could not be spent. As for diamonds, despite their exorbitant prices, they bore even greater demands of status. Each piece he currently held was capable of shattering world records. The last egg-sized gem had been secured only due to the manager's slight personal interest. Otherwise, his identity would have long been exposed. Master, there are indeed ways to navigate this situation, but such methods would require a substantial expenditure of faith points, Xiao An contemplated before responding. Upon hearing this, Gu Beicheng's eyes brightened, and he promptly inquired, "What method?" "Master, the system can forcibly replace your personal information within your realm. Yet it requires a staggering 70,000 points of faith. Currently, your points barely amount to 70,000. That is feasible, albeit costly. However, it is indeed practical. Nevertheless, Master, if you accumulate faith points to 100,000, you will unlock the third-tier system, granting access to the system mall. In the mall, you could procure a hidden tag for less than 10,000 faith points." "A hidden tag?" "Indeed, it is an item capable of concealing your personal information within the mall. It would only require 7,000 to 8,000 faith points to achieve the effect you desire." Gu Beicheng was momentarily taken aback. The prospect of sacrificing less than 10,000 faith points, which represented his entire fortune, certainly gave him pause. However, with the tribe now possessing only 4 sacks of rice, he found himself with little time to accumulate more faith points. Furthermore, it was crucial to note that in the Northern Territory, the faith points he had gathered were nearing a threshold limit. "Shawan, when you speak of replacement, you mean that in the future, there will be no existence of Gu Beicheng in that world, correct?" "Indeed," she replied. "The system will forcibly replace all information related to you, even altering your DNA. The mind that once belonged to you will be transformed into that of another individual, encompassing, but not limited to, your life experiences." Upon his first return to his own world, Gu Beicheng took great care to conceal his identity, refraining even from activating his neural interface, initially contemplating its complete abandonment. Financially, he merely secured a nameless bank card through rudimentary hacking methods. If he could successfully alter the information on his neural interface, his future existence in his original world would be significantly more convenient. While hiding merely prevents others from accessing his personal information, there remains a distinction between the two. Both methods could satisfy Gu Beicheng's needs, yet the alteration provides a notably safer and more convenient option. Without much hesitation, Gu Beicheng resolutely opted to utilize a substantial amount of his faith points to effect this change of identity, for although faith points possess value, their utility is moot if left unutilized. Gu Beicheng never engages in unprepared battles. His initial return was somewhat hasty, but this time, he must take comprehensive measures. With regard to the deployment of heavy destructive weaponry, such as mortars, around the canyon's periphery, Gu Beicheng has long instructed Qingxi in their usage. Should the Central Dynasty dispatch troops, at the very least, it will enable the Northern Territory to possess the capability to fight back. After arranging the matters for the following week, Gu Beicheng returned once more to his own world. When Shawan last ventured into the Beast Realm, he directly marked the teleportation coordinates to the rented countryside villa, allowing Gu Beicheng to leisurely peruse his information on the light brain from the comfort of his bed. Name: Beihai. Gender: female. Light brain ID: 622225ZX CVV 827. Background: orphan from Taisien, introverted and reclusive since childhood, admitted to a key national university through government assistance. Chose to forego a lucrative career in the city to serve her hometown in Taisien. Upon opening the light brain, a familiar interface materialized before Gu Beicheng, yet unlike before. All of his information had transformed into that of another individual, with even his appearance undergoing noticeable changes. After carefully reading through it, Gu Beicheng silently commended in his heart. The system is impressive. This value of faith was not spent in vain. Gu Beicheng first transferred all the balances from his anonymous bank card into his specialized card within his optical brain. After adjusting several permissions to be invisible in the information settings, he finally shut it down. This added an extra layer of security, allowing him to eliminate the entanglements and disturbances from ordinary individuals and preventing any future suspicions about his identity. If someone were to utilize advanced permissions to forcibly access information, it would not pertain to Beicheng. Once this concern regarding identity was resolved, Gu Beicheng swiftly rose from the bed, tidied himself up, and drove out. Chapter 35. The Wealthy Young Lady. Master, what are we going to do now? We are going shopping. What are we buying? You'll find out shortly. The curious Shawan pressed for answers, but was left unsatisfied, eventually retreating in a huff. Soon, Gu Beicheng drove from the northern suburbs to the western suburbs. Unlike the tranquility of the north, the west was bustling with noise that could be heard from afar, resembling a small market. A long thoroughfare filled with people stretched from north to south, bustling with blacksmiths, welders, and smelters. After surveying the area, Gu Beicheng located the place where he could find the items he sought and began to inquire. "Sir, how much for the smelting furnace?" Gu Beicheng asked an elderly man at the entrance who was attempting to reposition a deep crimson heavy-duty welding machine. It was evident that the old man lacked the strength to move it alone. After glancing at the situation, Gu Beicheng lent a hand. and together they lifted the cumbersome piece of equipment outside. In just a few seconds, a thin sheen of sweat appeared on Gu Beicheng's forehead, prompting her to reflect on her recent physical condition. It was lacking and in need of exercise. The elderly gentleman, equally fatigued, pulled over a small stool, sat down heavily, and after taking a sip of water, expressed his gratitude to Gu Beicheng. "Thank you, young lady. At my age, my body just can't keep up, haha." Gu Beicheng responded politely, "Not at all. You are still as vigorous as ever. The current youth cannot compare to you." The elderly man wiped the sweat from his forehead and grinned. "You speak the truth. Today's youngsters truly lack the vigor of our generation. Just look at the celebrities on television. None of them possess a hint of masculinity, like that fellow from that boy band." "Grandpa, that's enough. You mustn't speak ill of my brother." A girl of about 11 or 12 emerged from the room, casting a disapproving glance at the old man, her hands on her hips in a display of indignation. Upon seeing her, the elderly man quickly appeased her. All right, I won't mention your brother. He is the best." Humph. Satisfied, the girl returned to her room. The old man turned to Gu Beicheng, his expression one of embarrassment, while Gu Beicheng could only smile helplessly. "My dear, what was it you mentioned earlier? A smelting furnace?" The old man finally recalled that this young girl was his customer. Gu Beicheng nodded and said, "Indeed. I'm considering purchasing a smelting furnace and would like to inquire about the current market conditions." The old man scrutinized Gu Beicheng for a moment before hesitantly asking, "Such items as smelting furnaces are typically handled by rough men. What purpose do you have for acquiring one?" Gu Beicheng's eyes flickered as he replied, "Recently, I have been studying some of our nation's intangible cultural heritage and require a smelting furnace to create exquisite ornaments." The elderly man pondered for a moment before his expression brightened with understanding, and he remarked, "Oh, is it the hairpin making? My little girl also delights in tinkering with such crafts." Gu Beicheng was taken aback. She suddenly conceived an ingenious method for dealing with the illicit disposal of gold. "Am I correct?" The elder beamed with joy, as if comprehending that the moniker Zanyang could bridge the generational gap with the youth. Gu Beicheng promptly nodded and said, "Yes, indeed, it is Zanyao. She usually crafts bracelets and necklaces among other adornments." "That is precisely it. I am well acquainted with the items you seek. I previously curated a set for my little girl. Seeing how well you resonate with my granddaughter, I shall prepare a set for you as well, suitable for the delightful trinkets that young ladies like you cherish." The elder spoke in a straightforward manner. Upon hearing this, Gu Beicheng was utterly delighted. What an unexpected surprise. "Thank you, sir. You are truly kind-hearted." Gu Beicheng expressed his gratitude without any hesitation. What is there to thank for? Nowadays, very few young people possess such a warm-hearted disposition like you. Just now, I moved several welding machines, and many people came and went, yet it was only you, young lady, who lent me a helping hand, the elderly man remarked with a smile. Gu Beicheng was at a loss for words, merely responding with a sheepish smile. "Come, take a look at the set I previously prepared for my little girl. Glance at it, and if there are no significant issues, I shall arrange a similar set for you." As Gu Beicheng followed the elderly man down a side path to the main house, a complete set of smelting tools came into view. The outer rim of the smelting furnace was adorned with a playful shade of pink, clearly indicating the old man's deep affection for his granddaughter. "What do you think?" the elderly man inquired. Gu Beicheng examined this and that, although the colors were rather flamboyant. The quality and craftsmanship were undeniably excellent. Indeed, it was quite comprehensive, yet the height and color. Gu Beicheng did not finish his sentence. The elderly man's face flushed with embarrassment as he replied, "I will adjust the height to match your stature. As for the color, you need not worry. I chose this to please my dear girl. If you prefer a different hue, I can certainly make that adjustment for you." Gu Beicheng promptly declined, saying, "Oh, that's quite unnecessary. The original color is perfectly fine." She had no desire to possess a set of ostentatious smelting tools. "What about the price?" Gu Beicheng inquired. The old gentleman waved his hand dismissively. "Just charge her the cost of the furnace. I won't ask for much, since I find the young girl quite agreeable. I'll offer it at cost price." The price of over 1,000 was unexpected for Gu Beicheng. To be frank, in larger cities, that amount would barely cover the labor costs. Yet here she was able to acquire a complete set of tools. After finalizing numerous details, Gu Beicheng and her companion returned to the courtyard. "Master Wang, please also bring me 2 welding machines and a generator," Gu Beicheng requested. Wang Yongqiao, taken aback, asked, "Do you really need those?" "Yes, they are for the elders at home," Gu Beicheng casually replied. "Oh, understood. You'll want the household type, correct?" Wang Yongqiao remarked. Gu Beicheng pondered for a moment and nodded, considering it prudent to assess the quality of the items from that establishment. The old gentleman was amiable. Should the quality prove satisfactory, he could procure goods in bulk from his shop in the future. My dear, you have taken quite a few items. I have ensured that I brought ample accessories for the welding machine, such as welding helmets, welding cables, and rods. Thank you, Uncle Wang. No need for thanks. It is merely a courtesy. Unbeknownst to Wang Yongqiao, his sincere and benevolent gesture today would significantly alter the course of his life. Wang Yongqiao assisted Gu Beicheng in loading the smelting tools, along with the newly purchased small welding machine and generator, into the trunk of the car. By the way, my dear, which metals do you typically smelt? I would like to bring you some coating materials. Gu Beicheng replied, gold. Wang Yongqiao was taken aback for a moment, and then elaborated, what I meant was the metal that is frequently smelted, the one most commonly used. Gu Beicheng smiled and remarked, gold is indeed precious. I excel in crafting gold ornaments. Gold, with its low melting point and inherent purity, is far superior to ordinary plating materials. No need for plating, farewell, Wang. After saying this, Gu Beicheng drove away. Wang Yongqiao stood in place, watching the departing vehicle, and could not help but exclaim, so this young lady is quite wealthy. Chapter 36. The heir of a wealthy heiress. After procuring specialized tools, Gu Beicheng returned home. She parked her vehicle in the garage, secured the gate, and with a mere thought, summoned the heavy equipment to its designated spot, skillfully assembling the tools. She then retrieved a gold ingot weighing approximately 17 to 18 pounds and placed it into the furnace. The smelting furnace purchased by Gu Beicheng far surpasses the one crafted by the Beast World, alleviating her from expending considerable energy on it. Although it has not yet reached the level of full automation, it is not far from achieving that milestone. After Gu Beicheng set the time, she departed from the sweltering locale. She took out the mold for the gold ingots and meticulously polished it once more with oil. Then began to contemplate the matter of Zondian carefully. While gold itself is not easily sold, transforming it into a piece of art is comparatively more lenient. It is likely that jewelry would be more readily marketable than a box of gold bars. An hour later, a box of still-warm gold ingots appeared before Gu Beicheng. Gu Beicheng gazed at the gold ingot before him and sighed. It is truly a challenge to find ways to age such fine items. As earning a little profit is no easy feat, Gu Beicheng retrieved the antiquing solution he had meticulously prepared. His heart heavy with sorrow as he immersed all the gold ingots from the box into the liquid. Although gold possesses remarkable resistance to corrosion, it could not withstand such maltreatment. Each ingot, originally weighing 500 grams, now dwindled to a mere 490 grams after the antiquing process. Given the current market value of over 400 per gram, 10 grams would amount to over 4,000. Resulting in a loss of nearly several tens of thousands for the 10 ingots. Such a significant depreciation would cause distress even for someone like Gu Beicheng, who possessed a veritable gold mine. He urgently needed to seek artisans skilled in crafting jewelry, for merely purchasing the ancient gold ingots was not a sustainable solution. However, faced with a recent financial shortfall, he hoped this box of gold ingots would help him navigate through the initial hardships of the northern frontier. Gu Beicheng discovered a splendid gown within his wardrobe, seemingly a haute couture piece from the esteemed brand Nautis. This exquisite attire had originally been gifted to him by the brand, as a token of appreciation for surpassing a certain experimental benchmark. However, he had never been particularly fond of it, as the gown was adorned with an abundance of rhinestones, exuding an air of ostentation that did not align with his personal style. Nevertheless, today, this garment found its purpose. Perfectly suited for the occasion of disposing of stolen goods. Upon donning the attire, Gu Beicheng gazed into the mirror. Indeed, the advantages of opulence were evident. After being set aside for so many years, it bore not a single wrinkle or mark of time, remaining as pristine as ever. Gu Beicheng, adorned in high fashion and donning high heels, exudes the elegance of a high society lady even without makeup. The adage that one is defined by their attire holds true. Gu Beicheng firmly believes that in her current ensemble, should she venture out to purchase fruit, the snobbish salesgirl would undoubtedly treat her with a newfound reverence. Unlike the previous encounter, "My lady, you are simply stunning," radiating an air of opulence, she would remark. After all, can one not appear affluent when adorned in garments worth hundreds of thousands? Gu Beicheng elegantly cradled the box as he drove out, quickly arriving at the jewelry store where he had previously sold diamonds. "Shawan, do you think the manager will recognize me after my transformation?" Gu Beicheng mused silently to the system. "Master, you need not worry. The system's alterations are a comprehensive enhancement. The staff at the jewelry store will automatically correlate your previous appearance with your current one. The most they might notice is the difference between your made-up and natural face. Oh, that is reassuring. If they cannot recognize me, it would be better to directly sell at the gold market. Shui Tao had been in high spirits lately. Ever since he had delivered a diamond the size of an egg to headquarters, it had been successfully classified as a Grade 1 protected item. Not only did he pocket over 100,000, but he also advanced in title and qualifications. He had heard from the boss that by next year at the latest, he would be able to secure the position of general manager in the Northwest Long District, regardless of what he said. Gu Beicheng entered the shop, cradling a box in his arms. It was unclear whether the opulence of his presence rendered the previously enthusiastic sales associate hesitant to approach, or if the lingering shock from the last diamond display left everyone momentarily speechless, as the familiar greeting of welcome was conspicuously absent. However, it was not long before the poised woman who had previously escorted Gu Beicheng to the manager's office approached him. She politely inquired about his needs, promptly ushering him into the VIP room. In the VIP room, Gu Beicheng leisurely savored his tea when soon Manager Shui Tao hastily arrived. Following the enhancement of the diamond incident, it was no longer a matter of him seeking out buyers. Rather, the manager diligently sought him out. As Shui Tao gazed at the woman before him, he comprehended why she had so casually wielded that diamond previously. Having entered the jewelry industry, he frequently interacted with various high-end brands, thus he instantly recognized the haute couture attire Gu Beicheng wore. This was not just any ordinary high-fashion piece, but rather the pinnacle of Tanalvis limited edition from 2 years ago. With only 100 pieces available worldwide, wealth alone would not suffice for acquisition. It was no wonder she could nonchalantly produce a diamond the size of an egg. Only someone from such a distinguished lineage could afford to do so. However, at her level, why would she choose to sell her possessions? Yet, Shui Tao's professional decorum prevented him from asking such an imprudent question. He restrained himself and respectfully inquired, "What brings you here today?" Gu Beicheng was aware that the effect of her clothing's enchantment had taken hold. Without further ado, she casually pushed the box before her and declared, "Here it is, I shall purchase it this time." Shui Tao swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and donned professional gloves before opening the wooden box. What greeted his eyes was a dazzling expanse of gold. He swallowed again. He had encountered gold before, even in substantial quantities, considering the considerable stock in the display case downstairs. However, he had never laid eyes on such a vast quantity of gold ingots. A swift glance revealed at least 16 or 17, unmistakably ancient family treasures. "Are you truly intending to sell all of these?" Shui Tao stammered once more. "Naturally. How much can this box fetch?" Gu Beicheng feigned the impatience of a wealthy heiress. Shui Tao pondered for a moment and then elaborated, "These must be family heirlooms, correct? While I do engage in buying, it is solely based on the current market price of gold per gram. If you wish to sell them as antiques, I regrettably cannot accommodate that." Gu Beicheng nonchalantly remarked, "It matters not. After all, my family possesses an abundance of such items, so I shall sell them at the price of gold." Shui Tao found himself momentarily speechless by this statement, yet soon enough, he gazed enviously at the beautiful and affluent girl before him, who appeared somewhat lacking in intellect, pondering to himself, "Indeed, being born into the right circumstances is an art in itself." Shui Tao meticulously examined each gold ingot within the box before finally speaking, "I need to verify the gold. I shall require pliers to cut it open for inspection. Would that be acceptable to you?" Sure. Just make it quick. I have matters to attend to. In a few days, I am off to Paris with my girlfriends for a trip." At this moment, Gu Beicheng's demeanor epitomizes that of a vacuous heiress. In Chapter 37, Engaging in Games, when it comes to his area of expertise, Shui Tao exhibits no ambiguity. He meticulously inspects each gold ingot in his possession, utilizing a scale to weigh them one by one. The box contains a total of 18 gold ingots, each weighing in the vicinity of 490 grams. It is likely that they were originally intended to weigh 500 grams, but time has taken its toll, resulting in notable wear and tear, a rather regrettable circumstance. The total weight amounts to 916 grams, nearly 20 pounds of gold, and Shui Tao has grown somewhat desensitized to it. He employs a machine to assess the purity of the gold, which registers at an impeccable 99.9 mechanically. Shui Tao presses the calculator and remarks, "The current market price of gold is 471 yuan per gram, rendering the total value of your gold to be approximately 4,196,000 yuan. Allow me to round it up to 420,000. Gu Beicheng felt a surge of delight within, yet his expression betrayed a facade of dissatisfaction. "Is it truly so inexpensive?" My father used to claim that such items were treasures, but this seems rather ordinary, comparable to the previous raw diamond. Shuetao, listening intently, felt a pang of anxiety and muttered to himself, "Miss, this is over 4 million, not merely 400. Must you display such disappointment? And as for that raw diamond, these are items worthy of auction. Not everyone can possess them. Oh heavens, must there be no mercy for us ordinary folk? Unlike diamonds, gold does not carry the same allure, though it can still yield substantial returns." This time, Shuetao refrained from financing it himself. He reached out to headquarters. And soon 4 million was transferred. The government maintained stringent regulations regarding gold, and technically, an invoice is required. Observing the sudden change in the woman's demeanor, Shuetao hastily clarified, "Naturally, your family's hidden gold would not come with an invoice. We shall not make things difficult for you. However, we must request your personal identification information this time." Gu Beicheng rolled his eyes, displaying an expression of begrudging appreciation, and extended his wrist to activate his holographic device. "Just transfer the amount to my account," he instructed. Shuetao promptly processed the transaction, eager to avoid incurring the displeasure of this affluent benefactor. "Well, that lad is quite impressive. I shall seek you out again for future sales." Surrounded by a throng of admirers, Gu Beicheng was escorted away, waving his hand dismissively as he departed from their sight. "Oh my master, I never imagined you possessed such a charming facade," exclaimed Xiao in an exaggerated tone within Gu Beicheng's mind. Gu Beicheng chuckled and said, "In life, the most essential quality is the ability to adapt and change with grace. Oh, when I mention your weight, you seem to be out of breath." Haha. Gu Beicheng had become quite familiar with the routes of this county town, navigating effortlessly without the aid of a navigation system to reach her desired destinations. She mentally calculated her forthcoming expenditures. After changing her attire, she placed an order for a substantial quantity of grain and oil supplies, contemplating the construction of her base as well. The volume of rice and flour she ordered this time was significantly larger than before, yet fortunately, these commodities were not overly expensive, and she could easily afford them. After a day of bustling activity, hunger had set in, prompting Gu Beicheng to drive directly to a restaurant. She first ordered a lavish bowl of beef ramen, embellished with additional vegetables, meat, and an egg, yet found herself still unsated after finishing it. After a moment's reflection, she decided to visit a nearby eatery to indulge in a serving of stir-fried duck intestines with rice, which finally left her feeling somewhat satisfied. Gu Beicheng realized that since his arrival in the beast world, he had undergone numerous transformations. While he was uncertain about many changes, one thing was evident: his appetite had surged dramatically. After ordering hundreds of yuan worth of takeout while sitting in the car, he finally began his journey home to unload his bounty. Gu Beicheng utilized a design critique software to select several of the highest-rated designers. After some initial discussions, he conveyed his vision for the renovation of the North. Is this a joke? If children do not comprehend design, they should refrain from making arbitrary demands. Gu Beicheng gazed impassively at the barrage of insults and derision directed at him, continuously scrolling downward until he encountered a particular message. Given the vast scope, coupled with the harsh geographical conditions and the presence of a myriad of peculiar individuals with eccentric preferences, the overall difficulty of this design is tremendously significant. Both the expenses associated with design and renovation are decidedly impractical. Therefore, I would advise against pursuing the design or altering your requests. Gu Beicheng gazed at the message returned by the holographic brain, feeling an increasing fondness for the designer across from him. This was, without a doubt, a refreshing breeze amid the flurry of responses. Regardless of their design capabilities, the individual's attitude exemplified the professionalism expected of a true designer. Gu Beicheng swiftly clicked on the designer's profile to examine their reviews and qualifications. Fang Yuan, a retired and re-employed second-level academician from the Huazhong University of Architecture, held an impressive array of certifications: first-class constructor, first-class architect, first-class cost engineer, safety engineer, environmental impact assessment specialist, registered environmental engineer, registered surveyor, and senior designer, among others. A cursory glance at the certifications revealed an overwhelming number, prompting Gu Beicheng to ponder if this individual had indeed obtained every conceivable qualification in the architectural realm. Furthermore, as a university professor at Huazhong University of Architecture, arguably one of the most prestigious architectural institutions in China, one might wonder why their ranking points were relatively low. Upon meticulously reviewing the feedback for this professor, Gu Beicheng discerned two starkly contrasting categories. One group expressed profound satisfaction, vouching for the professor's integrity with unwavering recommendations, while the other group offered baseless negative reviews, akin to petty grievances that seemed to stem from malicious intent. After digesting all of Professor Fang Yuan's evaluative information, Gu Beicheng felt as though she had stumbled upon a treasure and promptly placed an order to secure the entirety of Professor Fang's freelance engagements for the upcoming semester. Gu Beicheng replied, "Professor Fang, this design is of utmost importance to me, and I am determined to see it through at all costs." Soon, Professor Fang responded, "The geographical and topographical issues are minor inconveniences that I can manage with a little effort. However, the peculiar preferences of the population in these 13 villages are quite vexing. What exactly are we to make of the winter hibernating snow domains inhabited by creatures like the snake bear, or the affinity for herbaceous flora? Not to mention the aerial guardians and the bamboo-laden sanctuaries of the pandas? Truly, you have pinpointed the crux of the matter, Professor. Yet, I cannot elucidate the eccentricities of the beast folk from another realm and can only deflect the conversation. Are you not an architect? Perhaps a game designer? Are you attempting to recreate the authentic world within a game?" Gu Beicheng nearly laughed out loud upon reading Professor Fang's message. The professor was indeed quite astute, providing him with the perfect rationale he had been struggling to find. As Gu Beicheng ascended the pole, he marveled at Professor Fang's keen insight, realizing that he was indeed in a predicament. Chapter 38. A brand new way of life. Had he truly anticipated this? "Professor Fang, I trust you are not displeased. Rest assured, as long as your designs are executed with precision, I shall not only compensate you as per your specifications, but will also enhance the payment coefficient based on the inherent complexity involved." Fang Yuan sat in the study of the independent accommodation assigned to him by the school, meticulously printing out the client's requirements, which spanned an impressive 7 pages. Ever since he casually registered for this part-time design software, this was the first instance where he encountered a design that posed a genuine challenge. The geographical range of over 3,000 kilometers brought forth a myriad of peculiar demands. It became apparent that what was being proposed was not a physical construction, but rather a design for game modeling. Indeed, while the expanse of Huaxia is vast, one would expect to have heard of any large-scale urban development projects. The realization that it pertained to a game made everything comprehensible. Fang Yuan had never been particularly driven by financial gain. At his age and with his status, fame and fortune no longer held a lure. Rather, he craved designs that presented a formidable challenge, seeking to transcend his own limits. Throughout the years, the most prestigious design he had undertaken was the preliminary design for the new urban area of Tianfu City, a project he regarded with great satisfaction. However, he was left with a sense of regret as various administrative personnel altered many aspects of his initial vision for various reasons. The design request piqued Fang Yuan's interest. Yet he realized his understanding of gaming was superficial, if not entirely lacking. Tentatively, he inquired, "I am not angry, merely perplexed. Given that this is for a game, isn't there a specialized field for game modeling? Why seek out an architectural designer?" Gu Beicheng understood the concerns of the other party. Professor Fang must have been apprehensive that, due to the nature of the game, the design requirements might be treated with a lack of seriousness. "Professor Fang, our team aspires to create an all-encompassing holographic projection game, striving for authenticity, which is precisely why we sought your expertise. Conventional projection games often rely on uniform templates, resulting in monotonous buildings and vegetation that appear rather artificial, failing to meet the level of realism I envision. Only by incorporating genuine real-world scenes into the game can we achieve the desired authenticity." Upon hearing this explanation, Professor Fang's interest in the design intensified. A diligent individual, regardless of their pursuits, typically excels. In an era marked by restlessness, Fang Yuan had observed many who were solely interested in quick monetary gains. Thus, encountering someone who approached their work with earnestness, especially a businessman, was a rarity. Gu Beicheng's words instilled a modicum of respect for this unfamiliar client in Fang Yuan's heart. "Very well, I shall accept this project. Thank you, Professor Fang. May our collaboration be fruitful. By the way, since you, as the designer, are basing your work on a game, I will not impose constraints on your budget. I will exert my utmost effort to present you with a perfect and authentic vision." Upon hearing the words that disregarded budgetary constraints, Gu Beicheng felt a pang in his heart. Yet, reflecting on his current earning capabilities, he reassured himself and boldly declared, "Mr. Fang, feel free to unleash your creativity. No matter the scale of your vision, I am fully prepared to accommodate it. Rest assured, although your design may not be showcased in Huaxia, there will undoubtedly be a place that suits it perfectly, allowing its allure to be resurrected. Gu Beicheng's words carried a double meaning. Fang Yuan smiled, growing increasingly fond of this client, who said those engaged in gaming were not commendable individuals. Clearly, he had encountered a remarkable one. Well, your assurance is all I need. I shall commence the design this evening. Given the vast scope of architecture and the myriad of demands, the initial draft will likely require around a month to finalize. Fang Yuan contemplated before responding. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Beicheng replied, Professor Fang, there is no need to rush. We have only just commenced the modeling phase of the game, and there is ample time ahead. Once your design is implemented in the actual operation, you will have plenty of time to refine it over the next 6 months. After Gu Beicheng finished speaking, he directly transferred a design deposit of 200,000 through the payment channel managed by the platform to Professor Fang Yuan. Recently, I have entrusted Professor Fang with this matter, so please accept this deposit for now. Once the initial draft is completed, we can discuss the design fee. The boss has his principles, yet I do not place much weight on such financial matters. We can address them later. During this period, Gu Beicheng shared her design sketches, which she had been diligently working on during her late-night sessions with Fang Yuan. Simultaneously, she inquired, Professor Fang, since you are a certified first-class cost engineer, would you mind preparing a budget for me once you complete the designs? I will settle the costs separately. Fang Yuan, slightly puzzled by the need for a detailed budget for a game, ultimately refrained from questioning further, understanding the level of realism the other party desired. It's merely a matter of convenience. Once the design drawings are finalized, I will provide you with a comprehensive list and a detailed budget estimate. Having resolved the design issues for the northern base, Gu Beicheng felt a significant sense of relief. After stretching languidly, she indulged in amusing short videos. Following her exploration of various tutorials on hairpin making, she procured numerous books on crafting accessories. It seems that the orcs are largely illiterate. To address this dilemma, Gu Beicheng purchased 4 or 5 sets of dictionaries and encyclopedias. When it came to learning, Gu Beicheng instinctively thought of Qingxi, the young panda cub who appeared quite interested in the field of electrical engineering. She had previously promised to bring him knowledge about mobile circuit boards and related topics. To avoid complications, Gu Beicheng decided to order 50 complete sets of textbooks covering the 9-year compulsory education in China, along with high school learning videos and university-level specialized books and video lectures. Due to the excessive quantities of grains and oils she had acquired, so much that her own storage space could not accommodate it, she had to transfer the supplies multiple times before finally sending everything to the Beast Realm. During Gu Beicheng's absence, the Beast Realm experienced no disturbances, continuing its orderly development along its predetermined course. Notably, the Qingxi conjecture proved accurate. The Central Dynasty exhibited no intentions towards the Northern Territory, showing a complete disinterest in dispatching troops to unify the land. Consequently, the artillery stationed outside the city remained unused. However, as a precautionary measure, it was not dismantled, and the number of personnel assigned to guard the northern borders increased significantly. In contrast to these familiar routines, the establishment of educational institutions marked a significant change. Gu Beicheng employed an interest-free projector to inaugurate a foundational education school directly in the square. This educational initiative encompassed all orcs in the Northern Territory and was mandatory, covering the curriculum of a typical primary education in Huaxia. To accommodate the daily lives of the orcs, a scheduling system was implemented. Odd-numbered days were designated for morning classes, while even-numbered days were reserved for evening sessions. Thus, the orcs of the Northern Territory embarked on an entirely new way of life. Chapter 39. The Red-Bird Orc Who Makes Hairpins. Following 2 substantial purchasing rounds, the proprietress of the grain and oil shop in the city entered into a supply contract with Gu Beicheng, thereby eliminating the need for frequent trips to procure goods. The contract stipulated bi-monthly deliveries with monthly payments, transforming the once small grain and oil shop into a wholesale grain merchant, with prices significantly reduced. The proprietress aimed to retain Gu Beicheng as a major client through a strategy of minimal profit margins and high sales volume. Currently, the panda tribe is replete with schools, offering foundational education as well as various specialized knowledge. Many orcs have also been inspired by literature, occasionally composing their own rudimentary poetry to share with one another. Had it not been for the somewhat adverse environment, Gu Beicheng might have doubted whether she had inadvertently traveled back to an ancient era-esque garden poetry gathering. Observing the flourishing state of the Northern Territory, Gu Beicheng felt a deep sense of satisfaction as she skillfully approached a makeshift classroom constructed of colored steel. This space was dedicated to teaching various decorative crafts. In ancient Huaxia, craftsmanship was held in the highest regard. Often, the prosperity of a family was closely tied to its artisanal skills, as exemplified by the ancient royal merchants. In the former world, many advocated for a renaissance, and the resurgence of Hanfu invigorated the entire market chain. Whether it be hairpins or ornamental hairpieces, despite their myriad forms and intricate details, one undeniable truth remained. The creations of a skilled hairpin artisan were truly vibrant and exquisite. The market is undeniably immense. Gu Beicheng brought the smelting tools provided by Old Master Wang to the Northern Territory, allowing him to refine at least dozens of pounds of gold each day without lifting a finger. Thus, it can be said that Gu Beicheng is truly reaping wealth in abundance. As he gazed at the towering piles of gold, he began to assess the proficiency of these orc artisans. Gu Beicheng, bolstered by the presence of a gold mine, encouraged everyone to engage with genuine currency from the very inception of their learning, aptly naming this approach as an endeavor for meticulous authenticity and perfection. The efficacy of this intensive teaching method became strikingly apparent. Following the initial round of assessments, Gu Beicheng discovered that the redbird orcs possessed a remarkable aptitude in this domain. Notably, it was astonishing to observe that the male redbird orcs exhibited a greater sense of creativity in their creations than their female counterparts. Gu Beicheng was taken aback, having initially presumed that such endeavors were the realm of the females, only to witness the males usurp the domain of Zanyang. The redbird orcs were the smallest orc species Gu Beicheng encountered in the beast world, were it not for their ability to fly and their minimal dietary requirements. The title of the weakest orc tribe in the northern region would scarcely belong to the Panda clan. Gu Beicheng now firmly believed that each tribe possesses its own unique strengths. Although the physical size of the redbird orcs is scarcely larger than that of an ordinary pigeon, and they appear diminutive and almost gnome-like in human form, their talents in this craft far surpass those of their larger orc brethren. The adage that each profession has its own specialization rings undeniably true. The first batch of exquisite gold hairpins has successfully come to fruition. Gu Beicheng gazed at the table brimming with completed pieces, her face illuminated by a contented smile reminiscent of a proud aunt. Gu Beicheng swiftly registered his own online store, Beifu, on the external network of the original world Eschingbao Mall. The launch of Beifu did not stir any ripples amidst the millions of online marketplaces. However, just a week later, the entire hairpin-making community in Huaxia erupted in fervor. Although the profession of hairpin artisans, or zanyao, has existed since before the Great Radiation, the disparity in the skill levels within this community has resulted in lax market regulation over the industry. Thus, Gu Beicheng intended to leverage the zanyao title to market his gold as exquisite craftsmanship. Most zanyao artisans typically indulge in their passion by purchasing ordinary materials online, learning the art of creation, and only after honing their skills do they venture into crafting with more precious materials, subsequently selling their creations online. The initial batch of products launched by Beifu is crafted from gold of 99.9 purity, with each piece averaging a weight of over 100 grams. Notably, despite being pure gold creations, they exude an air of refinement rather than vulgarity. The videos showcase only an exquisite elegance. Gu Beicheng discovered that the redbird orcs had not only grasped the essence of the video, but had also crafted products that surpassed those in the original footage. Each creation bore its unique design, effectively sidestepping any allegations of imitation. This revelation momentarily silenced Gu Beicheng, who had intended to remind everyone to respect original designs. 10 days later, upon returning to the modern world, she found her online store on the verge of explosion. Just as she was about to delve into the details, her smart device pinged with a notification. The newly established shop Beifu has reached the pinnacle of the Zhanzhuang community. It had been noted previously that the Zhanzhuang circle was diverse, ranging from inexpensive woolen products to extravagant gemstone collections. However, the majority consisted of items crafted from copper wire and silver thread, with a more refined selection featuring intricately designed pearl and glass pieces. Despite the varied price points, Beifu stood out as the sole establishment offering products entirely crafted from pure gold, which explained its meteoric rise to fame and trending status. After perusing the trending topics, she discovered that the initial batch of items, meant for market testing, had sold out completely. Nearly $1 million worth of merchandise was snatched up before it even had a chance to warm the shelves. Indeed, the Zhanzhuang circle was a deep pool, and Han daughters were affluent. Seizing the moment, Gu Beicheng recognized that while Beifu's name was already gaining traction, it still required substantial traffic to sustain its growth. In this era dominated by traffic and its monetization, one must possess a unique selling point. Suddenly inspired, Gu Beicheng recalled observing the redbird orcs employing their beastly forms rather than humanoid ones for intricate tasks. What could be more captivating than avian creatures crafting hairpins? Without hesitation, she returned to the beast realm, where she adorned the redbird tribal area with simple decorations and articulated her needs to the orcs. Setting up a tripod and camera, she commenced filming. The video showcased 3 vibrant redbirds collaborating with their talons and agile beaks to create a relatively uncomplicated tassel hairpin. With not a single human figure appearing throughout the footage, the entire work was a masterpiece of the 3 little redbirds. The filming was a resounding success. After a brief speed-up editing process, she produced a short video lasting less than a minute. Simultaneously, Gu Beicheng uploaded the video to the promotional homepage of the Beifu online shop and to a popular short video platform. While the upload to the Beifu store was seamless, the short video platform imposed significant restrictions as it was her first upload as a new user, limiting her to a mere 15 seconds. Gu Beicheng harbored no particular obsession with short video platforms. 15 seconds were just 15 seconds. After confirming, he returned to the animal realm. In the editing department of a popular short video platform, editor Wang Chong sat at his desk, numbly watching the plethora of videos awaiting his review. Each day, he was tasked with scrutinizing tens of thousands of videos. As a seasoned video editor, he not only had to eliminate inappropriate content, but also needed a discerning eye to identify videos with potential for virality, thereby supporting their visibility on user pages. However, this morning proved disappointing, with scarcely any commendable videos surfacing. Most were either mindless comedic clips or tedious pranks. If it were not for their adherence to guidelines, Wang Chong would have gladly discarded these subpar videos into the recycling bin. The few quality videos that appeared were from already established influencers. Rubbing his hands together, Wang Chong forced himself to continue, as his supervisor had mandated the support of several promising new streamers. This task seemed straightforward, yet for experienced editors like him, it was far from easy. While many had soared to fame via the internet's whirlwind, countless others merely dabbled without a hint of creativity. Seeking a potential new streamer amidst the thousands of videos was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Wang Chong had long ceased to hunt for talent among comedic videos. The abundance of rising streamers had rendered most jokes and gags stale. He could often predict the endings of many videos after just a few seconds. After finishing his coffee, Wang Chong shut down the comedic video interface, sighing in relief as he turned his attention to a different category, handcrafted artistry. Upon clicking this genre, he nearly slapped himself. He had abandoned it yesterday in disgust. Yet, his curiosity led him to click again. As he did, 3 red birds gracefully danced in the air, entwining golden threads to form an exquisitely crafted base. Captivated, Wang Chang watched intently until the video abruptly ended after 15 seconds. What was happening? Why did the video stop midway? Frowning, he delved into the back-end information. The video had garnered 4,800 views and 3,500 likes, and the creator boasted a follower count of 320. At that moment, he felt a glimmer of hope. He clicked on the creator's profile. The streamer, named Beifu, had registered just 3 days ago. This was precisely the promising new talent he had been seeking. Wang Chong smacked his thigh in realization. His excitement drew the attention of his colleagues, prompting him to chuckle and explain. I found an intriguing video and got a bit carried away, haha. Oh wow, it must be something impressive to catch our boss's eye. Let's have a look. His colleagues chimed in, eager to escape their mundane tasks. This is quite remarkable. One exclaimed, these birds are well trained. Is this from the pet channel? Wang Chong, shaking his finger, corrected them. No, it's from the handicraft channel. Handicrafts? That's impressive. Another colleague remarked. Indeed. Otherwise, would I be this excited? Wang Chong beamed with pride, as if he had filmed the video himself. 15 seconds just isn't enough, a fellow editor lamented. Wang Chong pointed out the registration date. Look, it's a new account. And as a new user, videos are limited to 15 seconds. My boss's task is now achievable, haha. The entire office, momentarily neglecting their responsibilities, gathered around to repeatedly watch the video, as if the prospect of bonuses was within reach. Boss, could you remove the 15-second limit for her? I'm anxious to see what these 3 little red birds can create. Zhao Xiaofeng, a newcomer in the office, piped up. Wang Chong nodded eagerly. Absolutely, Xiaofeng is right. I'm all giddy with excitement. A minute later, the previously lively office fell silent. Could these three birds actually produce something remarkable? The video showcased an intricate piece, the craftsmanship of which was astounding. Despite being sped up, the fluidity of the visuals remained impeccable. The video had not undergone extensive editing, merely replacing the original audio with background music. Even a decade-long artisan wouldn't achieve this level of quality, Zhao Xiaofeng mused, aware of the intricacies involved. When a colleague posed a naive question about whether it was a special effects video, the others exchanged knowing glances. As professionals in the field, they could easily discern authenticity from trickery. However, they refrained from mocking their colleague, for the video's presentation was simply astonishing. As the editors debated whether to categorize this video under pets or handicrafts, the displayed craftsmanship made the decision obvious. The artisan status was firmly established. Just as Wang Chang was about to enhance its visibility, he noticed the video's metrics skyrocketing. Who supported this video? Wang Chang inquired. No one in the office had intervened. Could it be that the video had gained traction on its own? An hour later, the previously nameless video experienced an explosive surge in likes, reaching over 700,000, with nearly 1 million views and more than 200,000 shares. Remarkably, the comments were on par with the likes. How popular must this video have become to achieve such staggering engagement? Wang Chang did not hesitate. He disregarded the well-being of the programmer from the neighboring operations department and fueled the fire for this video. Henceforth, the videos featuring the golden thread, adorned with exquisite tassels, began to incessantly shatter various records on a certain platform. Chapter 41. Integration. Once the platform surged in popularity, the Northern House transcended its previous bounds of fame. Within mere days, the new store garnered over 1 million followers. However, the inventory was depleted. This was not due to a decline in the speed of the Redbird orcs, but rather because Gu Beicheng was oblivious to the extent of her newfound fame in the original world. Professor Fong had assigned her a crucial task, requiring comprehensive data on the northern region, ranging from geographical positioning to climatic conditions, from soil types to varying levels of moisture content. Under the impression that it was merely a game, Professor Fong requested exceedingly detailed data. Unfortunately, this placed Gu Beicheng in a predicament. She could not fabricate this information out of thin air. Actual measurements were necessary, and only through empirical reports could she derive the requisite data. Dressed in a sun hat and sun-protective clothing, Gu Beicheng was no longer the demure lady she once appeared to be. The harsh environment of the northern region had weathered her countenance. Armed with a leveling instrument, her hat askew, she had darkened considerably. These past few days had drained her, as she had promised Professor Fong a complete set of data within a week to maintain the facade of the game. Together with a band of orcs, she toiled day and night, measuring data incessantly. For 3 consecutive nights, Gu Beicheng had not returned to the cave to withstand the chill of the night. She even donned ancient and oversized floral cotton trousers. In her quest to save time, she neglected her own sustenance. When hunger became unbearable, she merely nibbled on tasteless compressed biscuits. Her dedication surpassed even the orc tribe's relentless pursuit for survival. However, to her surprise, her faith value increased significantly. And after a brief explanation from Shaoan, Gu Beicheng found herself both amused and exasperated. Previously, her faith value had been primarily derived from the orc's respect and fear towards her, be it the wondrous items she had brought from her original world or the intimidation stemming from her formidable prowess. These external factors had shaped their beliefs. Yet, her current fervent efforts had altered their perceptions. It became evident that even the Beast King must exert himself, thereby closing the distance between them, fostering a sense of intimacy among the orcs. This seemed to affirm a saying from her world: when those with greater talent strive relentlessly, what right do you have to be complacent? Evidently, through this experience, Gu Beicheng was better integrating into this world, an unexpected delight amidst the hustle. In another realm, Wang Chang was in a frenzy, having sent countless messages to the Northern House without receiving a single response. The editor-in-chief had already called him over a dozen times, insisting that he secure Gu Beicheng's collaboration, even promising the conditions of an S-level streamer, along with enhanced support for all her future videos. Yet, despite these enticing offers, his inability to reach her left him feeling utterly impotent, for he was acutely aware of the phrase, "A skillful woman cannot cook without rice." Just as Wang Chang was in a state of agitation akin to an ant on a hot stove, his phone rang again. It was the editor-in-chief. He glanced at the screen, frustration bubbling within him, almost wishing to smash his phone. Yet, thinking of his paycheck, he suppressed his ire and answered with a smile. "Hello, Chief. Any luck reaching her?" "Not yet. She still hasn't replied." "Then you must expedite your efforts. Do you understand how much traffic this video has generated? The revenue from this influx of users alone could be monumental for our company." The editor-in-chief continued to drone on, further aggravating Wang Chang. Did the chief think he was oblivious to these economic implications? If he were in the editor's position, he would surely grasp the stakes. Yet, without contact, what could he possibly do? If only the chief could take the reins himself. The moment he hung up, a sense of relief washed over him. He resolved to take a different approach. He could not remain fixated on waiting for a response from the platform. Instead, he would seek traces of the Northern House through alternative channels. The following day, before normal working hours, Wang Chang arrived at the office, his dark circles evident. His colleagues were taken aback by his haggard appearance. "Brother Chang, what happened? Did you have a fight with your wife all night?" teased the young colleague. Wang Chang shot him a glare, rubbing his tired eyes and stifling a yawn. "It's all because of that video. The editor-in-chief insists I contact the video's creator. But I spent the entire night glued to my phone without a single reply from her. I've already offered the highest possible conditions, even if she was dissatisfied. She shouldn't completely ignore me." Upon hearing the cause of his distress, his colleague turned serious. "Boss, this concerns our department's year-end bonus. You need to take it easy. If we miss this opportunity, who knows when we'll encounter such a big fish again." Wang Chang understood the gravity of the situation. He lifted his chin proudly. "Of course. Don't underestimate me. Although I didn't receive her reply last night, I did uncover some very important information." "What information?" The young colleague's curiosity was piqued. "Surprisingly, the omnipotent online marketplace has a store for the Northern House," Wang Chang declared triumphantly. "Indeed, the Northern House has become the pinnacle of the hairpin industry. Their products are crafted from pure gold, and within just a few days, they have ascended to the top of the market," chimed in Zhao Xiaofeng, who had just entered the office, sipping her soy milk. Realizing Zhao Xiaofeng's connection to the topic, Wang Chang abandoned his previous conversation and rushed to her side. "Are you aware of this Northern House?" Zhao Xiaofeng swallowed the last sip of her soy milk and nodded earnestly. "Yes. Their store has only been open for a short time, but the initial batch of products has already been snatched up." "You knew they had an online store yesterday?" Wang Chang pressed on. Zhao Xiaofeng nodded seriously. "I recognized the name, so I checked it out. They even used that video for promotion, which explains their sudden popularity. Thankfully, I had the foresight to purchase one of their accessories right away. It should arrive today." As Zhao Xiaofeng expressed her excitement, the teasing colleague turned his attention back to her. "You're buying those extravagant accessories again? A single hairpin shouldn't warrant such a painful sacrifice, right?" Zhao Xiaofeng retorted coolly. "One hairpin costs 57,000. Would you consider that insignificant?" Chapter 42. No peeking what on earth? That's exorbitantly priced, the colleague exclaimed. Akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Zhao Xiaofeng shot him a disdainful glance, as if conversing with a simpleton. She pulled up a picture on her phone and showed it to him. "Here it is, crafted from pure gold, weighing 118 grams. Zhao Xiaofeng spoke with an air of pride. Sa Bao, clutching Zhao Xiaofeng's phone, incessantly magnified the images to scrutinize the details. After a prolonged search for any points of critique, he finally remarked, "Impressive, truly impressive." Unlike Sa Bao, Wang Chang was not merely a bystander. Upon checking the current gold prices, he quickly calculated that the exquisite headpiece alone was valued at over 55,000. One by one, the editors in the office arrived. Their curiosity piqued by the headpiece's hefty price, and they began to examine the images on the phone in quick succession. "Are you certain it's pure gold? Buying online carries risks. If it's not genuine, you'll have nowhere to lament," one colleague voiced a concern. Zhao Xiaofeng replied, "I pondered that too. But she assured me she would provide a national certification." The questioning middle-aged woman continued, "It's wiser to purchase such valuable items from a physical store. The internet is rife with fakes. Just because she claims to provide a certificate, do you think that guarantees authenticity?" Before Zhao Xiaofeng could respond, Wang Chang interjected. "Have you all forgotten that these items are crafted by three little birds? Regardless of whether the headpiece is truly made of pure gold, the mere notion of a red silk hairpin should be worth at least 50 or 60,000, right?" Wang Chang's words struck the audience like a potent injection, igniting a palpable silence among them. In contrast to the stillness surrounding her, Zhao Xiaofeng's eyes suddenly sparkled with renewed brilliance, and she exclaimed, "Then have I stumbled upon a treasure? If the hair accessory is indeed made of real gold and silver, I would be making a tremendous profit." Disregarding her colleagues, she promptly accessed the external internet and searched for Beifu hair accessories, discovering listings that had transformed into high-priced buy offers for the very items she sought. Tassel step-shake hairpin with a 2,000 markup, urgently needed. Plum blossom hairpin with double cheek clasps at an 18,000 premium, desperately sought for a wedding. The prices continued to escalate, with demands for Beifu products surging, regardless of style. The more she scrolled, the wider her smile grew. Even before her own items had arrived, their value had already skyrocketed. The other office workers watched Zhao Xiaofeng beam with delight, their envy simmering beneath the surface, as they begrudgingly suppressed their feelings of jealousy. Recognizing they were not part of the hairpin enthusiast circle and lacked the fortune to profit from such transactions, Wang Chang, initially irritated that, as the head of the entire review department, he had to toil through the night to glean even a smidgen of information about Beifu, found himself increasingly appreciative of Zhao Xiaofeng. This newcomer had already acquired knowledge about Beifu without promptly reporting it. Yet now, the more he observed her, the more appealing she became. After all, she was a genuine customer who had purchased from Beifu. This elusive artisan might overlook him, but surely would not disregard her clientele. Even if he could not unearth information from that angle, at least it was a direction worth pursuing, far better than blindly stumbling around like a lost mouse. Xiao Xiao, come to the next office. I need to discuss something with you, Wang Chang called out, allowing the others to return to their respective tasks. Zhao Xiaofeng, still basking in her recent joy, eagerly followed her superior to discuss matters. What? You want to become a customer of Beifu? Zhao Xiaofeng's voice rose an octave. Yes, that's correct. I need. Before Wang Chang could finish, Zhao Xiaofeng interrupted him. With a firm and assertive tone, she replied, Editor, I want to sell it. This is something I genuinely cherish, and I have no intention of parting with it. If you force me to sell, I will resign. Wang Chang was speechless. He merely wanted to use Zhao Xiaofeng's account to contact the mysterious store owner. Who would want that headpiece? As a grown man, what would he do with such an item? Regardless of its value, it was of no use to him. I don't want your item. What are you thinking, girl? Am I the sort to bully you into selling? He retorted. I simply wish to find a reason to connect with the Beifu store. Your status as a customer is most suitable, Wang Chang explained with exasperation. Upon hearing his clarification, Zhao Xiaofeng breathed a sigh of relief. With a playful smile, she quickly apologized. Hee, Brother Chang, my mistake. Here's the account and password. You can log in and contact the merchant. I must return to work now. With that, she hurriedly escaped the awkward situation. Wang Chang sighed with a smile, muttering to himself, this girl, before once again delving into matters concerning Beifu. A week later, Gu Beicheng, with slicked back hair and a casually donned mask, clutched his hat adorned with icicles while ensconcing his entire being within the dense, verdant curls of his hair. After enveloping himself in a thick, warm blanket, he seized the opportunity presented by the night, illuminated by a faint moonlight, and set forth from the farthest reaches of the northern territory towards the direction of the tribe. 2 hours later, the surveying team he had dispatched finally returned. Gu Beicheng drew the partition curtain tightly, immersing himself in a bucket of ginger-infused hot water. It was not until he had sweated profusely, purging the fatigue of the past week from his body, that he felt a semblance of relief. How delightful, he murmured, almost instinctively. Meanwhile, on the other side of the curtain, Qingxi was enduring a different plight, as he diligently prepared hot water for her while resisting the allure of her tantalizing words. Half an hour later, Gu Beicheng finally emerged from his bath. The cave walls were adorned with layers of heating panels, reminiscent of radiators before a major heating system, ensuring that when she stepped out, she felt no chill. She gathered her still damp hair and wrapped herself in a light bath blanket before parting the curtain. The freshly cleansed Gu Beicheng, enveloped in a rich fragrance, unexpectedly stood before Qingxi. Instantly aroused, Qingxi felt a rush of blood and, to conceal his burgeoning feelings, swiftly handed her the pot of beef soup he had prepared, turning away and hastening out of the cave. Where are you off to at this hour? Gu Beicheng queried. Puzzled, Qingxi quickened his pace, replying, I'm going out for a shower too. Given the chill of the night, why not just bathe here in the cave? Gu Beicheng called after him. Qingxi closed the door, his voice tinged with sharpness as he retorted, No need. I'll use the public bath. This left Gu Beicheng bewildered. Sipping the warm beef soup, she muttered to herself, Oh dear, the child has grown up, now feeling shy. Yet, really, what is there to be embarrassed about? I, a girl, have no qualms, and he, a male panda, should feel no shame either. It's just a curtain. I want to be peeking. Chapter 43 disappeared in an instant in the office building of the capital's creative products, The white-collar worker Fong Tianman completed her tasks and once again accessed the external network, habitually checking her procurement messages. As expected, there were no offers of interest, prompting her to shut down her device. Unbeknownst to her, as she turned off her phone, a red dot appeared in the upper right corner, indicating an incoming unknown message. Ever since the short video platform gained popularity, Beifu had dominated the Weibo trending list for 3 consecutive days, with each day's trending topics varying. On the first day, it was about the golden threaded hairpin brought to Beifu by the Jin Tuanqi Yan. The second day featured a lavish purchase request for Beifu accessories. The third day questioned the mysterious owner of Beifu and why he had yet to make an appearance. In the animal world, Gu Beicheng was blissfully unaware that a single video she had created would cause a tremendous upheaval in her original realm. She meticulously compiled all the minute details related to the Northern Territory into a comprehensive spreadsheet, and only then did she drift off to sleep with a sense of satisfaction. The following day, after exchanging a brief greeting with Qingxi, she returned once more to the modern world. Upon her arrival, she was immediately inundated with a barrage of faith points. 500, 3,000, 20,000. The sudden influx of faith points left Gu Beicheng momentarily dazed, and it was only when a reminder from Xiaoan broke through her stupor that she began to regain her composure. Congratulations, Master. Your faith points have reached 1 million. Unlocking the level 3 system. Is this truly the unlocking of the level 3 system? Who am I? Where am I? What have I done? The existential questions failed to elucidate the origin of her unexpected faith points. Not only was Gu Beicheng bewildered, but even the system, Xiaoan, was momentarily flummoxed. Fortunately, the system could analyze data. Master, your Douyin has gone viral, and it has transcended boundaries. All these faith points are derived from the Beifu hairpin. Are faith points from this world counted as well? Indeed, they are counted, as long as others harbor feelings of faith, respect, or admiration towards you. These positive emotions can be converted into faith points, regardless of dimensional constraints. Do you wish to upgrade at this moment? Xiaoan inquired. Let me pause for a moment. I need to assess my current status. I wouldn't want to upgrade and find myself unable to return, especially if any chaos ensues in the animal world. Upon activating her holographic device, an avalanche of messages flooded in, causing it to lag momentarily. After 5 minutes, the device finally regained its normal functionality. Gu Beicheng noticed that every application bore a red notification indicating 99. She even observed that the Douyin app displayed a staggering 1 million in the corner. With a slight tremor in her hand, she clicked on it, only to have her already precariously balanced device freeze once again. After a further 10 minutes, control of the holographic device returned to Gu Beicheng. After perusing a few of the latest messages, which were either likes or compliments on her video content, she chuckled as she pressed the button to read all messages and subsequently cleared all read notifications before finally closing Douyin. The efforts expended by Wang Cheng over the course of an entire night dissipated instantly into the digital abyss of Douyin's backend database. Although Gu Beicheng anticipated that her short video would gain popularity, she never imagined it would become this sensational. Rather than focusing on the platform, she was more eager to ascertain the status of her store. Upon entering the Beifu boutique, she immediately sensed the sluggishness of the system. With no customer service available, all inquiries and messages fell solely upon her as the shopkeeper to address. The messages could be categorized into 3 types. The first comprised positive reviews and photos from customers who purchased the initial batch of hairpins. The second included greetings and friendship requests from allies within the hairpin community, and the third encompassed inquiries on how to teach their beloved pets to create hairpins. However, the most prevalent type of message was requests for stock. It had been nearly 10 days since the first batch of hairpins sold out, and a considerable number of individuals were eagerly awaiting the second batch. Gu Beicheng did not forget her primary responsibilities. Fortunately, upon her return, she brought along the second batch of hairpins crafted by the Red Bird Orc, in an effort to avoid the overwhelming popularity that had disrupted her life previously. She refrained from producing elaborate video content similar to that of the Red Bird's hairpin-making tutorials. Instead, she simply captured a few unembellished photographs of the golden ornaments on her table, which she uploaded to her small shop without any filters or music. Wang Feifei lay in bed, enjoying a day off due to her shift change. Out of boredom, she scrolled through the external online marketplace, Jingbao Mall, and instinctively navigated to the Beifu shop to make a purchase. The order was successfully placed. Upon seeing the confirmation on her holographic screen, she instantly sat up, murmuring, "New arrivals? Given the recent surge in the popularity of the Beifu brand, she hastily submitted her order without even scrutinizing the specific product she had selected. It was only after the successful transaction screen appeared that she exhaled in relief, suddenly struck by an idea. She re-entered the Beifu shop and attempted to place another order, only to be met with a message stating, "We regret to inform you that the item you requested is sold out." Just as I suspected. Thankfully, I was quick-witted enough to finalize my order in time. I can only imagine how many of my friends will be lamenting their missed opportunity. Wang Feifei exited the Beifu shop and revisited her order details. The tassel hairpin was indeed a new style, and the name Lotus Dew Point Moisture was simply delightful. She spoke to herself as she clicked on the larger image, scrutinizing the details. The more she examined it, the more satisfied she became. After rolling around in bed for a while, she had considered every detail, yet neglected to ponder whether the price of over 70,000 was nearly equivalent to half a year's salary, and if it was a worthwhile investment. What a jest! Not to mention the intrinsic value of pure gold, the recent trending popularity of this item, and the fact that it was a flagship product of the store. She could easily resell it for a tidy profit of nearly 100,000. How could one not feel joyous over such a fortuitous opportunity? Gu Beicheng prepared to stock 78 items this time, as these 78 hair ornaments had performed exceptionally well in this batch. In fact, due to her proficiency, the quality of this batch of hairpins surpassed that of the first. After refreshing her store, Gu Beicheng furrowed her brows in confusion. What was going on? Why did it still indicate that items were out of stock? She refreshed the page several times, but the out-of-stock sign remained steadfast. With no other option, she reluctantly dialed the customer service number for Jingbao Mall. "Hello. May I inquire why, despite my restocking, the store still shows that items are unavailable?" Gu Beicheng asked politely. Perhaps the customer service representative frequently encountered such issues or was simply composed by nature, as she replied calmly, "Hello, esteemed storekeeper of Beifu. Our backend shows that the 78 new items you just listed were snatched up within 10 seconds, hence the out-of-stock status is normal." "Really? They've been sold out again?" Gu Beicheng exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed. Is there anything else I can assist you with?" The customer service representative inquired courteously. "Nothing more, thank you." "You're welcome. Jingbao wishes you a pleasant day." The representative politely ended the call. Gu Beicheng could not help but marvel at the fact that everyone seemed to possess such wealth. Millions could be effortlessly acquired in mere seconds. In Chapter 44, she reached out to me. The customer service representative at Jingbao's backend, a charming young lady, clutched her phone tightly, her fists clenched in excitement. Even when her work phone rang, she neglected to answer, transferring the call to another colleague, and exuberantly exclaimed, "I just received a call from the enigmatic Beifu proprietor." The mysterious owner of Beifu had surged into the top 10 of trending topics, igniting widespread speculation about her identity. To everyone's astonishment, this delightful customer service representative had managed to receive a call from her. In an instant, not just the enthusiastic young lady, but the entire customer service department was swept up in a wave of exhilaration. This unexpected inquiry injected a spark of enthusiasm into their otherwise monotonous workday. In stark contrast to the bubbling excitement of the customer service representative, Gu Beicheng found himself overwhelmed with busyness. 78 items, which he initially thought would take months to sell, were now snatched up in mere moments. He barely had time to blink. He was now frantically engaged in packaging the goods to expedite shipping to his eager patrons. With no plans to hire workers and the items being of considerable value, he could not simply entrust them to the courier. Thus, he took matters into his own hands. After meticulously inspecting and packaging each item, Gu Beicheng called the delivery man who had previously assisted him. By the time all 78 pieces of gold jewelry were dispatched, night had fallen. Had he known, he would have simply instructed the Red Bird Orc to handle the packaging as well, leaving only the shipping to himself. Gu Beicheng mused to himself after washing his hands. The holographic device emitted a series of beeps, causing his wrist to vibrate gently. Gu Beicheng had long since filtered out the myriad of messages, and upon opening the notification, she realized it was from Professor Fong Yuan. "Have the data been released? Are you there? Is the data still not available? I await your response." Upon receiving the message, Gu Beicheng struck his forehead in exasperation, nearly forgetting this matter. The situation had left him utterly bewildered. After promptly sending the data spreadsheet from the northern region to Professor Fong Yuan, Gu Beicheng took a moment to contemplate his wording and hurriedly offered his apologies. "I sincerely apologize, Professor Fong. I have been somewhat preoccupied today and inadvertently overlooked providing you with the data." Gu Beicheng gazed at the succinct reply from across the table. shaking his head with a smile. It seemed that Professor Fong was indeed a dedicated worker. Wang Chang felt as though he were on the verge of unraveling. He had exerted great effort in seeking information about the enigmatic Beifu, yet a week had passed, and not only had he found nothing, but all the netizens had also come up empty-handed. He had nearly given up on this person, even entertaining the notion that they were merely an artisan from an ancient family, fleetingly surfacing online before vanishing into obscurity. However, just a minute ago, he received a call from the editor-in-chief. The mysterious shopkeeper had not faded into the crowd. Instead, her online store had recently launched a new batch of exquisite gold crafts. Wang Chang felt particularly aggrieved. Why was he always one step behind in obtaining news about this enigmatic Beifu? He was clearly the one most invested in this pursuit, even going so far as to purchase trending searches himself. As the week elapsed, the video featuring the redbird clutching golden threads maintained a remarkable level of popularity, shattering several records on various platforms, including viewer engagement and comment counts, even causing a system crash due to an overwhelming influx of responses. Although this was not an ideal scenario, the headquarters had been well prepared, implementing emergency measures, and hundreds of programmers had worked through the night to stabilize the surge in popularity. Wang Chang's dark circles deepened. He had scarcely slept all week, consumed by thoughts of how to locate the elusive Beifu shopkeeper, even dreaming several times of finally finding this new proprietor. Rubbing his face, he pondered how to explain to the editor-in-chief at the 9 p.m. meeting why he had yet to secure Beicheng. In the conference room of the headquarters, the editors-in-chief from various departments were trembling with fear as they faced reprimands. What have you all been doing? In a week, you can't even contact a single person. The company doesn't support you for mere amusement. If you don't generate benefits, how can the company sustain its numerous employees? Especially you, Wang Chang. Can you explain what you've accomplished this week? Wang Chang felt utterly humiliated by the scolding, yet he remained speechless, clenching his fists in silence. Wang Chang, have you even taken my words to heart? Do you realize how embarrassing it would be if this person slipped away and got poached by the neighboring slow-footed company? Zhou Guiyuan's voice was nearly hoarse with anger. I have tried to contact her, but she has vanished. I am at a loss. Wang Chang defended himself. Don't give me excuses, I want results. You were the first to discover the video, and you approved it. You hold an advantage over everyone else. Yet here we are, and I still haven't seen a trace of this person. Is it a matter of you not trying hard enough, or do you lack the ability? Zhou Guiyuan's anger escalated to a personal attack on Wang Chang's capabilities. Wang Chang wanted to retort, but he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Was it truly a matter of his competence? He fell into silence. I am here waiting for your return, waiting to see the peach blossoms bloom. In the midst of this tense silence, a ridiculous ringtone suddenly echoed through the room, emanating from a blushing Wang Chang. Zhou Guiyuan was furious, and upon hearing the music, he nearly exploded. Silencing your devices during a meeting is a basic requirement. Do you not understand the meaning of respect? Wang Chang hastily ended Zhao Xiaofeng's call, feeling a surge of anger towards her for calling him during a meeting when she knew full well he was occupied. On the other end of the line, Zhao Xiaofeng glanced at her disconnected call and frowned. After a moment's thought, she dialed again. I am here waiting for your return. The absurd ring-tone sounded once more. Before Wang Chang could brace himself for Zhou Guiyuan's impending wrath, he quickly hung up and muted his device. His mind fixated solely on the thought of getting Zhao Xiaofeng dismissed by the end of the day. Zhou Guiyuan felt like he might explode. He had not anticipated that Wang Chang, whom he had personally promoted, would not only fail to fulfill his duties but would repeatedly push the limits of patience. His voice escalated in volume once again. Just as Wang Chang contemplated how to alleviate the awkwardness, a message arrived on his device. Boss, Beifu has contacted me. In that instant, it was as though a ray of light had pierced through the gloom. What does it mean that there is always a way out? What does it mean that after darkness comes light? What does it mean to search tirelessly for something that seems impossible to find? Well, perhaps that last phrase isn't quite appropriate, but it hardly matters. What is important is that he could finally make contact. Wang Chang disregarded the reprimands and the ongoing meeting, opening the call history to Zhao Xiaofeng and dialing back. What the hell are you doing calling? Zhou Guiyuan was furious, practically spitting venomous words at Wang Chang. Shut up. I'm busy. Wang Chang retaliated. When Zhao Xiaofeng answered, she was met with a barrage of insults, leaving her stunned, tears welling up in her eyes. But you said that as soon as you contacted Beifu, you would notify me immediately. Realizing that Zhao Xiaofeng had misunderstood, Wang Chang quickly apologized. No, it's not you. I was cursing someone else. Zhou Guiyuan was taken aback. Wang Chang was directing his ire at him. He sensed that perhaps the dynamics of this meeting were rather off. But by the time he processed it, he heard Wang Chang on the phone ask, "Are you sure you contacted Beifu?" "What did she say?" Wang Chang stood up, his anxiety palpable. "Yes, we made contact," Zhou Guiyuan remarked, glancing at those seated around him. The other editors remained silent, merely nodding. Zhou Guiyuan's demeanor shifted instantly. He pulled a chair closer to Wang Chang and offered him a cup of coffee, adopting a fawning smile. "Go for it. I believe in you." Our Wang Chang's abilities are unquestionable. Only you can accomplish this task. Wang Chang's focus was entirely on Beifu, paying no heed to Zhou Guiyuan's flattery. The others silently marveled at the editor-in-chief's remarkable ability to change his demeanor in an instant, effectively slapping his own face without a moment's pause. "Boss." She asked if I was satisfied with her products. "Oh, did you ask her if she agreed to my terms?" Zhao Xiaofeng quickly typed out a message to the editor-in-chief and received a prompt reply. "Boss." She said she doesn't recall our previous conversations as she had cleared all her messages. Wang Chang finally understood why all his previous messages had seemingly vanished into the void. The lady had deleted everything in a fit of frustration. However, this also meant there was still hope. "Boss, are you still there? What should I say next?" Upon hearing silence from the other end of the line, Zhao Xiaofeng quickly inquired. Wang Chang suggested, "Why not ask her for a contact number? If she provides it, I can reach out and speak with her." Zhao Xiaofeng readily agreed at this prospect, relieved to delegate this task. "She has given me her phone number, and I will forward it to you. Boss, you can take it from here." With that, Zhao Xiaofeng hung up the phone. The number was 188-9346. Wang Chang, glancing at the number, felt a surge of nervousness as he rubbed his hands together and dialed. The phone rang. Gu Beicheng noticed it was an unfamiliar number but chose not to disconnect, as following up with clients was part of his responsibilities as a manager. "Hello, is this Beifu?" "Yes, hello. I am the manager of Beifu. Greetings. I am Wang Chang, the editor in charge of the Tremor Voice Review. I hope I am not intruding by calling you directly." Gu Beicheng was taken aback. A quivering voice? Wasn't this a client? Could it be that the editor of the quivering voice was also an admirer of ornamental hairpins? No wonder it was a man. Though men too have the right to indulge in such interests. "Ah, Wang Bian, it turns out you purchased the Huatsui. The avatar appears rather endearing. I mistakenly thought it belonged to your adorable little sister." Gu Beicheng affixed the label of a cute, home-loving otaku onto Wang Chang. Upon hearing this, Wang Chang broke into a cold sweat, hurriedly clarifying that it was an employee's purchase, and he had acquired the phone number through his staff. Rambling on with a torrent of explanations, Gu Beicheng listened with a furrowed brow, remaining silent out of respect. Yet a negative impression of the platform had already taken root in her heart. "What is it that you wish to discuss?" Gu Beicheng replied with a detached tone. Wang Chang was unsure which of his words had gone awry as he sensed the sudden chill in her voice. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to soften his tone as much as possible. "You see, a few days ago, you posted a short video on our platform, which I had the privilege of reviewing and promoting. You may not be aware of its tremendous popularity." "I am aware," Gu Beicheng interjected curtly. "Ah, well, that's even better. The truth is, our platform has conducted a comprehensive evaluation of your video, recognizing its immense potential. We would like to sign you as an exclusive host for our platform." "No need," Gu Beicheng interrupted before Wang Chang could finish. "Why not?" Wang Chang felt a chill in his heart upon hearing her unequivocal refusal, yet he pressed on, unwilling to concede. "The thing is, our platform will enhance the traffic support for all your future videos, increasing your personal exposure and crafting a star-studded presence for you." Upon hearing this, Gu Beicheng was even more reluctant. He had a world to manage, and no time to waste as a streamer, sitting idly before a holographic screen for others to watch. Not to mention the fact that earning money through streaming paled in comparison to his own investments in gold. After all, he was a distinguished scientist, not someone who had to resort to live streaming for income. "No, thank you. I have no need for that. Please, esteemed sir. You may not realize that your work is a rare phenomenon. We live in an age driven by traffic and viewership. To relinquish such a vast opportunity seems rather regrettable. Does it not?" Wang Chang, now desperate, resorted to formal titles in his plea. "Regrettable? Not at all. I am quite busy. I must hang up now." Gu Beicheng ended the call. "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you find the compensation unsatisfactory, we can certainly negotiate further," Wang Chang implored. But all he received in response was the monotonous beeping of a disconnected line. He sank to the floor, resembling a heartbroken youth cast aside. The others in the conference room bore witness to Wang Chang's fervent efforts on behalf of Beifu, yet there was little they could do in the face of such indifference. Wang Chang had truly given his all. Had the situation been reversed, he would have undoubtedly performed even better. Even the notoriously irritable Zhou Guiyuan felt a twinge of sympathy for Wang Chang, patting him on the shoulder. "It's all right. You did your best. Let us adjourn the meeting." Chapter 46. Orders. Wang Chang remained crouched in despair for a moment, but once the others had vacated the meeting room, he resolutely rose to his feet once more. He would never surrender. The executives at Taeyan had become aware that the creator of the viral video had no intention of becoming a streamer all this time. It had merely been a unilateral notion from the company, completely disregarded by the creator. The tranquility of Gu Beicheng was restored, and she no longer harbored the intention to revisit clients, with her products flying off the shelves in an instant. There was no need to worry about the quality of the goods. As she lay in bed, perusing various information on her smart device, she realized that she had indeed become quite popular. It was no surprise that the headquarters of the platform sought to reach her through every possible means. Fortunately, we live in an age of information overload, and trending topics seldom last long. In a few days, she would likely find solace online once more. Just as Gu Beicheng was on the verge of drifting off to sleep, she was abruptly awakened by the notifications from her shop. Rising from her bed, she opened her smart device to discover a client named Mian Woody fervently messaging her. "Boss, are you there? Are you asleep? Do you offer custom services? Custom gold jewelry. Boss, my girlfriend is getting married to someone else in a few days. We have been together for 8 years, but she ultimately chose a man. I do not blame her. I understand the hardships and ridicule she endured to be with me over the years. I am willing to let go, and I will bless her, hoping she finds eternal happiness. Yet, I wish to accomplish one last thing before she belongs to another on her wedding day. I want her to wear the dowry I prepared for her, radiant and splendid. I want her to be happy, truly happy, carrying my blessings, forever living in joy. I confess that I loved her deeply. Although our love was fierce and unyielding, in the end, it was simply not meant to be." After finishing the reading, Gu Beicheng felt a profound clarity. It was evident that he had encountered a tale of star-crossed lovers torn apart by fate. Although he could not fully empathize with the depth of their emotions, he discerned the despair of the young woman through the words on the page. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Custom orders accepted, but only this once. Thank you, esteemed patron." Tian Mingyao was in tears, her nails digging into her flesh. Yet she felt no pain. Her heart was consumed by visions of Muyu, tearfully apologizing and declaring her intention to marry another. "What is your request?" Gu Beicheng inquired. Tian Mingyao gathered her savings, totaling 1,270,000 yuan. Wiping away her tears, she spoke into the light brain on the other end. "Esteemed patron, I currently possess 127,000. I wish to create a pure gold phoenix crown for her. I recall her once expressing her fondness for traditional Chinese weddings." Gu Beicheng calculated simply that 120,000 could procure 6 pounds of gold, and a phoenix crown weighing that much would surely threaten to snap the bride's neck. Compared to this, the bride would likely carry a psychological burden for life, as what was meant to be a beautiful final memory could instead turn into a regrettable misstep. A phoenix crown need not be so exorbitant nor weigh 6 pounds of gold. Gu Beicheng, being an honest merchant, pondered the possibility that Tian Mingyao, in her utter despair, had no intention of reserving even a modicum of wealth for herself. She wished to bestow upon Muyu only her finest possessions. "Fear not, dear proprietor. If the crown is excessive, transform it into adornments instead, perhaps into the hairpins your establishment excels in crafting. I have faith in your artistry. Please proceed as you see fit. However, if the result were merely ordinary jewelry, it would betray the essence of the customer's bespoke request." An idea blossomed in Gu Beicheng's mind. He could create a golden silk robe that would perfectly complement the phoenix crown and veil. Upon sharing his concept with the individual across from him, Gu Beicheng found that Tian Mingyao promptly made a decisive agreement. In an instant, the sum of 127,456 yuan was transferred to Gu Beicheng's account. Gu Beicheng gazed at the figure before him, furrowing his brow. The young lady across from him appeared to be in a rather poor state. Had she truly emptied her entire fortune? "Are you all right? You seem to be in distress," he inquired gently. Tian Mingyao felt a warmth spread through her heart upon receiving his message. It was surprising that a stranger could express concern after learning of her plight. "Yet, Mu Shiwei, do you truly comprehend the depth of my anguish?" "Boss, I'm fine. Please don't worry. I still have to wait for my bridal attire," she replied. Upon reading her response, Gu Beicheng let out a sigh of relief. This customer's wedding was scheduled for November 30th, which meant there were only 12 days left to deliver the goods. The phoenix crown was manageable in this beastly world. It was a simple task to find a red-feathered beastman to fulfill that role. However, the veil proved to be a more challenging endeavor, while the vision was splendid. The reality was undeniably daunting. After contemplating the various clans of the beast realm, Gu Beicheng realized that none of them possessed the skill of garment weaving. It appeared that the attire they currently wore was all brought from the modern world. Clearly, this task would need to be outsourced. However, it was merely a modest undertaking worth $2 million, yet it felt as monumental as a construction project. He found himself in the role of the general contractor, distributing the units of work to smaller subcontractors beneath him. While he could generously provide the gold, the process of drawing it into wire, although feasible, was not his area of expertise. The 12-day deadline felt rather tight. Suddenly, a name flashed in Gu Beicheng's mind: Wang Yongqiao, the elderly metallurgist from the western suburbs. He had previously noticed an abundance of fine copper wire in the old man's yard, which he claimed to have personally smelted and drawn. If copper wire was achievable, gold wire should be as well. With the issue of the golden thread resolved, the remaining task was to find a reliable tailor or clothing shop. Gu Beicheng is a person of action, always eager to execute her plans immediately. She leaped out of bed, intent on seeking out old Master Wang in the western suburbs, only to realize upon stepping outside that the night had enveloped the world in darkness. Glancing at her smart device, she noted that it was already past 1 in the morning. If she wouldn't rest, surely others needed their slumber as well. Reluctantly, she returned to her room and surrendered to the realm of dreams. The panda plush was exceptionally comforting. However, today, it seemed rather short in length. With her eyes closed, Gu Beicheng clutched the soft toy, murmuring in her sleep, "Qingxi, don't run away. Come back and transform into a giant panda for me to cuddle." In her slumber, she chased after Qingxi, who stubbornly refused to take on human form, calling out as she ran. Suddenly, the surroundings shifted, and she found herself plummeting into an abyss. A jolt of weightlessness jolted her awake. Groggy and disoriented, Gu Beicheng cried out, "Qingxi, save me." Before fully regaining consciousness, she surveyed her surroundings, recognizing the rented bedroom, a modern space devoid of pandas or treacherous chasms. After freshening up and having a quick meal delivered, she set off in her car to find the venerable Wang Yongqiao. Chapter 47. Order to what? All transformed into golden threads? Wang Yongqiao exclaimed, his surprise causing him to sit upright. Gu Beicheng nodded and directly retrieved a gold ingot, significantly larger than his fist, from his pocket, placing it before the elderly gentleman. "Goodness, you are quite audacious, my dear girl. Aren't you afraid that I might be a rogue, coveting your life for this fortune?" Wang Yongqiao remarked, stroking his now graying hair and glaring with wide eyes. "Hee, you are not that kind of person. Besides, this gold merely appears impressive. It isn't worth as much as it seems." Gu Beicheng replied with a beaming smile. Wang Yongqiao promptly extinguished his playful intentions towards Gu Beicheng, but, upon weighing the gold ingot in front of him, couldn't he help but flash a grin. Conservatively estimating, it must weigh at least 3 jin. This girl is extraordinarily wealthy. Is this enough to craft a piece of gold thread for a chape? Gu Beicheng inquired. Wang Yongqiao pondered for a moment before nodding. If it's pure gold, after refining, it should suffice. It is pure gold, 3 nines. How long do you think it will take to complete? Gu Beicheng asked. Wang Yongqiao, holding the gold, replied, about 5 or 6 hours. By the way, dear girl, are you the one getting married? He questioned while preparing his tools for work. No, it's for a client of mine. Gu Beicheng briefly recounted the love story that society often scorns. As a young person, though she had not experienced various romantic entanglements, she found it easy to accept such matters. Instead, her heart was filled with pity and sorrow for the young couple. Yet, she was curious to hear the perspective of someone older, like Wang Yongqiao, regarding such topics, expecting a lengthy discourse on moral principles. However, contrary to her expectations, the elderly gentleman merely sighed deeply after listening. Are you not averse to such matters? Gu Beicheng tentatively asked after some contemplation. Wang Yongqiao, meticulously polishing a mold he had crafted from wax, which was no thicker than a needle but about 20 centimeters long, punctured a long trench in the sand with chopsticks and carefully placed the mold inside. After filling the mold with sand, he replied, I harbor no aversion at my age. There's little that shocks me. Then you support them? Gu Beicheng inquired, her voice filled with surprise. Wang Yongchao extracted the molten gold from the furnace, punctured the top of the buried mold with an iron wire, and began pouring in the liquid gold, stating, "Not exactly support. While I sympathize with the girl, I also understand the perspective of the other girl as parents. After all, sigh." He dug into the sand, retrieving a long golden needle. "If my own daughter were in her shoes, I might not agree either. But if she truly loves him and cannot let go, then, as someone nearing the end of my days, I might still compromise for her well-being and happiness." The old gentleman then produced the tool for pulling the line. Upon listening, Gu Beicheng was left with an indescribable feeling. As he pondered over the words of the old master, his granddaughter returned home from school. "Grandpa, I ranked 7th in my exam today, improving by 3 places from last time. Tonight, I shall watch youth group for an extra hour." The little girl, now in 6th grade, was at an exuberant age, and her words dispelled the heavy atmosphere of the courtyard. "All right, you can watch it after finishing your homework," Wang Yongchao replied to the spirited child. In the blink of an eye, the young girl darted into the back courtyard, understanding that her grandfather was busy and choosing not to disturb him. "Your granddaughter is quite sunny and lively," Gu Beicheng remarked, seemingly influenced by the girl's vivacity, offering genuine praise. "Haha, you think so too? My little girl is simply blessed with a wonderful disposition," Wang Yongchao chuckled. Unable to contain his joy upon hearing his granddaughter's commendation, his hands working even quicker. "Uncle Wang, where are your son and daughter-in-law? Are they working outside?" Gu Beicheng inquired, seeking to engage in conversation. The old man paused momentarily, then resumed his work, expressionless as he replied, "They passed away in a car accident 2 years ago, leaving me with just this little girl." Upon hearing this, Gu Beicheng felt an overwhelming sense of regret for his thoughtless inquiry and hastily offered his apologies. "Yes, I am truly sorry. I did not mean to. It's all right. It has been several years. I have managed to cope. Those who are gone are beyond our reach, and the living must continue to cherish life," Wang Yongchao replied. "If it weren't for my daughter's gentle disposition, we might not have navigated through this difficult period. Otherwise, I cannot fathom how I would have coped. Those who are gone are beyond our reach, and the living must continue to cherish life." Upon hearing these words, Gu Beicheng was nearly moved to tears. She resolved not only to live her life to the fullest, but also to seek vengeance, for the lives lost on the island must not be in vain. Wang Yongchao presented the carefully drawn golden thread before Gu Beicheng, seeking her approval on its thickness. Yet, the girl seemed to be lost in thought, standing there in a daze. "Hey, girl?" Gu Beicheng was taken aback, and she quickly responded, "What are you daydreaming about, my dear? Take a look at the thickness of this golden thread. Is it acceptable?" Gu Beicheng gazed at the golden thread in Wang Yongchao's hand, akin to strands of hair, both resilient and radiant, feeling an immense satisfaction. Indeed, I must say, grandfather, your craftsmanship is as renowned as ever," Gu Beicheng lauded wholeheartedly. Wang Yongchao continued to pull the thread, laughing heartily as he remarked, "This skill is my livelihood. As long as you are pleased, that is what matters. By the way, have you found a suitable maker for the?" Gu Beicheng was feeling distressed about the matter. She lamented, "I haven't found anyone yet. I've asked several, but either their skills are lacking or I simply cannot trust them. It's truly vexing. Would you like me to recommend someone?" Wang Yongchao inquired. Gu Beicheng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly nodded and inquired, "That sounds wonderful. Please do tell. It's not far at all. Just take a left when you step outside, and after passing 3 houses in the alley, you'll find the red gate of the skilled seamstress, who is quite talented. Perhaps you could pay her a visit?" As Wang Yongchao spoke, he pulled out another cigarette. Gu Beicheng nodded repeatedly, unable to remain still. She was eager to finalize this matter swiftly as the delivery was due in just over 10 days. Without hesitation, she set out to find the person mentioned by the old gentleman Wang. Turning left, traversing the alley, she arrived at the 3rd house, marked by a striking red door. With a quickened pace, she approached her destination, glancing at the partially ajar door before pushing it open and stepping inside. Beloved, the air was slightly cool, fragrant with the scent of blossoms, and the leaves fell gracefully. The melodious strains of a traditional opera could already be heard from beyond the door. Upon entering the courtyard, Gu Beicheng beheld a figure clad in a red robe, deeply engrossed in the performance. Though she lacked knowledge of opera, the resonant voice stirred something within her. "Who goes there?" The figure in the red attire turned to face her. Gu Beicheng was taken aback. Chapter 48, Order 3. The enchanting and graceful figure turned around, revealing a rugged man with a scruffy beard, a sight that Gu Beicheng had never anticipated. "Who are you?" The man's coarse voice contrasted starkly with the melodious tone he had just sung in. Though taken aback, Gu Beicheng quickly regained her composure, a testament to her cultivated demeanor. She offered a slight nod as an apology and introduced herself, saying, "Greetings, I am here on the recommendation of old Master Wang Yongqiao, seeking your expertise in crafting a golden silk veil." The man promptly removed the theatrical headpiece he wore, nodding in acknowledgement of her request. "A golden silk veil?" he inquired. Yet he retained his crimson theatrical attire, gesturing towards a small stool in the courtyard, inviting Gu Beicheng to take a seat at her leisure. Gu Beicheng gazed at the small stool, which mirrored the layout of Wang Yongqiao's courtyard, yet appeared several times cleaner. Without pretense, she succinctly articulated her request before inquiring, "Uncle, is it feasible?" Su Xiuhua, with her legs gracefully crossed, pondered momentarily and replied, "It is indeed possible. The 10-day time frame is manageable. However, to create something distinctive, I must possess a profound understanding of the individual involved." Upon hearing that distinctive remark, Gu Beicheng instantly recognized that he had found the right person. In the case of ordinary merchants, their primary concern is merely to expedite the completion of tasks. They would hardly care about one's suitability. At most, they would present a few options for one to choose from. "Uncle, that is easily said. The story is rather unusual. I just spoke with old Wang about it." Gu Beicheng was poised to elaborate further when he was interrupted by the man. "We shall discuss the story later. First, let us visit old Wang's house to take a look at the golden thread." Su Huahua, clad in a pair of flip-flops, was ready to step out. Gu Beicheng hurriedly rose to his feet and made his way towards the door. If the narrative is the soul of a garment, then the golden thread serves as its entire framework. No matter how exquisite the design, without a solid structure, all efforts would be in vain. Su Xiuhua shuffled ahead in her slippers, taking careful steps, clearly indicating some difficulty with her legs. It is no wonder that old Master Wang referred to her as lame Xiuhua. Gu Beicheng refrained from inquiring about his foot, wishing to avoid the awkwardness of discussing the Wang family's affairs. Instead, she simply smiled and remarked, "Old Master Wang's craftsmanship is quite commendable. The gold thread should be of excellent quality. Indeed, his skills are passable. Were it not for his provision of this gold thread, I might have declined the job altogether. However, I must first take a look." Su Xiuhua walked at a leisurely pace, and in order to match his speed, Gu Beicheng subtly slowed her own steps while engaging him in conversation. Although their pace was slow, the proximity between them allowed them to arrive at old Master Wang's residence in no time. "Old man Wang, you are the only one who finds ways to keep me busy," Su Xiuhua exclaimed, seemingly well acquainted with Wang Yongqiao, as he entered and began to grumble. Old man Wang glanced up at Su Xiuhua but continued his work without interruption, responding with a retort. "You, limping Su, I fear you might starve. So I offer you work, and yet you come to complain." Gu Beicheng discerned that the bond between the two individuals was exceptionally strong. Their playful banter was merely a reflection of their unique camaraderie. Su Xiuhua, limping slightly, approached Wang Yongqiao's workstation. He picked up a strand of golden silk, examined it, and twisted it between his fingers. "Old Wang," he remarked, "this golden silk won't do." Wang Yongqiao reacted as if he were a dog caught in a door, exclaiming, "What do you mean it won't do? Just look at how fine and resilient it is." Su Xiuhua, unfazed by Wang Yongqiao's indignation, replied directly, "It's too coarse. It needs to be a size smaller, though the resilience is passable." Gu Beicheng observed that Wang Yongqiao seemed to have his hair standing on end. She quietly nestled in a corner, hoping to diminish her presence in the courtyard to an imperceptible degree. "If it weren't for your limping embroidery skills, who would dare to challenge my craftsmanship? I would undoubtedly drive them away with a stick." Ultimately, the argument concluded with Wang Yongqiao conceding defeat. "You are so troublesome. I am merely finding trouble for myself, creating a family feud. Even the benefactor is less fastidious than you." "Humph." Limping embroiderer cast a disdainful glance at the courtyard, which was covered in dust. For a moment, he could not find a single suitable place to sit. "Can't you, old Wang, take a moment to tidy up this house? It's simply revolting. Do you not see how filthy this courtyard is?" Wang Yongqiao seemed to take pleasure in exacting revenge. And with a swift kick, he sent Su Xiuhua tumbling onto an old sofa, which was cloaked in a layer of dust. Su Xiuhua shot a glare at Wang Yongqiao. Although he wore an expression of disdain, he did not rise. Instead, he beckoned Gu Beicheng with a wave. "Girl, come here and tell me what kind of spirit the Xiaopai embodies." Su Xiuhua crossed his legs elegantly, pressing down on one knee with his hands resting atop his thighs. If one were to disregard his countenance, the pose was exceedingly graceful, something Gu Beicheng humbly admitted she could never achieve. Gu Beicheng located a relatively clean chair and settled down, thus beginning to recount the tale of the phoenix crown and the flowing robes. The story was succinct. Yet the courtyard fell into a profound silence. The atmosphere within the yard plummeted several degrees, apart from Wang Yongchao skillfully pulling the golden threads. Gu Beicheng felt an inexplicable compulsion to refrain from uttering even a single word. She sensed, for reasons unknown, that Su Xiuhua seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person. After a considerable pause, Su Xiuhua finally spoke, insisting on an even finer circle than I had previously mentioned. Wang Yongchao, casting a glance at Su Xiuhua's departing figure, muttered in frustration, "Oh, for goodness sake," he accepted the task, assuring her, "I'll have the materials ready for you in 5 days." Before leaving, Su Xiuhua took on the job, even compressing the time frame by half, and remarkably, he did not utter a word about his own wages. Just as Gu Beicheng was about to commend the individual introduced by Lord Wang, he heard Wang Yongchao let out a heavy sigh. "My dear, do you understand why I have chosen to introduce him for this task?" Wang Yongchao remarked, the golden thread he had pulled out during his second attempt shimmering faintly with an ethereal glow. "Why?" Gu Beicheng inquired. "Firstly, his craftsmanship is undeniably impressive. Secondly, have you not noticed that his demeanor and conduct are rather uncharacteristic of a typical man?" Wang Yongchao elucidated. Gu Beicheng nodded, acknowledging the myriad of human experiences that exist in the world. "The story you recounted to me this morning did not provoke my resistance for a reason." As Wang Yongchao elaborated, Su Xiuhua, originally named Su Chuangshi, was born during the Great Radiation Era. The year when the Great Radiation descended, the entire world succumbed to chaos. And his family, once renowned for their mastery in traditional opera, found themselves in dire straits. In such a time of despair, few cared for opera and his family, relying solely on this art for generations, found themselves utterly devoid of any other skills for survival, leading to their inevitable decline. He was the sole heir, destined to be pampered as the young master of the family. Yet, reality thrust him onto a path of relentless hardship. Chapter 49, A Heart-Wrenching Tale. The Great Radiation arrived without warning, plunging the globe into ruin. The world lay in shambles, species faced extinction due to radiation, food became scarce, and the shattered remnants of the old era cast a pall of hopelessness over humanity. Yet, the indomitable spirit of the Huaxia people allowed this nation to endure amidst calamity. The illustrious Su family, known for their operatic prowess, vanished from the northwestern provincial capital, 700 kilometers away. Stories of frozen corpses became commonplace, and even the act of cannibalism resurfaced among society's most destitute. On a dilapidated street, a boy, dressed like a young girl and barefoot, wandered amidst the dried bloodstains on the ground. Today marked the first time he had tasted warm food in a year. A stark contrast to his former life as the pampered young master of the Su family. Clad in the attire of a Dan, female role performer, he attempted to embody grace, realizing that even a martial artist of primary school age could be discarded when they were powerless to protect their family against the despair of their times. Fortunately, he possessed a melodious voice, and with a willingness to adapt, he could still scrape by in this unforgiving world. Su Chuangshi found his name unappealing. How could he claim to create a world when he could not even control his own fate? The Su family had long since perished, and as a homeless youth, he wandered the streets barefoot, contemplating how to withstand the cold of the night. He tightened his red Dan robe, which served as both his final means of sustenance and his only refuge from the chill. Standing before a long-abandoned public restroom, he hesitated, ultimately repelled by the overwhelming stench. Though it could shield him from the cold, he feared that if he emerged smelling foul tomorrow, he might not be chosen to sing for the Wang family. Faced with the choice between warmth and sustenance, he opted for the latter. Su Chuangshi continued to traverse the streets, too fearful of freezing to stop. He had circled around U City thrice, and as the temperature plummeted, his consciousness began to blur. Was it truly the end for him? His steps slowed, and for fleeting moments, he contemplated surrendering to death. Just as he was about to collapse, a hand pulled him into a nearby derelict house. Dazed from the cold, Su Chuangshi vaguely perceived a boy, slightly older than himself, draping a thin blanket over him. Li Chuang hesitated for a moment before boiling water in a traditional manner, as the radiation had long since severed the power supply at home. After sipping the warm water, Su Chuangshi felt a flicker of life return. He wished to express his gratitude, but was quickly interrupted. What a letdown. I thought the delicate figure was a girl, only to discover it's a boy. Had I known, I wouldn't have saved you. Li Chuang, a survivor of the streets, had witnessed many harsh realities from a young age. Su Chuangshi, at a loss for how to respond. Fell silent. Well, you've been saved, so hurry and sleep. This damned weather is unbearably cold. With that, Li Chuang wrapped half the blanket around himself and lay down. Su Chuangshi sat on a makeshift bed of tattered cotton, unable to sleep or sit comfortably. What are you doing? Do you not realize the wind is blowing in here? Li Chuang exclaimed, pulling him into his embrace, muttering, a boy is a boy. As long as he keeps me warm, that's all that matters. During that night, Su Chuangshi was initially startled by the embrace, but eventually slept deeply. When morning arrived, Li Chuang glanced at the still sleeping youth, contemplating waking him. But recalling the warmth of the previous night, he quietly left to search for food. Upon awakening, Su Chuangshi realized it was already bright outside and that today was the day the Wang family selected singers. He rushed out without a moment to tidy his attire, only to find he had arrived too late. The selection had concluded. Dejected, he sank to the ground, pondering what he could possibly do next. That night, the homeless Su Chuangshi found himself back at the derelict house, hesitating before finally pushing the door open. He stood at the threshold, timidly gazing at Li Chuang, unsure whether to enter or remain outside. When Li Chuang returned in the afternoon, he found the boy had already left, which came as no surprise. In these times, surviving another day was paramount. Deep connections were scarce, yet he couldn't shake the slight disappointment at having rescued a thankless child. Come inside. What are you doing standing at the door like a pillar? Li Chuang's gruff voice seemed to grant Su Chuangshi a reprieve, and he hurried inside. Approaching Li Chuang with outstretched hands, offering a not-so-clean frozen bun. Here, thank you for taking me in yesterday. His voice was high-pitched, reminiscent of a girl. Li Chuang, taken aback by the unexpected offering, accepted the bun without hesitation, as he had not eaten all day. Once he had finished most of it, he noticed the boy's eyes glimmering with unfulfilled desire. You haven't eaten? Li Chuang inquired. I ate. A bit, Su Chuangshi stammered, fabricating a feeble lie. Li Chuang frowned, retrieving the last bite of the bun he had not yet chewed and handed it to him. Why didn't you say so? I would have shared half. I haven't bitten it, so you can have it. Su Chuangshi hesitated, glancing at the bun in hand. But his growling stomach ultimately overruled his distaste. Can you sew? Li Chuang asked. The boy shook his head, seemingly fearful of being abandoned, quickly adding, I can learn. Without further ado, Li Chuang tossed him a pair of men's underwear that had seen better days. Fix this for me. It feels like it's letting in a draft. Su Chuangshi's face flushed a deep red as he held the underwear, unsure of how to respond. And then, Gu Beicheng listened intently. Wang Yongchao revealed the final thread of the tale. Then Su Xiuhua honed his craft into an exceptional skill. As for Li Chuang and Su Chuangshi, well, Li Chuang met his end when he took a bullet for Su Xiuhua, injuring his leg and leaving him with a permanent limp. Wang Yongchao spoke in a rather unremarkable tone, yet to Gu Beicheng, it felt as though she had endured a cataclysmic upheaval. She was reluctant to pursue the conversation further. The tale was too sorrowful, and she wished to refrain from hearing more. Chapter 50, Delivery. The scenery around her shifted, and the light transformed as if in a dance, instantly transporting Gu Beicheng from the modest courtyard she had rented to the beast realm. After delegating the task of the phoenix crown and splendid attire, she had no desire to linger in the modern world any longer. It was too dispiriting, and she needed a change of atmosphere to rejuvenate her spirit. Nearby stood 3 makeshift tents, crafted by the orc tribes inspired by their studies. Gu Beicheng observed them, noting their sturdy construction. These tents belonged to the hyena tribe, who steadfastly guarded the passage between the northern frontier and the central continent, diligently safeguarding their territory. After leaving behind 3 electric heaters and several sets of equipment, she turned to depart. At the moment of her return to the beast realm, Gu Beicheng had initially intended to upgrade Littlin. But uncertain of the duration of its update and fearing it might delay Tian Mingyao's order, she decided to postpone that thought. The harvest from the beast realm had already commenced, and indeed, the sheep tribe was proficient in agriculture. Gu Beicheng was pleasantly surprised to discover that the growth cycle of plants in this realm was astonishingly quicker than in her own world, with fruits and corn maturing in merely a month and a half, as opposed to the usual 3 months. Finally, she could witness the return of food supplies in the beast realm. However, she had no intention of bringing this initial batch of sweet corn back to the modern world for sale, primarily because corn held little value, despite being sweet corn. She was disinclined to exert herself for such a trivial gimmick. Observing the fields that had expanded tenfold, she felt an increasing affinity for the sheep tribe. Of course, the bountiful harvest of the sheep tribe did not overshadow the brilliance of the deer breeding project. After Gu Beicheng had introduced numerous piglets, lambs, and calves, The northern frontier was finally able to achieve self-sufficiency in grain and oil, had it not been for the minimal change in the growth cycle of animals. She might have been concerned about the looming issue of inflation. As for the kangaroo tribe, responsible for infrastructure development, they found themselves rather idle during this period. As the master blueprint had yet to be completed, aside from essential studies, they had nothing else to occupy their time. Yet they continued to receive their shares of food rewards. Although the tribesmen were wary of offending Gu Beicheng, the Beast King, and thus did not openly clash with the kangaroo tribe, seeds of discontent were nonetheless germinating within their hearts. After Qing, she had succinctly relayed the circumstances of each tribe to Gu Beicheng. He inquired, "Shall we take action?" Gu Beicheng pondered for a moment and advised, "After a short period of restraint, it will soon come to fruition." According to Professor Fang's initial blueprint, progress should indeed be swift. Although further contemplation is required regarding the finer details, the overall trajectory is unlikely to undergo significant alterations. It is also time for the kangaroo tribe to engage in some activities. 10 days later, Gu Beicheng returned to the modern world adorned with a resplendent phoenix crown. After briefly reviewing her various messages and making selections, she drove to Su Xiuhua's residence. His message had been sent the previous night. Originally, he had completed the Xiaopai in 5 days, but after being unable to reach Gu Beicheng, whether out of self-pity or empathy for the young girl, he took it upon himself to fund the creation of a dual phoenix Xiuhua for the pair of little lilies, the purpose of which remained uncertain. Gu Beicheng initially harbored concerns that the absence of communication might result in a mismatch between the phoenix crown and the. However, upon witnessing the finished product, she realized her apprehensions were unfounded. Having only discussed the intricacies of the phoenix crown with Su Xiuhua once, it seemed as though the garments she crafted were perfectly harmonious with the crown. Gu Beicheng opened the order and realized he could no longer reach Tian Mengyao. She had only left him an address and a brief note. The affection that once blossomed into love had now morphed into resentment, devoid of any commitment. The turmoil of unanswered questions pierced his heart like a sharpened blade, sealing his heart's window with an icy layer. In the darkness, light eluded him, making it arduous to trace the contours of her brows. Gu Beicheng's mind was engulfed in confusion, and she inwardly lamented, "It is over." She hastily sent a flurry of messages to the other party, but received no response. Even after sending photos of the phoenix crown and the ceremonial robe, it felt as though the recipient had vanished into thin air. Gu Beicheng began to blame herself. Knowing full well that the girl was not in a right state of mind, why had she not checked in sooner? Surely, she would not do anything reckless. Unable to reach anyone online, Gu Beicheng resolved to search offline. As a customer, her information was limited, with the only useful detail being the delivery address. Gu Beicheng promptly withdrew from the Jingbao Mall and swiftly booked a flight to Gue Province through her holographic device. Had she foreseen this, she would have refrained from updating the system, as she initially believed that in the modern era, managing recent events would require little to no reliance on it. However, she soon discovered that plans seldom withstand the test of change. Unable to utilize teleportation, she proceeded with the conventional route, driving to the city before heading to the airport, ultimately taking the fastest flight to Guiyang. By 6 in the evening, Gu Beicheng arrived at Guiyang Airport. Unfamiliar with the area, she spared no expense, hiring a taxi that took nearly 2 hours to reach the address left in the message. Lacking a contact number, she found herself compelled to knock on the door for inquiries. Yet, it appeared there was an issue with the location. The neighborhood was an upscale community with strict security protocols. They refused her entry, stating that she needed to contact the resident before they could allow her access. In which manner can Gu Beicheng be contacted? Had there been a phone number available, she would have already called to inquire, thus negating the need for her to travel here. However, it is unfair to blame the gatekeeper, as he is merely fulfilling his duties. Gu Beicheng, with a sudden inspiration, engaged the gatekeeper in conversation. "Good sir, I am merely a courier. Please do not make this difficult for me. I understand your challenges. I am searching for Muyu, the resident of Villa 8. Are you familiar with her?" The security guard, observing the anxious demeanor of the lovely young woman before him, felt a strong inclination to assist her but hesitated, knowing that compromising his job for fleeting beauty would be unwise. "My dear," he replied, "it is not that I wish to make things hard for you. Although you claim to be a courier, I am merely a gatekeeper myself. If you could obtain the homeowner's consent, I would promptly allow you entry. I am aware of Muyu, the eldest daughter of the Mu family, yet without her permission, I cannot grant you access." Gu Beicheng disregarded the security guard's refusal and continued, "Are you aware that Muyu is getting married?" The security guard squinted his eyes and nodded. I have indeed heard of it. Upon hearing the prospect of a performance, Gu Beicheng immediately produced an item and stated, Behold. This is her phoenix crown wedding gown, crafted entirely from pure gold, valued at over $1 million. If it proves difficult for me to enter, I shall leave this item in your care. Would you be so kind as to deliver it to her? The security guard, momentarily taken aback by the dazzling display of gold, quickly regained his composure. Naturally, he would not consent to keeping such a valuable item in his possession. Not only was he concerned about potential loss or damage, but the mere thought of a single strand of gold thread missing from the gown was a burden he could not bear. Chapter 51. There are no contingencies. She has departed. No, no, no. You mustn't give this to me. The young security guard exclaimed, startled. One might wonder why a security guard's first instinct was fear of damage rather than greed. The answer lies in his understanding of the immense influence wielded by the residents of this community. Had he succumbed to temptation over a wedding dowry worth millions, his future would be uncertain, and even his very survival until the next dawn might be in jeopardy. Particularly concerning was the Mu family, rumored to have ties with the Jiang Tian group, which extinguished any fleeting thoughts of indulgence in beauty. Realizing he may have misjudged the situation, he ultimately chose to allow Gu Beicheng to pass. After all, what threat could a young girl bearing a wedding dowry of such magnitude possibly pose? Indeed, this was a luxury community inhabited by the affluent. While it could not be compared to his former independent paradise, it was undeniably a realm far superior to the modest county town in which he currently resided. Navigating through 3 tree-lined avenues, she finally arrived at Villa Number 8. Its opulent yet understated decor captivating her attention. After a brief glance, Gu Beicheng pressed the doorbell. Inside, the Mu family's housekeeper inquired through the surveillance feed. Who are you? Whom do you seek? Do you have an appointment? Gu Beicheng was rendered speechless. Was this not a private residence? It bore an uncanny resemblance to an office, diminishing his impression of the Mu family, and consequently, he felt a similar discontent towards the Mu he was about to meet. Were it not for Tian Mingyao's current disappearance, Gu Beicheng would have deemed his arduous journey a futile endeavor. I am here to deliver the wedding dress, Gu Beicheng stated with an expressionless visage. The housekeeper, recalling Mr. Mu's insistence to keep a vigilant eye on Miss Mu, reluctantly opened the door. You may enter. The room at the end of the right corridor on the 2nd floor, she said, her demeanor unwelcoming, leaving Gu Beicheng utterly bewildered. However, she had no intention of taking offense. Her primary concern was the fate of Tian Mingyao. She ascended the stairs and politely knocked on Muyu's door. Hello. I am here to deliver your wedding dress. Get lost. I will not wear it. A brusque yet frail voice echoed from within. Despite receiving criticism, Gu Beicheng remained unfazed. In fact, she felt that her effort in delivering goods across provinces was not in vain. Fearing that there might be onlookers within Muyu's residence, she refrained from saying much and attempted to push the door open, only to find it securely locked from the inside. She knocked again. Muyu, is it? Your friend has entrusted me with delivering your wedding gown. There was no response from within. Gu Beicheng spoke again. Open the door first. I have something to inquire of you. All of you leave. I have already stated that I shall not marry. I would rather perish than wed a man. Do not trouble me any further. Muyu suspected that her father had once more arranged for her to try on wedding dresses for the Zhang family's Hao-Ran wedding planning company. Gu Beicheng had come to grasp the entirety of the unfolding tale. Initially, she believed that Tian Mingyao's heartfelt efforts had been in vain. However, to her surprise, Muyu was indeed worthy. The force that tore them apart was not their feelings, but external pressures. Downstairs, the maid regarded the door with a look of disdain. She not only failed to comprehend why Miss Mu would harbor affection for a woman, but she also found it disturbingly grotesque. Were it not for the task assigned to her by Mr. Mu today, to have the young lady try on a wedding dress, she would have been loath to ascend to the 2nd floor, as if this sordid affliction might be contagious. Ascending to the 2nd floor, the maid coldly addressed the door. Miss Mu, if you wish to spare Miss Tian from harm, it would be wise to heed Mr. Mu's instructions. With a sharp sound, the door swung open, revealing a girl clad in pajamas, her face devoid of makeup, pale and wide-eyed with resentment as she glared at the maid. Do not look at me like that. It is not within my power to change anything. Besides, the mere sight of you all makes me feel nauseous, the maid retorted, her contempt unabashed. Hurry and have her try it on. With that, she dismissed both Muyu and Gu Beicheng, striding directly down the stairs. Gu Beicheng took the opportunity to slip into Mitsuki's room, where she found the decor to be quite simple. The only distinctive feature was the myriad of photographs adorning the walls. showcasing a short-haired girl and several pictures of the two together. This short-haired girl was presumably Tian Mingyao. Mitsuki sat on the bed, seemingly indifferent to Gu Beicheng's presence. She sat there vacantly, clutching a dusty little yellow duck in silence. Tian Mingyao asked me to bring you something, Gu Beicheng remarked, conducting a brief inspection of the room and finding no signs of eavesdropping or surveillance. Suddenly, Mitsuki raised her head sharply. What did you say? Gu Beicheng retrieved items from his bag, a phoenix crown, a flowing veil, and a vibrant red xiuhua gown. Muyu's tears streamed down her face as she collapsed to the ground, cradling her legs and weeping in anguish. No, it cannot be like this. Woe is me. Gu Beicheng was uncertain whether to offer comfort or inquire further, yet recognizing the gravity of life and death, he gently pulled the tearful young lady to her feet. Tian Mingyao is gone. I cannot find her. Do you have her contact information? Gu Beicheng asked, grasping for a way to provide solace. The young girl ceased her weeping, raising her head to stammer. Gone? Are you saying that you cannot reach her? What does that mean? It is quite literal. She commissioned this item from me 10 days ago and shared a brief account of your story. Today, the item is complete, yet I am unable to contact her. Moreover, I sense something is amiss with her state, which is why I came directly to deliver it and see if you might be able to reach her. Miyue appeared to contemplate something, trembling as she failed to rise despite her efforts. May I borrow your comm device? I have been restricted and my communication tools have been confiscated, the young girl said, her voice quivering. Gu Beicheng swiftly tapped a few times on his neural interface and sent it to her. Beep, beep, beep. I'm sorry. The number you dialed is currently unavailable. Mitsuki's hands trembled, nearly causing the golden phoenix crown cradled in her arms to topple. Gu Beicheng furrowed his brows. Could it be that something has happened? What? What did she tell you? Muyu's words stumbled. Gu Beicheng pondered for a moment before handing over the chat records from that day between the two of them. Baihe, deprived of a formal status, found that affection had morphed into animosity. The tangled questions within her heart felt like a sharpened blade, the windows of her heart sealed in ice. Shrouded in darkness where no light could penetrate, making it arduous to paint her own brows. Upon reading this line, Mitsuki collapsed to the ground, tears long since dried. She repeatedly traced the screen, as if the other party could somehow feel her touch. Gu Beicheng felt an overwhelming sense of oppression but was at a loss as to what to do. When the weight became unbearable, she finally spoke. If you cannot go out, shall I search for her? Perhaps. Yet there was no perhaps. She had departed. Chapter 52. It is enough to live 1,270,000 was all her wealth, initially intended as the means for survival after our separation. Mitsuki ceased her tears, her face devoid of expression, uncertain whether she was speaking to Gu Beicheng or merely reassuring herself. Gu Beicheng understood that this was not the moment for him to speak. He could only listen in silence. The sum of 1,270,000 represented the life she had painstakingly earned over the past 8 years. Mitsuki caressed the resplendent phoenix crown and flowing robes, as if touching the very face of her counterpart. I had believed that by refusing to compromise, my family would spare her, and she would live on, ultimately finding someone more suited to her. But why was she so foolish? Mitsuki spat out a mouthful of blood, and just as Gu Beicheng moved to approach her, she halted him with a gesture. Wiping the corner of her mouth with the sleeve of her nightgown, she assured him, I am fine. In that instant, Gu Beicheng felt as though the brilliance that once radiated from her was extinguished, though she still breathed. An aura of desolation enveloped her. Thank you, shopkeeper, for relaying to me her final words. Gu Beicheng was flustered. She felt as though her presence was unwarranted, as if her actions were misguided. I wish you happiness, Gu Beicheng declared. No, that was not her true desire. Rather, she yearned for both of them to find joy together. Although Mitsuki's smile was not unappealing, Gu Beicheng felt a shiver run down her spine. Do not act rashly. Please tell me her address. What if she is not as you envision? There may still be hope for you, Gu Beicheng urged, striving to salvage the situation as much as possible. That is unlikely. I know her well, Mitsuki replied. The road to the underworld is so cold, I cannot allow her to wait too long. Mitsuki seemed to be speaking of something exceedingly joyful. Gu Beicheng advised. She certainly does not wish for you to act foolishly. Otherwise, how could she possibly have me craft this wedding gown for you? Yes, I understand. But in a world devoid of her, I am merely an instrument of marriage. What happiness can there be? Gu Beicheng was rendered speechless. You should leave. I do not wish to burden you. Take this bridal gown with you. I am unworthy. Mitsuki remained remarkably composed, unlike a typical young girl. Gu Beicheng, this simply won't do. These are her final blessings for you. I traveled a great distance to deliver these precious items. Mitsuki interrupted Gu Beicheng. I understand, but I do not wish for her efforts to be squandered on another. Upon mentioning this other person, her heart ached. I do not intend to give it away for nothing. I still wish to ask the shopkeeper for a favor. Gu Beicheng was reluctant to engage, yet, upon meeting the eager gaze of the other, she could not suppress her thoughts. Speak your mind. This world is excessively constraining, compelling individuals to traverse only the well-trodden paths. I resist such limitations, yet both a Yao and I are too insignificant to challenge this reality. Nevertheless, I aspire that our tale may pave a less arduous path for future marginalized groups. Gu Beicheng hesitated to acquiesce, yet found herself unable to articulate a refusal. As though she were ensnared over a bed of burning coals, torn between two vibrant lives and the lofty aspirations of another. Do not act impulsively. Please provide me with an address. If she survives, would you not be acting recklessly? Gu Beicheng could only express. Muyu smiled softly, sighed, and wrote down an address, which she then handed to Gu Beicheng. Innkeeper, kindly leave me your contact number. I wish to do something for her, Muyu stated. Aren't you confined? Gu Beicheng inquired. Not from today onward. I have consented to marry, Muyu replied, her smile radiating warmth, though Gu Beicheng felt an unsettling chill. Gu Beicheng, laden with his belongings, prepared to depart. Do not act impulsively or engage in foolishness. Allow me to seek her out first and ascertain the situation. Yes, I understand. I was counting on you to help me check on her. Gu Beicheng felt a slight sense of relief. She gathered her belongings, preparing to depart. All right. Contact me promptly, and do not act impulsively. Understood. As Gu Beicheng approached the entrance, he overheard a few snippets of a heated argument emanating from within the room. Wuma, I hope you can clarify your position. I am the master of the Mu family, and if you wish to resign, it would be best for you to leave at once. Gu Beicheng pondered for a moment before purchasing an inconspicuous brown backpack from a shop. Due to a system update, she found herself unable to teleport or access her spatial storage, leaving her to engage in the mundane activities expected of an ordinary individual. Mitsuki's address was a 3-hour drive away, located in Fengshan Auto District, a small county surrounding Guiyang. According to the map, it was merely a little over 170 kilometers. However, the treacherous mountain roads made the journey exceedingly arduous. By the time she reached her destination, the night had deepened, and to speak of the fare alone, it had cost her nearly 500 yuan. Gu Beicheng gazed at the row of earthen houses, feeling a wave of nostalgia. The acquaintance between these two individuals must surely harbor a tale, for they belong to two distinct social classes. Fengshan Village, second community, 5 households. Gu Beicheng scrutinized the house numbers one by one. The village's night was far less boisterous than that of the city, occasionally interrupted by the startled barks of dogs. At last, he found it, a residence that could be deemed the most elegantly adorned in the village, with its red bricks and green tiles presenting a rather distinctive charm. The door was closed. He pushed against it, yet it did not yield. After knocking, there was still no response. Perhaps the sound of his knocking had been too forceful, for although silence reigned within, a neighbor soon emerged. Who are you looking for? Inquired the elderly man, clad in a grease-stained tank top and draped in a military coat. Gu Beicheng courteously inquired, Greetings, sir. May I ask if this is Tian Mengyao's residence? Upon hearing that he was seeking Tian Mengyao, the elder widened the gap of his door even further. Ah, you are looking for Mengyao? She is currently at the county hospital. I am not certain what calamity has befallen this girl. A few days ago, she abruptly lost her way and ingested poison. Fortunately, I noticed something amiss during a visit and rushed her to the hospital. Otherwise, this well-behaved girl might have been lost to us. Upon hearing this, Gu Beicheng felt an immediate sense of relief. As long as he was alive, there was hope for everything. May I ask, sir, which hospital is it? Fengshan First People's Hospital. After expressing his gratitude, Gu Beicheng walked along the mountain path, observing the desolate surroundings. Fortunately, he managed to hail a vehicle heading to the county town. Otherwise, he would have truly been at a loss regarding his next steps. Upon inquiring, Gu Beicheng spotted the slumbering Tian Mengyao. Although the young girl had a fair complexion, her short, spirited hairstyle lent her an air of vigor. Suddenly, the ringing of his holographic phone broke the silence. Shopkeeper, this is Mu Yue. May I ask if you have arrived? Gu Beicheng lowered his voice as he exited the hospital room, replying, I have arrived at the hospital. Please do not act impulsively. She is still alive. Miyu felt as though her soul had been revived, stammering, "Is it true? Really? Yes, I can send you a video shortly." A few days ago, she took some medication, but fortunately, a neighbor discovered her in time and brought her to the hospital for treatment. "She is clinging to life," Gu Beicheng explained. "All right. I understand. As long as she is alive, that's all that matters," Miyu responded, her heart swelling with relief. Chapter 53. Upon seeing Tian Mengyao connected to a respirator in her hospital bed, Miyu felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Yet, simultaneously, she discovered a glimmer of hope that illuminated her path forward. She incessantly expressed her gratitude to Gu Beicheng, vowing that she would never again yield to her family's pressures. She believed that Tian Mengyao's survival was the last flicker of hope bestowed upon her by the heavens. No matter how her family threatened her with Yao's life, she would never relinquish her grip, for she had come to understand Yao's resoluteness. "Please convey a message to Yao for me. I will never marry into the Zhang family. Regardless of the circumstances, in this life, in death, she will always be mine. I plan to sneak out tonight," Miyu declared. "Do not run away." "You must marry," Gu Beicheng interjected, halting her. Miyu was taken aback by Gu Beicheng's words, momentarily speechless. "Shopkeeper, you know full well that we—" Gu Beicheng interjected, "Listen to me. I do not intend for you to actually marry that man your parents have chosen for you. What I mean is that you should postpone it. Otherwise, your family might react with anger. And Tian Mengyao may not only face dire consequences but could very well find herself cast out by the hospital tomorrow." Mu Shue broke out in a cold sweat, quickly agreeing. Yes, you are right, shopkeeper. I have indeed been too naive in my thinking." Gu Beicheng cautioned. "You must heed my advice and act accordingly." Tian Mengyao, having lost her parents at a young age and growing up as an orphan, had not maintained contact with her relatives for many years. She had learned to fend for herself throughout her life, which understandably shaped her into someone with such an extreme and resolute character. After Gu Beicheng settled the expenses incurred during her hospitalization and upgraded Tian Mengyao to a deluxe single room, he also hired a caregiver before finally feeling at ease to leave the hospital. After a long day of busyness, Gu Beicheng checked into a hotel, freshened up, and collapsed into a deep slumber. In Guiyang, Muxia, following Gu Beicheng's guidance, Miyu first endeavored to gain the trust of her family before replacing her wedding team, appointing Gu Beicheng as her chief makeup artist. "Father, you know I have always cherished traditional aesthetics. If I am to marry into the Zhang family, I certainly will not don a wedding gown. They must adhere to the ancient rites of our culture, or else they should not expect me to wed." Mu Tianhe furrowed his brow, initially tempted to express his anger but ultimately restrained himself. After all, compared to Mu Yu's desperate resistance in the past few days, there had been some improvement. He thought he could negotiate with the Zhang family. The intricacies of traditional Chinese weddings are notoriously elaborate, and with the wedding venue already booked, transitioning to a traditional ceremony just 2 days prior would undoubtedly be unfeasible. Nevertheless, the significance of this marriage to the Mu family was paramount. The Zhang family was the sole connection to the Jiantian group. He could not afford to relinquish this opportunity. Without the Jiantian group, the Mu family, a modest entity, could easily face obliteration. Over the years, they had made enemies, and Mu Tianhe did not dare to gamble with his daughter's future. He did not perceive this as a sacrifice of Mu Yu. Rather, he believed that marrying a man was far more sensible than allowing 2 young women to pursue their whims. Moreover, the Zhang family was a prominent lineage, and Mu Yu would be stepping into a life of comfort. The mere thought of 2 young women desiring to be together ignited Mu Tianhe's ire. He had previously assumed that Tian Mengyao's frequent visits were due to a close friendship between the 2 girls. However, upon informing Mu Yu of her impending marriage to the Zhang family, she audaciously opposed him, claiming she had already pledged her heart to Tian Mengyao. Not wanting to dwell on it, Mu Tianhe waved his hand, instructing Mu Yu to return to her room. He acquiesced to her demands regarding the traditional wedding. After Gu Beicheng returned to Guiyang, he collaborated with Mu Yue to replace her original marriage service. In an effort to awaken Tian Mengyao from her deep slumber, Gu Beicheng recorded a video of Mu Yue adorned in her bridal attire, continuously playing it in the depths of Tian Mengyao's dreams. Despite the auditory and technological attempts at awakening, there were no signs of consciousness from Tian Mengyao. In contrast to Gu Beicheng's mounting anxiety, Mu Yue appeared remarkably at ease, stating that even if Tian Mengyao were to remain in a vegetative state for life, she would care for her indefinitely. A week later, the inevitable approached. The wedding that could no longer be postponed had to take place. At the luxurious KTV, a group of wealthy young men were engaged in frivolous revelry. One young aristocrat, While playfully grasping the fair thigh of a nearby princess, asked Zhang Xiao, "How's the bachelor party I arranged for you?" Not bad, quite lively. My son knows how to handle affairs," replied the young man named Zhang Xiao as he inhaled a puff of smoke, exhaling it heavily into the neckline of the girl attending to him. "Get lost, don't take advantage of me. But I heard you're marrying a lily tomorrow. Why would you marry someone like that?" asked the young aristocrat, pushing the princess away in curiosity. "Oh, it's just my unfortunate old man's decision. But I've seen that woman, she is quite captivating. As for her being a lily, it's only because she hasn't experienced a man's touch. Once she is married to me, I'll make sure to have my way with her. Not only will I straighten her out, but I'll also get that woman she fancies into my bed." Huh? Zhang Haoran showed no remorse for the insults he hurled at his soon-to-be wife. Ha. Zhang Xiao is right. Zhang Xiao is formidable. The KTV erupted into chaos, a raucous scene unfolding. Meanwhile, at the Mu residence, Mu Yue pulled Gu Beicheng into a room, her voice tinged with anxiety. "What should we do? The wedding is tomorrow. Can I really escape?" "Do not worry, just follow our previous agreement. I will come for you tomorrow. Get a good night's sleep tonight to gather your strength," Gu Beicheng reassured her. Mu Yue nodded but then asked, "What about Ayao? You needn't concern yourself with Tian Mingyao. I've already arranged for her departure, and fortunately, she has no family to complicate matters," Gu Beicheng replied. "That's a relief. All right, I will take my leave now. We shall act tomorrow." As Gu Beicheng approached the door, he paused and turned back. "Have you made up your mind? Once we proceed tomorrow, there will be no turning back." "I have made up my mind," Mu Yue declared resolutely. "Once you escape tomorrow, you will no longer be a miss of the Mu family." "Are you certain?" Gu Beicheng pressed, wanting to ensure she would not regret her decision later. Uncertain of the righteousness of their course of action, "I am," Gu Beicheng interjected, saying, "All right, hold your words for now. Take the night to ponder this matter thoroughly. I shall await your answer come dawn." Chapter 54. The third-level system. Upon returning to the hotel, Gu Beicheng found herself ensnared in contemplation once more. She grappled with the righteousness of her actions. Although the incident involving Tian Mingyao had indeed shaken her mindset, did that truly justify her interference in another's wedding? To take a step back, while the struggles endured by Tian Mingyao and Mu Yu for their love seemed noble, was the young man set to marry Mu Yu tomorrow not also an unwitting victim in this narrative? Gu Beicheng believes that homosexuality should not be subjected to discrimination, provided that it does not inflict harm upon others. How many innocent men and women, after marrying, discover that their spouses are homosexual, bearing a heart full of grievances with no means of relief? Ultimately, divorce seems to be the best resolution, yet it often leaves them with tarnished reputations. It is not the nature of certain circumstances that is detrimental, but rather the hearts of certain individuals. Gu Beicheng found herself increasingly restless, tossing and turning in bed, consumed by thoughts of how to assist Mu Yu in her escape one moment, and how to inflict the least harm upon her groom, who was to be wed tomorrow. The next. "Dear master, there is no need for distress. The groom of tomorrow is not a virtuous man. You need not bear such a weighty burden in your heart." Just as Gu Beicheng drifted between slumber and anxiety, the system, Shaoan, made its entrance. "Oh, have you completed your update? Congratulations, master. Shaoan has finished the update, and the system has reached level 3. The surprise was utterly unexpected. Gu Beicheng, momentarily forgetting her worries, inquired with keen interest. The update was surprisingly swift this time. "I anticipated a lengthy wait and had braced myself for a protracted struggle. Indeed, as your faith value increases, the system level ascends, and my permissions expand, resulting in shorter update times. After a few more upgrades, I shall be able to perform internal updates without entering sleep mode." Shaoan seemed akin to a long-restrained puppy, bursting forth with enthusiasm upon release, wagging its metaphorical tail at Gu Beicheng. "Now, please enlighten me about the changes brought forth by this level 3 system upgrade." "The most significant transformation is the emergence of the system marketplace." "Oh, the system mall. You mentioned this prior to the update. But what are the specifics?" "Master, upon entering the interface, you will notice a colorful cursor appearing in the lower left corner. Please click on it and see for yourself." Following Shaoan's guidance, Gu Beicheng complied and, indeed, discovered a vibrant cursor. Upon clicking it, a shop interface emerged before her, far surpassing the grandeur of the Wanbao Trading Company. The display was not static. It resembled the vastness of the Milky Way, with its contents continuously shifting and evolving. Gu Beicheng spotted a familiar name concealed within a post. She reached out to grasp it. Remarkably, her hand seemed to plunge into a black void, She could only see her wrist exposed at the surface of the interface, while the scenes within remained entirely unknown to her. Were it not for the tangible sensation of having grasped something in her hand, Gu Beicheng might have believed that there was something amiss with her own hand. As Gu Beicheng grasped the object in his hand, it emerged alongside him. However, just as it was about to materialize, she sensed a hindrance, accompanied by a voice echoing in her mind. Concealment sticker, usable on individuals or objects to obscure them or their information, valued at 5,000 faith points. Gentle reminder, using it in conjunction with a false to true sticker will amplify its effects. Gu Beicheng realized that this was indeed the item that Shaoan had recommended to him a few days prior. As expected, its price was incomparable to the cost of directly altering one's information with faith points. However, Gu Beicheng was not one to dwell on the past. Once his faith points were depleted, he considered it sufficient to earn more. There was nothing to lament or regret. Shaoan, you are remarkable, Gu Beicheng generously extolled. By the way, why didn't you alleviate my burdens just now? Well, Master, this pertains to the second function of the tiered system, image monitoring. What do you mean? I shall spare you the explanation. Simply observe for yourself. As he spoke, a radiant projection suddenly materialized on the wall of Gu Beicheng's hotel room. The lights swiftly dispersed, revealing a scene from the recently visited Yage Houting KTV, a chaotic melee involving a multitude of men and women. What on earth is this, Shaoan? What are you showing me? Gu Beicheng, flushed with emotion, uttered a cry, as the scene before her was overwhelmingly shocking. In an instant, she found herself questioning aloud, breaking away from the mental dialogue with the system. My apologies, allow me to replay that. Although Shaoan was merely a system, it felt as if it would blush if it had a physical form in that moment. Soon, the conversation between Zhang Haoran and the brothers he had arranged for the bachelor party echoed clearly in Gu Beicheng's ears, their scornful gazes unmistakably genuine. It was evident they were not of good character, and any lingering doubts in Gu Beicheng's heart dissipated. Suddenly, she pondered whether this hidden post could indeed facilitate Mitsuki's escape. The original plan was straightforward. Mitsuki would hold her wedding according to the usual customs. But during the consummation of the marriage, Gu Beicheng would feign death using a drug. On the day of the wedding, the unexpected death of the bride would surely incite chaos. In the ensuing turmoil, as Mitsuki was transported to the crematorium, Gu Beicheng would execute a clever ruse to rescue her, allowing the two young women to flee and live their lives in peace. While the plan seemed simple in theory, the execution in reality was fraught with challenges, particularly the delicate operation of stealing a corpse. Any misstep could lead to Mitsuki's actual cremation. Yet, despite these risks, the young girl remained undaunted, resolutely determined to proceed. She was willing to seize any opportunity to be with Tian Mengyao. However, if the hidden post were to be utilized, the situation could become remarkably uncomplicated. There would be no need to venture into the crematorium. A timely application of the post could lead others to believe the body had gone missing, thus simplifying the escape. Gu Beicheng did not hesitate to purchase the hidden post. As she contemplated her escape plan anew, Master, you might want to consider the warm reminder provided by the hidden post. A counterfeit? Indeed. If you simultaneously acquire the counterfeit post, a false body of Mitsuki will manifest. This way, there is no need to worry about subsequent issues. A fake corpse? Is it reliable? Could it be discovered? You need not fret over that, Master. Produced by Ha Yuan, it is guaranteed to be of exquisite quality. Whether it will be discovered in the future, I cannot say, but the technology of this era is evidently incapable of uncovering it. Shaoan spoke with utmost confidence. Gu Beicheng naturally harbored no doubts as she diligently engaged in her online shopping within the vast, galaxy-like marketplace. Master, there exists a feature that allows for keyword input, which facilitates automatic searching. The following morning, Gu Beicheng arrived at Muyu's residence punctually. There were minor issues with the wedding gown, but they would be swiftly rectified. Gu Beicheng managed to appease Mr. Mu. Chapter 55, The Bride is Deceased. I am exceedingly anxious. Muyu bore noticeable dark circles under her eyes. Evidently having had a restless night, Gu Beicheng surveyed her surroundings, ensuring the bedroom door and windows were securely closed before cautiously retrieving her concealed stickers and the counterfeit ones. To avoid arousing suspicion, the system had altered the appearance of these items. The concealed sticker resembled an exquisite invisibility cloak, while the counterfeit sticker appeared akin to a palm-sized doll. Gu Beicheng reassured, rest assured, now that you have clarified your thoughts, I have devised a foolproof escape plan. Today, you shall proceed with the wedding as per the customary rituals. When you reach the hotel to change your attire, simply don this item, and you shall become invisible. rendering yourself unseen by others. In order to reassure Mitsuki, Gu Beicheng draped the cloak over himself, and indeed, his figure vanished from sight in the bedroom. How astonishing! Mitsuki exclaimed in delight. Gu Beicheng removed his garments, covering Mu Yue's mouth with one hand. Dear ancestor, please lower your voice. Mu Yue immediately understood and lowered her tone. What about this? What purpose does this doll serve? Once you go invisible, the first drop of blood will fall onto the doll, and then you need not worry. Just take the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos, Gu Beicheng explained. I don't need to feign death? Won't my family intensify their search if they cannot locate me? Mu Yue appeared bewildered. Before Gu Beicheng could elaborate further, the door swung open, and Mu Yue's father, with a stoic expression, inquired, Mu Yue, are you ready? Time is running short. Almost done. Gu Beicheng hastily assisted Mu Yue in perfecting her makeup. Mu Yue stood at the doorway, seemingly anxious that his daughter might delay, offering no opportunity for the two to converse privately. With his back turned to Mu Tianhe, Gu Beicheng silently mouthed instructions to Mu Yue as he completed the final touches to her makeup. Just do as I say. Soon, the guests from the Zhang family arrived to escort the bride. There were neither boisterous scenes of blocking the door with red envelopes, nor the warm, intimate moments of answering love-stricken questions. This union, even in its procession, bore a semblance of sycophancy, which greatly displeased Gu Beicheng. However, the thought that this marriage might not come to fruition brought him a sense of balance. At the Aotai Grand Hotel, a spectacular display of 500 fireworks erupted into the sky, while luxury cars continuously flowed into the venue, creating an impressively grand scene. Were it not for the utter lack of affection between the bride and groom, Gu Beicheng might have believed this wedding to be a divine blessing. As the chief makeup artist for Mu Yue, Gu Beicheng did not ride in the lead car but followed closely behind the wedding vehicle to the hotel. Upon entering, she did not take a seat but instead surveyed the hotel's layout, ultimately aiding Mu Yue in making an escape. After Mu Yue was delivered to the hotel, she entered the dressing room. Due to the concealment spell, Gu Beicheng did not follow her inside. Otherwise, it would have made their departure difficult. Being alone allowed her to remain unseen. Mu Yue observed her so-called future husband with a blank expression and attempted to close the dressing room door, only to be stopped by Zhang Haoran. He, seeing his soon-to-be wife, licked his lips. The wildness of the previous night had not extinguished his desires. Rather, it fueled his intentions for something to transpire in the hotel. Today, you are my wife. Don't shut the door, he insisted. Slipping into the dressing room and blocking the wedding staff outside, Mu Yue felt a surge of indignation, but recalling their plan, she suppressed her impulses and gently told Zhang Haoran, please step outside. I need to change into my wedding attire. Let your husband help you with that, he replied, reaching for the neckline of her garment. Startled, Mu Yue felt a shiver run down her spine but forced herself to suppress her instinctive aversion. In a moment of distraction, the zipper at the back of her dress was yanked down by Zhang Haoran, and had she not gripped the front of her attire, it would have fallen to the floor. Trembling, Mu Yue nearly succumbed to the urge to retaliate, but thoughts of the unconscious Tian Mengao held her back. She compelled herself to embrace Zhang Haoran, finding some solace in the fact that her dress remained intact, thus sparing her from further indignity. Husband, please don't do this. We still have the wedding ceremony to attend. Delaying the auspicious hour would be ill-fated. Her flushed cheeks, a mix of embarrassment and anger, only seemed to add to Zhang Haoran's perception of her as demure. Don't worry, I'll be quick, he assured her. Mu Yue, feeling a blend of shame and fury, continued to devise a way out of this predicament. A series of knocks echoed from the dressing room door as the wedding staff called out, are the bride and groom ready? The auspicious hour is approaching. The ceremony is about to commence. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Yue replied hastily, husband, time is short. Let us start the wedding now. We can discuss everything later tonight. She uttered words she never thought she would say, holding back her discomfort. Zhang Haoran, though restless, remembered his father's warning against any mishaps on their wedding day. He adjusted himself and stepped outside, not forgetting to give Mu Yue's fair backside a playful squeeze as he exited. Once the door closed, Mu Yue could no longer contain her revulsion and began to retch. However, upon hearing another round of urging from outside, she donned her invisibility cloak and retrieved a small doll, unhesitatingly slicing her palm with a sharp object to let her blood drip onto it. In an instant, the doll, about the size of a palm, expanded rapidly, collapsing onto the ground, resembling Mu Yue perfectly, save for the fact that this doll did not breathe. Startled at first, Mu Yue quickly felt a thrill of joy as she knelt to poke the doll's skin, which felt fleshy and warm, akin to that of a recently deceased body. Glancing in the mirror, she confirmed her own invisibility and positioned herself by the door, anticipating an opportune moment to escape amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, in another dressing room, Zhang Haoran and several groomsmen exchanged lewd remarks. She has quite the catch, isn't she? You wouldn't believe how wild she was earlier, one groomsman teased. Is she really that daring? You might be missing out, another chimed in, helping Zhang Haoran adjust his traditional attire. What do you mean missing out? We can all enjoy her together later, Zhang Haoran replied, a grin on his face. Isn't she just a pawn in this marriage? We could have more fun if we all share her. One of the men laughed, continuing the crass banter. Suddenly, their revelry was interrupted by a commotion outside. What is going on? A groomsman asked, pulling open the door to confront a distressed staff member. It's bad news. The bride is dead. Dead? Zhang Haoran seemed taken aback, struggling to process the information. The staff member, recognizing the groom, rephrased his words, fearing Zhang Haoran's wrath. Get lost, Zhang Haoran shouted, racing towards the dressing room. But by the time he arrived, it was too late. The entrance was swarmed with media reporters eager to capture the unfolding tragedy of a bride's sudden demise at a high-profile wedding, each one like flies drawn to the scent of decay. Upon witnessing the chaos at the wedding venue, Gu Beicheng immediately realized that Mu Yu had succeeded. She stood at the designated spot, awaiting her arrival. 5 minutes later, she felt a light tap on her arm, scanning her surroundings and finding no one. She understood it was the cloaked Mu Yu. Without shedding her invisibility cloak, they left in a vehicle amidst the turmoil, departing from the borders of Guiyang. However, in their hurried exit, Gu Beicheng caught sight of some familiar faces. After a brief moment of restraint, she suppressed her anger and refrained from turning back. During the journey, Mu Yu briefly recounted the events surrounding the dressing room incident. Gu Beicheng was taken aback, narrowing her eyes as she whispered a few words to Xiao Anxin, expending a bit of her faith value. Soon, both the Mu family and the Zhang family arrived at the hotel. The news of Zhang Haoran cornering Mu Yu in the dressing room had spread among the attendees. Mu Tianhe's face flushed crimson, while Mr. Zhang found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. The evidence was glaringly apparent. This was not a suicide, but rather a case of rape leading to death. With a resounding slap, Mr. Zhang struck Zhang Haoran across the face, exclaiming, "You wretched beast!" Zhang Haoran stood in bewilderment, hesitant to voice any objections. Meanwhile, the journalists had been blocked from entry by the Zhang family, and their initial intention to report the incident was swiftly suppressed. Mu Tianhe's gaze was fixated on Mu Yu's lifeless body, his heart churning with tumultuous emotions. Uncertain whether the loss of his daughter or the failure of the alliance was the greater burden, Mr. Zhang exchanged a glance with his son, sighed deeply, and approached Mu Tianhe, bowing in apology. I must express my regrets, dear in-law. My son has behaved atrociously. However, regarding your daughter's matter, you understand that it must not become public knowledge. Mu Tianhe remained impassive, refusing to engage. Mr. Zhang continued, I shall still address you as my esteemed father-in-law. Regardless of whether your daughter lives or dies, she remains a member of the Zhang family. On the basis of fulfilling your conditions, I am willing to increase the offer by 30 as compensation for today's incident. What do you think? Mr. Zhang sought to quell Mu Tianhe's fury with monetary incentives, hoping to extricate his son from the scandal. Mu Tianhe's gaze remained locked on Mu Yu's corpse. And after a prolonged silence, he spoke, She is my only daughter. I demand a 40 increase. Mr. Zhang showed no signs of distress. After a moment of consideration, Mu Tianhe glanced at Mr. Zhang and then back at Mu Yu's body, ultimately nodding in agreement. Very well, I shall proceed as you suggest. And I will state that my daughter died suddenly. Without even taking Mu Yu's body with him, Mu Tianhe departed alone. Mr. Zhang retaliated by slapping Zhang Haoran once more, warning him to resolve the situation decisively. With that, he too left. The farce of the wedding concluded silently. Zhang Haoran, covering his face, felt a deep sense of injustice but was powerless to rectify the situation. The Zhang family awaited his explanation on how to handle the corpse on the floor. Take it away and burn it. What are you waiting for? Do you expect me to take the blame? He cursed at the Zhang family's lackeys. His fellow groomsmen, equally bewildered, could no longer contain his curiosity and finally asked, Did you really kill her? Irritated, Zhang Haoran retorted, Damn it, I never touched her. The groomsman, unconvinced but unwilling to confront him further, simply nodded and said, All right then. Just deal with these reporters. I'm heading back. Zhang Haoran, infuriated by the disbelief on his companion's face, felt a heavy burden of guilt settle upon him. It seemed he would bear the brunt of this calamity. In that moment, he lamented his reckless decision to provoke her before the wedding. Gu Beicheng and he watched the video footage in silence, their expressions contemplative. Gu Beicheng was at a loss on how to console Mu Yu. She could not fathom how a father could remain indifferent after his daughter had been ruthlessly murdered, even leveraging the tragedy for personal gain. Although this situation was fabricated, only the two of them understood it as a scheme, while the rest remained blissfully unaware. Hence, Mu Tianhe's demeanor was ample evidence that Mu Yu's decision was indeed justifiable. The Mu family was devoid of any semblance of familial affection. For 3 consecutive days, Mu Yu remained silent, confined to the hospital room of Tianmeng Yao. Ensconced in a corner, engulfed in profound solitude. After Gu Beicheng entrusted the phoenix crown and the colorful robe to them, he also left them a sum of money before returning to his own home. Upon returning to the beast realm, the system proved to be even more user-friendly. The items available in the system's marketplace left Gu Beicheng, a scientific expert, utterly astonished. Indeed, technology is the foremost productive force. Gu Beicheng has embarked on a journey of industrial imagination for the first time. My lord, Shawan suggests that you consider purchasing enhancement processing stickers. Gu Beicheng perused the items in the Galaxy Mall, when suddenly the system's voice resonated. Reinforcement processing patch, adhering to the flesh. It enhances processing precision by 20 and work efficiency by 20. It fortifies physical strength, enabling the user to proficiently operate various mechanical equipment. Valued at 1,000 faith points. Important notice. This item is exclusively applicable to living beings, not to objects. Upon reading the description, a flash of inspiration struck Gu Beicheng. This item could be procured in abundance, and it was practically tailor-made for the development of the beast realm. Gu Beicheng took a deep breath and purchased 10 items at once, intending to try them out first. This adhesive, which could transform an ordinary individual into a remarkably powerful machinist, implied that in the future, once she acquired machine tools and assembly lines, she could embark on a manufacturing venture in either the beast world or the modern era. However, lacking any machine tools at present, Gu Beicheng decided to store them away for the time being, planning to make significant strides once she procured the appropriate equipment. After tidying up, Gu Beicheng noticed a splash of vibrant green in her space. The bamboo she had purchased upon her first return to the modern world had been stored for far too long, had it not been for the system upgrade, which necessitated reorganizing the materials within her space. She might have completely forgotten about this batch of bamboo. Originally intended to improve the diet of the panda tribe and for planting purposes, it had now become a dilemma not just for cultivation, but for consumption as well. Observing the unexpected pile of bamboo in her courtyard, the innate curiosity of the pandas in the tribe drew them towards it, and they instinctively grabbed the bamboo stalks to gnaw on. Though the bamboo was still lush and green, their humanoid forms struggled to break it. But once they transformed into their beastly bodies, they persevered with determination. Even the articulate Qinghe could be seen clutching a stalk, indulging in its taste. Chapter 57. Hangover. Half a month later, Professor Fang Yuan had drafted the initial version of the design plans. They agreed to refine it during the New Year celebrations, allowing them to commence work in the beast world immediately afterward. The New Year was a significant occasion, not merely a trivial matter. It represented the grandest festive event for all Chinese people, and Gu Beicheng was no exception. As the time approached to honor the kitchen god, Gu Beicheng returned to the modern world to procure festive goods. The meat, vegetables, and seeds she collected were far more exquisite than her previous orders. She even bought a batch of wreaths and joss paper to honor the spirits of the island. After gathering everything, she initially contemplated celebrating the new year in the modern city. However, being alone in an unfamiliar place diminished the festive spirit, prompting her to return to the beast world. Coincidentally, she still needed to purchase some sacrificial live animals and could conveniently assess the breeding capabilities of the reindeer beastmen. Upon returning to her cave, Gu Beicheng began preparing the New Year's feast. There was no need for her to pluck the chickens, as the panda tribe had acquired a group of skilled chefs who handled such tasks. Carrying the scalded chickens, Gu Beicheng decided to immerse herself in the culinary atmosphere of the new year. After retrieving a large iron pot, she laid out an array of prepared dishes and meatballs beside it. The spicy and aromatic hot pot was already set up, with broth made from her favorite ingredients. Without waiting for the water to boil, she added the chicken pieces, cut and blanched to remove impurities, into the pot. This was her special recipe, a broth-based hot pot that elevated the flavor significantly. Gazing at the steaming pot, Gu Beicheng felt her appetite surge, and even Qinghe, who typically couldn't tolerate spice, craned her neck to watch eagerly. Gu Beicheng tapped the two eager pandas with his chopsticks and said, "Do not indulge, they are not yet ripe. Come over and lend me a hand." The fine flour had long been soaked, and although the tofu remained uncut, Qingxi's knife skills proved commendable. Swiftly presenting a plate of uniformly thin tofu slices upon the table. "Could we have some bamboo?" Qing's soft and delicate voice harmonized perfectly with her petite figure. It was hard to imagine the taste of tough, aged bamboo immersed in a hot pot, yet there exists a dish known as bamboo shoots. If bamboo shoots are available, why resort to bamboo? After peeling away several layers of the bamboo shoot's husk, Gu Beicheng tore it into strips, preparing 3 plates in total before pausing. He then retrieved a pack of ordinary frozen dumplings purchased from the supermarket and set them aside. "What are these?" Qingxi seemed even more intrigued by the dumplings. "Dumplings. We will drop them into the pot shortly. They are quite delicious and serve as a staple," Gu Beicheng explained. Qingxi picked one up with her chopsticks, inquiring, "Is the outer layer made of dough, with meat inside?" Astute observation, Gu Beicheng nodded. After placing the dumpling she had picked back down, Qingxi turned to him and asked, "Did you make all of this? How impressive." Gu Beicheng's face flushed with embarrassment. For the sake of convenience, all the ingredients were procured from the supermarket. Traditionally, during the festive season, families should gather together to make dumplings. "You all should have a taste first. If you enjoy it, we can make some together tomorrow." Gu Beicheng deftly diverted the conversation. Once all the side dishes were prepared and the chicken nearly cooked, he called over Qingxiong and Baimao. And together they joyfully began to enjoy a hot pot feast. As Qinghe savored the spicy food, she stubbornly clutched a chicken leg, while Qingxiong and Baimao were no different, continuously gulping down water. Were it not for the tribe's abundant water supply, they would never dare indulge in such spiciness. Yet, the heat did not hinder their pace. Soon, the dishes on the table were nearly depleted, and Gu Beicheng felt he had barely satisfied his hunger. Qingxi served each of them a chicken wing. Renowned as the most delectable part of the chicken, tender and flavorful, unlike the dry breast or the greasy neck. Cheers. After paying homage to the kitchen god. It was nearly midnight. The 5 of them had been enjoying the hot pot for most of the night. Qingxiong, experiencing alcohol for the first time, had already collapsed onto the ground, while Baimao, swaying unsteadily with Qingxi's assistance, dragged Qingxiong back to their cave. Strangely, despite everyone else being inebriated, except for Qingxi, most had consumed 7 or 8 liang of the potent sorghum liquor, yet Qingxi's complexion remained remarkably unchanged. "Come on, let's continue drinking," Gu Beicheng encouraged, pouring himself another glass and challenging Qingxi to a drinking game. After seeing his parents off, Qingxi returned to find Gu Beicheng animatedly gesturing at a mirror, uttering incoherent shouts. "Hey, brothers, 5 flower horse. Crab legs, 8 claws." He quickly helped the swaying Gu Beicheng to her bed. "Hey, giant panda, come here. I have a secret to share with you." Gu Beicheng clutched Qingxi's ear, refusing to let go. Qingxi, both pained and curious, leaned in to hear what secret she had to reveal. "Do you know? I'm actually a man. Come, call me daddy." "Ahaha." Gu Beicheng, muddled by the drink, was oblivious to her own ramblings. Qingxi was left speechless, having expected to hear a genuine secret, only to discover she was merely intoxicated. Gu Beicheng lay at the head of the bed, pitifully covered in filth without having evaded a single drop. "Oh dear, it is so hot." After expelling the contents of his stomach, Gu Beicheng tore at his clothing, sleeping fitfully on his small bed. Gazing at his odorous self, Qingxi was momentarily stunned. He glanced at Gu Beicheng, his teeth clenched in frustration. He swore that he would never allow her to consume such a pungent liquid under his watch again. A bath was imperative. Otherwise, he would not only be unable to face anyone tomorrow, but might also struggle to endure the night. While Gu Beicheng was in a daze, he swiftly stripped off his own clothes, cleaned up the mess on the floor, and replaced the soiled carpet with a fresh one. Disposing of the dirty garments in the laundry room, he returned to find that Gu Beicheng had somehow fallen from the bed. After lifting her back onto the mattress, he felt an overwhelming urge to bind her to it. Initially intending to bathe in the communal restroom, he was forced to abandon that thought in utter resignation. He decided to wash indoors like Gu Beicheng. What if this intoxicated fool fell again and injured herself? In her dreams, Gu Beicheng found herself confronted by a remarkably well-built man showering. Emboldened by the dream state, she playfully slapped the handsome figure for a touch of realism. Chapter 58. Quite pleasant to the touch. The following morning, Gu Beicheng awoke to an ache permeating her entire body, as though someone had given her a beating the night before. "Qingxi, did you get drunk and hit me?" she questioned skeptically. Qingxi's expression darkened, and he chose not to respond. What's wrong? I genuinely hurt all over. My back aches, my waist is sore, and my head throbs. Gu Beicheng rubbed her temples in an attempt to alleviate the pain. Well, you've fallen off the bed several times. It's no wonder it hurts. Qingxi remarked with a scoff. Gu Beicheng felt a sense of embarrassment and muttered softly. So what if it fell? Why are you being so fierce? However, she soon recalled that her restless sleep the previous night had likely disturbed her roommate, Qingxi, as well. To alleviate the awkwardness, Gu Beicheng attempted to lighten the mood with a jest, saying, Hey, thanks to you yesterday, let me share something amusing. What is it? Qingxi replied, her expression still frosty. I dreamt of a fruit man last night, and I cheekily slapped him when he wasn't paying attention. Ha! Gu Beicheng burst into laughter. Yet, she quickly sensed that the atmosphere had shifted. Qingxi's cold gaze seemed to pierce through her. What's wrong? She inquired, puzzled. Was it not merely a dream? Qingxi, her face darkened, abruptly slammed the door and stormed out of the cave. Gu Beicheng appeared utterly bewildered, striving to recollect the events of the previous night, yet finding no trace of memory. Well, truth be told, the tactile sensation was rather pleasant. The festive atmosphere of the new year cannot be overlooked. Although not celebrating it in that locale, the sound of firecrackers remains indispensable. Gu Beicheng decided to unveil her stockpile, planning to orchestrate a splendid display of fireworks come evening. As for visiting relatives and the customary red envelopes, Gu Beicheng opted to forego these traditions. For the mere thought of her parents and the inhabitants of the Independent Isle rendered the prospect of celebrating the new year rather daunting. She placed her belongings beneath the awning, cautioning against exposure to sunlight, lest they ignite. By the way, how goes the matter I previously mentioned? Gu Beicheng inquired. Green 3 replied respectfully, it is quite difficult to procure. As you are aware, the local environment presents challenges. We are unable to locate the type of timber you specified. It is either excessively dry or exceedingly thin. According to the architectural blueprints, the centerpiece was to be a wooden, antiquated structure. Gu Beicheng had initiated the search some time ago, yet it was evident that the conditions in the Northern Territory were not conducive to such endeavors, and it appeared further effort would be necessary. Initially, she contemplated leveraging the system to traverse between the two worlds, but due to the severe radiation, it became imperative to protect the ecological environment vigorously, resulting in stringent controls on timber procurement in the modern world. Currently, she lacked the means to acquire substantial quantities of wood. Moreover, Gu Beicheng was unwilling to jeopardize one world's ecological balance for the sake of constructing another. The issue of timber required a local resolution. Observing Gu Beicheng's troubled expression, Green 3 pondered before tentatively suggesting, the abyss. There lies an abundance of timber. However, it is exceedingly perilous. This marked the third occasion Gu Beicheng had heard mention of the abyss. The abyss? Gu Beicheng reflected on her scant knowledge of this place, primarily derived from the perilous tales relayed by the beastmen, yet she still lacked a clear understanding. It is highly dangerous, Green 3 cautioned, noting Gu Beicheng's eagerness. Do not underestimate the level of peril. It far surpasses that of the Central Dynasty. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Beicheng signaled to Lu San that he was well aware of the situation. Just as Gu Beicheng pondered the future course of action, a scout from the hyena clan returned. Before he could even inquire, the scout anxiously began to speak. My Lord Beast King, there are visitors outside. Gu Beicheng was taken aback, and she asked in confusion, who are they? Has the Central Dynasty sent troops to attack? The hyena beastman shook his head and replied, no. There are only two individuals. What can two people do? Are they looking for me? Ergo, unaware of the situation, merely stated, I am simply following the orders of the hyena chief to hasten my journey and report to you. Gu Beicheng comprehended the situation, waving her hand to indicate her understanding. After allowing the panda tribesmen to lead him for some rest, she awaited the arrival of the two outsiders. Although Gu Beicheng felt utterly bewildered, this did not hinder her from maintaining her composure in the face of uncertainty. After changing into a more streamlined outfit, she entered the reception room to await their arrival. On the way, two rugged men, their faces smeared with dust, approached, one clad in an unidentifiable gray-brown hide, the other bare-skinned, constantly wiping sweat from his brow. This cursed place is hardly suitable for beast folk to survive, he muttered. Indeed, I, a fire bear, find this temperature unbearable. How on earth do these beastmen endure it? The man in animal hide also could not resist wiping the sweat from his forehead. The bear-skinned man produced a water pouch sewn from hide, gulping down the contents with fervor. Fortunately, they had brought water with them. Otherwise, the two would surely have perished in this desolate locale. I wonder what the chief was thinking, sending us to this godforsaken place to seek treasures. What treasures can possibly be found in a land forsaken by the Central Realm? The fire bear wheezed. As they continued their complaints while running, they finally located the panda tribe after numerous inquiries. Old bear, this place is quite strange, one remarked. Indeed. Just now, in the porcupine tribe, the land itself flowed with water. How miraculous. The fire bear appeared utterly astonished. The bearskin man touched his neck, pondering. This must be the reason they can survive in such a cursed place. I never imagined this overlooked northern realm possessed such unique natural gifts. Enough chatter, let us hasten. Our water pouch holds but a few sips left. Was it 20 miles east he mentioned? Soon, a crimson bear, carrying a bearskin man, galloped towards them. Just as Gu Beicheng began to doze off, thinking they were not there for her, the two guests finally arrived. They appeared even more disheveled than before. Confronted by the imposing gates and warriors wielding sharp weapons, none dared to make a move. Are you certain this is a northern tribe? The bearskin man whispered to the fire bear. At that moment, the fire bear's eyes widened. A tribe with such an imposing presence could easily be mistaken for one belonging to the Central Dynasty. No whispering, Z declared, now a learned panda. Casting a disdainful glance at the disheveled beast men. Before long, a panda warrior returned with a message. He glanced at the two men and pointed at the bear-skinned one, saying, You put on proper attire. Our leader permits you to enter. Attire? Z rolled his eyes. Wrap yourself in your hide. All right, I'll put it on immediately. The bearskin man nodded eagerly, showing more deference than he did to his own chief. Chapter 59. The Art of Language. If their initial reaction at the entrance was one of surprise and novelty, stepping inside the panda tribe truly elicited shock. Although the tribe's foundational design remained incomplete, basic living quarters had been constructed to enhance the communal living environment. Not to mention the large white canopies in the distance that clearly indicated they were not of simple origin. While Gu Beicheng dismissed these structures, to the fire bear and his companion, they were remarkable modern constructions. Not to mention, the concept of washing rooms and separated wet-dry bathrooms was entirely foreign to them. The odd silver faucets atop the white pipes in the rooms, capable of flowing water, could even be manipulated to control the flow. They could stop the water at will, effectively preventing waste. And what of the attire worn by the panda tribe? Why did their hides differ so drastically from their own, appearing lightweight and comfortable? Each individual's style and color were uniform. What creature's fur could possibly be of such a thin, crimson hue? The overwhelming sights left the two men feeling inadequate. If they had initially concealed any pride from their larger tribe upon entering, that sense of superiority had now been utterly dismantled. They realized they were the rural beastmen. Feeling so humbled that they carefully concealed their envy, fearing it might provoke the disdain of the panda tribe and jeopardize their chief's mission. As soon as they stepped into the reception room, Gu Beicheng was struck by a pungent blend of sweat, foot odor, and an indescribable mix of scents. The odor was utterly intolerable. Without waiting for pleasantries, she spoke up. Let us wash away the fatigue from our long journey. The moment the two stepped outside, Gu Beicheng dashed from the reception room, overwhelmed by the stench, which was akin to a biochemical weapon. She instructed the two uncertain guests to prepare 2 sets of blue summer work attire and simple meals. Just as the two were about to meet the northern chief, panda warriors suddenly whisked them away. Initially on guard, they soon realized the pandas bore no ill intentions and calmed down. They were led into a partitioned room constructed from an unknown material, each approximately 3 to 4 square meters. Inside was the very same silver faucet they had just seen. And the fire bear was startled to discover that the shiny faucet could reflect his image. This is the bathing area. The faucet dispenses water. And the overhead fixture is a showerhead. Clean yourselves first, a panda warrior explained. Upon hearing the panda's words, they realized the chief's intention. They were deemed too filthy. While the fire bear remained unfazed, the bear-skinned man flushed crimson with embarrassment. He quickly washed himself, discovering the faucet not only controlled the water flow but also the temperature, far more comfortable than bathing in a river. The two men spent over an hour washing, nearly causing the impatient panda warriors waiting outside to burst in and urge them along. After washing, the fire bear's weariness vanished, and the bear-skinned man emerged looking pristine, resembling a modern youth. As they prepared to don their hides, Huang Lu intervened. Wear these, toss your garments in here, and after dining, they will be as clean as new. Huang Yi handed them 2 sets of blue short-sleeved shirts and pointed to a washing machine in the laundry room. The clean, bear-skinned man held the blue attire, nearly laughing out loud. He quickly donned it and watched as their filthy hides were tossed into a white box taller than a person. Before they could comprehend fully, the box emitted a loud, rumbling noise, and they felt vibrations beneath their feet. Danger. An attack. In an instant, the two leaped a meter high, fleeing their original positions. However, they soon realized the panda warriors hosting them exhibited no signs of alarm, merely bemusement at their antics. Fortunately, the panda warrior did not allow them to feel embarrassed for long, explaining that the vibrations were merely caused by the washing machine in operation and it posed no threat. Have you two not eaten since your journey? The panda orc, seasoned in hospitality, guided the two individuals to the dining hall of the panda tribe, where a savory platter of roasted meat was promptly served, accompanied by a rich and fragrant meat broth. After exchanging a glance, the Crimson Flame Bear and the Crimson Fruit Man began to indulge themselves voraciously. As the chef emerged from the kitchen, having just cleaned his utensils, he was taken aback by the sight of the two newly washed guests, their faces and attire smeared with grains of rice. Unable to contain his frustration, he retrieved a pair of chopsticks. However, after 10 minutes of futile attempts to make any headway, he relinquished his efforts, providing each of them with a spoon before departing the dining hall without a backward glance. Yet, those fleeting 10 minutes were not entirely devoid of merit. The recent instruction had somewhat tempered their ravenous consumption. Although their pace of eating remained unchanged, the two began to ponder the ramifications of betraying their own tribe. It was only when Gu Beicheng awoke from his slumber that he resumed his audience with these two guests. Although Gu Beicheng was unaware of the intentions of the two visitors, she harbored her own subtle thoughts. She decided to first showcase the current standard of living in the Northern Territory, ensuring that, regardless of the ensuing discussion, she would possess a significant home field advantage. When the Red Flame Bear returned to the reception room, any trace of arrogance had completely vanished, and they humbly positioned themselves. Greetings, esteemed guests. What brings you to the Northern Territory? Gu Beicheng reclined in her designated seat. Due to the harmonious coexistence prevalent in the modern world, she had yet to grasp the essence of a leader. However, the Red Fruit Man and the Red Flame Bear did not underestimate her simply because she was an amiable female. After performing the customary tribal greeting, they stood. Clad in a blue short-sleeve shirt, the Red Fruit Man respectfully addressed her. Honorable leader of the Northern Territory, we hail from our neighboring land, Zhongtai. I am Tuliu of the Zhongtai White Rabbit tribe, and this is Xianghua of the Red Flame Bear tribe. We have been entrusted by Chief Sangshui of Zhongtai to convey our goodwill to the Northern Territory. It was no wonder that a seemingly harmless little rabbit was sent as an envoy to the Northern Territory. The eloquence of his words was truly artful. The previous air of dominance transformed instantaneously into a gesture of cordiality. Regardless of whether the sincerity was believed, it was certainly a more pleasant sentiment to receive, enhancing the likelihood of a successful diplomatic mission. Gu Beicheng certainly did not believe that the other party had traveled such a great distance merely to convey a gesture of goodwill. She nodded in acknowledgement, expressing gratitude for the friendship between Zhongtai and the northern border. We have received your kindness, and we kindly ask you to carry our goodwill back to Zhongtai. Gu Beicheng's response was impeccably guarded. She displayed no urgency to discern the motives of her counterpart, deftly returning the ball to their court. In Chapter 60, The Turning Point, Tu Leo observed that Gu Beicheng exhibited no hint of curiosity and thus chose to drop the pretense. He swiftly articulated their purpose. The prince of the Central Dynasty, Hu Shaodian, is celebrating his 40th birthday. Our leader intends to present a gift, and we have come to inquire whether the Northern Territory wishes to participate. Originally, their mission was to solicit a gift from the Northern Territory. Song Shui had planned for each surrounding tribe to contribute a token of goodwill, which he would then present at the central celebration. Habitually, he regarded the entire Northern Territory as a subordinate tribe, dispatching Tu Leo and Xiong Huasua to request a gift. However, upon their arrival, they discovered that the once impoverished Northern Territory had undergone a transformation. They could no longer be treated as a mere ordinary subordinate tribe. Tu Leo promptly recalibrated his objective for this visit. He had resolved against requesting a gift. Instead, he aimed to inform them of the upcoming celebration. Should the Northern Territory choose to attend, sharing this news would undoubtedly endear him to their leader. Conversely, if she opted not to attend, he would still achieve his secondary objective. Particularly given the current conditions of the Northern Territory, any valuable insights gleaned from them would be akin to treasures bestowed by fortune. Whether returned to Zhongtai or taken to the Central Dynasty, greatly enhancing the efficacy of his mission. Moreover, he believed his superior was a reasonable individual. Should he grasp that the Northern Territory's developmental progress had significantly surpassed that of Zhongtai, he would surely commend Tu Leo's prudent decision. Gu Beicheng pondered over the matter at hand. Initially, she instinctively considered a direct refusal. Her desire was merely to carve out a tranquil niche in the Northern Territory and gradually develop it, harboring no intention of engaging in an overt confrontation with the Central Dynasty, although she was not averse to conflict. Yet, she recognized that the Northern Territory was but a small fragment of the world. If she aspired to effectuate change throughout the Beast Era, an encounter with the Central Dynasty was inevitable, especially now with the advent of the system's marketplace. It was entirely feasible to establish a formidable industrial and commercial empire across the entire Beast Era. Solely confining herself to the Northern Territory would be somewhat limiting in vision. As for understanding the Central Dynasty and the world beyond the Northern Territory, this upcoming birthday celebration presented an excellent opportunity. And as for the gifts, was that truly a concern? Gu Beicheng had contemplated a forceful offensive, leading the Northern Territory into battle. However, the current scale of development in the Northern Territory had yet to bear fruit, and being a civilized individual, he believed many matters could be gradually undermined from within without resorting to violence. It would be far more prudent to achieve change without bloodshed while allowing ample time for construction. These reflections crystallized in a flash, prompting Gu Beicheng to respond immediately once Tu Leo finished speaking. "What day is your birthday?" Gu Beicheng inquired. "In 37 days, Tu Leo replied. Although there was still time, the absence of swift transportation in this world, relying solely on the endurance of the beastmen, was concerning. Those who could fly were at an advantage, while those who could not were limited to running on two legs, with transformation into their beast forms merely enabling them to run a bit faster. 37 days felt rather pressing. "Very well, I understand. You may stay here to make repairs for 2 days. 3 days from now, we shall depart for Zhangtai together with Chief Song to celebrate Prince Hu's birthday in the Central Dynasty," Gu Beicheng conveyed to Tu Leo. After the discussion concluded, Qi Yanxiong noticed that Tu Leo seemed to have overlooked something. He spoke in a deep voice, "My lord, it is said that this year the Liahu tribe is particularly powerful. Next year, it is possible that Prince Hu Shaotian may ascend to Beast King. So our chief believes that our offerings should not be too commonplace. It would be best to present a treasure." Upon hearing Qi Yanxiong's words, Tu Leo's face flushed. She tugged at Xionghua's arm, signaling him to cease his comments, but it was evidently futile. Gu Beicheng's knowledge of the Central Dynasty deepened further. "Understood." Gu Beicheng smiled kindly at Xionghua. Once outside, Tu Leo struck Xionghua's head playfully. "Are you foolish? Anything they casually present from their household would be a treasure. Did you need to remind me? Moreover, discussing matters of the Central Dynasty's higher-ups so carelessly is ill-advised." "Ah, you have a point. But wasn't it Chief Song who mentioned the rise of the Liahu clan? He instructed us to bring back treasures." Xionghua protested, looking aggrieved. Frustrated, Tu Leo shot him a glare and proceeded directly to the guest room prepared for him by the Panda tribe. The modified steel panel house, surprisingly warm even at night, made Tu Leo reflect on her past life, realizing she had wasted many years. The soft bed was a delight, and she fell into a deep slumber, hugging her freshly cleaned, fragrant beastskin garment. That night, the leaders of dozens of tribes in Zhangtai were troubled, unable to eat or sleep, pondering where to procure suitable gifts for the birthday celebration. Gu Beicheng too was anxious, but her concern stemmed not from a lack of offerings, but rather from uncertainty regarding what to present. Gifts of technological items felt too ostentatious, while valuable materials seemed daunting when considering that their previous offerings had included diamonds weighing several pounds. Furthermore, she merely sought a means to understand the world beyond the Northern Territory. She was unwilling to spend extravagantly on this endeavor. Not only did she hesitate to purchase anything, but she was also reluctant to part with the golden hairpins produced by the Northern Territory's Hangyu beast men, which could fetch a profit of 50 to 60,000. Thus, faced with the dilemma of not wanting to spend money while still needing something valuable and devoid of technological elements, she found herself at a loss for suitable gifts. Having not returned to the modern world for several days, she resolved to visit a supermarket, hoping to discover an appropriate present. Upon returning to the modern world, she first cleared her cognitive interface of unnecessary information and replenished her small shop, before changing her attire and heading to the nearest supermarket. Gu Beicheng contemplated his decision to procure a suitable gift for the prince of another realm from the nearby supermarkets. In the aftermath of the Great Radiation Disaster, reconstruction efforts had led to the establishment of numerous supermarkets across various cities. A modest supermarket, albeit lacking in grandeur, was situated less than 500 meters from his small courtyard, offering a comprehensive selection of goods. Gu Beicheng did not drive. She walked to her destination. The first floor housed home appliances, while the second floor displayed clothing. Gu Beicheng made her way directly to the underground supermarket, where she pushed a small cart, meandering through the aisles until she paused in the kitchenware and dinnerware section. In the beast realm, aside from the panda tribe, each household possessed a set of dinnerware, while other tribes lagged significantly behind. Some even resorted to eating with their hands, and the more refined among them crafted their own stone bowls. Given the Central Dynasty's affinity for diamonds, it stood to reason they would also appreciate glassware. Thus, gifting a set of glasses seemed a wise choice. Gu Beicheng did not deliberate excessively on the type of glasses. Ordinary water glasses appeared too mundane, while overly trendy designs felt inappropriate. Ultimately, she selected a set of humble red wine goblets priced under 30 yuan. After her decision, she contacted the sales associate to procure a bulk order of dinnerware for all the orcs in the Northern Territory, which would be delivered shortly. Once her preparations were complete, Gu Beicheng returned to the Beast Realm. Chapter 61, The Fireworks Gala. Upon her arrival, night had descended, and the square was bustling with orcs clad in thick cotton garments. Upon learning of the gathering organized by the Beast King, they flocked to the location without prompting from their tribes. I heard this fireworks celebration is specially arranged by the Beast King for us. Do you think the fireworks will be as enchanting as those in the videos? Such splendid scenery, and we are fortunate enough to witness it. Lord Beicheng is simply marvelous. The lively square infused warmth into the chilly night, and Gu Beicheng observed that the center was adorned with an array of fireworks, poised to illuminate the night sky at her command. After delivering a few words, she elicited a fervent round of applause from the gathered orcs. To avoid delaying the spectacle, she promptly ignited the largest firework in the center. A sudden explosion shattered the square's cacophony. A golden beam ascended swiftly, leaving a trail of gray smoke in its wake. With a resounding crack, a flower blossomed in the sky, fracturing into countless tiny points of light, illuminating the Northern Realm's night sky. This moment of brilliance was forever etched in the hearts of all the orcs. Within mere seconds, the radiant bloom extinguished, and just when the crowd believed tranquility had returned, several more explosive sounds erupted simultaneously. Boom, boom. Accompanied by the sounds, numerous inconspicuous sparks burst in the air, transforming into a large red umbrella that twirled in the night sky. Before this umbrella vanished completely, another magnificent golden chrysanthemum soared upward, resembling a solitary fairy enveloped in resplendent gold, gracefully dancing under the gaze of thousands. Colorful spheres coalesced, dazzling and shimmering, turning the heavens into an ocean of light. After a while, they morphed into gemstones embedded in the night, ultimately cascading down like a waterfall of starlight, a sight of breathtaking beauty. These fireworks continued to bloom from below, with orange-yellow bursts resembling a beautiful meteor shower gradually descending to the ground. Meanwhile, the central display of flickering, multicolored sparks radiated outward, resembling an ever-changing galaxy. The vibrant fireworks erupted against the dark sky, scattering points of golden light that adorned the night with stunning brilliance. And this fleeting beauty became eternal in that moment. All the orcs in the Northern Realm were awestruck by the blooming fireworks. Witnessing this grand display was a stroke of fortune for every living being present. The normally slumbering rabbit Leo was jolted awake by the thunderous explosions. In a daze, he stepped outside, only to discover that the night sky, once shrouded in darkness, was now ablaze with vibrant hues. He stood there, mesmerized. "Wow," he muttered, his lack of eloquence evident in his astonishment. He gazed upward, entranced, completely unaware of the presence beside him until he was nudged. "Rabbit, did you see that?" Xianghua tapped Rabbit Leo's arm, startling him into awareness. "What are you doing sneaking up on me without a sound?" Xianghua scratched his head and rolled his eyes in exasperation. "I was practically shouting in your ear." Recognizing his own distraction, Rabbit Leo refrained from pursuing the topic further. Instead, they exchanged glances, each reflecting the profound shock they felt, both increasingly convinced of the wisdom in attending today's event. As the fireworks gradually faded, the crowd in the square diminished. Aside from the chieftains of various tribes who remained for a meeting the following morning, others chose to return home based on the distance of their tribes. After observing the fireworks for a while, Gu Beicheng returned early. She retrieved the polished goblet and, after taking a brief measurement, sketched a design for a wooden box. The tribe now had several orcs skilled in woodworking. Upon receiving the blueprint, they swiftly crafted an aesthetically pleasing wooden box to house the goblet, securing it with a ribbon before setting it aside. The next day, everyone awoke from delightful dreams. The spectacle of the fireworks had been so astonishing that several chieftains overslept. In the conference room, Gu Beicheng briefly mentioned her intention to travel to the Central Dynasty to celebrate a birthday. Almost immediately, several chieftains who had a good rapport with her expressed their firm opposition. It was far too perilous. Although Gu Beicheng was undeniably the beast king of the Northern Realm, the reputation of the Central Dynasty weighed heavily in their minds. The temptation to leave the Northern Realm was palpable, yet they were unwilling to allow their esteemed beast king to jeopardize herself. I have made up my mind. I fully understand your concerns, but you are all aware of my capabilities. Even if this journey does not bring about monumental changes for our Northern Realm, at the very least, I can ensure my own safety, Gu Beicheng replied with a smile. Let Qingxi accompany you, suggested the Qingxiong after a moment of contemplation. Originally, Gu Beicheng intended to venture alone, thinking that in the face of danger, she might utilize her system to escape at a moment's notice. However, upon seeing the worried expressions of her companions and Qingxi's determined insistence to accompany her, she relented. Let us conclude the meeting. Dailuan, stay back, the rest may disperse, Gu Beicheng announced. And as for the chieftains, let us share a celebratory meal together before you depart. Very well, they replied, as several chieftains gradually exited. Dailuan found himself momentarily disoriented. Over the past few months, he had grown accustomed to the title of construction group leader. Yet the kangaroo tribe often found themselves idly passing the time, a state he was beginning to find habitual. Sir, is there something you need? Dailuan was the first to speak up. Gu Beicheng produced a set of blueprints seemingly out of thin air and gestured towards the chair across from him, saying, Please sit. Do not remain standing. The task is at hand. During my absence, the grand undertaking of urban construction has been entrusted to you. Upon hearing this, Dai Chun's eyes brightened, for the prolonged idleness had led to conflicts with several neighboring tribes. Although he had developed a thick skin over the past few months, who would willingly endure gossip and the scorn of others when there was work to be done. Gu Beicheng retrieved the enhancement processing sticker he had purchased from the system's marketplace a few days prior and offered a brief introduction. Mastery in manufacturing and processing? Could it truly enhance the physical form in such a wondrous manner? Bai Chun's eyes widened in astonishment as he eagerly seized one, bringing it to his forehead. The enhancement processing sticker transformed into a beam of light and entered his mind. Gu Beicheng did not intervene. She had initially intended to wait for the machinery and equipment to arrive before conducting experiments, but since she was set to leave the Northern Territory in 2 days, she had to hastily prepare. Although the manufacturing process could not be tested immediately, the enhancement of physical strength was readily accessible. Gu Beicheng handed a fist-sized stone to Bai Chun, and in the next moment, the stone was reduced to powder. Chapter 62. Departure. However, mere expertise in mechanical processing and physical prowess is insufficient. In the current context, the most crucial aspect is infrastructure, which necessitates more specialized knowledge. After Gu Beicheng had exhausted all the believers he had at his disposal, he presented a collection of functional posts regarding construction to Dai Chun. Upon selecting a few to integrate within himself, a spark of wisdom illuminated his eyes in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the myriad perplexing questions that had arisen during the establishment of the convenient living area became clear to him. The brilliance in his gaze intensified as he surveyed the blueprints on the table, and soon a 3D model of the prosperous Northern Realm began to take shape in his mind. Gu Beicheng returned to the modern world, procuring a substantial quantity of construction materials. After repeatedly unloading several batches in the warehouse, another day had elapsed. The visible busyness of these recent days was apparent to all. Gu Beicheng, disinclined to have the tribe prepare meals, opted instead to bring back takeout from the modern world for a communal feast. Although there was some puzzlement regarding the frequency of these gatherings, the presence of delectable food brought joy to everyone. Initially, Gu Beicheng wished to indulge in some wine, but after much persuasion from Qingxi, he reluctantly set aside his cup. He had hoped to enjoy a leisurely celebration, yet time was not on his side. They could only revel in a prelude of festivities before departing for central Thailand the following day, eager to discover what distinctions lay within this central dynasty, the heart of the beastly realm. As the first light of dawn broke, Gu Beicheng, accompanied by Qingxi and 2 envoys from central Thailand, prepared for their departure. When the 4 of them left, the leaders of the 13 tribes of the northern border had gathered to bid them farewell. A few, even from the more distant Panda tribe, had risen before dawn, clad in thick cotton clothing, which took both Tu Laiyou and Xiong by surprise. It was evident to them that the respect these tribal leaders held for Gu Beicheng was genuine, unlike the underlying motives often present among the smaller tribes of central Thailand. The 13 tribes of the northern border appeared to coexist harmoniously, almost as if they were one race. Yet, they understood the sentiment a year prior. Survival had been a pressing concern for the northern border, let alone the comfortable existence they now enjoyed. Hence, hearing everyone refer to Gu Beicheng as the Beast King no longer grated on their ears. She possessed the strength to earn such a title. And in just 3 short days, even these 2 outsiders had been won over. Originally, Gu Beicheng had prepared only 2 cooling suits, one for herself and one for Qingxi. But by the time they had traversed barely half the journey, Tu Leo was already on the verge of heat exhaustion and had to part with 2 more suits. Fortunately, this was a creation she could produce herself, sparing her the expense of faith points. After depleting her faith reserves, each expenditure now weighed heavily on her heart. The cooling suits resembled ordinary sun protection garments, being lightweight and breathable, yet, once donned, it felt as though one were enveloped in an air-conditioned environment, automatically adjusting to each individual's optimal temperature. It was ironic that, as a scientist who had once received numerous accolades, she now found herself crafting such modest items. Yet she felt an inexplicable happiness in doing so. Gu Beicheng effortlessly produced an array of peculiar objects, which would swiftly vanish into thin air, only to reappear when needed. Observing the astonishment of Xianghua and Tu Leo, Gu Beicheng grew increasingly fond of the system. While Xianghua and Tu Leo were deeply intrigued by Gu Beicheng's ability to conjure items without physically possessing them, they understood that this was a personal secret and refrained from inquiring further. However, in contrast to Tu Leo's cleverness, Xianghua finally calmed his mind, realizing that Gu Beicheng had a dedicated space for storing items, rather than simply forgetting to bring gifts. Although the 4 were said to be traveling together, in reality, Qingxi was carrying Gu Beicheng, while Xianghua was transporting Tu Leo, moving at an impressive speed. By the time dusk fell, they were nearing the boundary of the Northern Territory. Despite Qingxi's efforts to maintain a smooth journey, Gu Beicheng endured several bouts of nausea due to the bumpy ride. "Master, why don't you drive to the beast world?" Shaoan asked, gazing at Gu Beicheng's pale face with concern. After a brief rest, Gu Beicheng felt considerably better and internally communicated to Shaoan, "The timing is not right. If I were to transport the vehicle to the beast world now, it would cause significant chaos. If it were merely a matter of exiting the Northern Territory, it would be manageable, but the situation clearly extends beyond that. I can influence all the beastmen of the Northern Territory because I have introduced many novel concepts and conveniences to their lives. However, I cannot possibly control the mindset of the entire beast world. As the saying goes, in a vast forest, all kinds of birds exist. If the unwise among them harbor no respect and only seek to seize, I would find myself in a precarious position. It is crucial to proceed gradually." After a brief respite at the hyena encampment, Gu Beicheng and her companions commenced their passage through the exclusive corridor connecting Zhongtai and the Northern Territory. After a day and night of travel, the 4 finally arrived in Zhongtai. Upon exiting the Northern Territory, the temperature noticeably returned to normal, the oppressive heat characteristic of the Northern Territory dissipating. One could only wonder if the nights here would also be less frigid. Gu Beicheng discovered that Zhongtai was indeed far more advanced than the former Northern Territories. Their small tribes bore a striking resemblance to the villages of ancient times in his world. The orcs of Zhongtai did not reside in caves, rather. Each family possessed its own home, with the more formidable ones living in stone houses, while the less fortunate inhabited dwellings made of grass. Along the way, Gu Beicheng learned that the beastly form of Zhongtai's leader was that of a majestic eagle. Soon, Gu Beicheng and Qingxi were escorted to a modest stone house, which was likely their reception area. The structure was entirely constructed using stone pillars. While it appeared robust, it lacked any semblance of mechanical reason. After a while, Gu Beicheng and Qingxi found themselves abandoned in the reception room, ignored by everyone. Gu Beicheng scrutinized the stone house, while Qingxi wore a sullen expression. They had been neglected. Qingxi was indifferent to his own plight, yet he felt a surge of indignation at the thought of Gu Beicheng being left to languish in such a manner. In the stone house, Gu Beicheng tapped and knocked, seemingly comparing it to the structures in the northern realm. She spoke leisurely, "It's no trouble. Let them report first. How did you bring back a female and a youth? Are they gifts for the prince?" In his room, Song Shui encountered Tu Liu and the latter's companion, his words laced with dissatisfaction. Tu Liu was startled, scarcely managing to use formalities as he recounted their experiences in the northern realm. Song Shui listened in disbelief, suspecting that the foolish rabbit might be jesting with him. He turned his gaze to the crimson flame bear, asking, "Is what he's saying true?" The bear nodded vigorously. Song Shui was taken aback. He could hardly fathom the wonders Tu Liu described. Although he had visited the central region multiple times, he had never encountered such a remarkable tribe. If their claims were authentic, tonight's banquet promised to be quite entertaining. Song Shui blinked, reevaluating the situation. Chapter 63. The purist Gu Beicheng. After coming to a realization, Song Shui personally went to the reception area to welcome Gu Beicheng and Qingxi. As he entered, he laughed heartily and approached Gu Beicheng, arms wide for an embrace, only to be halted by Qingxi standing between them. Surprised but unperturbed, he warmly urged the two to take their seats and instructed his kin to prepare refreshments. Indeed, a private report was all it took to elevate them from cold benches to honored guests. Following a friendly exchange, Gu Beicheng and her companion returned to their guest room for a rest. The room, constructed of stone, had gaps that allowed a slight draft, making it less than ideal for warmth. Yet Gu Beicheng noted that it was the finest accommodation available, which she could accept. However, it puzzled her why only she and Qingxi were assigned to one room. As Song Shui departed, he kept exchanging knowing glances with Gu Beicheng, saying, "You two rest assured. No one will disturb you before the banquet begins," leaving Gu Beicheng bewildered. Once he was a distance away, Song Shui inquired of Tu Liu, "Are you certain that placing them in the same room will endear Gu Beicheng to us?" "Absolutely. That youth is Gu Beicheng's cherished protege. I have seen him stay in the chief's cave several times at the Panda tribe. Why else would someone of her status bring along only an unassuming young man?" Song Shui smiled knowingly and quickened his pace towards the room of the little fox girl he had recently acquired. As night fell, tribal leaders from surrounding regions began arriving at the Songing tribe. They entered the reception area in succession, exchanging greetings with familiar faces while nodding at those they knew less well. The room fell silent when Song Shui, laughing and chatting, entered with Gu Beicheng. A few curious whispers arose, asking who the beautiful female was. "This is Gu Beicheng, the leader of the Northern Realm." Song Shui promptly answered the crowd's inquiries. He harbored his own thoughts. The transformations in the Northern Realm were beyond his imagination. Although Tu Liu and the Crimson Flame Bear had provided testimony, if her abilities were indeed formidable, he anticipated some surprises that evening. As Song Shui introduced her, Gu Beicheng instantly became the focal point of the reception room, with everyone expressing astonishment that the leader of the Northern Realm was a female. Several tribe leaders, unfamiliar with the Northern Realm, curiously scrutinized Gu Beicheng, while those with knowledge of the region scoffed, dismissing her as merely a provincial simpleton from a poor border area. Congratulations. You have good taste," chuckled an elder with a toothy grin, leering at Song Shui and occasionally glancing at Gu Beicheng. The murmurs of mockery spread throughout the gathering. Gu Beicheng grasped the furious Qingxi, casting a glance at Song Shui. In that moment, Song Shui felt as though his thoughts had been laid bare before her. He awkwardly smiled and rubbed his nose, hastily explaining to the crowd, "What nonsense. Chief Gu is an exceptionally capable leader." Yet, in that moment, Song Shui's words failed to dispel the crowd's contempt for Gu Beicheng. Though they refrained from overtly expressing their derision, they understood that Song Shui, the old lecher, was merely indulging in his desires. However, their curiosity about Gu Beicheng soon waned, as they regarded her merely as Song Shui's latest infatuation. Though Gu Beicheng remained indifferent to the opinions of those around him, he felt compelled to engage in light conversation with Qingxi to keep the tension at bay. As the reception room filled to capacity, Song Shui clapped her hands, and several orcs from the Kanjing tribe entered, bearing an array of delicacies. Beneath the main table sat Gu Beicheng and Qingxi, and the tribal chieftains were taken aback to see that the fare before this impoverished female leader far surpassed their own lavish offerings. They begrudgingly acknowledged that it was quite a favor for a female from such a destitute place to dine at the same table, let alone enjoy superior food. It was utterly intolerable. Just as the poison scorpion chief was about to voice his displeasure, Song Shui's sharp, warning gaze quelled his bravado. Though treated as esteemed guests, the resources in Zhangtai were severely lacking. The 2 servings of roasted meat brought forth were a pallid black. Merely gazing at the unappetizing sight was enough to stifle one's appetite. Fortunately, Gu Beicheng had anticipated this, and while he chose not to eat, he refrained from expressing his discontent. Meanwhile, the 2 seated beside him, Xianghua and Tu Liu, wished fervently for a fissure in the ground to swallow them whole. "What manner of food is this?" they thought, bemused. Even the most destitute tribes would not serve such fare to the lord of the Northern Territory. Xianghua stared at the piece of roasted meat before him, unable to swallow it down. Beside him, another red flame bear orc devoured his food ravenously, causing Xianghua to feel quite uneasy. Noticing Xianghua's reluctance to eat, the orc inquired, Why aren't you eating? If it weren't for Lady Tsang's feast today, we wouldn't even have the chance to enjoy such delicacies. Xianghua struggled to articulate his distaste, unable to admit that a visit to the Northern Territory had spoiled his palate. Yet, to consume this was indeed a trial. I'm not hungry and prefer not to eat, he said, uncharacteristically seeking an excuse. Oh, you're not eating? Then pass it to me, exclaimed Xiongyi, his eyes lighting up at Xionghua's words. He swiftly grabbed the piece of meat from Xionghua's plate and stuffed it into his mouth. Xionghua's growling stomach instantly quieted at the sight of Xiongyi's gluttonous display. If Xianghua was in such a state, one could only imagine Tu Leo, who silently nibbled on the grass before him, entirely disinterested in the platter of roasted meat. Song Shui observed the expressions of Xianghua and Tu Leo and realized that the food prepared by Zhongtai was utterly inferior to that of the Northern Territory. Out of respect for Gu Beicheng, she refrained from forcing him to partake in the unpalatable offerings. In stark contrast, the tribal chieftains, resembling ravenous ghosts, voraciously consumed the food before them, as if they wished to devour the entire stone table. Seeing that Gu Beicheng was reluctant to face the food she had prepared and that most had nearly finished dining, Song Shui spoke up. I believe you all know the purpose of today's gathering. The lethal tiger tribe shines brightly within the central dynasty, and thus, this birthday gift must not appear too meager. As she spoke of the matter at hand, the once content expressions of the tribal chieftains morphed into grimaces. While the celebration of a birthday was indeed a grand occasion for Song Shui, for the chieftains, it was merely a squandering of resources. After all, the prince of the lethal tiger had accepted their gifts, yet they remained anonymous. The poison scorpion chief, with a glint in his eye, turned his gaze toward the impoverished Gu Beicheng. Song Shui offered the poison scorpion chief an approving glance. Although she was curious about what Gu Beicheng, so highly regarded by Xianghua and Tu Leo, could possibly contribute, she hesitated to voice it directly, having sensed her own thoughts had been seen through. Yet, with someone else initiating the inquiry, it became much easier. Encouraged by Song Shui's gaze, the poison scorpion chief stood, addressing Gu Beicheng. Come, come. Let our lovely leader unveil the gifts from the Northern Territory. Although the other chieftains wore expressions of concern, the poison scorpion chief's words ignited their curiosity. And soon the room was filled with raucous encouragement. Little female, let us see what treasures the Northern Territory has to offer. It wouldn't be some prickly sticks, would it? What began as curiosity swiftly devolved into ridicule. Song Shui, determined to maintain control, waved her hand for silence and nodded toward Gu Beicheng. Finally speaking with measured grace, Chief Gu, please do not take offense. Their curiosity is genuine. I too am eager to see what treasures you have brought for us. Might we have the privilege of a glimpse? Gu Beicheng gestured for Qingxi to bring forth the items, and soon, Qingxi returned to his side, cradling a brown square box. A wooden box, you say? What sort of gift is this? Nevertheless, it is quite commendable. For the Northern Territory, such a rarity is indeed precious. Song Shui's eyes reflected a palpable disappointment, yet she still preserved Gu Beicheng's dignity. Gu Beicheng untied the silk ribbon adorning the top of the wooden box and opened it. Upon revealing the contents, he spoke of a set of exquisite vessels crafted entirely from pure diamonds, pondering whether they would capture the admiration of those present. Qingxi cautiously opened the box, and 6 transparent goblets emerged, resting upon the stone table before them. Song Shui, unable to contain his excitement, approached the table and delicately brushed his fingertips against the surface, swiftly retracting his hand, fearful that a moment's carelessness might result in damage. The entire hall fell into a stunned silence. No one had anticipated that Gu Beicheng would actually present such precious treasures. The sheer value of 6 sizable pure diamond goblets was beyond imagination, and the feat of hollowing out pure diamonds to create drinking vessels was a testament to unparalleled craftsmanship. Moreover, the design was strikingly unique, featuring a circular base with a slender support, thinner than a finger, culminating in a wide-mouthed cup that was undeniably beautiful. Everyone was acutely aware of the remarkable durability of pure diamonds, and the challenge of hollowing a piece of diamond was akin to moving mountains. The astonishing thinness of the goblet's walls was nothing short of miraculous. Song Shui's pride in his stone guest cups was swiftly diminished in the presence of these 6 goblets, rendering them utterly inconsequential. In that moment, the reception room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, with only the sound of racing heartbeats and a few heavy breaths breaking the stillness. Song Shui gingerly returned the 6 glass cups to the wooden box and stammered to Qingxi, urging her to put them away. Qingxi rolled her eyes at the onlookers, muttering under her breath, Who is truly the bumpkin here? The crowd, chastened by Qingxi's retort, found themselves at a loss for words. As their own guilt rendered them speechless, Gu Beicheng sat quietly to the side, pretending to be indifferent. Initially, she wondered if using a glass cup to hold a diamond was a bit excessive, but at that moment, she realized she could effortlessly handle it. As long as she remained unembarrassed, it would be others who felt awkward. With the display of the tall glass, Gu Beicheng sensed that Song Shue's attitude towards her had become increasingly cordial, and even the tribal chieftains who had consistently ridiculed her began to show her respect. Song Shue's face was beaming with joy, and it seemed that this celebration would inevitably lead to his promotion. He grinned and addressed several chieftains. "We have admired the gifts from the northern realm. Indeed, they are rare treasures. Surely, we in Zhongtai must not fall behind. Now, let us see what each chieftain has brought. Xia Feng, why don't you present your tribe's gift first? Weren't you clamoring to see the northern realm's offerings? Now it is your turn to show them." At that moment, the scorpion chief, Xia Feng, felt like a mute eating bitter gall. She had intended to embarrass Gu Beicheng, only to find herself overshadowed by her brilliance, leaving her in a position where she had to offer something substantial without gaining any favor. "The scorpion tribe presents 10 stones of grain," Xia Feng said with a grim expression. Song Shui frowned slightly, dissatisfied. Yet he understood that the scorpion tribe could only muster so much. The remaining chieftains reported their gifts in order of their seating. Although nothing could compare to Gu Beicheng's treasures, the collective offerings could at least constitute a modest congratulatory gift. The banquet concluded amidst Song Shue's smiles and the cold faces of the various chieftains. After finally escaping the loquacious Song Shui, Gu Beicheng and Qingxi returned to their guest room, only to find Xianghua and Tu Luyu waiting expectantly. "Are you waiting for me? Is there something you need?" Gu Beicheng inquired. Xianghua and Tu Luyu fidgeted, pushing and nudging each other, resembling bashful 18-year-old maidens, which made Qingxi anxious. "What on earth do you want? If you have something to say, say it. If not, leave and stop pretending to be shy." With Qingxi's impatience, Xianghua pushed Tu Luyu aside and shot him a look, saying, "Well, we came to ask if we could share a meal." Since returning to Zhongtai, Xianghua and Tu Luyu had been famished, unable to stomach their tribe's food. They felt too embarrassed to trouble the chief of the northern realm for this. But their hunger had become unbearable, leaving them no choice but to agree to approach for a meal together. "Share a meal?" Qingxi's brow furrowed tightly. "No." Upon hearing Xianghua voice their intentions, Tu Luyu transformed into a shameless rabbit, adopting a stance that suggested she would camp out at their door until they fed her. Qingxi felt utterly helpless. "We want to eat much. Just give us 2 bags of what we had on the way back. Please, great beast king." Tu Luyu even invoked the honorific that the northern realm's beastmen used for Gu Beicheng. Gu Beicheng smiled as she directly retrieved a large packet of braised instant noodles from her space and handed it to the two. "Thank you, Lord Xie Shouwan." Tu Luyu promptly pressed Xionghua's head down into a bowing position. Xianghua quietly calculated how many days he could stretch this substantial packet of noodles. Feeling elated at the prospect, "We shall cook for ourselves tomorrow noon. You may come over to learn." Gu Beicheng was generous, as she could well imagine the despair of having grown accustomed to delicious cuisine, only to face such meager fare. However, Qingxi maintained a frosty demeanor, harboring no fondness for these 2 shameless Zhongtai beastmen. Yet, since Gu Beicheng had spoken, he reluctantly acquiesced, though his icy gaze betrayed his inner discontent. Chapter 65, The Agitated Panda. "What's wrong? Are you still upset?" Gu Beicheng quickly discerned Qingxi's displeasure. Qingxi felt vexed. Having finally escaped from the clutches of these 2 individuals in Zhongtai, he was looking forward to spending a few days alone with Gu Beicheng. Yet, these shameless ones had latched on to him once more. He was reluctant to explain his irritation and could only stifle his frustration. "No, I'm not angry," he replied, his tone considerably strained. Gu Beicheng was perplexed by Qingxi's anger, perhaps due to the banquet that had marred his overall impression of the Zhongtai beastmen, leading to a sour demeanor towards both Tu Luyu and Xianghua. "It's merely a few meals I've taught them. There's no need to be upset," he remarked. From his spatial storage, Gu Beicheng retrieved 2 sets of foldable bedding and blankets. After receiving the items, Qingxi began inflating and assembling them. Soon, a charming pink little bed appeared on the left side of the stone chamber, while a blue one was set up on the right, with a sliding curtain draped in between. Although Qingxi had successfully erected the beds, his irritation persisted. He restlessly paced back and forth, unable to find solace, and ultimately chose to transform into his beast form, climbing onto the bed. This way, at the very least, Gu Beicheng would not perceive his lingering displeasure. Gu Beicheng prepared 2 packets of instant noodles in the stone house that belonged to her. Although Qingxi, who had not eaten either, was already feeling famished. The thought that Xianghua and his companion had taken away an entire bag of instant noodles instantly diminished his appetite for the meal. After Gu Beicheng had served the meal, he pulled back the curtain only to discover that Qingxi had unexpectedly transformed into a beastly form. A large panda was occupying the blue little bed, completely filling it up, which was quite amusing. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that its fur was frizzed out. Wait, wasn't it said that pandas are bears, not cats? How could it exhibit feline characteristics? Only felines puff up when they are agitated, right? As he pondered this, his irritation grew, and the more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. While Qingxi was preoccupied with its own sulking, it remained oblivious to the fact that at that moment, it resembled a colossal fur brush. Gu Beicheng could hardly suppress a laugh at the rare sight before him. He felt compelled to capture the moment. Without pausing to offer comfort, he swiftly snapped a few photographs. How could one still harbor anger in such a situation? Gu Beicheng settled beside the giant panda. "I'm not angry," Qingxi retorted defiantly. Gu Beicheng casually thrust the photo of the frizzy-haired individual in front of Qingxi. With his eyes closed, Qingxi squinted, and upon realizing it was an unflattering picture of himself, he instantly sprang to his feet. "Delete it. No leaving it behind." "All right. All right. As long as you're no longer angry, I shall delete it," Gu Beicheng teased him. Initially irate, Qingxi was unexpectedly soothed by Gu Beicheng's attentive demeanor, causing his anger to dissipate significantly. It has been quite some time since Gu Beicheng last embraced Qinghe, and although Qingxi has grown considerably, who says that a larger panda cannot be adorable? In a world where all things fluffy are worthy of affection, she casually ruffled its fur a few times. And in an instant, Qingxi's once fluffed hair fell flat. Gu Beicheng mused to himself, it appears that not only do humans enjoy petting furry creatures, but the furry ones also relish being petted. Finally, Qingxi had calmed down, and he noticed that Gu Beicheng seemed to take pleasure in the sensation of being stroked. Consequently, he decided not to revert to human form. As the night passed, it was time for breakfast in the Kanjiang tribe. The Kanjiang beastmen, being capable of flight, had set off early to hunt in distant lands. By the time Song Shui awoke, the first batch of industrious beastmen had already returned. Though instant noodles were simple to prepare, consuming them daily had left Gu Beicheng nauseated at the mere scent. Today, a change in diet was imperative. Due to their hasty journey in recent days, many provisions had been left behind in the storeroom, and presently, there was scant edible fare in his space. It appeared that foraging was the order of the day. Over the past few days, while Song Shui had not mastered much, he had certainly perfected the art of cooking instant noodles. As for the source of the noodles, they had been pilfered from Tu Luyu and Xianghua. After all, as a leader of the region, he could not be reduced to consuming mere scraps while others feasted in comfort. Braised beef noodles were truly the most delectable of dishes. Song Shui sighed in satisfaction. However, he soon realized he was mistaken, as an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Following the scent, he discovered that not far from his dwelling, Gu Beicheng and Qingxi were roasting something, the delightful fragrance emanating from their activity. Though his stomach was full, Song Shui found himself salivating as he observed the industrious duo. Tentatively, he inquired, "What are you both busy with?" Gu Beicheng, his face smudged with soot from the fire, glanced at Song Shui and brusquely commanded, "Don't just stand there. Lend a hand and stoke the fire." "All right." Upon hearing this, the Zhangtai leader sprang into action, feeling no resentment at being ordered about. Rather, he was elated, for it meant he would partake in the forthcoming meal. In the early morning, Gu Beicheng and Qingxi rose with the dawn. After washing up, they set about searching for suitable food, circling the entirety of the Kanjiang tribe without finding anything appropriate. Due to the tribe's environmental preferences, they resided not in low-lying plains but rather at elevated altitudes. Had it not been for Song Shui's status as the Zhangtai leader, Gu Beicheng could easily envision a flock of flying beastmen constructing their homes upon steep cliffs. The high altitude rendered many common climbing plants unable to thrive, making it nearly impossible for Gu Beicheng to find the leafy greens he desired. Just as he contemplated enduring a day of fasting, he stumbled upon some tuberous roots at the entrance of a small dwelling, uncertain whether they were potatoes or sweet potatoes. After some negotiation, Gu Beicheng exchanged 2 packets of instant noodles for a sizable heap of these tubers, a transaction facilitated by his kindness upon noticing children in the household. These items had been unearthed by the cubs during their playful antics, and the adult beastmen had shown little interest, dismissing them as mere toys for the young. Little did they know that such humble fare could be bartered for food even the leader would enjoy. The aroma grew increasingly tantalizing as Song Shui sniffed eagerly. Gu Beicheng, keeping track of time, took a wooden stick and began to poke at the fire that Song Shui had just stoked. Soon, 5 or 6 dark, spherical objects were dislodged from the embers. The fragrance intensified, emanating from these blackened items. Song Shui eagerly seized one and attempted to pop it into his mouth. Ouch, hot. So hot. His quick wit led him to expel it rather than swallow. Qingxi chuckled at this, gesturing, "Peel off the black skin before you eat it." Imitating Qingxi's actions, Song Shui removed the charred exterior only to discover the soft, golden interior, dispelling his preconceived notions about the unattractiveness of this delicacy. It was not that the food was unappealing. Rather, he had simply lacked the knowledge to appreciate it. After peeling and blowing on it to cool, Qingxi handed the roasted sweet potato to Gu Beicheng. Gu Beicheng sampled the dish and found it quite palatable, although it did not rival the produce from the northern territories. It was undoubtedly superior to that which emerged from the irradiated soils of the modern era. As Gu Beicheng indulged in his meal, he instructed Qingxi to extract the potatoes from within and allow them to roast a little longer, fearing they might char Chapter 66, the art of culinary exchange, before long. A few smaller blackened coal-like pieces rolled out. After finishing the sweet potato he had peeled, Gu Beicheng lightly tapped the roasted potatoes with a stick. Although the potatoes were considerably smaller than the sweet potatoes, their abundance was commendable. He broke one open to taste, finding the flavor quite satisfactory. Though it seemed they had been exposed to the fire a tad too long, resulting in several being completely incinerated. "I shall take these up to express my gratitude. After all, they belong to them," Gu Beicheng remarked, selecting a few aesthetically pleasing ones to return to the family. "Are these local products from our tribe?" Song Shui, the astute leader of Zhongtai, quickly grasped the significance of the situation. Gu Beicheng nodded and said, "You may instruct your people to disseminate the various culinary methods for preparing potatoes and sweet potatoes." "Potatoes and sweet potatoes?" Gu Beicheng gestured towards 2 items on the ground, saying, "This larger one, which possesses a sweeter flavor, is sweet potato, while this smaller one, with a softer taste, is potato. Both can serve as staples. And when paired with meat, the potato can enhance the dish's flavor." "Can it be made with meat?" Kanjiang's eyes sparkled at the thought, though he relished both delicacies. He was, after all, a carnivore, reliant on the essential nutrients found in meat. If the meat could be prepared deliciously, he would invariably prioritize it. "Which do you prefer? Shall I continue to peel for you?" Qingxi inquired, gazing at Gu Beicheng. "Sweet potato, please. The sweeter one. Just half for me. A whole one would be too much." Gu Beicheng replied with a cheerful smile. "Very well." As Qingxi spoke, she selected the best roasted sweet potato and began to peel it. After preparing a small piece, she fed it to Gu Beicheng, and this delightful exchange continued until the seemingly endless sweet potato was devoured. Song Shui touched his nose and suddenly felt a sense of superfluity in his presence. Quietly, he popped one into his mouth and discreetly took 2 more before slipping away. Seeing Song Shui leave of his own accord, Qingxi couldn't help but smile. The Kanjiang family was overjoyed at the delightful feast, especially the playful cubs. One of them took a bite of the peeled roasted potato and exclaimed, "Mother, you must praise Huzi. The toy you found can be a delicacy too." After Gu Beicheng set down the items, he courteously remarked, "If you have time this evening, you are welcome to join us in the hall to learn the art of culinary creation. I will be conducting a live demonstration." "Certainly, we would be delighted," the family exclaimed, their excitement palpable as they gestured animatedly. Though this was not the Northern Territory, and Gu Beicheng did not engage in teaching agriculture and hunting as he did there, he felt it was a small gesture of goodwill to impart knowledge of local dishes. At 6 in the evening, Gu Beicheng was invited to the center stage of Zhongtai, a space originally designated for tribal gatherings, now transformed into a haven for culinary artisans. Aptly named, a cross-border culinary arts exchange. The first culinary delight that Gu Beicheng envisioned was braised pork. Initially, she had also prepared the recipe for a grand dish of chicken, but considering that the orc bodies of the Kanjiang tribe resembled oversized chickens, she prudently abandoned this perilous notion to spare them any psychological discomfort. Gu Beicheng meticulously cleaned and diced the marbled meat provided by the Kanjiang tribe. Arranging the pre-prepared spices upon the stone table, he briefly introduced these seasonings to the assembly. The Kanjiang tribe possessed their own stone pot, although it conducted heat slowly. Gu Beicheng opted not to use his iron pot to avoid complications, choosing instead the commonly used stone vessel, allowing any industrious orc to replicate the process. He poured 2 tablespoons of oil into the stone pot, and once the oil heated, added a spoonful of sugar. Within minutes, the sugar melted, and bubbles began to rise on the oil's surface. Seizing the moment, Gu Beicheng added the diced meat into the pot, initiating a sizzling stir-fry. Soon, the fat released its oil, and within seconds, the aroma of meat permeated the air, causing several nearby orcs to swallow in anticipation. As the meat changed color, he added 2 segments of scallions, a few slices of ginger, star anise, a dash of pepper, and a splash of soy sauce. After a few more stirs, he poured in 2 large bowls of water. Lacking a lid for the stone pot, Gu Beicheng ingeniously used large grass leaves to cover it, allowing the dish to simmer gently. The meat required half an hour to cook, during which Gu Beicheng initially pondered what to discuss with his companions. However, he soon realized his concerns were unfounded, as the Kanjing orcs bombarded him with questions that made his head ache. Just as his throat grew parched, the time neared. He added diced potatoes into the braising meat, along with some chopped chili and salt. The dish needed an additional 20 minutes to stew. So to stave off a second wave of fervent inquiries, he enlisted Qing Shishio to showcase his knife skills while he prepared a dish of spicy and sour shredded potatoes. When the potato strips were ready, the braised meat was also complete. He tested it with chopsticks, deeming it fit for plating. The fragrant spicy and sour potato strips alongside the braised meat were a triumph, drawing the crowd eagerly towards the stone table, with everything in place except for rice. Gu Beicheng was quite pleased with his culinary creation. It is worth noting that this was his first attempt at preparing braised pork in the beast realm, a dish he had never even attempted in the Northern Territory. To his delight, he succeeded on his very first try. The orcs here had yet to master the use of chopsticks, so Gu Beicheng instructed Qingxi to fashion a few bamboo skewers, asking, "Is there anyone who wishes to taste this?" A chorus of eager voices responded, "Let me try. I want to taste. Give me a piece." The atmosphere erupted with excitement, akin to a boiling cauldron. Gu Beicheng felt a buzzing in his head, desperate to quell the frenzy of the orcs. However, his attempts were evidently in vain. As the entire platter of meat nearly toppled over, resigned, he turned to the chief, Sangxue, who sat at the front for assistance. "What is wrong with you? You are orcs, not wild beasts. Is there not an ounce of discipline among you?" he admonished. "Chief Gu is a distinguished guest I have invited from the Northern Territory. She graciously wishes to share her culinary skills with us. This does not imply that she has come to our tribe out of charity. Stand in order." Sangxue, not only the chief of Zhongtai, but also the leader of the Kanjing tribe, issued his commands with a stern authority, finally bringing the ruckus to a halt. You, and the 2 of you, come over here to taste with me. The rest of you stand still and reflect on what you've just learned." After selecting a few tribesmen, he naturally approached the table, ready to be the first to savor the dish. As soon as the succulent morsel touched their tongues, the rich aroma of the seasoned meat captivated their palates. They fell in love with the flavor. The tender, non-greasy braised pork and the tangy, spicy shredded potatoes vanished within moments. Even Qingxi, accustomed to fine cuisine, found himself swallowing involuntarily. Gu Beicheng felt increasingly satisfied. Although the space lacked daily ingredients, fortunately, the seasonings had not been discarded in the warehouse. To her delight, the long-dormant faith value suddenly surged once more. Initially intending to conclude her evening and retire to her room, Gu Beicheng seemed to be invigorated, resolved that tonight, devoid of the Beast King and the scientific researchers, she would embody the essence of a newly minted culinary deity. Chapter 67. Breathless after laboring in the kitchen for half the night. Gu Beicheng was nearly numb from the exertion. Were it not for the enticing rise of her faith value, she vowed she would never set foot in a kitchen again. By the time she finally wrapped up her work, it was nearly midnight. The orcs of the Kanjing tribe not only showed no signs of dwindling numbers but seemed to multiply, leaving Gu Beicheng feeling utterly drained. Had it not been for Qingxi's firm refusal, this group would have continued to pester her. Do not inquire why she did not seek out the leadership. The answer is simple. The tribe's leader, Sangxue, was indulging in food with such fervor that one could hardly imagine him passing up the opportunity for even a single additional dish. Qingxi brought over the warm water she had prepared in advance, urging Gu Beicheng to wash up quickly, insisting that henceforth she would no longer be allowed to cook for the people of this place. Such treatment was simply unacceptable. Gu Beicheng gazed at his accumulated faith with a sense of satisfaction. As the saying goes, possessing wealth brings tranquility to the heart. The following day, before the 2 had fully awakened, a persistent knocking resonated at the door. Qingxi, upon hearing it, wore a countenance as dark as the bottom of a pot. He cautiously opened the door, fearful of disturbing Gu Beicheng's slumber. "Are you all done yet?" Qingxi exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. After a night of turmoil, can't one enjoy a decent sleep? The young courier, with a demeanor of utmost respect, promptly apologized. I am terribly sorry, my lord. It was not my intention to intrude. It is Lord Songxue who insists on discussing urgent matters with Chief Gu. Not available. Please wait until my lord awakens, Qingxi retorted, his impression of the Zhangtai people thoroughly diminished. At that moment, nothing seemed more paramount than Gu Beicheng's rest. He resolved that even if Songxue were to come personally, his stance would remain unchanged. Is this how one conducts business? What is it? Gu Beicheng emerged, sporting dark circles under his eyes and clad in his nightwear. He had already been stirred awake, but chose to remain still upon noticing Qingxi had stepped outside. However, upon hearing that Songxue sought him for urgent matters, he found himself compelled to rise. Seeing that Gu Beicheng was indeed awakened, Qingxi's expression darkened further. Good morning, Chief. I apologize for the disturbance. It is that our leader has requested your presence for an important discussion. What is it about? Gu Beicheng yawned. I am not privy to the details. Very well, inform Leader Tsang that I shall attend shortly. Returning to the stone dwelling, Gu Beicheng rubbed his eyes, calculating that he had barely slept for 4 hours. Indeed, he felt a tinge of fatigue. Since Gu Beicheng had already agreed, Qingxi found it inappropriate to continue persuading him. However, she had firmly placed Songxue in her heart's blacklist. Though she was annoyed, she still had to go. Gu Beicheng did not bother to freshen up. She merely changed her attire and casually tied her hair up before setting off. Qingxi remained silent, closely following Gu Beicheng like a steadfast guardian. Upon arrival, Gu Beicheng realized she was not the only one present. All the tribe leaders had already gathered, making her the last to arrive, and everyone was awaiting her. If the goblet had commanded the attention of the crowd, then the events of the previous night had indeed been miraculous. Despite waiting for nearly an hour, these proud leaders displayed no signs of impatience whatsoever. After Gu Beicheng took his seat, Songxue sorrowfully reported, I just received news that Prince Liahu was ambushed in the abyss. The abyss again. While others fixated on the ambush, Gu Beicheng's thoughts were solely consumed by the abyss. The meeting room was filled with a cacophony, with several clan leaders displaying expressions of delight, whispering, he was ambushed, so does that mean we need not send a gift? One leader shot him a glare, replying in an even lower voice, even if we forego the gift, the items are already in Songxue's possession. Do you think he will return them? Silence enveloped the two, a tacit understanding passing between them. Such is the style of our leader, Song. However, despite the ambush, he managed to emerge alive from the abyss, Songxue continued. The clamor among the clan leaders intensified. He actually survived the abyss? Has Prince Liahu become that formidable? Yet, confusion reigned among the clan leaders. If he had indeed emerged alive, why summon everyone? Could it be that the gifts were deemed insufficient and more were required? Just as the clan leaders were prepared to refuse any further requests, Songxue spoke again. Although he survived, he is gravely injured and remains in a deep unconsciousness. Gu Beicheng found Songxue's manner of speaking rather breathless, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Songxue, with dark circles under his eyes, had not rested for even a minute, while Gu Beicheng had managed 4 hours of sleep. Although he had initially felt uplifted by the diverse array of delicacies he had savored, the return of his spy from the central region with disconcerting news left him unable to find solace in slumber. Sending a gift seemed prudent. Yet if Hu Shaotian were to perish, it would render his efforts futile. Conversely, should Hu survive, he would undoubtedly emerge as the beast king of the coming year, an individual capable of escaping the depths of despair. The dilemma proved too daunting, prompting him to summon everyone for their council. The question was clear, yet it was rather awkward, as the tribal leaders displayed no concern. Instead, they reveled in their private amusement. The elevation of status through the gift would accrue to Songxue, and should he choose not to send it, the gift would not revert to them. The sentiment of detachment prevailed. The fate of the Liege prince mattered little to them. For such trivialities, Songxue summoned them at his whim. Was it truly worthwhile? Songxue was well aware of the thoughts harbored by the leaders of the Zhangtai tribe, harboring little hope in their allegiance. Nevertheless, he expressed, hunting inevitably leads to injuries. I ask for nothing more than for each tribe to contribute a portion of their commonly used herbs. Let us do our part and leave the rest to fate. The assembly accepted the request for herbs, as they were merely foraged from the ground, and a casual offering would suffice. While this news bore little weight for the others, Gu Beicheng remained vigilant, perceiving it as a potential opportunity. Among the many summoned, only Gu Beicheng instilled in Songxue a sense of hope. Although he could not fathom the mysteries of the northern lands that could endow a female with such profound knowledge, it did not diminish his admiration for her. He even felt that the praises of Xiong Hua and Tu Lu Yu fell short of encapsulating Gu Beicheng's remarkable essence. Once the gathering dispersed, Song Shui, unabashed, seated himself beside Gu Beicheng, a subtle sigh lingering between them. Without hesitation, Song Shui declared, "This time, I am counting on you, Chief Gu. Otherwise, our journey to the center may very well be in vain." Gu Beicheng neither acquiesced nor declined. She turned to Qingxi and inquired with great detail, "What kind of injury is it? Is there a fever?" Chapter 68. The Golden Eagle tribe reports that there are 2 longitudinal wounds on the back. After emerging from the abyss, he collapsed and has yet to regain consciousness, as revealed by Tsangxue, based on the scout's information. Upon hearing this, Gu Beicheng immediately deduced that the inflammation was evidently caused by an injury, and it was quite possible that the wound had become infected, likely leading to a fever. As for the fever you mentioned, that remains somewhat unclear. Gu Beicheng inquired, "How long will it take to reach the central region?" Song Shui paused for a moment, then promptly replied, "Under normal circumstances, it would take approximately 15 days to travel for a birthday celebration. However, if it is solely our Kanjian clan making the journey, we could arrive in 3 days. Is it capable of carrying passengers?" Gu Beicheng asked. Song Shui quickly nodded. "Indeed, we have specially trained transport members. Although the speed will be somewhat reduced. With passengers, it may take just over 4 days." Gu Beicheng calculated in his mind that 3 or 4 days would be acceptable. The severity of the injury could vary greatly. However, if the fever persisted for an extended period without subsiding, it would become a grave concern. "Make the necessary arrangements. We shall depart immediately. As for the celebratory procession, they may arrive at the usual time. If we manage to effect a cure by then, we can proceed with the celebration. If not, you need not worry about those efforts being in vain." Upon hearing this, Song Shui found the reasoning sound and promptly relayed the message. The professional transport specialist, the Kanjian beast man, transformed into his beast form, his wings spanning several meters. Gu Beicheng observed that the spacious back could comfortably accommodate even a transformed Qingxi. Nonetheless, the human form occupied less space and was relatively lighter. Soon, the 4 of them soared towards the central region. To expedite their journey through the night, Song Shui and another Kanjian beastman forewent sleep, resting only briefly during their descents to eat. In contrast, Gu Beicheng secured himself with a hammock on the vast back of the giant eagle and managed to steal a few moments of rest while soaring through the sky. By the afternoon of the 3rd day, they arrived at the central dynasty. For the first time, Gu Beicheng experienced a vibrant atmosphere in the beast realm. Previously, whether in the northern territories or Zhangtai, she felt a sense of isolation akin to being in a secluded mountain. Yet here, she sensed an urban ambience. Although there were no towering skyscrapers, the number of street vendors had multiplied several times, and numerous specialized shops had emerged. Song Shui, well versed in the surroundings, led Gu Beicheng to a tribe, the leader of the Golden Eagle clan, Diao Huang. As they walked, Gu Beicheng learned that in the central dynasty, every clan leader is referred to as a chief, for even the smallest tribes here boast populations far exceeding those outside, with some subspecies numbering in the tens of thousands. Diao Huang, the leader of the Golden Eagle clan, was of a large raptor species, while Song Shui belonged to a medium-sized one. Despite both being birds of prey, the eagle was known for its more ferocious temperament. Interestingly, Diao Huang and Song Shui shared a familial connection. His mother was Song Shui's aunt, which had significantly aided Song Shui's rise to prominence in Zhongtai over the years. To avoid misunderstandings, Song Shui refrained from disclosing Gu Beicheng's identity as the northern leader, merely stating that she was a skilled healer brought in to treat Hu Xiaotian. Diao Huang was elated to hear from Song Shui about the possibility of healing Hu Xiaotian, believing it was finally time for his cousin to repay his kindness. Despite the appearance of affluence among the tribes outside, life at the center of power was fraught with peril for the Golden Eagles, as any misstep could lead to annihilation. Upon receiving Song Shui and her companions, Diao Huang was displeased to discover that the healer was a female. However, out of respect for his mother, he concealed his irritation in front of others. After settling the healer, who bore no resemblance to a shaman, and her guard, Diao Huang unleashed his frustration upon Song Shui. "At your age, do you not have a shred of common sense? You brought me this healer? If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought it was a gift for a birthday celebration. Brother, let me explain." "Explain what? Am I blind? Do you not realize that our Golden Eagle clan is enduring hardships in the Central? One wrong move could lead to expulsion or worse, extinction. You bring someone like her to claim she can heal Hu Xiaotian? Even if I believe you, Do you think the Central is my personal domain? That I have the final say? If you stir up trouble in Zhongtai, I might cover for you. But this is the Central. I do not expect you to save the Prince of the Cracked Tiger, but please, do not complicate matters further. Tomorrow, I shall arrange for you to tour the Central. And the day after, you must return. As Jiao Huang's anger escalated, Song Shui felt the spray of his spittle on her face. Seizing a moment when he paused to catch his breath, she abruptly took out a small knife and made a swift cut on her arm. What are you doing? Just because I scolded you a bit, are you going to perform self-harm? Jiao Huang exclaimed, snatching the knife away from her. No, brother, look. Observe closely. Song Shui sprinkled a yellowish-brown powder onto her freshly cut wound, and to Jiao Huang's astonishment, the bleeding ceased almost immediately. Faster than any herbal remedy from the Central could achieve. Jiao Huang was taken aback by the rapidity of the clotting. Curiosity piqued, he clawed at his own hand, taking some of the powder from Song Shui to apply it to his own wound. Feeling a slight coolness and negligible sting, he realized his wound had also stopped bleeding. Where did this come from? Jiao Huang inquired urgently. Now you believe me? Even if I were foolish, I would never joke about a prince's life. Song Shui replied, her expression one of grievance. Jiao Huang reconsidered. Perhaps his cousin was not as inept as he had initially thought. His irritation stemmed from the chaotic events of recent days. The powder was indeed Song Shui's creation, and it was not her only remedy. She possessed various other treatments as well. This powder was something Gu Beicheng had retrieved from her medical kit, and the strategy to present it was her own, as she knew that without demonstrating something credible, she would struggle to even meet Hu Xiaodian, let alone treat him. Despite having the advantage of her system, she did not wish to heal unnoticed. For her purpose here was to garner trust and goodwill, rather than simply engage in altruistic deeds to maintain stability in the Central. As Song Shui and Jiao Huang conversed, Gu Beicheng and Qing, she were invited back into the room. Inside, the frown that had clouded Jiao Huang's features had vanished, replaced with a glimmer of joy. Greetings, Healer Gu. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Jiao Huang, the leader of the Golden Eagle clan. I am grateful for your presence here in the Central to heal the Prince of the Cracked Tiger. Chapter 69. A desperate gamble given the complexities of the Central. I cannot take you to provide treatment just yet. Please wait in the tribe for a while as I make the necessary arrangements. Gu Beicheng nodded and said, it is indeed necessary. However, we must not delay for too long. Based on my experience, if the prince's fever persists for an extended period, even if he is ultimately treated, it may result in severe aftereffects, potentially damaging his mind. Damaging his mind. Jiao Huang was taken aback. The Central Dynasty would never allow a fool to ascend as the reigning Beast King, and Jiao Huang's movements became noticeably more agile. Within an octagonal white tower, a thin layer of dust lay upon the neatly arranged furnishings, clearly indicating that it had not been cleaned for several days. Inside, there was a nearly 3-meter-long golden bed, adorned with various soft and lustrous animal skins. However, the figure lying atop the furs exhibited little vitality. Beneath the bed, several beastmen, their foreheads marked with the character for king, were engaged in a heated argument. This is unacceptable. How can the leader permit an unknown individual to administer treatment? One protested. Indeed. Xiaotian is the hope of our Luhu clan. That is, if he remains alive. A robust voice interjected, plunging the others into silence. After a moment, the elder, who had remained quiet, glanced at the person on the bed and then at the sturdy man, and his mind was made up. Let that outsider attempt to save him. We shall consider it a desperate gamble. Upon hearing the elder's decision, the others ceased their objections. However, once the tall, slender individual returned to his room, he struck the wall in frustration several times. In the Golden Eagle tribe, Jiao Huang, having no time even to drink water, hurriedly led Gu Beicheng and Song Shui towards the octagonal tower. Gu Beicheng gazed upon the towering edifice, nearly 10 meters high, and discreetly retrieved several vials of tranquilizing elixirs while a few individuals were momentarily distracted. Upon ascending the staircase, he encountered the current trio of overseers from the Lethal Tiger clan, accompanied by an elderly man. According to the intel from Jiao Huang, this elder was the former chieftain of the Lethal Tiger clan and the father of the ailing Hu Xiaodian, who lay bedridden. Among the overseers, one was Hu Xiaoyan's biological brother, another his cousin, while the last had forged his own path through sheer merit. The group acknowledged Jiao Huang with courteous nods. Yet their expression shifted dramatically upon learning that the healer from beyond the district was, in fact, a female. The middle-aged man and the elder exchanged glances filled with discontent. while the tall, slender figure who had desperately attempted to dissuade them earlier felt a wave of relief wash over him. The elder and the middle-aged man regarded Diao Huang with palpable dissatisfaction. Diao Huang had refrained from disclosing the healer's gender in a bid to enhance Gu Beicheng's chances of treating Hu Xiaotian. However, the situation had escalated to a point of no return. Expelling Gu Beicheng was no longer an option. Diao Huang resolved to take a gamble. Having little time to heed the words of Tsang Shui, he had placed the fate of the entire Golden Eagle tribe upon Gu Beicheng. Relying solely on a powder meant to staunch bleeding, the middle-aged man cast a cold stare at Diao Huang, who found himself at a crossroads, either elevate his entire tribe or succumb to fate. The elder, aware that time was of the essence, noticed that this female was unlike others of her kind. She met his gaze with an unwavering boldness and exuded an aura that seemed to surpass his own. Unbeknownst to him, this was a deliberate display of restraint by Gu Beicheng. Had she fully unleashed her presence, no aging beastman could have subdued her. Recognizing this quality, the elder's discontent began to dissipate significantly, prompting him to allow Gu Beicheng and her companions to enter. Upon stepping inside, Gu Beicheng was struck by the sight of a magnificent golden bed, nearly succumbing to the temptation to take a bite out of it. She began to ponder the exorbitant price this opulent bed would command if transported to the modern era. Qingxi, observing Gu Beicheng's whimsical distraction, gently nudged her arm, rousing her from her daydream. It was then that she detected a pungent metallic scent intermingled with an unidentifiable foul odor, likely the result of a worsening infection from an inflamed wound. Gu Beicheng approached Hu Xiaotian, whose once sharp features had been ravaged by illness, stripping him of all vitality. A gaping wound, nearly a meter long, marred his back, threatening to pierce him entirely. Indeed, the resilience of a beast physique is remarkable. Such a grave injury would have claimed the life of an ordinary person long ago. His pallid countenance betrayed the excessive loss of blood he had endured. Gu Beicheng observed the myriad of crushed green leaves that adorned Hu Xiaotian's wound, exuding an indescribable scent. Gu Beicheng pushed aside the layers to reveal the infection. The wound had not only failed to heal but had instead taken on a grisly, brownish hue of decay. The sight was enough to send shivers down her spine, leaving her to wonder just how much pain the tiger prince was enduring. She hastily removed the incomprehensible green clumps of herbal medicine from his wound, prompting a middle-aged man to instinctively step forward to intervene. "Can't you see that his wound is festering? Can't you see how much he is suffering?" Gu Beicheng admonished him. The man, named Hu Zind, was the twin brother of Hu Xiaotian. How could he possibly overlook his brother's agony? Yet, he felt powerless. Despite the pain inflicted by the herbs, they were at least prolonging his life. In the days preceding the application of these herbs, Hu Xiaotian had been on the brink of death, his vital signs fading. What other choice did he have? An elderly man restrained his eldest son, recognizing that these green herbs, which would only hasten the decay, could not sustain life for long. Gathering his composure, he looked at Gu Beicheng and asked, "Young lady, are you certain you possess the means to save my son?" "I cannot guarantee 100%, Gu Beicheng admitted, her confidence waning given the severity of the injury. The elder continued, "If you abandon your efforts now and Xiaotian dies, I shall hold no one accountable. However, if you attempt to save him and he perishes, the Lu who tried may hold you responsible. You must consider this carefully." Gu Beicheng thought to himself, although there was not a complete assurance. A 70 to 80% confidence was still attainable, thus, he resolved to proceed. He would give it his utmost effort. The smile in the old man's eyes grew even brighter. Although Gu Beicheng felt little, both Tsang Shui and Diao Huang were drenched in cold sweat, torn between their desire for him to abandon the task and their reluctance to see him do so. Before their inner turmoil could reach a conclusion, Gu Beicheng and Qingxi had already removed all the herbs from Hu Xiaotian's body. The immediate priority was to eliminate the rotting, infected flesh. Utilizing her spatial abilities, she transferred surgical instruments such as a small knife and alcohol into the beast hide pouch carried by Qingxi. "Ignite for sterilization," Gu Beicheng instructed Qingxi. Quickly grasping his intent, Qingxi's understanding had reached remarkable heights during this period. He first cleaned the instruments with alcohol-soaked cotton, then ignited the cotton, using the flame to cauterize the surgical knife for several seconds. Finally, after rinsing the tools with alcohol once more, he handed them over to Gu Beicheng. Gu Beicheng turned to Hu Zhendong and said, "Hold him down. It may hurt a bit, and he might thrash about unconsciously." Chapter 70, Awakening. Upon hearing this, Hu Zhendong immediately complied, following Gu Beicheng's instructions to restrain Hu Xiaotian's arm, while the elder did not remain idle either, pressing down on his son's legs. After Gu Beicheng meticulously treated the wound with iodine, he commenced the excision of the necrotic tissue enveloping the injury. Were it not for his prior acquisition of rudimentary surgical techniques, he might have hesitated in undertaking such a daunting task. The act of cutting flesh is excruciating, ordinarily. One would expect the administration of anesthetics during a surgical procedure. However, the current circumstances did not permit such luxuries, compelling him to endure the pain. Indeed, the previously unconscious Hu Shaotian was roused by the agony, involuntarily thrashing about. Fortunately, with the assistance of two individuals, they managed to restrain his erratic movements, allowing Gu Beicheng to proceed with minimal distraction. With remarkable speed and determination, he efficiently removed all the decayed tissue from the length of the wound. Hu Shaotian, lying on the sickbed, was drenched in sweat from the torment, and on several occasions, it seemed the elderly man might break free were it not for Qingxi's timely intervention, which prevented him from escaping. Gu Beicheng sprinkled the powder of Yunnan Bai Yao onto the fresh wound, and soon the oozing blood ceased. She swiftly retrieved the prepared gauze, wrapping it around Hu Xiaoshan's entire chest and back several times, rendering him somewhat akin to a mummy. Gu Beicheng retrieved a thermometer and placed it under Hu Shaotian's armpit. After a quarter of an hour, upon removal, the reading revealed a concerning temperature of 39.8 degrees Celsius. For an ordinary adult, such a temperature is exceedingly perilous. Although Hu Shaotian, being a tiger-type beast man, possesses a slightly elevated body temperature compared to an average human, this level still teeters on the brink of danger. According to the elder's account, Hu Shaotian has maintained this fever for nearly 5 days without suffering any detrimental effects on his cognition, which is indeed a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. This further attests to the superior constitution of beastmen in comparison to humans. Gu Beicheng procured refreshing mint tablets and alcohol. Demonstrating to Hu Zhendi, he instructed to pour these substances into a stone bowl, mix with a bit of cool water, and then, using this cloth in my hand, dab the concoction onto the exposed skin of Hu Shaotian, repeating the process every half hour until the thermometer registers below 38 degrees. Hu Zhendi nodded eagerly, shedding any semblance of his former authoritative demeanor, now appearing merely as a concerned brother. Very well, let us proceed thus for now. I shall return later to assess the results, Gu Beicheng continued. Once the medication was applied and bandaged, Hu Shaotian's brow relaxed, dispelling the previous agony etched upon his face. Most importantly, he exhibited no signs of waning vitality. At this moment, the elder regarded the Golden Eagle tribe and Gu Beicheng with newfound warmth. Instructing his subordinates to escort Diao Huang and Gu Beicheng back to the Golden Eagle tribe, while preparing a substantial token of gratitude. Upon returning to the Golden Eagle tribe, Gu Beicheng greeted Song Shui and Diao Huang before swiftly retreating to his chamber. I must return to my world to procure more suitable medicine. You shall guard the door and ensure that no one uncovers my secret. The fact that Gu Beicheng hails from another realm, although not explicitly conveyed to Qingxi, has never been something she sought to conceal. From the very first moment she returned before her dear Qingxi, she comprehended that Qingxi must be aware of her alien nature. Qingxi solemnly nodded and assured her, rest assured, no one shall disturb you. When shall you return? Gu Beicheng pondered for a moment before stating. The duration should not exceed 2 hours, perhaps a little over that. If the members of the Liahu tribe insist on seeking me, inform them that I am engaged in the preparation of medicine and must not be disturbed. Should they forcibly interrupt my work and hinder Hu Shaotian's treatment, the consequences shall be borne by them. He reassured, rest assured, I will ensure that not even a fly can enter during this time. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, Gu Beicheng brewed a particularly foul-smelling traditional remedy before returning to the modern era. Qingxi positioned a stone stool at the entrance, settling down to keep watch. Meanwhile, within the Liahu tribe, Hu Shaotian murmured softly. The beastman tending to Hu Shaotian, who had been unconscious for 5 days, noticed a sign of life and, after administering water, excitedly reported the news. Hu Zhendi and the elder, upon receiving the news, hurried to the sick room, exhilarated, pacing within the confines of the room. Quickly go to the Golden Eagle tribe and summon healer Gu. 5 minutes later, the beastman dispatched to fetch the healer returned alone. Where is the healer? The elder inquired, brow furrowed. Old chief. It is as follows. The healer's assistant informed me that the healer is currently preparing medicine in his room and cannot be disturbed. Furthermore, he stated that if the preparation is interrupted and it delays our leader's treatment, we shall bear all consequences ourselves. Oh, do not disturb him, do not interrupt. The elder replied, a tremor of excitement in his voice, sensing that his son might truly be saved this time. "Father, you remain here and keep watch. I shall attend to matters in the tribe, as you know." The elder paused, then, with a weary gesture, replied, "Very well, go." Upon her return to the modern world, Gu Beicheng promptly made her way to the nearest medical clinic. She succinctly described the symptoms exhibited by Hu Xiaotian, and the attending physician swiftly prescribed several doses of traditional Chinese medicine along with 2 injections to alleviate fever. "Could you also prescribe a few bags of nutritional fluids?" Gu Beicheng inquired. In response to her request, the doctor quickly added 2 more items to the prescription. As these were non-prescription medications, Gu Beicheng decided to procure a 10-day supply. She also replenished her medical kit with various essentials. After a mere hour and a half, Gu Beicheng returned to the beast realm. Upon opening the door, she found Qing Shi still waiting at the entrance. "Has anyone come to see me?" Gu Beicheng asked. Qing Shi entered and replied, "Yes, someone from the Lethal Tiger clan reported that Hu Xiaotian has shown signs of awakening, approximately half an hour ago." According to the doctor's instructions, Gu Beicheng carefully measured today's dosage and placed it in his backpack. He and Qing Shi then returned to the octagonal building of the Liahu tribe. Hu Xiaotian had awakened. After sipping some water, although still quite weak, he at least regained consciousness. Gu Beicheng observed his condition, gently touching his forehead with the back of his hand, and indeed, it was not as feverish as before. "Have you eaten anything?" "I've only had a bit of water, and I don't feel like consuming any meat." Hu Xiaotian is now able to emit faint sounds. Gu Beicheng was at a loss for words. It was indeed peculiar that one would desire meat chunks in such a condition. Setting aside the question of appetite, even if one craved it, the body simply would not permit such indulgence. "Here, drink this first," he instructed, as he opened a vial of glucose and directed the attending to administer it. "What is this?" "It's sweet and rather pleasant," Hu Xiaotian remarked, licking his lips. "This is glucose, intended to replenish the essential nutrients your body has been lacking lately. For the next few days, you should consume this, and have the staff prepare some meat broth to accompany it. The effects will be significantly enhanced. However, it would be prudent to avoid large chunks of meat for the next 3 days. Given your prolonged fasting, consuming such indigestible food could likely lead to further complications. Fortunately, you have not had much of an appetite lately, so adhering to this should not prove difficult." "Understood," Hu Xiaotian replied with a blink, signaling his comprehension. "Could someone assist?" "Help him sit up and turn so that his back and posterior are exposed," Gu Beicheng instructed a few members of the. Considering the time, it is now appropriate to proceed with the injection. Though Gu Beicheng had never administered an injection to a human, he had, in his youth, vaccinated the pets he cared for on several occasions. He was uncertain whether the process of injecting humans differed from that of animals. However, given that this was a beast man, he presumed the distinction would be minimal. Hu Xiaotian's upper body was enveloped tightly in bandages, while the lower half was merely clad in a piece of animal hide covering his rear. Fortunately, there were no garments to hinder the procedure. He retrieved iodine and cotton swabs, instructing Qing Shi to lift the animal hide. With a cotton swab dipped in iodine, he carefully applied it 2 times, 10 centimeters above Hu Xiaotian's right buttock. The chilling sensation instinctively caused Hu Xiaotian to tense his muscles. "Relax, do not be anxious, do not move," Gu Beicheng instructed. This was Hu Xiaotian's inaugural experience with an injection. It is often said that one should not touch a tiger's rear at this moment. Gu Beicheng was not only touching it but also preparing to administer a needle. The icy sensation from his rear was met with strong resistance, making it nearly impossible for him to relax. Upon observing that his attempts at soothing her had yielded no signs of relaxation, Gu Beicheng resolved to cease his waiting. He recalled how the nurse had administered injections in the past, gripping the syringe with his thumb and forefinger, swiftly piercing the selected area of his buttock. However, the tautness of his muscles thwarted the needle's passage, and this peculiar sensation caused Hu Xiaotian to instantly lose his human form, reverting to his beastly state. In an instant, a magnificent white tiger filled the golden bed, its immense size causing its tail and hind legs to spill over the edges. The wound, which had previously ceased bleeding, ruptured anew due to the transformation, and the bandages that clung to his body were torn asunder in that fleeting moment. Fortunately, owing to the unique nature of beastmen, although the injury bled once more, it appeared more dramatic than it was, inflicting no greater harm. Gu Beicheng prepared to apply the medication for the second time, but the increased fur on the beast's body significantly heightened the difficulty of the task. Consequently, she opted to take out a knife and meticulously shaved off all the hair from the creature's form. Once again, Hu Xiaotian, now ensconced like a mummy, dared not move recklessly. Originally, Gu Beicheng intended to wait until his wounds had sufficiently healed before transforming him back into his beast form to monitor his condition. Now, however, she could observe him directly, albeit at the cost of Hu Xiaotian enduring yet another bout of physical agony. Gu Beicheng glanced at Hu Xiaotian's nose. Generally speaking, tigers belong to the feline family, and it is typical for felines to have moist noses, occasionally exhibiting slight dryness. However, at this moment, Hu Xiaotian's nose was so dry that it appeared to be cracking, evidently indicating a poor state of health. Gu Beicheng instructed his subordinates to occasionally moisten a cotton swab with water and gently cleanse the tip of the tiger-roaring sky to maintain its vitality and health. Gu Beicheng took another glance at the old tiger's ear, and as anticipated, it was entirely infested with fungi and ear mites. Gu Beicheng inwardly scoffed, wondering how long it had been since this fellow had last bathed. No wonder his wounds were so prone to infection. How could it be that bathing had not been fully embraced in the Central Dynasty? Yet, one could hardly blame Hu Xiaotian, for he had to rely on the sin of his own body to ward off certain small beasts while descending into the abyss, thus avoiding trouble, having emerged injured. It was unlikely that anyone would assist him in cleansing himself, resulting in his beastly form being exceedingly filthy. Gu Beicheng pondered for a moment before retrieving the fur drip he had originally intended to use the following day. He meticulously shaved the fur off the front of the tiger's paw to locate a vein, then infused the saline solution with 3 doses of medication to prevent infection and reduce fever, hanging it upside down from a bamboo pole. Fortunately, Gu Beicheng managed to strike the vein on his first attempt, sparing the unfortunate Hu Xiaotian from further suffering. Once this bottle of medicine has fully dripped, you may withdraw the needle, he instructed the caretaker of the tiger beast man. Just as Gu Beicheng was preparing to depart, he caught a whiff of an incredibly pungent meat aroma. A glance revealed a bowl of meat soup, topped with a frothy layer of white bubbles. Alarmed, he thought. Could this be what was meant for the ailing patient? The quality appeared rather subpar. To his dismay, he was correct. This was indeed what was brought for Hu Xiaotian. You dare serve such slop to a royal prince? Gu Beicheng intercepted the soup bearer, feeling a wave of compassion for the ailing tiger on the bed. Is there a problem, esteemed healing priest? The fierce tiger beastman inquired, visibly perplexed. Never mind, I shall handle it myself, Gu Beicheng declared, requesting the beastman to guide him to the kitchen. There, he selected several suitable marrow bones, washed them in clean water, and instructed Qingxi to break the bones before placing them into a pot of cold water. Gu Beicheng stoked the fire beneath the pot, and soon the water began to boil, with a delicate froth rising to the surface. Gu Beicheng dismissed the superficial foam and, seizing the opportunity when the kitchen was devoid of onlookers, swiftly added spices such as cinnamon, fennel, and star anise to the meat broth. 2 hours later, he ladled a bowl of the clear broth and served it to the leader. Gu Beicheng reiterated his instructions to the crackling tiger beastman who had just received the bowl. After the broth was completed, he realized he too was quite famished. After a day of labor, he had yet to have a morsel of food. Upon returning to the Golden Eagle tribe with Qingxi, he prepared a pot of meat broth for himself. In light of Qingxi's palpable hostility, it was indeed rare that Song Xue and Jiao Huang did not come to scrounge a meal. Gu Beicheng consumed 2 bowls of the broth, and astonishingly, the remainder was entirely devoured by the giant panda, in stark contrast to the ease experienced by Gu Beicheng and Qingxi. The octagonal building of the crackling tiger tribe was abuzz with commotion. Hu Xiaotian, initially intent on following Gu Beicheng's advice to subsist on glucose, was unexpectedly enveloped by a rich aroma wafting from the kitchen. Unable to investigate personally due to his bedridden state, he gestured to his attending tribesmen to seek out the source. Shortly thereafter, a bowl of clear broth, shimmering with droplets of oil, was presented. Leader, this is the broth that physician Gu instructed you to drink before leaving. Hu Xiaotian found himself unconsciously swallowing in anticipation. Chapter 72. Buried Mines the following day. After descending from the octagonal building of the crackling tiger tribe, Gu Beicheng and Qingxi arrived at a quaint private courtyard. This was a gesture of gratitude from the crackling tiger tribe for Gu Beicheng, as Hu Xiaotian's condition had been steadily improving in recent days. Gu Beicheng and Qingxi were in high spirits, yet Song Xue and Jiao Huang were left to endure the tasteless, wax-like sustenance within the Golden Eagle tribe. The formidable healing capabilities of the orcs were not lost on Gu Beicheng, having witnessed their prowess on numerous occasions. However, he was nonetheless astonished by the remarkable recovery of Hu Xiaotian, despite suffering grave injuries. He was already able to rise from his bed and move about his chamber after merely 3 days. As the prince of the split tiger, It was a rare moment for Hu Xiaotian to feel such gratitude towards another, not solely for the healing of his wounds, but rather for the bowl of nourishing broth. On several occasions, his kin suggested that Gu Beicheng remain in the tribe, yet in order to avoid inciting the displeasure of the clan's healer, Hu Xiaotian did not compel her to stay. Instead, he provided her with a residence not far from the split tiger tribe. In recent days, Hu Xiaotian had developed a keen interest in the intravenous strip affixed to his arm, as he could directly perceive the restoration of his bodily functions with each infusion. He had attempted the procedure himself several times, but the slender needle refused to insert into the so-called vein as Gu Beicheng had instructed. Each attempt resulted in a small bump forming on his wrist, necessitating Gu Beicheng's assistance to reinsert the needle. He would often be met with a reprimanding from the clan's healer. "Why do you keep fidgeting?" The great white tiger, with a look of innocence, would protest. "I merely wish to try it for myself." Gu Beicheng listened in silence, pondering the severity of a feline's curiosity. Such specialized knowledge, acquired through countless sacrifices of fragile eggplants and disdain, could not simply be articulated with casual confidence. As the physical condition of Hu Xiaotian improved, the entire central dynasty simmered with unrest. News had reached the smaller tribes, which began to prepare their celebratory processions once more. Recently, the orcs of the Liahu tribe were buoyed by joyous tidings, except for the lanky overseer. Hu Yu anxiously paced his room, much to the annoyance of his woman, who furrowed her brow and exclaimed, "What on earth are you trying to do? Can you not walk back and forth like that?" In a fit of anger, Hu Yu retorted, "You understand nothing. Hu Zhendai has already begun his investigation. If it is discovered that we conspired with the bloodthirsty lion, none of us will have a moment's peace." His woman paused in surprise, but soon rolled her eyes and replied, "Do not drag me into this. You are the one who acted. It has nothing to do with me." Hearing this, Hu Yu erupted in fury, seizing her by the throat and bellowing, "If it weren't for your incessant complaints about how I am not as formidable as Hu Xiaotian, I would never have acted so disgracefully." Their quarrel escalated, and suddenly, the door was forcefully kicked open. Hu Yu turned to find Hu Zhendai had entered, and without a moment's hesitation, he fled outside. However, his guilt-ridden escape was thwarted as Hu Zhendai kicked him back into the room. With reddened eyes, Hu Yu shouted, "Brother, can you truly be this heartless?" Hu Zhendai scoffed. "Is Hu Xiaotian not your brother? When you plotted his demise, did you consider your brotherhood?" Silenced by shame, Hu Yu hung his head, remorseful and unresisting. In a moment unnoticed by others, he transformed into his beast form, toppling the furnishings of the stone house. Yet, upon finally breaching the threshold, he was met with the sight of his courtyard swarmed by warriors of the tribe. Friends and kin, once familiar, now glared at him with hostility. Hu Yu attempted to explain, but was quickly silenced by a barrage of vegetable scraps and stones. Overpowered by several warriors, he surrendered to despair. The crowd surged forward, the ground quaking beneath their feet. Hu Yu observed the throng, unable to distinguish his emotions. Was it fear or regret? "Traitor! Scum! You do not deserve to remain in the Liahu tribe." The harsh curses echoed in his ears, prompting him to reflect on when he had developed such animosity towards Hu Xiaotian. He was taken to a hidden chamber of the Liahu tribe, where Hu Zhendai sat nearby. They exchanged a few terse words. Perhaps due to Hu Yu's regret, he soon divulged the entire affair, detailing how he had contacted the bloodthirsty lion tribe and orchestrated Hu Xiaotian's descent into the abyss, implicating the mastermind behind the scheme as well. With each revelation, Hu Zhendai's expression darkened. He had not anticipated the depths of malice that the bloodthirsty lion tribe would stoop to in order to thwart Hu Xiaotian's ascendance. They had not only ensnared him in the abyss, but had also set a fatal trap around its periphery. Had it not been for the intervention of the miraculous healer Gu Beicheng, Hu Xiaotian would surely have met his demise. Though Gu Beicheng remained unaware of the turmoil unfolding within the central dynasty over the past few days, it was evident that with Hu Xiaotian's recovery, many tribes that had chosen the wrong side would soon face dire consequences. In fact, even during his strolls through the streets, Gu Beicheng sensed a pervasive chill, a harbinger of impending upheaval. Currently, the beast king of the central dynasty was the elderly patriarch of the bloodthirsty lion tribe. However, as his age advanced, his physical prowess and vitality had significantly waned, rendering his abdication an inevitability. Traditionally, at the beginning of the following year, the old beast king would crown the newly elected beast king. Yet, due to the old beast king's treachery against the new beast king, a profound backlash ensued, leading the Liahu tribe to unleash a ferocious vengeance upon the bloodthirsty lion tribe. 3 days later, the old beast king perished upon his throne, and Hu Xiaotian ascended to power. In order to evade complications, Gu Beicheng not only refrained from engaging in the political disputes among the various tribes of the Central Dynasty, but also embraced a tranquil life in this small courtyard with Qingxi. Taking advantage of these few days, Gu Beicheng instructed Qingxi to cultivate 2 vacant plots within the yard. One was adorned with an array of flowers and plants commonly found in the beast realm, while the other was sown with seasonal vegetables. In recent days, Gu Beicheng has been meticulously preparing the menu, intending to open a restaurant here once the coup concludes. This endeavor will not only enrich her finances but also enlighten the orcs of the Central Dynasty on the essence of gourmet cuisine. Most importantly, through this cultural infiltration, she aims to lay the groundwork for her future development in this region. Chapter 73, Inauguration. It is noteworthy that in the Central Dynasty, transactions are conducted with real gold and silver as the equivalent medium of exchange. Although Gu Beicheng possesses his own gold mine in the northern territories, who among us would ever complain of having too much wealth? Clearly, establishing a restaurant in this locale is a venture with boundless profit. And Gu Beicheng would not let such an opportunity slip by. With the news of his successful treatment of Hu Xiaotian spreading, her status has risen dramatically. As soon as the announcement of her restaurant surfaced, chieftains from various tribes promptly sent their most suitable orc apprentices to learn from her. It is rumored that Gu Beicheng's culinary skills far surpass her medical expertise, with whispers suggesting that the exquisite dishes crafted by the Liehu and Jindiao tribes were all imparted by her guidance. Gu Beicheng, naturally, would not decline such a fortuitous opportunity. After all, with the advent of free labor, she could liberate herself from the burdens of cooking, thereby saving valuable time that would otherwise be squandered in the pursuit of finding a kitchen assistant and a server. However, she did not accept everyone indiscriminately. Instead, she meticulously selected 5 individuals from the group, unperturbed by the possibility of them learning her techniques. Her concern lay in the overwhelming number of participants, which could complicate fair profit distribution as the establishment expanded. Ultimately, her aspiration was to be a proprietor, not merely a cook. The chosen 5 apprentices comprised 2 from the familiar Golden Eagle tribe, 2 from the Raging Tiger tribe, and 1 little beast man, a monkey found on the street. After several days of instruction, these 5 individuals had adeptly honed their foundational culinary skills, with the female from the Golden Eagle tribe even capable of overseeing the kitchen independently. As promised, the birthday celebration for Hu Xiaotian arrived. With the influx of merchant caravans from various small tribes outside the area, the Central Dynasty buzzed with a festive fervor that surpassed even that of the New Year. Gu Beicheng had meticulously planned, aside from the elegant red wine goblets, to present a cake to Hu Xiaoshan on his birthday, thereby bestowing a reputation upon the Beifu restaurant in advance. The recipe for the cake was something she had recently mastered. She had diligently studied cake-making techniques in a modern baking class and, upon returning to the world of the beast men, imparted her newfound knowledge to 5 apprentice chefs. After 3 hours of dedicated effort, a cake in the likeness of a white tiger ascending a ladder emerged, the lifelike depiction exuding an air of majesty. Hu Xiaoshan was utterly enamored, even managing to suppress his desire to indulge, instead placing the grand cake in the most prominent spot of the Central Dynasty's hall. Undoubtedly, the goblets were also enshrined within the treasure vault of the Central Dynasty. The primary beneficiaries of this coup were neither Gu Beicheng nor the Li H tribe, but rather the Golden Eagle tribe and the Kanjiang tribe. The Golden Eagle tribe, having recommended Gu Beicheng to attend to Hu Xiaoshan's ailments, found themselves once more at the heart of the central power, a position they had long evaded. Meanwhile, the Zhongshui area of Zhongtai was designated as the foremost tribe outside the Central Dynasty, receiving a promotion of 3 ranks without any gifts exchanged, for days. Songshue's smile had stretched from ear to ear. On March 15th, the beginning of spring, Gu Beicheng had long since appointed this date for the grand opening of the Beifu restaurant. At the crack of dawn, she awoke early, only to discover that Qingxi and her 5 apprentice chefs had already prepared everything necessary for the opening. The restaurant was situated on the busiest street of the Central Dynasty. Originally, this location bore no structures, but at Gu Beicheng's request, the beastmen of the Li H tribe had voluntarily constructed a suitable establishment for her to open her dining venture. The restaurant sprawled over 300 square meters, divided into 2 levels. As the proprietor, Gu Beicheng was bustling with activity, albeit not in the kitchen, but rather in anticipation of receiving esteemed guests from various tribes. After all, even the Beast King had come to extend his congratulations. Who among the other tribal leaders would dare to miss the occasion? Gu Beicheng ushered Hu Xiaotian and all the members of the Liehu tribe into the room, pulling out chairs for them to take their seats. As if by magic, He produced 2 plates of peanuts and a flask of fine liquor from seemingly nowhere. Please enjoy your meal and drinks. I shall return to the kitchen to hasten the arrival of the main dishes. Do not mind us. Please attend to your duties, the tribal leaders responded courteously. According to the plan, Gu Beicheng had prepared a feast of 8 dishes and a soup for each table, consisting of 4 meat dishes and 4 vegetarian options, all meticulously crafted from the local flora and fauna. The tantalizing aroma of the dishes wafted from the kitchen into the dining area, and had it not been for their reverence towards the beast king Hu Shaodian, the tribal leaders would have eagerly ventured into the kitchen to witness the culinary preparations firsthand. Within half an hour, the restaurant was teeming with patrons, leaving some of lesser status unable to enter, forced to linger outside. The kitchen had prepared 10 tables with 8 dishes and a soup, initially believing this would be more than sufficient. However, in reality, many had not even had the chance to partake in a single bite. Gu Beicheng secured a crimson silk ribbon between 2 pillars, inviting Hu Shaotian to officiate the grand opening ceremony. As the scissors snipped through the ribbon, the jubilant cheers from within the hall harmonized with the resounding firecrackers outside. Once the ceremony concluded, the much-anticipated feast was finally served. The once reticent chieftains of various clans, who had previously regarded Hu Shaotian with trepidation, could no longer contain their decorum. They descended upon the banquet like famished wolves, as if starved for 3 days and nights. After a full day's toil, the Bei Fu restaurant officially opened its doors as twilight descended. For a fortnight, the establishment, which catered to all the orc denizens of the Central Dynasty, was perpetually bustling with patrons. The 5 kitchen aides were utterly insufficient, and at times, Gu Beicheng himself was conscripted into culinary duties. Realizing this arrangement was untenable, Gu Beicheng contemplated the situation. Following the announcement of the 5 kitchen aides' departure, he decided to recruit apprentices. After a vigorous selection process, 10 orc candidates were chosen to inaugurate the Bei Fu Canteen's branches. To ensure uniqueness, the 2 establishments boasted distinct styles. The main restaurant predominantly served Sichuan cuisine, renowned for its bold and spicy flavors, while the branches offered a sweeter array of soups and broths. Had the necessary tools been available, Gu Beicheng might have even ventured to establish a bubble tea shop in the orc realm. Due to personal constraints, he resolved to limit his expansion to just 2 restaurants this time. Gu Beicheng gazed at the room filled to the brim with gold, feeling somewhat numb. It is no wonder that many individuals now prefer to be behind the scenes as owners. The comfort of receiving dividends without direct involvement in the work is indeed enticing. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Gu Beicheng lay upon his bed, which was heaped with gold beneath him. It appeared that slumbering atop a fortune did not evoke any extraordinary sensation. Who was Qingxi? Gu Beicheng inquired. Qingxi gazed at the youth outside the door, whose eyes were swollen from weeping, rendered speechless. Please, sir, save my mother. The boy, upon opening the door, suddenly collapsed to the ground, fervently banging his head against the floor. Chapter 74, Maternal Love. Who is causing this commotion? Gu Beicheng shouted, his voice rising. Qingxi entered the room alongside the young boy, explaining, it is not a disturbance. This lad has come in hopes of imploring you to rescue his mother. Gu Beicheng lowered his gaze to the boy, who was barely half his height and had a head adorned with bruises. What transpired here? Gu Beicheng inquired, pointing at the boy's forehead. Qingxi responded, this lad recklessly prostrated himself, and we couldn't restrain him. The youth then realized that the figure before him was the true miraculous healer. He hastily intended to kneel, but Gu Beicheng, with swift reflexes, prevented him. Let us converse amicably. There is no need for such servility. Are you not aware that beneath a man's knees lie treasures? Gu Beicheng instructed Qingxi to hold the child steady. It was then that the boy spoke. My mother, she is gravely ill. I implore you, noble sir, save her. I am willing to serve you tirelessly, to repay you with my very life. The boy's eyes were bloodshot and his speech faltered, yet Gu Beicheng pressed on. Who sent you to seek me, and how did you manage to find this place? Only a select few high-ranking officials within the Central Dynasty were privy to the fact that Gu Beicheng had cured Hu Shaodian, a matter kept under wraps at the behest of the Liahu tribe to preserve Gu Beicheng's tranquility. In this context, Gu Beicheng's notoriety primarily stemmed from the state-sanctioned Bei Mansion restaurant, located on the busiest street of the Central Dynasty. While many believed the restaurant's success was attributed to its culinary prowess, only a handful of elites understood that it was this very female healer who had restored Hu Shaodian, the newly appointed beast king of the Central Dynasty, from the brink of death. However, this young boy appeared far removed from the ranks of the Central Dynasty's elite, prompting Gu Beicheng to ascertain his origins. With a sudden thud, The boy seized the opportunity when Qingxi was momentarily distracted and knelt once more. I cannot speak, he stammered. Qingxi, sensing something amiss, darkened his expression. If you do not speak the truth, we cannot rescue your mother. The boy's face was fraught with anxiety, his brows knitted in turmoil, and his tightly clenched fists were stained with blood, suggesting that he had dug his nails into his palms in desperation. Gu Beicheng gazed at him with compassion and said, "Do not hesitate to speak. I shall not cast blame upon him." The youth's eyes sparkled with hope as he cautiously raised his head and inquired, "Is that truly the case? How presumptuous!" Came a sharp rebuke from Qing. Gu Beicheng waved his hand and remarked, "I have always kept my word." It was then that the youth spoke up. "My brother serves in the bloodthirsty lion tribe. It is he who informed me." "The bloodthirsty lion tribe?" Gu Beicheng pondered. For was it not true that this Gu had directly expelled the tribe from the central dynasty? Sensing Gu Beicheng's confusion, the youth continued. "With the expulsion of the bloodthirsty lion tribe from the central, my brother lost the job he relied upon for survival. He has been staying at my home recently, hunting in the outskirts to fend for himself and to earn money for my mother's medicine. He told me that the owner of the Beifu restaurant has healed Lord Hu Shao Tian Beast King. Thus, I have come to implore you, my lord, to save my mother." Gu Beicheng inquired, "Your brother? Are you from the bloodthirsty lion tribe?" The youth hastily shook his head and explained, No. My brother is a flower leopard orc. His parents tragically perished during a hunt when he was just a child. It was my mother who rescued him and raised us both." "And what tribe do you belong to?" "My mother and I are from the squirrel tribe." Gu Beicheng was taken aback to learn of the existence of squirrel orcs, though she maintained her composure. "When I was young, my mother brought me to live in the central dynasty. Although our squirrel tribe is relatively weak, we are numerous in number. One day, while hunting outside our territory, we encountered Ah Feng, who was still a weanling. My mother, seeing his pitiable state, decided to take him in and raise him alongside us. It was indeed no small feat for a squirrel to raise her own young as well as a flower leopard." Gu Beicheng reflected silently. "However, due to the differences in our races and dietary preferences, Ah Feng required a substantial amount of meat. The squirrel tribe refused to sustain such a carnivorous orc, and thus my mother, Ah Feng, and I were cast out. They hoped my mother would reconsider, but she could not bear to abandon a helpless life. Instead, she took on the responsibility of nurturing both Ah Feng and myself. In her youth, she worked 4 jobs to support us, which ultimately took a toll on her health. A few years ago, Ah Feng, by virtue of his own capabilities, secured a position as a guard for the bloodthirsty lion tribe, which allowed my mother to afford her medication. However, just days ago, upon the expulsion of the bloodthirsty lion tribe from the central dynasty, Ah Feng lost his job, and my mother's condition worsened due to her anxiety." Upon hearing this, Gu Beicheng realized that the intricate web of circumstances was indeed partly his own doing. Nonetheless, he held a profound admiration for the mother squirrel, who single-handedly nurtured 2 offspring, one of which was not even her own but a carnivorous beastman. Gu Beicheng introspected, questioning whether he could ever rise to such a challenge. "As for your brother, Ah Feng, he should understand that your mother acted out of love for him. Why does he not come to me?" Gu Beicheng furrowed his brow. The youth paused for a moment before responding. "He did come, but he feared that because he once served as a guard for the bloodthirsty lion tribe, you would disdain him and thus hesitated to approach." Gu Beicheng's eyes shifted as a sudden thought struck him. "If you summon him to me, I shall inquire whether your words hold any truth, and then I will deliberate on the possibility of saving your mother." The youth, upon hearing this, expressed his gratitude fervently before promptly departing to seek out Ah Feng. Moments later, a youthful figure, significantly taller than the average, appeared before Gu Beicheng. "Are you Ah Feng?" Gu Beicheng inquired, his curiosity deepening. "Pray tell, who is the elder among you?" Ah Feng replied, "Esteemed sir, Song Qing is my senior by 2 years. He is 17, while I am merely 15. And you?" The youth, Song Qing, awkwardly clarified, "You see, as a squirrel beast man, my stature is naturally petite, hence it is quite normal for me to appear considerably younger." Gu Beicheng suddenly realized why she regarded Song Qing with such a peculiar expression. Despite possessing the appearance of a young boy, his demeanor was remarkably mature, leaving her to appreciate the challenges faced by Squirrel Mother even more. "Come here and speak," Gu Beicheng instructed, pointing at Ah Feng. "Share the story of your acquaintance and what you have been doing within the bloodthirsty lion tribe." Leopard Peak turned to glance at Song Qing, who responded with a reassuring gaze. 10 minutes later, Ah Feng's account largely aligned with Song Qing's, albeit enriched with more intricate details and insights regarding the bloodthirsty lion tribe. You triumphed over thousands to secure a position as a guard in the bloodthirsty lion tribe? Gu Beicheng inquired. Leopard Peak nodded proudly. Chapter 75. You are unique. Do you wish to rescue his mother? Gu Beicheng asked Leopard Peak. With unwavering conviction, Leopard Peak replied, Of course. She is my mother as well. I am not averse to rescuing her. However, I do have a condition. I wonder if you would be willing to agree? Speak your mind. As long as you are committed to saving our mother, I will brave any peril, be it a treacherous mountain or a blazing fire, Leopard Peak declared. Kneeling on one knee, his fist pressed against his chest, his expression solemn. Gu Beicheng nodded slightly. There is no need for you to traverse mountains of knives or seas of fire, but I require your 10 years of freedom. I am willing. Do not speak of freedom, for even my life was bestowed upon me by my mother. If you can save her, you may take it at your discretion. A resolute light sparkled in Baofeng's eyes. Gu Beicheng grew increasingly satisfied. Thus far, he had no one by his side to protect him except for Qingxi. This leopard beastman had distinguished himself among thousands, undoubtedly possessing remarkable abilities. Most importantly, Gu Beicheng admired his character. Though Squirrel Mother was truly formidable, she deserved it. Having raised 2 admirable sons, I hope you can become my guardian. For a decade, you shall remain by my side to ensure my safety. After 10 years, if you still wish to stay, you may do so. If not, I shall grant you your freedom. In return, I will provide for your sustenance and care for your mother, Gu Beicheng proposed. The leopard man vowed, I shall pledge my unwavering loyalty to you. The young leopard solemnly swore an oath of blood. Gu Beicheng was elated. She had not anticipated that she could capture a loyal guard so swiftly. Henceforth, Qingxi could finally enjoy some respite. It is worth noting that Qingxi was merely 18 or 19 years of age. Yet why had he transformed from a charming youth into a figure exuding such maturity? Alas, what a pity! Gu Beicheng and Qingxi accompanied Songqing and Baofeng to the residence of the Squirrel Mother. The 4 of them traversed for over half an hour, which also accounted for the reason why Qingxi had transformed into her beast form to carry Gu Beicheng swiftly. This location was indeed quite remote, nearly on the outskirts of the central dynasty, and the dwelling of the Squirrel Mother was merely a mud brick house, simple and drafty. A rich scent of fresh grass pervaded the air, and from a distance, Gu Beicheng could hear the sound of the Squirrel Mother coughing. Upon entering the room, they were greeted by several vases of flowers placed on the table. Although the house was dilapidated, it was remarkably tidy, indicating that the Squirrel Mother was a person who cherished life. Her petite figure was not much larger than that of the redbird beast men from Beijing, and her eyes were sunken, her complexion a pallid shade of white, suggesting that she had been ill for quite some time. Are you friends of Afeng and Xiaosong? The Squirrel Mother inquired, her frail body attempting to rise to welcome Gu Beicheng and the others. Baofeng and Songqing hurriedly rushed over to gently push her back onto the bed, saying, Mother, please do not get up. They are the divine doctors we have sought for you. The Squirrel Mother's expression grew stern. What divine doctors? I am well aware of my own illness. There is no hope for recovery. Do not squander your energy and money. It is already a challenge for Xiaofeng to hunt for food. Have you forgotten that you are currently unemployed? Mother, rest assured, I have found work. The boss is this very divine doctor who will treat you, and furthermore, she. Gu Beicheng gazed at the harmonious scene of the family of 3, and could not help but reminisce about the little island and his own parents. Tears welled up in his eyes. Qingxi immediately noticed the change in Gu Beicheng and gently patted his back to offer comfort. After Gu Beicheng signaled that he was unharmed, he began to examine the condition of the mother squirrel. Through his rudimentary diagnosis, he discerned that her ailment was likely due to prolonged exertion leading to malnutrition, compounded by a slight pulmonary edema. While this did not constitute a severe illness, the occasional coughing of blood could indeed be alarming. Naturally, this conclusion was drawn from Gu Beicheng's understanding of modern medical standards. In the context of the beast realm, such an affliction would nearly equate to a death sentence. Recognizing that he was not a professional physician, Gu Beicheng took the precaution of utilizing his faith value to probe deeper into the mother squirrel's current health status. The findings aligned closely with his initial assessment, yet revealed numerous minor ailments that required attention. He promptly utilized the system's marketplace to alleviate her pain. However, addressing the nutritional deficiencies and the need for long-term recuperation would not be an instantaneous remedy. Gu Beicheng glanced at the mud and straw house, feeling the draft seeping through its walls. It was hardly a suitable place for recuperation. His own residence, with its independent courtyard, boasted 8 vacant rooms that could readily accommodate this family of 3. After all, it felt rather desolate with just himself and Qingxi. You should all move in here. It's simply too far for me to come daily to tend to your health. Moreover, Baofeng will be my bodyguard in the future, and having him closer will facilitate his duties, Gu Beicheng remarked to the kind-hearted and warm squirrel mother. Baofeng felt a surge of joy, while Song Qing was too exhilarated to articulate her thoughts. Only squirrel mother, having regained her vitality, expressed her gratitude with gentle sincerity. Fortunately, there was little to pack, and they abandoned their former abode, returning directly to Gu Beicheng's residence. Although the space was not yet equipped with bed linens and other necessities, the profits from the Beifu in over the past few days were more than sufficient to procure such items. Indeed, one might even say that even if Gu Beicheng chose not to spend a dime, a mere request from him would summon an abundance of people eager to deliver these items, simply in exchange for a reservation at the Beifu Inn. Perhaps out of habit, Qingxi and Gu Beicheng chose not to reside separately, continuing to share a room, with a curtain drawn in between. Gu Beicheng noticed that Qingxi was unusually silent today. Before going to bed, she drew back the curtain and inquired, "What is troubling you today? Why do I sense that your spirits seem rather low?" Qingxi remained silent. Gu Beicheng pondered for a moment before tentatively inquiring, "Is it because I appointed Baofeng as my guard today?" Qingxi remained silent for a full 10 seconds before softly replying, Do not overthink it. You are well aware of their family's circumstances, which are indeed quite pitiable." Qingxi sighed. "I understand, yet I still feel a twinge of discomfort." "What is causing this discomfort?" Gu Beicheng had a glimmer of understanding regarding Qingxi's emotional state at that moment, but she still hoped Qingxi would articulate it himself. "I feel utterly useless. As a panda beast man, I am not adept in combat, and I fear I cannot protect you adequately, which is why the thought of hiring a guard crossed your mind." Qingxi confessed candidly, burdened with guilt. "But you are unlike them. You hold a unique place in my life. You are the first person I have met in this world, and you brought me home. Within the panda tribe, you are exceptional. In the northern 13 tribes, the panda tribe stands apart, and throughout the entire Xianhuang beast realm, the north is distinct. Do you understand?" Chapter 76. A mood swings upon hearing Gu Beicheng's words. Qingxi, who had been despondent, was suddenly invigorated, his eyes sparkling as if illuminated by 2 tiny light bulbs. "Is that truly how you feel?" Qingxi exclaimed, sitting upright and gazing intently into Gu Beicheng's eyes. Gu Beicheng nodded earnestly, declaring, "Of course. You are truly one of a kind. This cannot be feigned." At last, Qingxi regained his composure and, with a sudden glint in his eye, inquired, "Would you consider opening a shop here? A medical clinic, perhaps?" Gu Beicheng pondered this notion. In the beast realm, the majority still relied on hunting as their primary means of survival. While one could secure a relatively stable income by serving as a guard or steward in the Central Dynasty's major tribes, most individuals and tribes depended heavily on the hunt for sustenance. Unfortunately, the act of hunting inevitably leads to injuries and fatalities. However, the availability of effective medicinal products could significantly enhance the survival capacity of the beastmen. After all, unlike food, which merely affects one's culinary enjoyment, medicine possesses the potential to save lives in critical moments. Gu Beicheng recalled the events chronicled in textbooks, where countless lives were lost due to the catastrophic radiation. During that tumultuous period, pharmaceuticals commanded exorbitant prices, whether Western medicine or traditional Chinese remedies, as various factions fiercely competed for control. Having enjoyed a prolonged period of prosperity, Gu Beicheng's commercial acumen had sadly dulled. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Beicheng retrieved her medical kit, which contained the most commonly used medications. Remedies for ailments such as headaches, fevers, colds, and injuries could readily be found within. These could be administered by anyone possessing a basic understanding of pharmacology, requiring only minimal training for effective use. This necessity arose, in part, from the fact that the local orcs were illiterate. Gu Beicheng adjusted her attire and, after comparing it with the list she had meticulously prepared, turned and returned to the modern era. However, in the next moment, she realized that it was still dark on this side, and no pharmacy would be open at such an hour. Consequently, she returned once more to the beast realm. Qingxi observed the sudden disappearance of Gu Beicheng, initially believing she would not return that night, and had not drawn the curtain between them, just as he had disrobed. Gu Beicheng reappeared in the room. Gu Beicheng's face instantaneously flushed with embarrassment as she swiftly pulled aside the curtain, bashfully exclaiming, "What are you doing? Sleeping without clothes at such a late hour?" Qingxi, initially equally shy and bewildered, found himself at a loss for words upon hearing Gu Beicheng's remark. Was it not perfectly normal to sleep without attire during the night? After all, who instructed her to leave only to return unexpectedly? Gu Beicheng felt that there was something amiss in her words. With her eyes closed, the image that had just flashed before her lingered in her mind, and surprisingly, it began to intertwine with the dream of that drunken night. As Gu Beicheng reflected, she realized that it was actually Qingxi who had been startled, not herself. Here was a pure-hearted young man, who followed her day after day, often at a disadvantage. What right did she have to complain? One must not be overly greedy. Contentment begets joy, contentment begets joy. Gu Beicheng murmured softly to herself, cocooned in her blankets. Qingxi, startled by Gu Beicheng, found himself wide awake. He had been lying in bed, attempting to cultivate a sense of drowsiness, but as a beast man with acute hearing, he could clearly discern Gu Beicheng's murmurs. His previously neutral expression darkened in an instant. As the night wore on, one person drifted into a hazy slumber, while the other sat in quiet meditation. When Gu Beicheng eventually awakened, she returned to the modern world, first visiting her affiliated health clinic to verify the completeness of her medical supply list with the attending physician. After procuring a batch of standardized medical kits, she proceeded to purchase an additional 10,000 items from the county pharmacy, adhering to those standards. By the time she gathered all her supplies, it was already noon, originally intending to order takeout for a modern meal. Gu Beicheng suddenly recalled Qingxi's low spirits from the previous day. Thus, she decided to return to the beast realm with all her medical kits. However, upon her return, she quickly realized her oversight. In the room, there was no sign of Qingxi waiting to share a meal with her, and her bed had not been made. It was worth noting that previously, every time she returned to the modern world, Qingxi would tidy up her bed. Yet today, it remained in disarray. Just as she had left it that morning, a sudden wave of inexplicable grievance surged within Gu Beicheng's heart. She endeavored to dispel this emotion. Yet for reasons unbeknownst to her, the more she contemplated, the more discomfort she felt. After neatly folding the quilt, she reflected for a moment. Had she truly overstepped her bounds yesterday? Did Xiaoqing feel that she had taken advantage of him? Was he now unwilling to engage with her? Gu Beicheng found himself lost in a tumult of thoughts, oscillating between self-comfort and self-clarification. Although Qingxi had chosen to accompany him from the very beginning, she was, after all, an independent beastman in her own right. As she grew older, it was unreasonable to expect her to lack her own consciousness, thoughts, and actions. Moreover, she was not a servant. There was no obligation for her to assist him in various tasks. For the past 6 months, if she chose to help him, it was an act of goodwill. If she declined, that was her rightful choice. Why then, could he not come to terms with this reality? Gu Beicheng remained alone in her room for an extended period, finally managing to soothe her emotions. She came to the realization that Qingxi was a good child, and she could not be so selfish as to have him serve her alone. After all, he was a grown man now and would eventually seek a girlfriend to start a family of little beast men. It would be unreasonable for her to monopolize him, especially when even his biological mother, the white cat, had not acted so selfishly. Having come to terms with her thoughts, she let out a long sigh and ventured outside to see what everyone was up to. The courtyard, once a space for only 2, now housed more inhabitants. Although the 5 local orc helpers did not reside there, they had their quarters in the 2 eastern rooms, while the family of the squirrel and leopard occupied the western side. By this hour, the Beifong restaurant had already opened, and the 5 helpers were likely busy at work. Gu Beicheng decided against heading east and instead opted to check on the squirrel mother and her family to see how they were settling in. However, upon her arrival, she was taken aback to find Qingxi and the squirrel family gathered around a table, joyfully laughing and enjoying a hot pot together. Instantly, all the emotion she had just managed to suppress surged back. Here she was, having skipped lunch out of consideration for his feelings, only to find him merrily engaged with another family, not only neglecting to make her bed but indulging in a feast while she remained hungry. The perceptive squirrel mother quickly spotted Gu Beicheng standing at the entrance and greeted her with a warm smile. "Dr. Gu, you've come. Please join us for a meal." "Not hungry. I've had my fill of anger." Chapter 77. I feel like I've seen you before. Her abrupt declaration startled everyone, leaving them hesitant even to continue their meal. Particularly the squirrel mother, who was filled with trepidation, fearing she had done something wrong to provoke Dr. Gu's displeasure. It was not that she feared being turned away, rather, she was anxious about the little leopard losing the job he had worked so hard to obtain. Despite the family's unease, Qingxi, after a moment's contemplation, smiled gently and reassured them. "It's all right. You all continue eating. I'll step outside for a moment." As Gu Beicheng exited, she realized she had perhaps overreacted. Yet, Having already displayed her displeasure, she felt too embarrassed to return and instead wandered aimlessly, kicking at a few solitary stones scattered across the courtyard. Perhaps it would be better to return to the modern world and order takeout, she mused. Upon returning to her room, she was just about to activate her portal when Qingxi opened the door, discovering that faint lights began to flicker around Gu Beicheng, a sign she always exhibited before teleportation. He quickly stepped forward and grasped her sleeve. Wait, don't leave just yet. Gu Beicheng also noticed the arrival of Qingxi, and she hurriedly halted Xiaowen's teleportation. Casting a glance at Qingxi, she inquired, "What brings you here? I assumed you would return swiftly, perhaps even earlier, which is why I did not make your bed. I wanted you to be able to return to a warm and cozy resting place." Qingxi promptly began to explain. Upon seeing Qingxi chase after him, Gu Beicheng felt a significant portion of his anger dissipate. He was aware that his actions were somewhat inappropriate when she left. Upon hearing Qingxi's explanation, the resentment in his heart had long since vanished. However, she still wore a look of grievance and remarked, "I came over early without having any food, worried that you might go hungry and hoping to share a meal with you. Yet, you all secretly indulged in hot pot without waiting for me. We didn't sneakily eat. We simply didn't know when you would return. We even saved the bowls and chopsticks for you." Upon hearing Gu Beicheng's discontent, Qingxi's tone softened considerably. Upon witnessing Qingxi's expression, which seemed to implore him to bear his very heart as proof, Gu Beicheng couldn't help but burst into laughter. All right, I was merely jesting with you," he said, casting a playful glance. "Hee, so you're not angry anymore, are you?" Qingxi responded with an endearing and innocent demeanor. Gu Beicheng playfully tapped the tip of Qingxi's nose with her finger, saying, "Silly boy, I ceased to be angry long ago. You truly are an adorable little lad." After speaking, she turned around to retrieve a medical kit she had prepared. Unbeknownst to her, Qingxi quietly murmured from behind, "I am not a little boy anymore." Gu Beicheng first took out 20 medical kits and said to Qingxi, "I will not open the shop for now. I will place these 20 at the Beifu Hotel and then test the sales." Qingxi nodded in agreement and replied, "That sounds good. You haven't eaten yet. What would you like me to prepare for you?" Gu Beicheng carried a medical kit, conversing as he walked. "We're having hot pot. And did you not leave me chopsticks and a bowl? It would be quite inappropriate for me not to attend." Qingxi smiled broadly and replied, "Ah, indeed." The two of them chatted and laughed as they made their way from the main hall to the west wing. Upon entering, they discovered that the Squirrel family had already ceased their meal. Squirrel Mother was even in the midst of packing her belongings, intending to apologize and then depart for her humble earthen abode. At that moment, she had firmly convinced herself that the displeasure of the esteemed Dr. Gu was due to her actions. Despite Little Leopard's repeated explanations, she could only reluctantly assist her mother in gathering their things. Upon entering, Gu Beicheng immediately sensed that something was amiss. As she discerned the reason, she increasingly felt that her recent actions were rather excessive, even somewhat petty and childish. Upon noticing Gu Beicheng's arrival, Mother Squirrel, burdened with her luggage, inclined her body slightly in gratitude. "I am truly grateful for your ability to cure my ailment. I extend my heartfelt thanks for your hospitality over the past few days. I have been somewhat unsettled during my stay here. I find myself nostalgically yearning for my former earthen dwelling. For now, my companion Songqing and I shall take our leave, while Baofeng remains here to ensure your safety." Gu Beicheng discerned that the mother squirrel was genuinely expressing her gratitude, and she had also preserved his dignity by choosing to leave on her own accord rather than being driven away. After all, what was there to reminisce about in a dilapidated mud hut that was fraught with drafts? Gu Beicheng silently reproached himself, reflecting on the trivialities he had engaged in at his age. He hurriedly approached and stopped Mother Squirrel, saying, "Auntie, I sincerely apologize. I wasn't truly angry with you, so please do not take it to heart." Mother Squirrel replied gently, "How could that be? You have already been very kind to us, and we naturally." Perhaps due to her past experiences of being expelled from the tribe, Mother Squirrel was exceptionally sensitive, fearing that she might burden others. Therefore, she bore all the responsibilities alone. And now, she dreaded the thought of further encumbering her younger son. After a lengthy explanation, Mother Squirrel remained resolute in her decision to take Songqing away. Left with no other recourse, Gu Beicheng resorted to his trump card. "Auntie, I assure you, I was not deceiving you. My irritation this morning stemmed solely from Qingxi not folding the blankets for me." Upon uttering such an embarrassing reason, Gu Beicheng's face flushed crimson, while the expressions of Songqing and Baofeng shifted to one of astonishment. They exchanged peculiar glances between Gu Beicheng and Qingxi, but Mother Squirrel wore a look of enlightenment, smiling knowingly. Meanwhile, Qingxi beamed with delight. beckoning everyone back to the table to continue enjoying the hot pot. Mother Squirrel ceased mentioning her wish to leave, and the group collectively chose not to discuss the earlier incident at the door, as if they had unconsciously agreed to forget it. The variety of animals surrounding the central dynasty was far more abundant than in the northern regions, although their shapes and sizes differed. Gu Beicheng was still able to identify chicken, duck, and meat among the hot pot ingredients. However, there was a notable scarcity of vegetables. Apart from the potatoes and sweet potatoes he had unearthed, the remaining greens were of varieties he had never encountered before. Nevertheless, the flavors were acceptable, albeit lacking in mushrooms, which diminished the aromatic potential of the hot pot. Do you have any fungi or mushrooms here? Gu Beicheng inquired after swallowing a piece of rabbit meat. What? Sanqing and Baofeng responded in confusion, while Mother Squirrel looked up, equally bewildered. Gu Beicheng smacked his forehead, suddenly realizing that the people here were unfamiliar with the concept of mushrooms. He described them as small plants resembling umbrellas, with a fan-shaped cap atop and a stem of varying thickness supporting it. As he spoke, he gestured with his hands. What is an umbrella? He pondered. I feel like I've seen one before. Chapter 78. Alfalfa. At the utterance of a single remark from Mama Squirrel, Gu Beicheng sprang to his feet in excitement. You've seen him where? Mama Squirrel hesitated, uncertain whether to divulge the information, her responses mere murmurs lacking coherence. Please, just tell me. If you've seen him. Say so. What do these vague sounds mean? Gu Beicheng exclaimed, his impatience evident in his animated gestures. After a moment's contemplation, Mama Squirrel dipped her fingers in water and began to draw on the stone table, swiftly creating an image that resembled a mushroom. Gu Beicheng excitedly pointed at the painting of the squirrel mother and exclaimed, Yes, this is precisely the kind of thing. The flavor is exquisite, especially when stewed together with little chicks. The taste is simply divine. The expression of Gu Beicheng, lost in ecstasy, did not alleviate the hesitation of Squirrel Mother. Rather, it deepened her concern. Where is it? Take us to pick some. We can set off after we finish our hot pot, he urged. Squirrel Mother fell silent, her voice barely a whisper as she replied, Perhaps it's better not to go. Why not? It's such a delectable treat. Don't you wish to taste it? Gu Beicheng pondered in confusion. The sudden silence rendered the atmosphere somewhat awkward, leaving Gu Beicheng uncertain whether to press further with his inquiries, until Squirrel Ching spoke up. Sir, my father perished because of that very thing. Gu Beicheng felt that he had unwittingly trespassed upon a taboo, as he often found himself uttering words that deeply saddened others. I apologize. I had no idea it would turn out this way. Just as Gu Beicheng was about to elaborate, he was interrupted by Mother Squirrel, who smiled gently and said, It's all right. It has been quite some time now, and I am perfectly fine. Gu Beicheng felt an overwhelming sense of guilt within. Yet the exquisite allure of the fungi stirred a tantalizing craving in her heart. After much hesitation, she finally spoke up. Is it the kind adorned with colorful spots on the small caps that your father consumes? Mother Squirrel nodded and replied, Although I am aware of your remarkable medical skills, esteemed healer, I must insist that this is truly inedible. After Gu Beicheng attentively listened to her, he began to elucidate. Fungi represent a category of large edible mushrooms, characterized by their simplistic structure, devoid of roots, stems, or leaves. They can be broadly classified into toxic and non-toxic varieties. Toxic mushrooms are often vividly colored, featuring a concave shape in the center, adorned with multicolored spots on the cap, and may exhibit remnants or scales on their surface. In contrast, non-toxic mushrooms, commonly referred to as edible mushrooms, are renowned for their exquisite flavor. They typically possess a more subdued coloration and a smoother cap. Squirrel Mother appeared somewhat conflicted, pondering for a moment before exclaiming, So it turns out that those that lack vibrant colors are the ones that can be consumed? Gu Beicheng nodded and remarked, Generally, one can make such distinctions. However, this is not an absolute measure. Gu Bei, in a state of urgency, called upon Shaoan. Are you able to distinguish between toxic and non-toxic fungi? Shaoan replied cunningly, Master, if you are willing to spend 10,000 faith points, I shall be able to make the distinction. Agreed. What did you say? Squirrel Mother, Qingxi, and Sanqing turned to gaze at Gu Beicheng. Even the little leopard was no exception. In a surge of excitement, Gu Beicheng expressed his thoughts to Shaoan. It's all right, and Song. If you know where to find such fungi, please guide me. I can discern whether they are toxic. Furthermore, some fungi, despite their toxicity, serve as excellent medicinal materials, which is why I need to seek them out. Would you be willing to accompany us? Gu Beicheng respectfully solicited the opinion of Squirrel Mother. Of course. If your intention is not to consume them, and you can distinguish their toxicity, I would be more than happy to assist you. Moreover, I am curious to discover what substance was responsible for the demise of the child's father all those years ago. Soon, the plan to search for fungi was finalized. After enjoying a hot pot meal, they would rest for a while in the afternoon before venturing out together to the outskirts. Upon awakening from their midday slumber, they all set off, with Squirrel Mother carrying a leather pouch for collecting their finds. Initially, Gu Beicheng intended to inform them that they need not bring anything. But after some contemplation, he chose to remain silent. Qingxi carried Gu Beicheng, while the little leopard bore Squirrel Mother, and Qingxing transformed into her beast form, trailing behind. The group, filled with laughter and conversation, made their way to the outskirts. Unfamiliar with the terrain, Qingxi instinctively followed closely behind the little leopard. During their run, Gu Beicheng spotted a patch of green grass. "It's alfalfa. Stop, everyone, halt," Gu Beicheng called out to the running group. Gu Beicheng was utterly astonished to discover the presence of alfalfa. It is noteworthy that in his world, winter had firmly established its grip, and the northern regions, affected by the harsh climatic conditions, were devoid of such flora unless seeds were introduced and cultivated within greenhouses. This particular expanse of alfalfa was substantial, and upon plucking a sprig, Gu Beicheng was pleasantly surprised to find tender leaves still intact. At this stage, the alfalfa boasted an exquisite flavor, rendering it palatable. However, in a few days, once it fully matured, it would become significantly tougher and lose its culinary appeal, relegated instead to fodder for livestock. Observing Gu Beicheng's excitement, as he swallowed in anticipation, the squirrel family was perplexed. Could this plant truly be edible? The bitter sap and the fibrous stems were hardly suitable for consumption, typically relegated to herbivorous creatures. Even among vegetarian herbivorous beast men, this plant was not particularly favored. As Qingxi began to harvest, the squirrel family remained stationary, questioning the edibility of this plant. Just a few days prior, during a time when leopard peak struggled to find prey, they had resorted to consuming this very plant to stave off starvation. Sanqing appeared to harbor an innate aversion to the alfalfa. Gu Beicheng pinched the tip of the alfalfa, indicating that the uppermost segment, approximately 10 centimeters, was the only edible part of this seasonally sensitive vegetable. He remarked that the unpleasant taste perceived by them stemmed from treating the entire plant as food. Upon this revelation, Sanqing finally understood that only this portion was palatable. However, Gu Beicheng clarified that while the whole root was consumable and not toxic, its flavor left much to be desired. As he elaborated, he continued to harvest, skillfully tossing his findings into the preservation area of his spatial storage. Mother Squirrel, a meticulous individual, had not noticed Gu Beicheng's use of animal skins for collection. Yet she observed that the items he gathered vanished instantaneously. Without questioning, she silently handed him her filled bag, prompting him to keep it safe and resume the next round of foraging. After half an hour, Gu Beicheng's storage was nearly piled as high as himself, resembling a small mountain of tender alfalfa. He then signaled for the group to halt, ensuring they had enough for themselves while also setting aside a portion to introduce new dishes at the Beifu restaurant. He mused that if they were well received, it might even offer the locals a potential side income. Chapter 79, exceedingly unpleasant upon completing the alfalfa harvest. Gu Beicheng marked the plot before joyfully accompanying Mother Squirrel in search of mushrooms. Gu Beicheng hummed cheerfully on the back of Qingxi. The little girl, gathering mushrooms, carried her books to school, singing merrily. Although she had blended 3 songs into one, it still sounded delightful, without a hint of discord. Gu Beicheng reveled in her solitary delight, blissfully unaware that beneath her, Qingxi was nearly desperate to silence her cacophonous singing. The little beast king, despite her endearing appearance, possessed a voice that was quite jarring. Meanwhile, a small leopard, carrying a mother squirrel, darted ahead with greater speed, leaving the slower Matching trailing behind, panting heavily. As they ventured further from the district, the forest grew increasingly lush. It presented a stark contrast to the barren, sandy expanse of the north. In the Central Dynasty, even the mountains were cloaked in dense woodlands. It was no wonder that even the diminutive squirrel tribe thrived here, aside from the mother squirrel raising a leopard cub. Reflecting on her former life in the north, where each tribe struggled to survive, it was a poignant reminder of the panda tribe's near extinction. As they treaded upon the rustling fallen leaves, the ground deep within the forest began to turn damp. Drawing from his experience, the little leopard skillfully guided the group away from several perilous areas, ultimately leading them to a patch of dark brown earth amidst the woods. Gu Beicheng may have been weary, or perhaps she sensed that they were nearing their destination, as she finally ceased her melodious singing, letting out a long, drawn-out sigh. She paused, momentarily halting her journey. Through a narrow crevice, Gu Beicheng seemingly glimpsed a dark crimson circular object. Towering trees with lush canopies thrived upon the damp earth, while several clusters of shrubs concealed themselves nearby. At the base of the grand tree lay the very red circular object Gu Beicheng had just observed. Gu Beicheng cautiously knelt on the ground, gently peeling back the surrounding withered leaves, revealing, as expected, a reishi mushroom approximately the size of a bowl. Gu Beicheng retrieved a syringe from his spatial storage, delicately drawing the crimson liquid from the cap of the reishi mushroom into the syringe. This liquid was originally the spore powder he had expelled. However, due to the forest's excessive humidity, the mist had coalesced into droplets that rested upon the cap of the mushroom, forming a potent medicinal concoction. Today has truly been filled with unexpected delights. Gu Beicheng surveyed his surroundings and noted several fresh, tender reishi mushrooms, each no larger than a fist. He chose not to harvest them, opting instead to collect only the mature specimen, which he placed into his spatial storage. The presence of the reishi indicated that he was not far from the habitat of mushrooms, suggesting that common varieties could likely be found nearby. Gu Beicheng dismounted from Qingxi's back and gestured for the others to commence their search. In the present day, it is indeed possible for everyone to cultivate fungi. Yet due to the extensive radiation, the flavor of artificially grown fungi invariably falls short by a few degrees. Gu Beicheng yearned to savor the exquisite flavor of the so-called radiation money described in textbooks, which was said to be the most delectable taste free from nuclear contamination. Gu Beicheng swallowed hard, bending forward to commence his search. Perhaps the orcs were oblivious to the benefits of the Ganoderma, and its peculiar, rather unpleasant aroma deterred various small creatures from feasting upon it. In no time, Qingxi had already uncovered 3 specimens, even larger than the one Gu Beicheng had just discovered. In comparison to the Ganoderma, the more commonplace finds were the ordinary button mushrooms and wood ear mushrooms. After Gu Beicheng explained the 3 items to the 3 individuals present, he commenced a widespread search. The 4 of them proceeded while foraging, and soon they arrived at an area filled with low shrubs. At that moment, Mama Squirrel halted a few of them and solemnly remarked, "Herein grows a plethora of the toxic mushrooms that Gu, the physician, just mentioned. Please exercise caution to avoid accidental consumption." Papa Squirrel, a valiant warrior of the squirrel clan, recalled a year when he and Mama Squirrel ventured out on a hunt and stumbled upon a multitude of beautifully shaped umbrella-like plants. Elated, they brought them home, eager to indulge in a culinary delight. However, after cooking, Mama Squirrel had not consumed the dish promptly, and Papa Squirrel, seizing the opportunity, took the first bite. Instantly, he sensed something amiss. Overcome with pain, he overturned the plate on the table. His abdomen felt as though it were being pierced by needles, and he convulsed violently. His skin mottled with dark bruises. Within half an hour, blood oozed from his eyes, nose, and mouth, and he succumbed to a tragic demise. This harrowing incident led Mama Squirrel to categorize the umbrella-like plant as a forbidden item on her dietary list. For the price paid was far too great, an unbearable loss she would carry for a lifetime. Indeed, after advancing 20 meters, the low shrubs became sparser, revealing a ground strewn with colorful, slender fungi. Some of these, despite their unremarkable appearance and lack of vibrant hues, were also poisonous. Fortunately, having utilized an immense amount of faith points to unlock Xiao An's identification abilities, Gu Beicheng was spared from potential peril. With Xiao An's elucidation regarding the varieties of these toxic mushrooms, Gu Beicheng swiftly grasped their characteristics and medicinal properties. He deliberately collected various types of poisonous mushrooms, even bringing back the soil in which they were cultivated, preparing to establish a research and cultivation base. Gu Beicheng discovered an extraordinarily peculiar mushroom, adorned with a vibrant crimson exterior reminiscent of coral and resembling human fingers in its striking appearance. This mushroom, known as the flame fungus, possesses a remarkably lethal toxicity. A mere 3 grams is sufficient to claim the life of an adult. Sean continued to educate others on this matter. The mother squirrel spoke with a quivering voice, revealing that her child's father had tragically succumbed to this very mushroom. Gu Beicheng remained silent, pondering the fact that 3 grams could be sufficient to cause the death of an adult. It was indeed astonishing that a being as diminutive as Squirrel Dad had consumed an entire plant and managed to survive. Gu Beicheng pondered for a moment, then chose to circumvent the flame dragon. After all, it is prudent to avoid such lethal entities. He resolved to return with superior cultivation tools at a later date to extract it. The line between taking a life and saving one is a mere thought away, and these poisonous mushrooms, capable of causing death, are ideally suited for crafting instruments of murder. As the four individuals continued their journey, they were suddenly confronted with a row of crimson vegetation, which led to an immense pit below. Upon noticing that Gu Beicheng showed no inclination to halt, Squirrel Mother shrieked and hastily redirected the trio. "Do not approach. That is the entrance to an abyss." Song Qing, the little leopard, and Qing Shi all came to an abrupt stop, while Gu Beicheng remained, gazing into the depths of the pit with a look of bewilderment and curiosity, a hint of eagerness flickering in her eyes. A thick mist obscured the view of the pit's depths, and just as she prepared to step closer for a better look, Qing Shi grasped her arm. He shook his head and said, "Do not go." Chapter 80. The tip of the iceberg. Just as Gu Beicheng was about to speak, a sudden alarm from Shaoan echoed in his mind. "Danger! Danger!" The alert emitted by Shaoan was no longer the usual lively tone, but rather a cold, emotionless electronic sound. Gu Beicheng retracted her foot and turned back towards the mushroom forest, perpetually questioning in her mind where the danger to Shaoan originated. Deep within the pit below, the exact nature of the peril remained unclear to Shaoan, yet the system discerned that, with the current abilities of both Shaoan and her esteemed master, they were ill-equipped to withstand such a threat. To her surprise, Gu Beicheng was not a person consumed by obsession. Upon hearing Shaoan's explanation, she silently committed this location to memory, vowing to return when she had gained sufficient strength to explore it further. The abyss had manifested in her world numerous times, and her curiosity could no longer be contained. Gu Beicheng glanced around, ensuring that the mushrooms gathered by everyone were indeed non-toxic. After selecting a few poisonous specimens to store in his space, he instructed the group to prepare for their return journey. Not long after their departure, perhaps merely 10 minutes, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The abyss beneath the crimson tendrils began to erupt with a frenzy of growth. A novel species of plant emerged, featuring thick, dark greenish-black vines adorned with vibrant red flowers. Unmistakably toxic, these sprawling vines, dense enough to obscure the sun, extended outward from the chasm, seemingly probing for edible flora and fauna. A small rodent, scarcely larger than a fist, inadvertently brushed against the dark vines and was instantly ensnared, dragged toward the poisonous blossoms. Within minutes, it was reduced to a mere puddle of fluid. From the heart of the radiant flowers, a slender, purple appendage sprouted, swiftly consuming the remnants of the unfortunate rodent. Soon, the vibrant flowers began to thrash wildly, transforming into a colossal, barrel-shaped red plant. The surface of this crimson vegetation shimmered with a cold luminescence, continuously shifting as if attempting to harden its exterior into a protective armor. Had Gu Beicheng been present, he would have recognized the striking resemblance of this red, barrel-like flora to a long-extinct herbivorous plant known as the pitcher plant, albeit far larger and more cunning than its textbook counterpart. As the tendrils and flowers captured small creatures, they extended outward, encroaching upon the mushroom growth. Just as they neared, the entire mass began to retract, and the once vibrant flowers, now transformed into giant pitcher plants, began to wither and drop their petals. A mere half-hour later, the dark vines had vanished, leaving only a carpet of colorful mushrooms swaying in the breeze. The stark difference was the complete absence of all life that had once thrived in this area. Upon returning to his room, Gu Beicheng, utilizing the third-level system, was struck with a cold sweat as he viewed the scene following their departure. The peculiar nature of this place was unsettling. He silently commended his foresight, contemplating how easily life could have slipped away. "I was the one who alerted you," the system, Shaoan, would have retorted with a roll of its non-existent eyes had it been corporeal at that moment. Yes, your contribution is noted. Would you care to join us for a taste of these delectable mushrooms?" "Oh, right. I almost forgot. You, being a system, cannot partake. Ha ha ha." With a teasing expression, Gu Beicheng successfully rendered Shaoan invisible. Gu Beicheng replayed the recent scene once more and noticed that the dark greenish-black vines emerging from the abyss initially intended to invade outward. Yet, for reasons unknown, they abruptly recoiled. This must surely relate to the peculiar mushroom forest. Though the specifics eluded her, it was evident that this mushroom patch held its own mysteries. Upon deactivating the image playback system, no one noticed the colossal, many-legged arthropods resembling centipedes lurking beneath the dark vines at the bottom of the pit. Each creature boasted a menacing, serrated jaw and elongated antennae, accompanied by countless compound eyes of varying sizes. A closer examination would reveal their mouths brimming with numerous sharp, tiny teeth, extending even into their stomachs, a grotesque sight that was unmistakably not a creature to be trifled with. Having caught a glimpse of this terrifying abyss, Gu Beicheng suddenly realized how unfamiliar she still was with this world. Not to mention, her own patient, Hu Xiaodian, who had managed to escape from the abyss, could not have done so without significant complexities beneath the surface. She felt compelled to inquire of Hu Xiaodian about his experiences within the abyss, however. The thought of discussing such matters in this political hub felt like a breach of secrecy, prompting her to abandon the idea. The situation was convoluted and burdensome. Shaking her head, Gu Beicheng endeavored to clear her mind of these enigmatic thoughts, recognizing that it was more prudent to investigate the mushrooms she had gathered that day. She had yet to address the toxic mushrooms, which remained in her storage. First, she extracted the edible varieties, such as the common pleurotus and the floral mushrooms, breaking them into smaller pieces before placing them into a basin, sprinkling a touch of salt, and commencing the cleansing process. Gu Beicheng, employing a cunning method, conjured a cookbook from the ether. Following its instructions, he first sought a delectable mushroom and meat dish, then prepared a refreshing cold salad of enoki mushrooms, and lastly, he did not forget to brew a nourishing and flavorful mushroom soup. After a successful tasting session with the 4 individuals in the courtyard, he resolved to include these dishes in the menu of the Beifu restaurant. Upon returning that evening, Gu Beicheng decided to enlist the expertise of a skilled chef to refine these culinary creations. By the next dawn, news of the new dishes at Beifu restaurant had spread to every beastman within the Central Dynasty. Alongside this announcement, a report emerged regarding the availability of highly effective healing ointment for wounds at Beifu restaurant. In the ensuing months, it became increasingly difficult to discern whether the restaurant's cuisine or the wound ointment was selling more briskly. Regardless, the reputation of Beifu had permeated the entirety of the Central Dynasty. In contrast to the casual sales of the ointment to ordinary beastmen at Beifu restaurant, several prominent tribes dispatched procurement agents to forge long-term cooperative agreements with Gu Beicheng. Nevertheless, this surge in activity began to disrupt the regular operations of the restaurant. After all, it was rather inconvenient for a dining establishment to be inundated with patrons solely seeking medicine. In light of this predicament, Gu Beicheng reluctantly opened a branch named Beifu Pharmacy adjacent to the restaurant. The pharmacy's manager and staff were still entrusted to Gu Beicheng, catering to the young talents of the various tribes within the Central Dynasty. As for the concern of his formulas being pilfered, Gu Beicheng had not given it much thought, for these were modern inventions. At most, he had replaced all plastic products with environmentally friendly packaging unique to this world to avoid damaging its ecology. Chapter 81, 170, 000 and taxes. For items that could not be repackaged, Gu Beicheng did not insist on changing them, opting instead to let things take their natural course, as he intended to transform this world into a technologically advanced one in the future. The 10,000 medical kits he had prepared were swiftly snatched up by the local beastmen within mere days, leading Gu Beicheng to question if he had perhaps set the prices too low. A single gold ingot was indeed quite valuable, enough to procure nearly the entirety of a young deer's meat. However, when weighed against the value of life, that gold ingot seemed less precious. To acquire more medical kits, Gu Beicheng traversed all the pharmacies in the county, and to avoid unnecessary complications, he resolved not to purchase medicines from these establishments anymore. Instead, he opted to place orders online, intending to assemble suitable medical kits once the required medicines arrived. Gu Beicheng once harbored a concern regarding the expensive yet remarkably effective medicinal kits he sold. He feared that they might adversely impact the livelihoods of other orc merchants, leading to fierce industry competition. However, after a thoughtful discussion with Qingxi, he came to realize that when orcs fell ill, they typically sought out familiar herbs to self-treat, living if they found a remedy, and perishing if they did not. Thus, his worries were unfounded, rather than disrupting normal commerce. His actions were in fact a virtuous contribution to the community. Recently, Gu Beicheng found himself troubled by a different issue, an influx of gold accumulating daily within his space, nearly forming a small mountain. Initially, he contemplated transferring it to the modern world, but given his infrequent presence in the rented room, it felt too perilous to store there. So he abandoned the idea. While many dream of luxuriating in wealth, Gu Beicheng had effortlessly achieved this, with his bed stuffed with gold, to the point where such abundance had dulled his sense of joy. The dilemma of possessing too much wealth with nowhere to place it proved to be a unique burden. As for his modern online shop, Beifu Zhanyang, although it wasn't saturated, depleting such a vast amount of gold remained a formidable challenge. Moreover, Gu Beicheng's current base was in the Central Dynasty, and he had not replenished his stock in the northern region for quite some time. The most significant factor was that the orcs of the northern region, specifically the Hong Niao tribe, could extract gold from their mines independently, rendering Gu Beicheng's gold unnecessary for them. Amidst the bustle of life, a diverse array of orcs had begun to emerge, seemingly drawn to transforming into their beastly forms. Witnessing these vivid creatures sparked a brilliant idea in Gu Beicheng's mind. He recalled that textbooks had once described the 12 bronze heads of the zodiac from the Yuan Mingyuan in pre-Great Radiation China. These 12 bronze sculptures had originally adorned the Yuan Mingyuan, but were lost overseas due to invasion. Fortunately, they were eventually reclaimed, and their return was cherished by China, ensuring they were never lost again, even during the tumultuous times of the Great Radiation. Gu Beicheng intends to emulate the past by crafting 12 exquisite golden animal heads representing the Chinese zodiac, as a tribute to the great individuals who have contributed to the treasures of Huaxia. This endeavor not only allows for the sale of a significant amount of gold, but also facilitates the acquisition of valuable resources. It is, indeed, a stroke of genius. My master, you are becoming increasingly enamored with yourself. This is not vanity, it is the truth. Gu Beicheng held an immense admiration for himself. Do not inquire about the creators of these 12 golden heads. Is it even a question? With the omnipotent carving sticker in hand, whoever he affixes it upon shall be deemed a master. In the forthcoming days, he intended to linger longer in his realm, leaving the matters of the dynasty to be managed by others. Should things become unmanageable, he instructed that the piece of jade be shattered, and he would return post-haste. This jade contained a significant investment of 100,000 faith points, enabling the system, Shaoan, to forge a tenuous connection between two worlds. This was a precaution to prevent uncontrollable circumstances akin to his first return, especially in this central dynasty, although the political sphere appeared calm on the surface. Turbulent undercurrents posed great peril. In his absence, the influential figures could wreak havoc, which might jeopardize Qingxi's safety. After ensuring ample supplies of medicine and conferring with Qingxi for 2 hours, Gu Beicheng departed from the beast realm with a sense of reassurance. Upon returning to the modern world, his first act was to purchase a plane ticket to Yanjing, for he wished to closely observe the true visage of the 12 bronze heads. Although the convenience of modern technology allowed for abundant photographs to be found online, Gu Beicheng sought authenticity. Thus, he resolved to personally visit the museum housing these bronze heads. With the support of the carving sticker, he was confident he could manifest the allure of the bronze heads in genuine gold. Such homage would be imbued with sincerity. The flight was scheduled for the following morning at 8:30, leaving him ample time to attend to other matters today, starting with a visit to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Regardless of whether it was an online store selling hairpins or his future endeavors in replicating and selling the 12 bronze heads, a more suitable identity was essential. Even if he did not establish a company, at the very least, he needed to register a legitimate studio. Possessing qualifications and engaging in lawful trade was the duty of a commendable citizen. Furthermore, given how effortlessly he could earn money, he had absolutely no intention of evading taxes. Gu Beicheng was more than willing to contribute significantly to his homeland's coffers. Upon his first visit to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, the intern, astonished that a merchant selling handicrafts online would proactively arrive to settle back taxes and obtain a business license, was taken aback. A sum exceeding 100,000 in taxes prompted the intern to raise her voice in disbelief. How much? 17,824, Gu Beicheng confirmed, echoing the words displayed on the intern's computer screen. Hearing the figure, the intern quickly stood from her workstation, diligently cross-referencing the amount with her computer system. There were no discrepancies. This was not a trivial sum of a few hundred. Such a tax payment was beyond her authority to finalize. Stammering, she informed Gu Beicheng, "I'm sorry, I cannot approve this transaction. I must report to my supervisor. Please have some water and wait here." Flustered, the intern rushed out, nearly slipping in her haste. "Be careful, there's no rush," Gu Beicheng called out, ready to assist, but the intern managed to regain her footing. Meanwhile, the intern reported to her department head, who, upon hearing the details, could no longer remain seated. He hurried to the director's office to elaborate on the matter. 17,000 in taxes? Are you certain? The director scrutinized the intern. She nervously nodded, stating, "I am certain. I verified it 3 times. Chapter 82. The Living God of Wealth. What does a tax of 17,000 represent? Many may not comprehend its significance, perhaps deeming it merely a sum of 17,000. Yet, this amount transcended simple currency. With a corporate income tax rate of 25, the net profit of this enterprise must exceed 1 million. A staggering figure for a mere online craft shop. Such taxation compelled the director to treat this matter with utmost seriousness. Is she here to settle back taxes? Have you checked the timing? Is she being compelled due to violations? The director queried. The intern, regaining her composure, reflected and confirmed there had been no wrongdoing. Her tax payments were within the permitted time frame. To earn over $1 million in such a short span? Director Wu raised his voice, astonished. The tax collected from her surpassed that of many large enterprises within the county, marking her as nothing less than a living god of wealth in their midst. He had completely forgotten that tax collection fell under the jurisdiction of the Tax Bureau, while the Industrial and Commercial Bureau dealt with other matters. Fortunately, Director Zhang was astute enough to inquire, "Shouldn't she be at the Tax Bureau? What is she doing here?" It dawned on the intern that her purpose was not merely to settle taxes, but to establish a studio, and given the substantial profits, she feared she lacked the authority to proceed. Wu Yuxing pondered for a moment and called Director Fong of the neighboring Tax Bureau, briefly relaying the situation. What? 17,000 in taxes within 3 months? What enterprise is this? How come I wasn't aware of it? Has our county produced such a remarkable business? Director Fong's voice heightened with intrigue. You'd be surprised. She just came to register her studio today, Wu Yuxing replied with a chuckle. What? A studio? Are you joking? Is that all it takes for such revenue? Director Fong exclaimed. The intern said as much. Just as you mentioned. Send someone over to handle the tax settlement while she processes her studio registration. We can discuss this further next time, Wu Yuxing concluded the call. Recently, Director Fong had been troubled by underwhelming tax revenue performance, and Wu Yuxing's call was akin to a pillow of relief. Had it not been for other pressing matters, he would have hurried to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to meet this wealth-generating entity. While Director Fong did not personally attend, he dispatched his subordinates to the Bureau, instructing them to facilitate both the studio registration and the tax settlement. Wu Yuxing advised the director beside the intern, ensuring they accompanied her for the necessary procedures. Director Zhang, understanding Wu Yuxing's implication, contemplated how to cultivate a good relationship with this business leader. Upon returning to the office with the intern, he was taken aback to discover that the individual before him was scarcely older than the intern herself. His motion to light a cigarette halted, and the myriad topics he had prepared were lodged in his throat. However, being a seasoned bureaucrat, he quickly regained his composure. After filling Gu Beicheng's cup with water, he smiled and remarked, Indeed, the youth of today are remarkably accomplished. Such a young entrepreneur is a rare find. You could rank among the top 3 in our entire city. The seasoned official's effusive praise left Gu Beicheng blushing slightly. Fortunately, she was not naive. She recognized that she had become a vital contributor to the county's economy and would undoubtedly become a prized asset to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. After graciously deflecting the compliments, she accepted them with a smile. We are selling handcrafted items made of pure gold. Director Zhang continued to chat amiably, while intern Lu swiftly filled out and verified the necessary documentation. Gu Beicheng could discern that the man opposite him, who was already showing signs of a receding hairline, did not truly comprehend the significance of a hairpin. At best, he might recognize these objects as mere ornamental hair accessories, perhaps even referring to them as crafts, likely to elevate his own stature. Suddenly, a mischievous thought crossed Gu Beicheng's mind. She was aware that these formal administrative personnel generally look down upon freelance workers like Zanyan. Swiftly, she sifted through the pile of materials before her and extracted images of the best-selling hairpins from the small shop in Beifu, presenting them to the Mediterranean director across from her. Wow, how exquisite! Although Director Zhang was not well-versed in the intricacies of the craft, he possessed a fundamental sense of aesthetics. He flipped through the images one by one, and on several occasions, he pointed out particularly intricate details, exclaiming, "How is this achieved? The craftsmanship is astonishing." His astonishment drew the attention of several diligent administrative staff members, who turned their ears toward the conversation. Gu Beicheng initially believed that the Mediterranean director was merely offering flattery for the sake of political gain, assuming that he had little genuine interest in the matter. However, he was taken aback by the sincerity of the praise. Observing the director's captivated demeanor, Gu Beicheng refrained from sharing the video showcasing the exquisite Jin Tuan Chi Yin with golden threads and the intricately crafted tassel hairpin. Intern Lu, having completed all the necessary paperwork and affixed the appropriate official seal, was preparing to register the studio using the corporate name as per Gu Beicheng's instructions. It was then that she realized the individual before her was none other than the enigmatic proprietor of the renowned Beifu, whose name had sparked much fervent discussion online. Overwhelmed with excitement, Lu forgot her professional decorum, grasping Gu Beicheng's arm in a rather fervent manner. Wow, so you are the owner of Beifu. You appear so youthful and beautiful. I had always imagined the proprietor to be a seasoned craftsman of advanced age. Could you perhaps enlighten me on how you train your crimson birds at home? It seems the Beifu online store hasn't updated its offerings in quite some time. When can we expect new products to be launched? The barrage of questions left Gu Beicheng somewhat flustered, unsure of which inquiry to address first. Thankfully, the Mediterranean director interjected to alleviate the situation. Ahem, let us focus on work and ensure we finalize the registration process for the studio, he softly reminded Lu. Realizing she was not in a fan frenzy but rather at her place of employment, Lu sheepishly returned to her desk to organize the workflow. Although the submission of various materials typically required a waiting period for approval before one could obtain a business license and official seal, the director had streamlined the process under the guidance of Bureau Chief Wu, completing the necessary steps in a mere 10 minutes. It is noteworthy that Gu Beicheng initially intended to establish a modest studio, as this would simplify the submission process considerably. However, due to the Bureau's deliberate efforts to foster goodwill, what began as a studio transformed into Beifu Limited Liability Company. Henceforth, Gu Beicheng's extensive gold trading could be formalized. And with the Bureau's endorsement, all transactions would be legitimate, free from the fear of scrutiny by the discerning. In a time when counterfeit establishments and fake antiques masquerade under legitimate identities, it was imperative for his genuine assets to be recognized legally. The director grew increasingly fond of the prospect, even feeling an urge to acquire one of the pieces himself. Yet, the thought of purchasing such a golden artifact, often worth tens of thousands, gave him pause despite his decade-long tenure at the Bureau that had elevated him to a directorial position. Had he been aware of the market value of Beifu's hairpins, realizing that he could resell one for double the price, he would have certainly seized the opportunity. Setting aside the image of the golden hairpin, the director suppressed his desire to purchase and sought to change the subject. What are your plans for the next steps, Gu? Gu Beicheng did not conceal her plans. She revealed that she would be visiting the Beijing Museum the following day to study the bronze statues of the 12 zodiac animals from the old summer palace. Initially, Zhang Tianlai admired Gu Beicheng for her youthful accomplishments, but at this moment, he realized that all these creations originated from the hands of this young lady. She was, in fact, a concealed artist. Surprised by her knowledge of bronze sculpture, he cast a peculiar glance at Gu Beicheng. Do you know anyone over there? Gu Beicheng shook her head, but soon lifted her gaze, realizing that the other party had something to express. Director Zhang, do you happen to know anyone who could assist me? Gu Beicheng inquired humbly. Zhang Tianlai ran his fingers through his thinning hair, feeling a touch bashful as he replied. Indeed, I have an acquaintance. My university mentor is a curator at the Yanjing Museum. I can facilitate a connection for you. I am immensely grateful, Gu Beicheng exclaimed, her excitement prompting her to stand. Zhang Tianlai took a moment to gather his thoughts before retrieving his phone and searching for his mentor's number, dialing it promptly. Busy as always, huh? Came a robust voice from the other end of the line. You still remember me? What's up? Feeling uncomfortable in the administrative unit. Are you coming to assist me? Master, how could I possibly forget you? Please don't jest. I currently lack the capability to assist you. I'd only cause you trouble. True enough, you probably haven't touched a chisel in years. I imagine everything I taught you has long slipped your mind. You might even be less skilled than your junior apprentices at this point. Hey, master, that's a bit harsh, don't you think? Zhang Tianlai, rarely displaying the demeanor of a seasoned bureaucrat, chuckled. All right then, state your business. Don't waste my time with idle chatter. I have work to attend to. Zhang Tianlai then spoke earnestly. There is a young lady here who specializes in gold artifacts. She has a profound admiration for the 12 zodiac bronze heads of our national treasures and wishes to view them up close for imitation. However, she has no acquaintances at the Yanjing Museum, so I thought I'd give you a heads up. She will reach out to you to see the authentic pieces. Is it necessary to give me a heads up for such a trivial matter? Just have her call me when she arrives. But why would a jewelry maker want to see the zodiac bronze heads? Because, as the call ended, Zhang Tianlai felt a lingering sense of longing, as if the ideal of sculpting was the life he yearned for. Yet, no matter how beautiful the dream, one must earn a living. His thoughts swiftly returned to work. Here is my mentor's number. You may contact him directly tomorrow. Zhang Tianlai provided the phone number to Gu Beicheng. Following this encounter, the two became considerably more familiar. As Zhang Tianlai escorted Gu Beicheng out of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, he reflected, treasure this way of life where you can earn a living through your ideals. Keep pushing forward. In that moment, it seemed as though his unfulfilled aspirations were being passed down to Gu Beicheng, and he hoped that through her, his ideals might finally come to fruition. Gu Beicheng also experienced this sentiment. She contemplated for a moment before departing and earnestly remarked, "Everyone still has a chance." Upon returning home with the meticulously prepared documents, Gu Beicheng utilized his optical brain to scan all the credentials into digital format, subsequently uploading them to his personal information database. By the time he completed this task, evening had nearly fallen, and after a modest dinner, Gu Beicheng retired early for the night. With a flight scheduled for 8:30 a.m. and the absence of an airport in his county, he needed to drive to the city to catch his flight. Hence, he set an alarm for 6 o'clock a.m. The following morning, when the alarm sounded, Gu Beicheng instinctively silenced it and drifted back to sleep. When he finally opened his eyes again, it was already 7:40 a.m. "Oh no, I'm late, I'm late," he exclaimed in a flurry as he hurriedly sprang out of bed. "Shaoan, why didn't you wake me? Did you not notice I overslept? Nor did the alarm register with you?" Gu Beicheng silently chastised the system. "Shaoan master, have you forgotten that in this world, we can teleport? There is truly no need to rise so early." After Shaoan's explanation, Gu Beicheng finally grasped that this journey to the city permitted a singular teleportation, sparing him the excruciating headache he had experienced on his first trip. No longer pressed for time, Gu Beicheng leisurely completed his morning routine and donned his attire. It was merely 8 o'clock, allowing him to check in half an hour early, perfectly timed. On the airplane, where the use of communication devices was prohibited, Gu Beicheng powered down his light brain, and in that instant, the system, Shaoan, also withdrew into silence. Bored and having retired early the previous night, Gu Beicheng found himself devoid of drowsiness. He affixed a carving sticker from the system's marketplace onto his person and retrieved a block of raw wood. Envisioning the form of the Qingxi beast resembling a giant panda, he set to work. Gu Beicheng's hands, accustomed to years of experimentation, were already remarkably steady. However, bolstered by the carving sticker, he held a chisel in one hand and the raw wood in the other, and with a few deft movements, the rudimentary shape of a panda began to take form. Gu Beicheng endeavored to recall the fleeting images of Qingxi transforming into a panda, his subordinates maintaining their swift pace. Before reaching their destination, a wooden carving of a panda, no larger than the palm of his hand, materialized vividly in Gu Beicheng's grasp. Yet, an inexplicable sense of something missing lingered in his mind. Although the wooden panda appeared remarkably lifelike, Gu Beicheng felt an absence of essence. Chapter 84. Proportional carving. It lacked spirit. Gu Beicheng slapped his thigh in realization. Despite Qingxi's physical form as a panda, it was fundamentally a beast man, and in a strict sense, not merely an animal. Thus, no matter how lifelike the carving, it inevitably lacked the unique charm inherent to beastmen. With this understanding, a new world unfolded in Gu Beicheng's mind as he swiftly picked up his carving knife to make subtle modifications to the eyes, tail, and fur. In an instant, the wooden panda seemed to come to life. "Now, this is truly little Qingxi," Gu Beicheng nodded with satisfaction. Glancing at the time, he noted that there remained less than half an hour before reaching Yanjing, allowing him a brief moment to rest his eyes. Upon exiting the airport, Gu Beicheng hailed a taxi to the hotel he had already booked, quickly organizing his belongings before setting off for the Yanjing Museum. Upon arriving at the museum's entrance, he contacted his mentor using the number provided by Director Zhang. "Professor Song, hello. I am the young Gu whom Director Zhang introduced to you yesterday. Here to learn to replicate the bronze heads of the 12 zodiac animals. Do you have time now? I have arrived at the entrance of the Yanjing Museum." Gu Beicheng lowered his tone. Professor Song promptly answered the call, his robust voice resonating through Gu Beicheng's holographic device, prompting him to hold the device slightly away from his ear. "Oh, you've arrived already? How quick. Please have Xiaowang escort you." "Professor Song, who is Xiaowang?" Song Shi slapped his forehead and replied, "I forgot you wouldn't recognize anyone. Once you enter, just ask for Wang Lele." "Understood, Professor Song. See you shortly." As Gu Beicheng hung up the phone, he discerned what seemed to be a spirited debate emanating from the other end. Indeed, it was the Grand Museum of Yanjing, exuding an unparalleled aura. Upon entering, Gu Beicheng was enveloped by a profound sense of historical gravitas. A young man named Wang Lele had been awaiting him at the entrance, leading Gu Beicheng deeper into the innermost chamber of the museum. "Xiao Wang, you've brought the guest," called out Song Shudi, who was diligently polishing a bronze statue, only slightly smaller than himself, with a piece of indeterminate fabric in hand. As Gu Beicheng observed Professor Song, he also took note of the bronze figurine that the professor was polishing. Surrounding them were several elderly gentlemen, of similar age to Professor Song, each cradling a bronze statue in their hands as they meticulously wiped them down. Song Shui seemed to have reached a crucial point in his task. He nodded toward Gu Beicheng and focused entirely on the cloth in his hand. At that moment, he was cleaning the top of the bronze figure, which resembled a candelabrum. Gu Beicheng pondered to himself about the era of this artifact, wondering if it had been legally excavated. "The concentration is a tad low, isn't it?" remarked one of the elderly men beside Song Shuyi, observing his bronze figure. "Lo, my foot. If the concentration were any higher. I can't say for certain whether it would clean well, but it would undoubtedly corrode the statue," Professor Song retorted bluntly, showing no regard for niceties. The elderly gentleman seemed accustomed to Song Shui's forthrightness. He merely shot him a glance but continued his work undeterred. Another elder interjected, "That's not the case at all. After all, we're dealing with bronze here, not some gold nugget." After finishing the polishing on the pinnacle of the candelabrum, Song Shui set down his cloth and remarked, "This is our national treasure. What else could be more valuable than a pure gold piece placed here?" The professor was particularly earnest in his assertion. "Indeed, you are right." Stubborn old Song. One elder attempted to smooth over the conversation, inadvertently inviting a vigorous rebuttal from Professor Song. In this brief exchange, Gu Beicheng had begun to grasp the essence of Professor Song Shui's character. He was a man who held his ideals in high regard and approached them with utmost seriousness. Strictly speaking, it is individuals like him who enable the preservation of such cultural treasures in their entirety within Huaxia. Gu Beicheng not only developed a greater fondness for the resolute Professor Song, but also held a deep respect for the elderly gentleman beside him, who were likewise guardians of culture. However, they exhibited a greater degree of adaptability compared to Professor Song. "So, you are the young Gu. How is it that you are a girl?" Song Shui then shifted his attention to Gu Beicheng. "Professor Song, didn't the director want specifically mention it to you yesterday?" "My name is Gu Beicheng." Gu Beicheng did not disclose her true name. She referred instead to the name altered by the system. "Oh, right. How could I have overlooked that? I instinctively assumed that those interested in bronze sculptures were all rough individuals like us, haha." Gu Beicheng found himself at a loss for how to respond to the conversation, managing only an awkward yet polite smile. However, the girl was perceptive. Her attentiveness allowed her to capture the essence of certain sculptures. It seemed that Song Shui did not harbor any prejudice against women. Rather, it was simply his nature to speak without much forethought. "You wish to view the bronze heads of the 12 zodiac animals from the old summer palace, correct?" Song Shui inquired. "Indeed," Gu Beicheng replied. Suddenly, Song Shui was struck by an idea. Due to the immense value of the bronze heads, the Yanjing Museum only displayed replicas in its public hall, not the genuine artifacts. While it was certainly possible to observe them for educational purposes, there were stringent regulations in place. "What regulations?" Gu Beicheng asked. "We need to assess your level of expertise. If your intent is genuinely to enhance your skills through learning, the museum has no reason to deny you access. However, there is concern that some may exploit the guise of education for less honorable pursuits." Gu Beicheng nodded slightly and remarked, "You are correct. This regulation is quite reasonable. However, how will you assess my professional competence? Hearing from Zhang Tian that you specialize in gold ornaments and are also skilled in carving, I have dabbled in it myself," Gu Beicheng humbly replied. Song Shui pointed to the bronze candlestick he had just polished and said, "If I were to ask you to carve a gold statue of equivalent size to this one, it would be deliberately putting you in a difficult position. Instead, why not carve something of your choice for me to observe? What materials do you require? I can prepare them for you, but I must inform you in advance that gold is something we cannot provide." Song Shui chuckled mischievously. "All right, no problem. Could you provide a piece of wood?" Gu Beicheng had carved a small panda on the plane that morning, so he intended to sculpt a figurine candlestick from the wood. Wood carving? Song Shui was not particularly surprised, as many sculptors hone their fundamental skills through woodwork. "What size do you need?" Song Shui inquired. Gu Beicheng pointed at the statue and inquired, "Shall we adhere to the original proportions? Is that acceptable? Original proportions? Are you certain?" Chapter 85. A sole focus on amassing wealth indeed. "I am certain," Gu Beicheng affirmed with a nod. Song Shui appeared taken aback. Although the concept of original proportions seemed straightforward, in reality, it was the most challenging approach, where even the slightest miscalculation could lead to considerable discrepancies. His curiosity regarding Gu Beicheng intensified as he pondered whether this young lady possessed genuine skill or was merely toying with him. Yet, as the adage goes, one must take a closer look to discern the truth. Thus, Song Shui instructed his assistant, Wang Lele, to retrieve a wooden block from the storeroom, one that matched the dimensions of the recently polished bronze candlestick. At that moment, The art of carving had already become second nature to Gu Beicheng. She swiftly located the appropriate tools on site. Then, armed with the prepared wooden block, she scanned her surroundings, delicately touching a few areas before circling the bronze candlestick twice. After lightly probing several critical points with her fingers, she resumed her grasp on the wooden block. Instead of sketching a design on the wood, she boldly began to carve directly into it. Wang Lele, witnessing Gu Beicheng's lack of preliminary sketches, instinctively prepared to intervene, but then reconsidered. Remembering that this was an evaluation set forth by his mentor, he suppressed his impulse to object. Meanwhile, although Song Shui felt a twinge of surprise, he maintained a composed demeanor and nodded in acknowledgement, while the elderly gentleman nearby observed intently, some even entrusting their own projects to their assistants. At this moment, Gu Beicheng found herself brimming with inspiration, as if her mind had conjured a vivid three-dimensional image of the bronze statue and candlestick. Her hands moved with an effortless fluidity, as if wound by a spring. Song Shui, along with several elderly gentlemen beside him, exchanged knowing glances. Was this the state of divine unity with the blade? Such a state is exceedingly rare for a sculptor, for it allows one's entire mental energy to be harmonized with the tool in hand, minimizing the likelihood of error. However, entering this state is a formidable challenge, as it demands a high level of inner peace and an accommodating environment. Yet, this young girl managed to effortlessly attain that state amid such surroundings, a feat that astonished and confounded them. To speak of others is unnecessary. Even Song Shui, who devoted his life to sculpture, would not dare claim that he could easily access this state, not to mention the influence of the environment, even in a tranquil setting. It would take him at least half an hour to reach such a mental state. Gu Beicheng's speed was astonishing. As if the challenge posed by this bronze candlestick was minimal, he completed this nearly life-sized candlestick in less than half the time it took to carve a small panda. Were it not for the difference in materials, the bystanders might have believed it to be part of a uniform collection, as though it had been fashioned from the same mold. Yet, this was a handcrafted piece, not a product of mass production. To suggest it was molded would be to undermine the artistry of Gu Beicheng. Song Shui's eyes sparkled with admiration. Though he had encountered many students of considerable experience, he had never seen anyone as exceptional as Gu Beicheng. He glanced at his originally satisfied assistant, Wang Lele, and sighed in frustration at her lack of ambition. At that moment, Wang Lele was oblivious to her mentor's disappointment, her mind consumed with curiosity about how this genius, Gu Beicheng, had achieved such mastery. Upon observing the expressions of those around her, Gu Beicheng discerned that she had successfully navigated this challenge. She turned to Professor Song Shui and inquired, "So, Professor Song, do I still catch your eye? You, my dear girl, mustn't hasten my demise. It is as if you have come to deliver a slap to my face," Professor Song retorted with a playful glance at Gu Beicheng. However, his interest soon intensified. "Child, forsake that trivial golden statue of yours and join us in the restoration of cultural relics. You possess a gift that is a treasure to our nation. Your praise is unwarranted, Professor. I am merely a humble novice, and my shop is not a place for trifling matters." Gu Beicheng was taken aback by Professor Song's attention to her talents. Although she held great admiration for quiet giants like him, the prospect of daily engagement in such tasks seemed utterly implausible. If one were to consider contributions to the nation, her previous scientific endeavors had undoubtedly been of greater significance. Yet, despite her substantial contributions, she remained without adequate protection. The entrance of large capital could easily obliterate all her efforts with a mere flick of a finger. At present, Gu Beicheng's singular ambition was to amass wealth, to reach a level where all capital would look up to her. She aspired to wield control over this world rather than be a passive subject of its dictates. Alas, she digressed. It was prudent to refocus on the matter of the zodiac animal head gold statues. Upon hearing Gu Beicheng's polite refusal, Professor Song felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet he remained undeterred, convinced that he could inspire her with his passion for cultural treasures. In the days that followed, he would fervently impart the essence of these cultural gems to her. After the examination concluded and the notification of enhanced surveillance was issued, Gu Beicheng finally beheld the national-level protected cultural relics, the 12 zodiac animal head bronze statues, accompanied only by his assistant Wang Lele for the sake of safeguarding this cultural jewel. Professor Song ushered Gu Beicheng into a room bathed in a soft, warm glow, devoid of harsh lighting, which served to protect the integrity of the artifacts. Each bronze statue was encased in sealed bulletproof glass, seamlessly integrated with the floor to prevent any possibility of theft. At first glance, the statues did not appear particularly breathtaking. However, A closer inspection revealed their uniqueness. The bodies of the zodiac statues were sculpted in a robed form, while the heads were rendered in a realistic style with meticulous craftsmanship, capturing the intricate folds and textures with astonishing clarity. The material chosen for these animal heads was refined red copper from the Qing dynasty, possessing a deep luster and enduring brilliance that had withstood the test of time, remaining untarnished for centuries, a true marvel. Whether it was the allure of cultural heritage or the artistry of the sculptures, Gu Beicheng found herself irresistibly drawn to the 12 bronze heads. Professor Song and Wang Lele stood by her side, partly to supervise and partly to discern what such a skilled artist as Gu Beicheng might wish to learn. As they observed, Gu Beicheng retrieved a fist-sized piece of gold from her pocket, along with her professional carving knife and tools, and began to sculpt on the spot in imitation. "Master, is that pure gold she is using?" Wang Lele exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Professor Song, accustomed to grand spectacles and unmotivated by greed, cast a quick glance and playfully tapped Wang Lele on the head. "What of gold? Haven't we encountered our fair share of gold and silver in our sculpting endeavors?" Professor Song's frustration grew as he witnessed Wang Lele's naive reaction. "Considering your question, you should have recognized the metal at first glance. Gold is such a malleable substance that it should have been even easier to identify. What kind of foundational skills did you acquire?" Chapter 86. The little gold statue. Wang Lele felt disheartened. He regretted posing the question, realizing it was akin to inviting calamity upon oneself while remaining blissfully unaware. It wasn't that he couldn't determine the material of the gold. Rather, it was the sheer casualness of seeing gold casually stowed in her pocket that left him momentarily bewildered. This was no mere trinket. At least a pound of gold was nonchalantly carried about. Professor Song felt his hair thinning, lamenting the departure of a hard-earned disciple who had returned home to pursue a bureaucratic career. This disciple had recommended a young girl to him, yet she was solely focused on accumulating wealth, lacking any inclination towards his artistic pursuits. Professor Song glanced at Wang Lele, then at Gu Beicheng, feeling increasingly disheartened. The chamber housing the 12 zodiac animal head statues was a suite, with a secure room at its center. At present, this room was sealed off. Though Gu Beicheng could not glimpse its contents, she noted that there were only 11 animal head statues in the main hall. The dragon head, which most symbolically represented Chinese culture, was conspicuously absent. It was likely that this dragon head statue resided within the locked chamber. Gu Beicheng was in no rush to observe the dragon's head within the secret chamber. The process of replicating these 11 pieces would demand a considerable amount of her time, and she preferred to take her time, unhurried. The styles of gold carving and wood sculpture were distinct. Fortunately, the chisels produced by the system's marketplace proved far superior to those available in the current market. Before long, Gu Beicheng once again entered a state of transcendent focus. The intricacies of gold carving differed from wood sculpture, requiring not only small chisels, but also high-temperature heating tools, which Gu Beicheng skillfully employed. Song Shui, increasingly impressed yet pained at the same time, glanced at Wang Lele and remarked, "Learn well from him," before taking his leave. He feared that he might be tempted to once again persuade Gu Beicheng to remain at the museum. As for security concerns, there was no need for him to worry. The entire Yanjing Museum was equipped with comprehensive surveillance, especially for such first-class protected artifacts. When Song Shui returned in the afternoon, Gu Beicheng had already completed the miniature versions of the ox head and the monkey beast. Compared to the now indifferent Wang Lele, Song Shui's astonishment grew more intense with each passing moment. Both in terms of time and the quality of the finished pieces, they were simply impeccable. Had it not been for the differences in material and size, he might have believed they were the original items. Initially, Gu Beicheng crafted the smaller ox head to familiarize herself with the techniques and processes. However, upon completion, she realized that this task did not pose a significant challenge, leading her to deftly carve a monkey head as well. The monkey head proved to be considerably more complex than the ox head, laden with intricate details such as fur. Gu Beicheng dedicated the time equivalent to crafting 2 ox heads to produce a complete monkey head. At this moment, Gu Beicheng conceived a new idea. She intended to craft 12 small golden statues representing the 12 zodiac animals, and subsequently replicate the larger bronze zodiac heads in their original proportions for an auction. She believed this approach would elicit a more favorable response and provide an opportunity for those unable to afford the full-sized golden statues. However, Gu Beicheng overlooked a fundamental question. If one could not afford 12 20-pound golden heads, could they truly afford 12 heads weighing 2 to 3 pounds each? For the following week, Gu Beicheng immersed herself in the task of sculpting these miniature golden heads. So much so that she exhibited the same fervor she had during her research, neglecting meals and subsisting only on a few bites in the evening. Song Shui came to understand why Gu Beicheng, despite her youth, possessed such remarkable carving skills. Her relentless dedication bordered on madness, regardless of her innate talent. Even those lacking such gifts would find it difficult to excel under such diligence. After a week, Gu Beicheng visibly appeared gaunt and haggard. Yet the finished products were exceedingly satisfactory. The 12 fist-sized golden zodiac heads garnered praise from even the most discerning curator. Indeed, Gu Beicheng's tireless efforts astonished the entire staff of the Yanjing Museum, drawing even the elusive curator out of obscurity to bestow upon her exceptional commendations. It is noteworthy that many academics who had dedicated their lives to their work had never received such accolades. Gu Beicheng truly embodied the essence of youthful promise. A few familiar scholars gathered around the 12 small golden heads sculpted by Gu Beicheng, expressing their admiration with an outpouring of compliments as if they were freely given. Gu Beicheng found herself overwhelmed by the excessive praise, as she was acutely aware that her achievements were largely due to the fortuitous advantages of the system's marketplace. In truth, her actions could be deemed a form of deceit, unintentionally extending the lifespans of these venerable artists who had devoted their lives to earnest study. Hastily, she intervened, directly confronting Song Shui with a new proposition. "Old Song, starting tomorrow, I shall officially commence my work." Song Shui looked utterly bewildered. "I will begin the formal carving of these 12 cultural treasures," Gu Beicheng elucidated. "Official? Did you not complete them already?" Song Shui was left in a state of confusion. Gu Beicheng remarked, "Indeed, I have completed the preliminary practice, but starting tomorrow, I intend to meticulously replicate the allure of these 12 cultural treasures in gold, adhering to the original proportions. After all this time, it turns out that what I've encountered was merely an appetizer, and the real work has yet to commence." Song Shui believed he had grown immune to the astonishments of this young lady, yet, in reality, new surprises awaited his discovery. Certainly, Gu Beicheng's craftsmanship is beyond reproach, however. Can this young girl truly produce 12 gold ingots, each larger than a basketball? As it turns out, she indeed can. The following day, Gu Beicheng, carrying the backpack he had purchased last time, which held a gold ingot significantly larger than his own head, sauntered into the Yanjing Museum. Within the museum, 90% of the visitors had never laid eyes on such a substantial piece of gold. They flocked around, much like art enthusiasts drawn to masterpieces. Song Shui, currently in a state of inner conflict, pondered the peculiarities of the young girl. On one hand, if she were truly avaricious and in need of money, she would not so casually possess such a large quantity of gold. On the other hand, if she were an aficionado of art, her creations were predominantly crafted from the ostentatious medium of gold. While gold is undoubtedly valuable, something he himself would cherish, there seemed to be a dissonance in juxtaposing wealth with artistry. Yet, Gu Beicheng had managed to intertwine both elements seamlessly. What followed was a new phase of relentless dedication to her gold sculpture. Her daily routine revolved around studying and carving, occasionally interrupted by a meager meal. Remarkably, whether due to repetitive practice or some other factor, she completed her work in less than a week. This time, she was replicating the gold beast heads in their original proportions, each piece weighing heavily, making the task of transporting them to the hotel almost perilous for Gu Beicheng. As for storing her finished works, Gu Beicheng had never considered it. Given the pervasive surveillance in the museum, she had no intention of becoming part of a supernatural incident under watchful eyes. Consequently, the system had rarely made an appearance within the museum. Regarding the notion of enlisting the museum staff to assist with transportation, she deemed it wise to avoid such a personal favor, especially since the hefty gold ingots were not insignificant in value, and it was not fair for others to bear such a risk on her behalf. Thus, Gu Beicheng opted to place her meticulously carved gold beast heads atop the glass display case of the original artifacts, ensuring both safety and convenience. Meanwhile, the museum director and Song Shui were engaged in a leisurely conversation over tea. "Old Song," the director inquired, "what do you think are the chances of acquiring these 12 gold beast heads from Miss Gu?" "I suspect the odds are slim," Song Shui replied thoughtfully. "The girl is quite business-minded. If we were to offer a fair price, we could afford the smaller pieces, but the larger ones are beyond our financial reach." The director, for once, wore a troubled expression. He had taken a liking to the original proportioned gold statues that Gu Beicheng had crafted later on. Initially, he intended to replace the faux bronze statues in the exhibition with her gold creations, but upon estimation, He realized that the value of her work was nearly equivalent to that of the originals. If one were to account for the artistic merit, it might even surpass it. Though the historical significance of the original pieces could not merely be quantified by price, he hoped to protect them by displaying the finest replicas. Gu Beicheng's gold sculptures perfectly resonated with his aesthetic sensibilities, yet the thought of spending millions on a replica for exhibition felt rather inappropriate. This dilemma left Chen Juntao in a quandary. Should they proceed with the purchase or not? If they refrained, Gu Beicheng could easily announce her offering, and wealthy collectors would undoubtedly be eager to acquire them. Why not test the waters first? Chen Juntao suggested, still holding on to hope. Song Shui drained his cup of tea in one go. I knew you had ulterior motives every time you sought me out. Chen Juntao adjusted his attire and poured himself another cup, responding gracefully, Old Song, there's no need for haste. Song Shui shot him a sidelong glance before exiting to find Gu Beicheng in the room housing the original artifacts, acknowledging that despite his annoyance with the man, it was ultimately for the benefit of the museum, and he couldn't outright refuse. Purchase from the museum? Gu Beicheng queried, surprised. Don't you already possess the real artifacts? Why would you want my replica? Song Shui succinctly explained his recent discussion with the director. Oh, I see. If you wish to buy, it's not impossible, but I have a question. Ask away. Are you looking to acquire the entire set, or just this one? Gu Beicheng inquired. Song Shui paused, somewhat taken aback. As an experienced artist, he was somewhat naive regarding business matters. While he understood her question, he was uncertain about the director's intentions. More importantly, he recognized that securing even this singular set would require considerable financial effort. How many more sets can you carve? Song Shui asked, pinpointing the crux of the matter. Gu Beicheng smiled silently. Song Shui realized that his inquiry had crossed a line. Given her skill, she could carve a complete set within a week, provided the gold was available. This truly was not a formidable task. Not to mention, the museum had already denied Gu Beicheng the opportunity to observe and learn. In fact, she had already carved 2 sets, to put it bluntly. She no longer needed to mimic her study. All right, I understand your intention. I shall seek out that old curator. You two can discuss it. My mind is not suited for your troublesome affairs. Thank you for your assistance, Old Song. However, before you leave, could you take a look at this dragon head? What differences do you observe compared to yesterday? Song Shui, who had initially stepped out, paused and turned to the direction Gu Beicheng indicated. This set of 12 zodiac gold beast heads had been completed yesterday, yet Gu Beicheng had expressed her desire to refine it further this morning. He had been quite satisfied with the set already. He wondered what this young girl had altered today. Was it possible that the dragon head had undergone changes, and she wished for him to notice? Song Shui glanced at the dragon head a few times but did not perceive any alterations. However, he knew Gu Beicheng was not someone who spoke idly. He retrieved a mirror from his shirt pocket, adjusted it, and scrutinized closely. After turning around twice, he focused intently on the dragon head. Eventually, he discerned an unusual charm, as if it had sprung to life from his imagination, exuding an extraordinary vitality. The more he observed, the more magical it seemed. He quickly turned to the other 11 beast heads, finding none exhibited such a sensation. Was he merely imagining it? He removed his glasses for a moment, cleaned them, and rubbed his eyes. Upon gazing at the dragon head once more, he indeed felt that same allure. A sensation even the genuine original 12 zodiac beast head bronze statues lacked. Song Shui was utterly captivated. Grasping Gu Beicheng's shoulders, he earnestly inquired, How did you achieve this? Could you teach me? In Gu Beicheng's eyes, there was a glimmer of surprise. Can you really tell? Today, Gu Beicheng had invited numerous individuals to the museum to observe the distinctions of the dragon head. Yet no one had been able to discern any differences from the previous day. Habitually, she had asked Song Shui to take a look, harboring no expectations. To her astonishment, Song Shui provided her with an unexpected delight. This revelation stemmed from her recent epiphany during a flight, where she had carved a wooden panda. Inspired by insights gleaned from the beast world, although she possessed the skill, imparting it to others was a challenge she had yet to conquer. Old Song, you flatter me. Gu Beicheng responded politely. No, it is not flattery. I genuinely wish to learn your techniques, Song Shui asserted, unperturbed. He embodied the spirit of Confucius, exemplifying a diligent and humble pursuit of knowledge. Well, how should I put it? I'm not entirely sure I possess any techniques. Your inquiry has left me somewhat perplexed. It's more of an instinct, Gu Beicheng attempted to elucidate, not wishing to obscure her own uncertainties. Song Shui tapped his forehead. That is true. At this level, it's not merely techniques that matter. I stand to learn. Although he did not acquire the insights he sought, he respectfully bowed to Gu Beicheng, who quickly sidestepped. Old Song, you exaggerate. After Song Shuyi departed, he made his way directly to the curator's office. His mind still occupied with the notion of Gu Beicheng's ability to capture spirit in her carvings. His pensive expression left Chen Huntao bewildered as to whether Miss Gu had agreed or disagreed. What's wrong? Did she refuse? Chen Huntao asked, observing Song Shuyi's troubled demeanor. She did agree, but that is not the source of my concern. I'm merely contemplating something, Song Shuyi replied. Chen Huntao straightened in his seat, puzzled. What could you possibly be pondering? Since she agreed, isn't that a positive outcome? Why the glum face? You're the one with the glum face, Song Shuyi retorted, rolling his eyes at Chen Huntao. Haha, I'm not teasing you anymore. Speak up, what is truly going on? After a moment's reflection, Song Shuyi began. Miss Gu neither explicitly agreed nor disagreed. She merely posed a question about whether we are purchasing outright or procuring this piece. Chen Huntao furrowed his brow. How much gold does she possess? Can she truly produce several sets? I cannot say, Song Shuyi mused. Over this period, he had gained new insights into Gu Beicheng's financial capabilities and harbored doubts about just how much gold she might have, even suspecting that her family could be hiding a mountain of it. Is that what is troubling you? Never mind. I'll speak with her directly, Chen Huntao declared, preparing to rise. I truly appreciate it. This task is not suited for me, Song Shuyi sighed in relief, then added, however, there's another matter. We may have underestimated her craftsmanship. Today, she showed me her revised dragon head. Can you guess what I discovered? What? You're keeping me in suspense, Chen Huntao exclaimed, intrigued. It possesses spirit. I felt a sense of vitality emanating from this inanimate object. This is no exaggeration. It is the truth, Song Shuyi articulated, reorganizing his thoughts. Are you serious? Can it truly possess the finesse of that person? Chen Huntao's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Song Shuyi shook his head, recalling his observations before stating. They are not of the same lineage. Miss Gu's spirit is distinctly unique. Let us go see, Chen Huntao urged, and together, they left the office, heading toward the storage room where Gu Beicheng was situated. Along the way, they engaged in further discussions about that individual. Miss Gu, are you still comfortable? Chen Huntao greeted her with a nod and a smile upon entering. Gu Beicheng nodded in agreement, expressing his gratitude. It's quite good. Thank you, Director Chen, for allowing me to come here to observe and learn. Oh, it's nothing, replied Chen Huntao. The treasures of our culture should belong to every admirer. I would never dare to keep them to myself. Ha ha ha. Once again, you demonstrate your magnanimity, Director Chen. Gu Beicheng and Chen Juntao engaged in a mutual exchange of flattery. Are you two quite finished? I cannot tell if you are merely envious or if my teeth are beginning to ache from this wasteful nicety. Let us dispense with these idle pleasantries and address matters of substance, said Song Shuyi, his brow furrowed as if it could crush a fly. With this interruption, Gu Beicheng and Chen Juntao ceased their meaningless discourse. I have heard from Old Song that you have imbued the dragon sculpture with a certain ethereal quality. I have come to witness this marvel, Chen Juntao expressed, although he harbored a desire to purchase the set of 12 zodiac beast heads. His true inclination lay in the realm of cultural carving. Upon hearing Song Shuyi speak of the ethereal quality, his curiosity far surpassed his intent to buy. Director Chen, you flatter me. Please, follow me to view it, Gu Beicheng replied. The original dragon head was concealed within a secret chamber, and for convenience, Gu Beicheng had placed his own golden dragon head atop the original glass case. Chen Juntao's gaze was sharper than Song Shuyi's. With a single glance, he discerned the uniqueness of the dragon head. Indeed, it possessed an ethereal quality, though it differed from that of another individual, which leaned more towards a sense of fluidity. In contrast, Gu Beicheng's dragon head exuded vitality. Two distinct artistic expressions, both marked by exceptional skill at such a young age, he clearly exhibited the prowess of a master. Chen Juntao found himself increasingly uncertain about his desire to acquire the golden beast heads. Impressive, indeed, Chen Juntao declared without superfluous words, elevating Gu Beicheng's craftsmanship to the highest regard. You are too kind. By the way, Director Chen, your visit is not solely to observe the unique attributes of my dragon head, is it? I have heard from Old Song that you are interested in my recent carvings. Indeed, you are correct. It is not just my own curiosity. Any lover of art would undoubtedly be intrigued. Chen Juntao openly expressed his admiration, offering generous praise. Gu Beicheng remained silent, patiently awaiting Director Chen to finish his thoughts. Upon noticing the other's reluctance to engage, Chen Huntao's impression of Gu Beicheng deepened with a hint of cunning. However, recognizing that he was indeed in need of her assistance, he felt compelled to speak plainly. Miss Gu, as you are aware, our museum currently exhibits only replicas at the counter. While these imitations may deceive the untrained eye, they are utterly unworthy in the sight of those well-versed in the field. Gu Beicheng remained silent, merely nodding his head, while Chen Juntao continued, Thus, our intention is to acquire this set of 12 golden animal heads from you, displaying replicas in the museum for public viewing. Gu Beicheng observed that the other party had articulated their thoughts quite clearly, thus he opted to drop any pretense and spoke directly. Indeed, Director Chen, what you have just conveyed was also mentioned to me by Elder Song earlier. I have no objections regarding this matter. Naturally, I aspire for my works to grace the halls of the museum. However, I would like to inquire whether your stance implies that I should refrain from creating replicas of the 12 bronze heads in the future? Chen Huntao recognized that this was the crux of the discussion. As for the museum's exhibition items, our position is that we prefer to minimize the appearance of identical pieces. Nevertheless, we cannot impose this upon you, as it is your prerogative. Most importantly, we lack the purchasing power to secure such exclusivity, Chen Huntao responded earnestly. Gu Beicheng comprehended the other party's intentions and, with a playful flutter of her eyelashes, directly inquired, If I were to willingly bestow this set of zodiac animal head gold statues to the Yanqing Museum, would you be inclined to accept them? Bestow? Not only was Chen Huntao taken aback, but even Song Shui, who was observing the golden animal heads, also reacted with surprise. Indeed, it was a bestowal. Gu Beicheng replied with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Chen Huntao's eyes darted thoughtfully before he countered, Pray, elucidate your conditions. Gu Beicheng held Chen Huntao in even higher esteem, recognizing that the curator could maintain his rational principles even in the presence of items valued in the billions. It was not an unreasonable request, merely a proposition. Allow me to explain. I initially intended to perfectly replicate a set of the 12 zodiac animal head statues for auction. However, I was pleasantly surprised to find that it captured your esteemed attention, Curator Chen. Naturally, I am inclined to prefer exhibiting them under your auspices. Yet, as you are aware, I am a businessman, driven by the pursuit of profit, and thus I hope to create another set for auction to generate revenue. This unexpected delight caught Chen Huntao off guard, rendering him slightly tongue-tied. We would also be willing to purchase. Art should not be tainted by the stench of money. Gu Beicheng cleverly remarked. Song Shui's opinion of Gu Beicheng became increasingly conflicted. Chen Huntao accepted Gu Beicheng's goodwill towards the Yanqing Museum and contemplated a swift means of reciprocation. May I inquire where Miss Gu intends to hold the auction? Gu Beicheng's mind sparked with an idea, leading him to a conjecture. Director Chen, I have yet to ponder this matter. As you are aware, I have but a few acquaintances in Yanqing, and even my connection with Old Song was facilitated through Director Wang from our county. Ah, little Wang. He is indeed a prodigy in the realm of art. Yet regrettably, he has returned home to pursue a governmental position. Old Song struggles to retain his talents. Chen Huntao was in high spirits, feeling invigorated enough to jest with Song Shui. As anticipated, upon hearing this, Song Shui's countenance darkened considerably. Should you still be in search of a suitable auction house, the Yanqing Museum would be more than willing to take the lead, Chen Huntao stated with grand magnanimity. Upon hearing this, Gu Beicheng's eyes sparkled with realization. He had indeed guessed correctly. What kind of place is the Yanqing Museum? It serves as the very heart of Chinese artistic and cultural heritage. If they were willing to assist him in hosting a professional auction, the prestige of Beifu would be significantly elevated. This transcends mere reputation. Such intangible value cannot be quantified by wealth. Moreover, through this undertaking, he had laid the groundwork for a budding friendship with the Yanqing Museum. Director Chun is a remarkably efficient individual. He is a man of his word. That very day, he had the museum staff commence promotional efforts. Although the museum relies on seasoned art and cultural experts, their administrative team proved equally formidable. In merely 2 hours, a comprehensive promotional plan had been crafted. Simultaneously, several promotional videos began circulating across major websites and short video platforms. The Yanqing Museum's verified account, while releasing the video, tagged Beifu. The footage, initially showcasing the usual transitions of cultural relics, took a surprising turn when the originally yellow-brown bronze heads of the 12 zodiac animals transformed into identical, resplendent golden statues. The official account truly excelled, capturing this cultural treasure on video. It appeared they had embraced contemporary trends, utilizing novel features on the platform. However, many astutely pointed out that this was not merely a prop, it was a set of identical golden replicas. How extravagant! Have replicas now taken to being crafted in gold? The ticket price seems remarkably justified. Did you not notice that the two sets presented in the video were strikingly identical? Indeed, my replication skills are impressive. But have you noticed that the official account has tagged no individuals? Could this be the portal of the replicator? Individuals passionate about culture and historical relics were astonished to find that the traditional Yanjing Museum's verified account also tagged special individuals. Driven by curiosity, they traversed through the portal to Beifu's platform, only to discover that the person tagged by the Yanjing Museum was none other than the mysterious Beifu, which had recently been trending. In an instant, both the Yanjing Museum and Beifu accounts flourished, with a flurry of visitors passing through the portal. The once ephemeral Beifu account was propelled back to the pinnacle of online visibility, featuring the same golden artifacts, yet with varying artistic finesse. Whether in the form of delicate hairpins or grand golden statues, this ignited profound respect for Beifu among the public. Concurrently, speculation arose regarding the enigmatic owner of Beifu. Who could possess such extravagant wealth? After all, this golden beast head is no trivial matter. Could she truly be an unknown heiress with hidden gold mines? Gu Beicheng, overwhelmed by the multitude of comments, merely thought to herself that it was not a second-generation rich individual, but rather a first-generation one. Following the recent devastating fire at the Beifu, Wang Chong, the chief editor of the trembling review department, regained a flicker of hope in his eyes. Without hesitation, he purchased a ticket to Yanjing that very night, making his way directly to the Yanjing Museum. This time, he was determined to confront the enigmatic owner of Beifu face to face. Even if it proved fruitless, he wished to finally quell his own hopes. The online buzz built up remarkably over 3 days, and on the morning of the 4th day, the Yanjing Museum released a significant announcement. Not only on short video platforms, but also on their official Weibo, complete with an official seal. The announcement stated that the owner of Beifu generously donated a set of gold elephants identical to the bronze zodiac heads for display at the museum. Furthermore, the Yanjing Museum would host its inaugural auction under its name on April 1st, featuring another set of gold zodiac heads replicated by the Beifu owner. The revelation sent shockwaves throughout the nation. Most people could not afford such treasures and resorted to merely joining the online commotion. Yet, the news captured the attention of the truly affluent, both those well-versed and those unfamiliar with the art world. The super-rich naturally gravitated towards such heavyweight collectibles. National treasures are not meant for private ownership, but these replicas, which even museums coveted, attained a level suitable for collection. In addition to their artistic merit, the gold's intrinsic value was undeniable. Who could resist such a lure? The super-rich began devising their financial strategies, and the news sparked international discussions. Aside from the initial excitement it brought Gu Beicheng, the rest of her time was consumed by the urgency to complete the second set of zodiac gold heads in time for the auction. Although she had become increasingly adept and her speed had improved significantly, she understood that meticulous craftsmanship was essential. After all, a substantial sum had been invested, and it was her duty as a competent merchant to ensure satisfaction. The endeavor of crafting 2 sets of zodiac gold heads marked Gu Beicheng's first labor-intensive effort since the destruction of her independent island. Over the past half-month, she dedicated herself entirely to this task, neglecting even the basic necessity of eating, leading to a significant loss of weight. She even unwittingly activated the protective mechanism of her system companion, Shaoan, which forcibly disabled her carving assistance function, resulting in the dragon head of the second set lacking its intended spirit. Despite having fully absorbed the advantages of the carving assistance, Gu Beicheng was capable of perfectly replicating the required details independently. However, Shaoan's reminders made her realize she had perhaps overexerted herself during this period. As for the spirit of the work, Gu Beicheng had not intended to display it in the set designated for auction. Rather, it served as a unique gift to the Yanjing Museum. The preliminary promotions had gone exceedingly well, and as the anticipated day approached, Gu Beicheng finally enjoyed a proper meal today, albeit in the staff cafeteria of the Yanjing Museum. Be careful, don't break it, just place it here gently. After dining, the staff of the museum busied themselves with preparations for the auction. All employees were formally employed, and typically, they only needed to fulfill their designated duties. However, with the museum's auction generating a frenzy online, everyone, including several senior experts, could not remain idle and rushed to participate. A few specially authorized personnel moved Gu Beicheng's auction items from the protective glass case, carefully transferring them to the prepared exhibition hall to enhance the auction's formal appearance. The Yinjing Museum borrowed a specialized lift from a familiar auction house. Once all 12 gold zodiac heads were transported, they meticulously checked for stability and protective measures, ensuring everything was flawless before reporting to the auction's overseer, Song Shuyi. Indeed, the responsibility for this auction fell squarely on Song Shuyi's shoulders. Despite his attempts to decline, he could not resist the insistence of Director Chen. "Thank you for your hard work. After the auction concludes, I'll treat all the staff of Yinjing Museum to dinner. You can choose the venue." As preparations neared completion, Gu Beicheng invited everyone to join her for dinner that evening. Through their interactions over this time, the staff of Yinjing Museum developed a favorable impression of Gu Beicheng and readily accepted her dinner invitation. Some of the younger employees even joked about dining at the most luxurious hotel in Yinjing. "No problem. Tonight's treat is on Gu Gongzi," Gu Beicheng playfully replied. After the light-hearted banter, Gu Beicheng spotted Song Shuyi and approached him. "Is everything ready, Song Lao?" The copper sculpture expert, Professor Song Shuyi, appeared somewhat anxious. "Are you really going to let me handle this? Couldn't you find someone else?" "No, I believe you are the most suitable person to host this auction, considering your identity, status, and your extraordinary sculpting skills." Enough. You are quite the flatterer, and I cannot compare to your talents," Song Shuyi quickly interrupted, embarrassed by Gu Beicheng's praise. "Come now, don't underestimate yourself, Song Lao. If you lead today's auction, you may discover a hidden talent for hosting." Gu Beicheng smiled encouragingly. "Enough of your teasing. I'll just try to familiarize myself with the auction process," he sighed, pulling out a speech he had prepared earlier. In that moment, the esteemed expert resembled a nervous schoolchild, practicing his lines in a corner, looking rather pitiful. Gu Beicheng understood that it was somewhat challenging to engage in jesting banter with Song Shuyi at this moment. Thus, he found his suitable position, seated quietly in the audience. Patiently awaiting the commencement of the auction, Gu Beicheng held a wooden carving of a panda, incessantly toying with it, his mind pondering the events of recent times. The material of the wooden panda, once a mere block of ordinary wood, now gleamed with a lustrous sheen from his incessant handling. It was a testament to the adage that everything can be polished. After clarifying his subsequent course of action, Gu Beicheng requested a copy of the auction schedule for the night from the staff. He settled into a comfortable recliner to examine it. It was quite comprehensive. Gu Beicheng perused the document and remarked in admiration, "Indeed, the Yinjing Museum harbors individuals of exceptional caliber. Even a hastily prepared schedule by a mere intern exhibits such meticulous attention to detail. One might argue that even professionals in auction houses could hardly surpass this." The entire process spanned 3 pages, and with his extraordinary memory, Gu Beicheng merely skimmed through it once, committing all the intricacies to memory. Perhaps, at this moment, he was even more familiar with the auction procedure than Song Shuyi, the host, who was on the verge of anxiety. Just as Gu Beicheng was lost in thought, a staff member knocked on his door. "Miss Gu, someone is looking for you." Upon rising, Gu Beicheng noticed a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, with a scruffy beard and eyes gleaming with excitement, gazing intently at him. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that he did not recognize this individual. "It is quite challenging," the man exclaimed, "but I have finally found you. Esteemed one, could you not grant me an opportunity?" Gu Beicheng was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. "Sir, please speak properly. I am already married, so refrain from making unfounded remarks." Upon hearing Gu Beicheng's words, Wang Chong found himself at a loss for words. He quietly muttered, "I too am married. You are overthinking this." Then what about you?" Gu Beicheng's face flushed crimson. He had initially thought that the other man was captivated by his own beauty, only to realize that was not the case at all. "I am an editor at the editorial department of the Trembling Voice Editing Headquarters. I contacted you last time. I wonder if you remember. I truly find myself in a predicament, which is why I sought you out here." Wang Chong felt an increasing pang of sorrow with each passing word. Gu Beicheng recalled the incident, seemingly involving a client named Lu Su Fuyao, who had purchased his small shop in Beifu. During a customer follow-up, this individual had even called him, but at that time, he had felt a strong aversion and chose to ignore the call. To his surprise, this person managed to find him again. He was uncertain whether to admire the individual's tenacity or to feel speechless about it. "I do not engage in live streaming. As you can see, I lack the time for such endeavors, so I apologize for your wasted trip," Gu Beicheng spoke courteously, acknowledging the effort it took for someone to come such a distance. "I understand. I did not invite you here to become a host on our platform, and it is evident that, Given your status, you do not need to rely on live streaming for income. Wang Chang realized that his previous words would no longer sway Gu Beicheng. After all, this individual had casually collaborated with prestigious entities like the Yinjing Museum, securing the involvement of a national-level institution to host an auction. Was it a waste of time to engage in live streaming? No wonder. Even though her first video had gained immense popularity, she did not rely on that fleeting fame. Her abilities rendered such notoriety unnecessary. Wang Chang's objective for this visit was not to sign Gu Beicheng as an exclusive host for their platform, but rather to cultivate a friendship with a powerful figure. The strength of this individual was evidenced by these two accomplishments. It was no longer a matter of unearthing potential new users. At this moment, Wang Chang did not expect the Beifu mogul to create content specifically for their platform. He merely hoped that during his leisure time, Gu Beicheng might upload a few casual posts, which could generate enough attention to sustain their entire editorial review department. Such modest expectations reflected a certain humility, and Gu Beicheng sensed a degree of subservience from the other party. How much sorrow lies within the meager earnings of this world. Indeed, money is hard to earn, and burdensome to endure. Although one has attained the notable position of an editorial director in a large company, there are times when one must bow low, and when one must plead. And what of those who toil just to put food on the table? How many among them lack even a stable job? What sorrows do they endure? Gu Beicheng was suddenly stirred. She had not been unfamiliar with the plight of the impoverished, nor had she been oblivious to their heartaches. Yet, in the past, she had been sheltered on her isolated island, where she was well protected. After the island's destruction, her singular focus had been on vengeance, to annihilate the Jiatian group. But had she ever witnessed the panic of the world around her? While her ability to amass wealth could rival that of a mint, it was still inadequate to obscure the fact that the desires of the masses were but a handful of broken coins. In her heart, Gu Beicheng planted a seed of profound love for the first time. Her aspirations extend beyond mere profit and the demise of the Jiatian group. She yearns to let more individuals experience the warmth of the world. Although it is impossible for every corner of this world to be filled with the radiance of spring and snow, she still hopes to dispel as much darkness as she can within the limits of her abilities. Gu Beicheng acquiesced to Wang Chang's requests and even went so far as to effortlessly add several specialty video recordings. Wang Chang was taken aback that the matter, which had preoccupied his thoughts for months, was resolved so simply. He had expended not the slightest effort, leading him to feel that the situation was somewhat surreal. Many of his conditions had yet to be articulated, and yet the matter was already settled. Gu Beicheng gazed at the scruffy figure before him, his eyes filled with astonishment and an ineffable sense of disbelief. With a meaningful tone, she remarked, "Your efforts extend beyond today. You truly deserve this." It was then that Wang Chang comprehended that the esteemed figure from the Beifu was acknowledging all his previous endeavors. As a professional editor and reviewer, you must be quite adept at filming short videos, right? For today's auction, I would appreciate your assistance in capturing a suitable video for publication. I intend to synchronize its release with the Yinjing Museum. Wang Chang nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain, exclaiming, "Absolutely, that's no problem at all. Leave it to me." This was not merely a short video. This represented his performance bonus for the end of the year. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he looked up with urgency, asking, "May I conduct a live broadcast through your Beifu account?" Gu Beicheng merely contemplated for a moment before conceding. "All right, you handle it." Immediately after his agreement, Wang Chang directly contacted the operations team at the platform, succinctly explaining the situation regarding the live stream, subsequently delegating the remaining challenges to the programmers in the operations department. In the platform's back-end, the operations manager nearly experienced a breakdown upon receiving the news. Yet under the persistent encouragement of his superior, he hastily suppressed his grievances and, amidst a flurry of expletives, rallied all the programmers in his department to establish the much-dreaded live-stream channel. Unlike the programmers who were contemplating resignation, Wang Chang was determined to achieve the highest quality in video production. He invested significantly in procuring professional filming equipment locally, acquiring no less than 4 different lenses for his DSLR. If not for the time constraints, he would have preferred to bring along his entire review team. Though Gu Beicheng found it perplexing why 4 distinct lenses were necessary for a mere live stream, she firmly believed in the adage that specialists should handle specialized tasks. Your debut live stream must not be taken lightly. Wang Chang, a consummate professional in videography, significantly enhanced the settings and lighting at the Yinjing Museum with his expertise. By the time he had set up all his equipment, it was nearly 7:30 p.m., With the auction set to commence in half an hour, the wealthy patrons, drawn by the allure of the golden beast heads, had arrived in Yinjing days prior and were now making their way to the museum's auction hall, each seeking a seat that befit their stature. Within the hall, familiar faces greeted one another, and a few close associates congregated together. "Please take your seats promptly," echoed through the crowded exhibition area. Soon, the auction officially commenced, and at that moment, the operations manager of the platform wiped his brow and exclaimed, "Finally, it's done." As the lights dimmed, a warm glow gradually illuminated the stage, revealing Professor Song, furrowing his brow and adorned in a dapper suit with a flamboyant tie, glistening with a sheen of perspiration. Concurrently, viewers scrolling through the platform noticed a distinctive, garish window pop up on their app, Beifu live stream, the auction of the Zodiac Beast Head Golden Statues, a national treasure. The grandiose title, paired with a vividly colorful live stream interface, unexpectedly exuded a peculiar charm, promptly attracting a multitude of mobile users. As viewers were lured in by the portal, many quickly recognized the familiar setting of the Yinjing Museum's Hall A. It turned out that the auction, which had been the talk of the affluent circles, was indeed being broadcast live. What an impressive feat for the platform. The Beifu livestream was abuzz with excitement, drawing in not only those interested in the auction but also fans of the mysterious Beifu in the Yinjing Museum. "Look, it's Professor Song hosting the auction. Who knew our wild old Song had such a refined side?" one exclaimed. Laughter erupted as they observed the professor's suit and tie, highlighting his nervous demeanor. Chapter 92. Bidding. With Professor Song's somewhat stammering opening remarks, the auction commenced. Although the host lacked professionalism, his authenticity resonated with the audience, prompting cheers from the viewers. Some mischievous fans even began a crowdfunding campaign to recruit a professional auctioneer for the Yinjing Museum. However, Professor Song's initial anxiety dissipated quickly as his extensive knowledge took center stage, allowing him to navigate through the lukewarm opening with ease. As this auction was dedicated to Gu Beicheng's golden beast heads, there was little time for pleasantries. Professor Song swiftly advertised the Yinjing Museum, providing a brief introduction before delving into the main topic. He succinctly relayed the historical and cultural significance of the bronze animal heads from the old summer palace. His delivery both measured and impactful. The viewers learned more from him than they ever had from their history teachers, as his every word struck a chord, piquing the interest of the wealthy attendees to its zenith. The cultural value of this set of golden beast heads was well known. Yet even more exhilarating was the revelation of their intrinsic worth. The 12 pure gold beast heads, the lightest of which, the rabbit head, weighed a staggering 31.2 pounds, with a total weight exceeding 420 pounds. Based on the current international gold prices, the actual value of these beast heads surpassed 84 million renminbi. As Professor Song concluded this revelation, the wealthy patrons murmured in astonishment. They had presumed the heads to be hollow, only to discover they were solid gold. Realizing the true worth far exceeded their previous estimations, several patrons discreetly raised their bids, instructing their associates to increase their available assets by an additional 50 million. All pertinent details regarding the auction item have been disclosed. We shall now officially commence bidding with a starting price of 85 million, with increments no less than 1 million. Announced Professor Song, having rehearsed this procedure multiple times. Initially, the Yinjing Museum had set the price for the golden heads at 100 million. But following the advice of a professional auction house, they had lowered it to 85 million. A billion may sound intimidating. Although they were confident the item wouldn't go unsold, they aimed to enhance the psychological comfort of potential bidders by reducing the starting price by 15 million. Ultimately, the auction's final price, rather than the opening bid, would determine success, and a lower starting price would encourage broader participation. As anticipated, upon Professor Song stating the 85 million price point, paddles soared into the air from eager bidders throughout the hall. The price swiftly surged past the 100 million mark, yet seasoned bidders remained composed, silently awaiting the ultimate showdown. 126 million, declared Wang Dong, a real estate magnate from Port City, raising his paddle. 130 million, chimed in Lu Tao, another Port City tycoon, who boldly added 4 million in one go. As these two heavyweights entered the fray, bidding began to slow, as such exorbitant figures were not easily dismissed. 135 million. Perhaps you could raise your hand, Sister Lu? Suggested Wang Hao, nodding towards Lu Tao. Lu Tao, maintaining a cool demeanor, replied, "Apologies, my father is quite fond of it. I cannot part with it. Let the best man win." 140 million, she stated, not forgetting to convey the new price to Professor Song. Though Wang Hao smiled, The clenched fist he held revealed his growing displeasure. 150 million. If Sister Lu won't concede, then let us see who prevails. Wang Hao, having announced his bid, turned to Lu Tao with a sardonic smile and stated, 151 million. 160 million. 161 million. 170 million. He shouted, his eyes now ablaze with fervor. 171 million. Lu Tao's expression remained unfazed. 180 million. You, Lu family girl, do not go too far. Wang Hao struggled to maintain his fade of a smile. Fair play, Lu Tao retorted without wasting words. 180 million once, 180 million twice. 181 million. She increased the bid by another million. 190 million. Damn it, Lu Tao, if you raise the bid again, you'll regret it. Wang Hao had lost his composure. The middle-aged man beside him nudged him gently and whispered, young Master Wang, don't fight this. The amount has far exceeded our estimate. Silence. I cannot afford to lose face today, Wang Hao hissed, his voice rising in anger. 191 million. Lu Tao blinked. Young Master Wang, do not raise it further. It is not worth it, truly. Wang Hao's impulse was interrupted by the middle-aged man, yet he was unwilling to swallow his pride. He was determined to make Lu Tao suffer a significant loss. 200 million. A gleam of cunning sparkled in Wang Hao's eyes. He had devised a plan. If Lu Tao dared to raise the bid, he would withdraw and let her acquire the item at the exorbitant price of 200 million. You may be formidable, but I concede. Lu Tao's smile was laced with mockery directed at Wang Hao. Stunned, Wang Hao realized he had spent 200 million on an item worth no more than 150 million. Returning to his family, he would face dire consequences. The middle-aged man beside him sighed deeply, his expression one of despair, as he quietly exited the auction hall. 200 million once, 200 million twice. 200 million thrice, sold. Song Shui was now unable to contain his laughter, hastily concluding the transaction to prevent any regrets from the opposing party. Congratulations to the Wang family of Taichung for acquiring the complete set of the 12 Zodiac Gold Beast heads. Song Shui's voice quivered with mirth. Rising, Wang Hao pointed aggressively at Lu Tao across the hall, his tone venomous. Just wait. Lu Tao, however, did not even spare him a glance. Wang Hao's heart sank. His family had allocated 160 million for this acquisition, yet he now had to pay 200 million on the spot, leaving him to cover the remaining 40 million out of his own funds. The thought of losing 40 million pained him deeply, overshadowing any excitement regarding the transaction. Chapter 93. Despairing thoughts. The middle-aged man, simmering with suppressed rage, disregarded Wang Hao's feelings and hurried outside the Yanjing Museum, seeking a secluded spot devoid of cameras to kick a wall in frustration. How can someone like him compete for the head of the Wang family? What a brainless fool. Having vented, Su Jiayu's mind raced, contemplating how to rectify this monumental blunder. Though the incident stemmed from Wang Hao's folly, as his appointed supervisor, Su Jiayu knew he would bear the brunt of the Wang family's ire. To put it bluntly, Wang Hao, as a direct descendant of the Wang family, held more weight than Su Jiayu, and any misstep could fall squarely on his shoulders. Before Su Jiayu could fully vent his frustration, staff from the Yanjing Museum approached him. "Hello, Manager Su," they said, their faces devoid of expression. Upon hearing their tone, Su Jiayu's heart sank. He dreaded what new disaster Wang Hao had wrought. Wang Hao has refused to participate in our auction. Is this the stance of the Wang family, or merely his personal decision? Su Jiayu felt his legs weaken. He had not anticipated Wang Hao would commit such a foolish act. To publicly reject participation in the auction was tantamount to slapping the museum in the face. It wasn't merely about the Wang family's standing. The experts and scholars backing the museum were not easily trifled with. Not to mention Song Shui, a leading figure in the Chinese sculpture industry, and the enigmatic director Chen, who bore the prestigious title of Honorary President of the Chinese Cultural Relics Association, established in 1984. Prior to the Great Radiation, this association comprises cultural relics workers, scholars, and concerned individuals dedicated to the protection of cultural heritage, forming a national, academic, and non-profit organization. If that weren't enough to illustrate the gravity of the situation, it's worth noting that the Yanjing Museum is the successor to the Forbidden City Museum before the Great Radiation. The honorary president of the Cultural Relics Association is none other than the Minister of Culture, a significant figure within the Chinese administrative and cultural framework. Offending Wang Hao was one thing. The entire Wang family could not afford to antagonize such powerful entities. Compared to the 2 million lost due to Wang Hao's negligence, the repercussions of offending the entire Chinese Cultural Relics Association were far more severe. "I am deeply sorry. Our young master is inexperienced," "We sincerely apologize to the Yanjing Museum and will comply immediately," Su Jiayu hurriedly stated. The staff internally scoffed. In his 30s and still inexperienced? How shameless. Meanwhile, Wang Hao was causing a scene in the auction hall, refusing to acknowledge the outcome of the auction, insisting he had acted impulsively and refusing to confront the reality of the situation. Song Shuyi regarded him coldly, noticing that Wang Lele had returned with the middle-aged man, and chose not to engage further. The esteemed attendees and experts from the Yanjing Museum unanimously concluded that the Wang family might indeed be in decline, represented by such a reckless individual in the auction of cultural treasures, a true testament to the family's current state. Simultaneously, they observed that the Liu family from Gangcheng seemed poised for a resurgence, as evidenced by Liu Tao's boldness during the auction. A mere girl could outmaneuver the Wang family in such a setting, showcasing not just intelligence and audacity, but also an acute awareness of the attitudes displayed by others present. When Su Jiayu returned, he found Wang Hao in a face-off with the host, Song Shuyi. At that moment, he wished he could drag Wang Hao away and give him a good thrashing. He hurriedly approached the center of the hall, blocking Wang Hao as he repeatedly apologized to Song Shuyi. "Professor Song, we at the Taichung Wang family acknowledge the auction items." Su Jiayu bowed respectfully to Song Shuyi. "Old Su, what are you doing? We're losing 200 million. Wang Hao, realizing Su Jiayu was not siding with him, shouted in anger. "Shut up." Su Jiayu rarely directed his anger towards Wang Hao. To his astonishment, the usually respectful Su Jiayu unexpectedly unleashed a torrent of foul language at him. While he was taken aback, he felt a surge of rage. Just as he readied a sharp retort, his phone rang. It was his father. "You worthless fool. Hurry up and deliver the money to the Yanjing Museum, and bring back the 12 bronze heads. Don't disgrace the Wang family with your antics." Wang Hao's father fumed. "Dad, let me explain. It's that Liu fellow who has deceived me. Don't worry, we won't suffer this loss of 2 billion. Wang Hao attempted to justify himself. However, the call abruptly ended, and the head of the Wang family had seemingly given up on his son. Anger surged within him as he watched the live footage on his phone, and Wang Xuanyu nearly lost his composure. Taking a few deep breaths to regain his composure, he dialed Su Jiayu again. "Bring this ungrateful wretch back to me. You have full authority to handle this matter," commanded the head of the Wang family, bestowing complete power upon Su Jiayu. "Understood, Master," Su Jiayu replied, his hand trembling as he held the phone. Although the head of the Wang family had granted him the power to end this farce, he knew he could not evade accountability later. Regret flooded him for allowing his anger to get the better of him. Why did he not simply vent his frustrations elsewhere? It would have been far more satisfying to unleash his ire on that worthless fool. My sincerest apologies for the spectacle. Since the Wang family has acknowledged the situation, let us proceed with the auction. I now invite the creator of the auction items to the stage," announced Song Shuyi, his expression devoid of emotion as he moved past the previous incident. He followed protocol and invited Gu Beicheng to the stage. "Hello everyone, my name is Gu Beicheng. Hailing from Long Province, I deeply appreciate the support from all present, as well as the fans watching from their screens, for attending the auction of my crafted golden beast heads. It is an honor for our North Mansion, a gold jewelry processing art shop, to have garnered your favor shortly after opening." Su Jiayu found himself preoccupied with how to contend with the Wang family's wrath. Scarcely able to focus on Gu Beicheng's lengthy speech, yet he inadvertently caught the words of gratitude directed at the fans watching from their screens. Was this truly a live broadcast? At that moment, Su Jiayu felt utterly despondent, even envisioning his own epitaph. Chapter 94, Do Not Disturb. Initially, he had assumed that the head of the Wang family learned of this incident through a familiar associate. He hoped to manipulate the atmosphere to shift the blame entirely onto Liu Tao, thereby downplaying Wang Hao's ineptitude and minimizing his own accountability. Now, however, it was clear that the audience was aware of everything through the video, including Wang Hao's every foolish action, leaving him powerless to salvage the situation. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and the sight of Wang Hao only intensified his fury. He had resolved that regardless of the punishment he might face upon returning to the Wang family, he would accept it. However, he was determined that Wang Hao would not receive his assistance. Not only did he doubt Wang Hao's suitability as a candidate for the next family head, but even if Wang Hao were to assume that role, Su Jiayu had no desire to serve under such a master. He felt that this master, even if he did not lead to his demise, would eventually drive him to madness. Unbeknownst to anyone, a month later, when Wang Hao was released back into the world, he fell victim to an ambush by unknown assailants who assaulted him mercilessly, resulting in another month-long hospitalization. Thank you all for your support of our North Mansion shop and for your appreciation of Chinese traditional culture. We are especially grateful to the Yinjing Museum for their support of this auction. The proceeds from the auction of the 12 Zodiac Beast Head gold statues will see a portion allocated to the Yinjing Museum for the event's preparation, while the remainder will be used to establish the North Mansion Charity Foundation, dedicated entirely to orphanages and nursing homes. Originally, Gu Beicheng had merely intended to exchange gold for cash, but an unexpected encounter with Wang Chang from the Tremor Review editorial team had ignited a profound sense of compassion within him, prompting him to take immediate action. As Gu Beicheng concluded his remarks, the audience in the live stream erupted with excitement. 2 billion is not a sum that one can simply donate without thought. Even after accounting for the gratitude towards the Yinjing Museum and the costs of the auction, the remaining amount is a significant figure. Did he just say he would donate 2 billion? Is this what life is like for the wealthy? Someone wake me up. I must be dreaming. For I have truly encountered someone who does not covet money. At that moment, it was not just the fans in the live stream who were astonished by Gu Beicheng's words. Even the affluent elites present were filled with admiration for the seemingly youthful girl on stage. While many wealthy individuals could easily muster 2 billion, none would dare to claim they could donate such an amount at will. Typically, these individuals only made symbolic donations of a few 100,000 or million during times of national disasters or political obligations, merely to bolster their public image. Yet here was Gu Beicheng, pledging 2 billion. Even if one were to accuse her of performing for show, such a claim would be unfounded. Have you ever seen anyone use 2 billion as a mere spectacle? After Gu Beicheng stepped down, Song Shui addressed everyone present as well as the audience watching on their mobile screens, stating, "The impact that Beifu has delivered to us is indeed profound. However, I must express one more sentiment. On behalf of all the staff at the Yinjing Museum, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Beifu's owner, Gu Beicheng, for her immense generosity and selflessness. Prior to this auction, she graciously donated a complete set of 12 Zodiac animal head gold sculptures, identical to the items being auctioned today." As Song Shui concluded his remarks, the once lively hall fell into a profound silence, with everyone harboring a singular thought. The donation was not merely 200 million, but rather a staggering 400 million. The magnitude of 400 million is beyond the comprehension of many, perhaps something they might never encounter in their lifetime. Yet at this moment, a young girl had effortlessly given away such a fortune. Not only were the wealthy attendees and the viewers grappling with their emotions, but even Song Shui felt a tumultuous wave of thought stirring within him. This girl, who often claimed to be avaricious and driven by profit, was now embodying the very essence of selflessness and understanding what true dedication entails. Pursuing profit and avoiding calamity did not seem to be Beifu's innate nature. Originally, they were to allocate 5% of the costs as the venue fee to the Yinjing Museum, but Director Chun of the museum adamantly refused to accept it. His intention was to utilize the museum's name to host an auction for Gu Beicheng in gratitude for her generous gift of the 12 Zodiac animal head gold sculptures. Unexpectedly, the proceeds from the auction were not intended for her personal gain, but rather to establish a charitable foundation. In this manner, the Yinjing Museum inadvertently basked in the glow of Gu Beicheng's philanthropy. After deducting 3% for corporate taxes, Gu Beicheng indeed directed all remaining funds towards establishing the charitable foundation. Initially, Gu Beicheng sought a trustworthy individual to manage these affairs, but due to the immense sum involved, it was imperative for the Beifu legal representative to handle these matters personally. Over the past few days, she had been overwhelmed, mingling with various administrative units and social organizations, which proved to be quite taxing. This was only made manageable because she had been recognized and awarded by the central government, streamlining many unnecessary procedures. Otherwise, given another week, these matters would likely remain unresolved. Her only desire now was to return to the beast realm. She yearned to disengage from the convoluted minds of this world and simply be among her own kind, to seek solace amidst the beast folk. Finally, after declining numerous invitations and social gatherings, and completing the tasks that required her personal attendance, Gu Beicheng sought Song Shui's assistance, leveraging his connection as the director of the Yinjing Museum to entrust the remaining matters to them entirely. Initially intent on returning to the beast realm, Gu Beicheng was suddenly reminded of her purpose for coming, to acquire funds to replenish supplies. While she had indeed secured the money, her lavish generosity had led her to donate it all, and in order to finalize the paperwork and round up the amounts, she even had to draw from her previous earnings. It is hard to believe that the owner of Beifu, a prominent figure, now held less than 10,000 in her account. This meager sum was scarcely enough to maintain the resources necessary for the operation of her world, barely covering her expenses for the time being. With no other recourse, Gu Beicheng found herself once again at the Yanqing Museum. What brings you here this time? Esteemed Director Gu? Do you have any insights to share? Song Shui, having undergone a transformation during this period, surprisingly engaged in jest. I jest that I am so impoverished I must come to your establishment to dine at the cafeteria. Do you believe it? Gu Beicheng playfully retorted. Song Shui rolled his eyes, a unique expression that only he could muster, his face clearly conveying the sentiment of stop fooling around. Chapter 95. Are you interested? How could a billionaire who donates 400 million have the audacity to utter such words? Gu Beicheng wore a look of helplessness as she waved her hand, revealing her account balance of 36.48 credits on the holographic screen. The original sum of 10,000 credits had been completely depleted after purchasing a batch of medicines. Song Shui rubbed his eyes and once again scrutinized the balance. The figure was astonishingly lower than that of a beggar on the street. What have you been up to? How could you find yourself in such a state of destitution? Song Shui remained somewhat incredulous, suspecting that Gu Beicheng was merely teasing the old man. Gu Beicheng pouted, his face a picture of grievance as he lamented, "It is precisely because I donated all my money that I find myself without any now. You know all too well how troublesome it is to establish that ridiculous charity foundation, and they keep asking me for money every few days. Indeed, the complications are undeniable. But why do they require additional funds from you? You were planning to donate 200 million for the charity, so why the incessant request for more?" Song Shui appeared somewhat bewildered. "Well, it's a long story," Gu Beicheng replied. With such a myriad of expenses, it was fortunate that his memory was sharp. Otherwise, he would truly be at a loss as to where all the money had gone. Listening to these matters, Song Shui found the expenses to be quite reasonable. And it seemed that no one was deceiving the young lady into being a fool, originally intending to dine at the cafeteria. Gu Beicheng missed out on the staff meal at the Yanqing Museum. Fortunately, the kind-hearted Professor Song took him and his assistant, Wang Lele, out to savor the unique copper pot hot pot of Yanqing. "Old Song, could you help me find the contact information of that woman who participated in the auction a while back?" Gu Beicheng had grown quite familiar with Song Shui, transitioning from addressing him as Professor Song to calling him Old Song, and soon enough, he might even refer to him as Old Man Song. Luckily, Song Shui did not mind the informal address. After a moment's reflection, he inquired, "Are you referring to the woman who bid against that fool from the Wang family?" "Yes, that's the one," Gu Beicheng replied, dipping a piece of freshly cooked meat into the sauce before popping it into his mouth, mumbling, "You know, this young lady is quite beautiful, yet she seems to have no standards. Aren't you married yet? With looks like yours, who would want you?" Gu Beicheng rolled her eyes and, undeterred, picked up a piece of meat, placing it within a leaf of lettuce before stuffing it into her mouth. She chewed heartily and remarked, "What is there to fear? If no one wants it, then so be it. I couldn't care less." Before Gu Beicheng could finish her statement, Wang Lele, who was busily replenishing dishes for Gu Beicheng and Professor Song, timidly interjected, "Master, I want it, I want it." "What nonsense! With such a cowardly demeanor. You expect to have someone fulfill your dreams? It will never happen in this lifetime," retorted Song Shui, taken aback by the swift rebuke delivered by his own little disciple. Gu Beicheng laughed heartily, resembling a hen laying eggs. "Ha ha ha, look, even your disciple acknowledges that I am sought after. What I have to fear?" Song Shui, in a fit of righteous indignation, glared at his assistant Wang Lele, then turned his gaze back to Gu Beicheng. Ultimately, he resignedly waved at the waiter, ordering another plate of hand-sliced lamb. "Old Song, you are quite the gentleman. You flatter me." Wang Lele, no longer shy, was so amused by his master and the young lady that he seemed to laugh like a goose. "Laugh all you want. Do you believe I could sell you to an old restaurant in the Northeast to be stewed in a cast-iron pot?" Song Shui chuckled at his own jest, and, unusually, he took the initiative to serve his disciple a piece of meat, placing it in his bowl. Tears of joy welled up in Wang Lele's eyes. "All right. Let us discuss serious matters and not linger on idle chatter. The woman you mentioned, she is from the Liu family in Hong Kong, named Liu Tao. Her family patriarch holds considerable influence in Hong Kong, though somewhat diminished in Huaxia. However, following that auction, the Liu family is bound to rise." Song Shui patiently explained to Gu Beicheng. "Indeed, it is evident," Gu Beicheng affirmed. "I am currently short on funds, yet I need to procure a batch of items. At this moment, I wish to sell that small set of the 12 zodiac animal head gold statues to her." Gu Beicheng elucidated why he sought Lu Tao's contact information. Selling to her is quite advantageous. First, considering her actions at the auction, it is clear she has an affinity for the 12 zodiac animal head gold statues. Secondly, to outsmart the Wang family indicates her intellect is far from ordinary. Thus, selling to her would not undermine the value of the gold statues, Song Shudi analyzed. As for the contact details, I shall inquire when I return. Our staff should have recorded them. Master, I already have their contact information. I obtained it from Wang Shan. Wang Lele unexpectedly chimed in. You young man, I am surprised you possess such acumen. Finally, you have done something worthwhile, Song Shui remarked, taken aback. Wang Lele smiled broadly, pleased that his efforts bore fruit. That evening, Gu Beicheng successfully contacted Lu Tao from Hong Kong. After exchanging a few words, they agreed on a price of 9 million for the small set of the 12 zodiac animal head statues. Lu Tao had recently gained considerable prominence within her family, overshadowing several of her elder brothers. The patriarch of the Lu family was approaching his birthday, and Lu Tao intended to purchase the 12 zodiac animal head gold statues as a gift to win his favor. However, the unexpected emergence of Wang Hao, a fool in her eyes, altered her plans. Although she did not acquire the gold statues, she believed that tricking the Wang family could serve as an acceptable gift for her grandfather, especially since her family and the Wang family had never been on good terms. As anticipated, her performance at the auction resonated with the public through live broadcasts, garnering not only her grandfather's favor, but also a significant following, an unforeseen delight, given that influence was a key criterion among the candidates for head of the family. At 9 p.m., while Lu Tao was preparing a financial plan for her company, her personal phone rang. She glanced at the unfamiliar number, but did not hesitate long before answering. Hello, this is Gu Beicheng, the owner of Beifu. May I ask if you are Ms. Lu Tao, who participated in the recent auction? Gu Beicheng inquired politely. Yes, that is I. May I ask who you are? Lu Tao responded, surprised to learn she was speaking to the mysterious owner of Beifu. I have a small set of the 12 zodiac animal head gold statues available. Would you be interested? Gu Beicheng stated his purpose. Of course. Chapter 96, Return. Although this time he did not attend the auction house, Gu Beicheng was exceedingly satisfied with the price he obtained. The gold itself was worth merely a little over 5 million, yet Lu Tao offered nearly 9 million, swiftly alleviating Gu Beicheng's financial woes. Due to the reputation of the Yanjing Museum, the other party placed great trust in Gu Beicheng, and he promptly requested her account information, which resulted in a notification of 9 million being credited to his account. Gu Beicheng gazed at the numerous zeros displayed on his neural account, feeling an undeniable thrill. Although 9 million pales in comparison to the several hundred million he had witnessed merely days prior, that vast sum had been donated to a charitable foundation, while this 9 million truly belonged to him. Thus, it was impossible for Gu Beicheng to suppress his excitement. Indeed, he had already envisioned countless times in his mind the items he would need to procure upon his return to the beast realm. His aspirations were modest. He aimed to set a small goal first, using this newfound wealth to initiate the transformation of the Northern Territory. Gu Beicheng entrusted the items to the Yanqing Museum for safekeeping and returned alone to Taishan. How Miss Lu from Gangang City came to retrieve them was entirely her own affair. Upon returning to Taishan, Gu Beicheng made a beeline for the electronic appliance market. In the beast world, he had cured Hu Xiaoyan's ailment, and as a token of gratitude, the latter had bestowed upon him a restaurant on the most bustling street in the central district, along with a substantial plot of land. The land was indeed quite expansive, resembling an ancient Sihiyuan, with numerous rooms both inside and out. However, apart from the main house constructed of stone, which exuded a modicum of sturdiness, the remaining guest rooms were all built from earthen clods. Since his roots lay in the northern realm, he was not overly particular about the conditions here. Earthen houses were acceptable. Yet, the absence of modern appliances rendered Gu Beicheng's life exceedingly inconvenient. Now that he possessed a degree of wealth, why not indulge himself a little? Although this was not his stronghold, he would be residing in this quaint Sihiyuan for an extended period. Thus it was imperative to procure a selection of appliances for himself and Qingxi's quarters. The two leading brands in the appliance market were Medea and Gri. Gu Beicheng was not particularly knowledgeable in this domain, but leveraging his expertise, he opted for a Medea refrigerator and a Gri air conditioner. After perusing the aisles, he stumbled upon something that brought him immense joy, an electric water heater. Bathing in the beast world had proven to be highly inconvenient. After finally managing to implement basic modifications to the water and electricity in the northern realm, he had liberated Qingxi from the daily chore of boiling water. However, Upon arriving in the central district, bathing once again necessitated hiding in a massive tub for a sit bath. This method of bathing was neither hygienic nor safe, and certainly not convenient, making a water heater an essential acquisition. Initially, Gu Beicheng had contemplated purchasing multiple units, but realizing that the only person he could truly trust in the central district was Qingxi, he refrained from this notion. He decided to procure only one set of appliances. With a clear plan in mind, he intended to transform the interior of his residence into a haven of modern comfort, while leaving the exterior unchanged to conceal his current little secret from prying eyes. When he had completed all his purchases, a thoughtful sales assistant inquired if he wished to buy a television. The assistant presumed Gu Beicheng was furnishing a new home. In the current age of technology, television held an awkward position. With the advent of light brains, wireless video, and holographic projections, its relevance had diminished significantly. To purchase one seemed unnecessary, as it would likely go unwashed for the most part, yet to forego it left a sense of incompleteness in the new abode. Gu Beicheng contemplated for a moment before decisively purchasing a smart television. Fortunately, modern televisions have undergone significant transformations compared to the high-radiation models of the past. They no longer require exclusive set-top boxes from telecommunications or broadcasting companies. A mere small chip is sufficient to receive all channels. In the beast realm, there are few suitable forms of entertainment, especially for a mature young man like Qingxi, who greatly benefits from emotional cultivation. Although the signals from the two worlds do not interconnect, it is possible to store a vast array of television dramas, films, news reports, and academic research directly within the chip. Appliances such as washing machines, refrigerators, vacuum cleaners, microwaves, rice cookers, dishwashers, and even water dispensers were not neglected, which explains why the sales assistant regarded him as a prospective bride for setting up a new home. After acquiring the home appliances, Gu Beicheng naturally turned his attention to furniture. Initially, when he was transported to the beast realm, the system assistant Shaoan had transferred all the items from his bedroom on the isolated island into the system space. However, during their time in the Northern Territory, she had arranged everything within the cave where he resided with Qingxi. Now, in the Central Dynasty, aside from the rudimentary earthen structures they built, the only thing in the room was Gu Beicheng's spare inflatable mattress, which was far from comfortable. Gu Beicheng reclined on the sofas within the furniture city, testing the comfort of each bed, and ultimately decided to procure them all, disregarding whether they would fit in his room. Yet, he was unperturbed. Upon his return to the Northern Territory, where new constructions would be completed, ample space would certainly be available to accommodate his acquisitions. Upon arriving home, 2 delivery trucks laden with appliances and furnishings followed closely behind, and after they unloaded their cargo, Gu Beicheng dismissed them, gazing at the pile of items cluttering the courtyard. He waved his hand, and with a mere thought, everything was neatly arranged within his spatial realm. Having secured all his purchases, it was now time to return home. After receiving word from the Yanqing Museum that Lu Tao had dispatched someone to collect the items, he felt no lingering apprehensions. Gu Beicheng locked the modern dwelling and instructed the system, Shaoan, to transport him back to the beast realm. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by the sight of a beautiful figure emerging from a bath. Shaoan had transported him to this location, though not precisely to the side of the curtains belonging to Gu Beicheng. Instead, he materialized right next to Qingxi's bathing tub. One must not gaze upon that which is inappropriate, he reminded himself. As soon as Gu Beicheng passed by, he sensed something amiss. He hurriedly covered his eyes with his hands, muttering under his breath. Qingxi was startled by Gu Beicheng's sudden arrival, having not seen Wei Qin for over half a month. He was quite excited, yet he could not fathom why Gu Beicheng always seemed to appear just as he was bathing. This was rather vexing, leaving him uncertain whether to feel joy or discomfort. Chapter 97. Departure. Qingxi had not been in the bath for long, and he certainly did not anticipate Gu Beicheng's sudden return. However, with his presence, it felt inappropriate to remain in the tub, so he quickly dried himself and stepped out. I brought you new clothes. They are on your bed. Rest assured, I won peak, Gu Beicheng said, uncertain of his own feelings. He had already closed his eyes and returned to the other side of the curtain, rummaging through his belongings to find 2 garments, the origins of which he could not recall. Once again, he approached Qingxi, believing naively that Qingxi could not see him. He placed the items down while sneaking a glance from behind his hands. Qingxi was at a loss for words, but out of consideration for Gu Beicheng's pride, he refrained from voicing his thoughts about the absurdity of the situation, merely feeling his cheeks flush in silence. He adjusted his attire and opened the door to carry the entire bathtub outside. After draining the water, he returned to the room, scrutinizing Gu Beicheng closely. He noticed that although his friend had lost weight, he still exuded a commendable vitality, which eased Qingxi's concerns. "Why have you lost so much weight?" he inquired with clarity. Gu Beicheng was not particularly concerned about his own well-being. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, the room was soon filled with an array of appliances. How to articulate this clearly in just a few words is a challenge. Let us simply assume it was all for these items. The outer packaging had already been removed within the confines of the space, leaving the task of gradually installing everything to the capable hands of Qingxi, the young man. Just as they positioned 2 new mattresses, a sudden knock echoed from the door. "Qingxi, are you there? The cleft tiger tribe has sent someone again," came the voice of Song Qing. Upon hearing this, Qingxi furrowed his brow slightly and replied in a low tone, "Yes, I am aware. Please have the representative from the cleft tiger tribe wait in our reception area and inform him that our leader has returned." "The esteemed Gu has returned?" Song Qing asked with excitement. "Indeed. Please inform the envoy from the cleft tiger tribe promptly, so they do not grow impatient," Qingxi instructed as he finished arranging the bed. "Understood," Song Qing responded, his tone noticeably lighter. Gu Beicheng astutely noticed the subtle shift in Qingxi's expression and inquired, "What troubles you? Has the lethal tiger tribe sought you out on numerous occasions?" After a moment of contemplation, Qingxi organized her thoughts and replied, "Indeed, on the 8th day of your absence, Txeocean himself came to seek you. I informed him that you were otherwise occupied, and he departed. However, he has dispatched someone to inquire about your return every 2 or 3 days since, though I remain unaware of the specifics of his intentions." "Oh, I see. Then let us pay a visit to the lethal tiger tribe shortly," Gu Beicheng responded. Qingxi swiftly placed the washing machine in its designated spot, awaiting the evening's return to connect the water line and arrange the plumbing. The two paused their tasks and made their way to the reception room, where they discovered a man wrapped in animal skins waiting for them upon entry. If memory serves correctly, this man was a guard from the lethal tiger tribe, known as Li Feng, with a fierce demeanor akin to that of a formidable tiger. Seated upon a stone stool, he savored the floral tea that Gu Beicheng had prepared for guests, relishing its fragrant aroma. "You must be Li Feng, correct? May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Gu Beicheng asked. Li Feng, taken aback that the illustrious Gu Beicheng recalled the name of a mere guard, was momentarily astonished. Yet, his professional demeanor swiftly compelled him to respond to her inquiry. "Miss Gu, my master urgently seeks you, yet you have been away, resulting in multiple disturbances. I hope for your understanding," Li Feng articulated with commendable decorum. "It is no inconvenience. What matters require my attention?" Gu Beicheng probed further, though he was primarily a guard and should remain reticent. The fact that such a prominent figure as Gu Beicheng remembered his humble name prompted Li Feng to divulge what he knew. "My master intends to venture into the abyss once more. I surmise he seeks you regarding matters of medicine." After listening, Gu Beicheng had a general understanding in his heart. He took Qingxi with him to the Liehu tribe to seek information from Txeocean regarding his own detailed circumstances. It did not take long for Gu Beicheng to arrive at the entrance of the Liehu tribe. Gu Beicheng is a person adept at understanding current affairs. Upon encountering Hu Xiaoyan, she greeted him with genuine warmth before inquiring about the purpose of his visit. Although she had already deduced the reason for Hu Xiaoyan's approach through Li Feng, she maintained an air of ignorance to avoid implicating her guard. Their conversation lasted a considerable time, ultimately yielding similar insights to what Li Feng had previously shared, enriched by numerous intricate details regarding the abyss. Frankly, I do not advocate for seeking vengeance in the abyss at this juncture. Moreover, I am preoccupied with my own affairs and cannot accompany your expedition. Therefore, my counsel is that we should focus on recuperation and fortifying our strength. My capabilities are formidable," he insisted. "I acknowledge your prowess. Yet it is vital to comprehend that the dangers of the abyss extend far beyond what you have articulated." Gu Beicheng recounted her previous mushroom foraging experience, blending truth with embellishment for Hu Xiaoyan's benefit. He fell into deep contemplation, and she chose not to disturb him. As she departed, she informed Hu Zhen that should they insist on venturing into the abyss, she would generously provide 5 to 10 emergency medical supplies for each warrior. After emerging from the Liehu tribe, Gu Beicheng felt a pang of regret. Had she known, she would have refrained from selling her stock of medical supplies, perhaps dissuading Hu Xiaoyan from his reckless endeavor. She pondered how many orcs might perish in the abyss because of her actions. Fortunately, upon returning to the modern world, she had not neglected to replenish her supplies, and her inventory was now brimming with highly effective remedies. A day later, the news of the Liehu tribe's expedition to the abyss reached her, confirming Hu Xiaoyan's unwavering resolve. In exchange for a box of unwrapped Yunnan Baigao and some basic antipyretic and anti-inflammatory medications, she received a box filled with gleaming gold. Gu Beicheng found herself at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. She had painstakingly transformed her stock of gold into statues for charity. Yet here she was with another box, which posed yet another dilemma. After placing the gold into her space, Gu Beicheng resolved to visit the Beifu restaurant, as it represented her inaugural venture in the beast world and deserved her utmost attention. Chapter 98. Snacks. Despite Gu Beicheng's carefree nature and aversion to trouble, if she aspired to establish a successful enterprise in both the beast world and the modern realm, she understood that attention to detail would determine success or failure. Even a modest eatery required diligent management. Furthermore, the lack of a large-scale commercial model in the beast world made her restaurant an innovative lifestyle that could reshape the economic landscape of the Central Dynasty. Previously, the most prosperous street in the Central Dynasty belonged entirely to the large tribes. However, recent political upheaval resulted in over 80% of the ownership shifting to the Lihu tribe, which facilitated Gu Beicheng's acquisition of prime real estate for her establishment. Traditionally, the lives of the beastmen revolved around hunting for sustenance, with stronger tribes alternating in their efforts to secure food, thereby better protecting the young and elderly of their kind. Even the Central Dynasty was not exempt from this fundamental truth, albeit their robust tribes enjoyed a more plentiful hunting ground than those outside their realm. The chieftains of the various tribes, while not preoccupied with daily survival, bore the responsibility of fostering harmony and stable development within their communities. As the saying goes, when one is well fed and clothed, one's thoughts may wander. Regardless of one's nature, this weakness is universal. Once basic needs are met, the desire for spiritual enrichment emerges. In the beast world, avenues for leisure are scarce, and many tribal conflicts stem from boredom. When two tribes clashed, it could often be attributed to the search for amusement in an otherwise monotonous existence. Not even Hu Shaotian was immune to this principle. The Lihu tribe had once fallen prey to the bloodthirsty lion due to Hu Shaotian's ennui, as he sought excitement by challenging the abyss, nearly costing him his life. If only there were more pleasurable activities to indulge in, who would be willing to gamble their life? Setting aside the prospects of entertainment, the potential for development in the beast world is vast, as evidenced by the profits Gu Beicheng reaped from her restaurant, which exceeded her wildest expectations. The wealth of the beastmen in the Central Dynasty was truly astounding. Gazing at her storeroom, filled with treasures, Gu Beicheng found herself at a loss for words. Initially, she had contemplated whether her charitable donation of several $100 million in the modern world was excessive, but at this moment, her confidence surged. For $100 million? Not to worry. She was ready to give even more. Gu Beicheng casually flipped through the items and discovered not only fist-sized black pearls, but also basin-sized luminous pearls. To her astonishment, there were numerous red and blue gemstones and jadites, some of which she could not even name. Initially, she intended to review the financial records of the restaurant during her absence, but confronted with the treasures in the storeroom, she found it challenging to assess their value. Consequently, she summoned the head chef and the logistics orc for a detailed inquiry. After gathering the necessary information, Gu Beicheng explored the kitchen and noted that the supplies were both fresh and comprehensive. Naturally, these provisions were sourced from local specialties. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to replenish the stock promptly after her extended absence. Given the considerable consumption of various condiments, she prudently decided to restock them as well. The dining area of the restaurant had expanded more than twice its original size, a result of the overwhelming popularity during its initial opening. Many orcs, eager to savor the culinary delights of Beifu restaurant without enduring long waits, voluntarily organized efforts to enlarge the establishment. Consequently, the restaurant's area continued to grow even larger. Gu Beicheng observed that the architectural expanse of the North Mansion restaurant now nearly rivals that of the central hall of the Lihu tribe. Although numerous orcs continue to frequent the establishment, the once prevalent issue of overcrowding and lengthy queues has dissipated. The sole drawback remains the scarcity of chefs, necessitating a wait for many patrons to enjoy their meals. Nevertheless, this concern does not pose a significant challenge. While Gu Beicheng has yet to contemplate expanding the kitchen staff or training new chefs, the current spacious layout of the dining area presents an opportunity for thoughtful reconfiguration and optimization of the space. Particularly, the section against the left wall, which lacks windows, suffers from inadequate ventilation and visibility. Consequently, many orcs, when given a choice, tend to avoid dining in this area. Thus, Gu Beicheng envisions a transformation for this specific space. After a simple measurement and sketching, Gu Beicheng resolved to construct a substantial storage shelf, designed to accommodate a variety of convenient snacks and fast foods. Items such as self-heating hot pots, instant noodles, and pre-cooked rice, alongside an assortment of ham sausages, would all find their place, creating an additional source of income while alleviating the boredom of the orcs awaiting their main meals. This endeavor would also serve to introduce them to the delightful and convenient world of modern snacks. Many orcs in the Central Dynasty were aware of the Golden Eagle tribe's chief, Diao Huang, who held an esteemed fondness for a particularly convenient delicacy. He often spoke of it with great admiration, claiming its flavor surpassed that of the main dishes served at the Beifu restaurant. Despite many having never witnessed him partake in it, this mysterious food, requiring only hot water for preparation, intrigued many, especially as Diao Huang recently mingled with the elite of the Central Dynasty, enticing them with his tantalizing descriptions. However, with the opening of the Beifu restaurant, this quick and enigmatic food vanished from the scene. On the day of the restaurant's inauguration, numerous orcs noticed a distinct change in the left section, where a towering yellow wooden shelf, standing at 2.5 meters, was laden with an eclectic array of snacks. Though the height seemed imposing, it posed no challenge to the naturally tall orcs. The four-tiered shelf was brimming with peculiar food items that, upon the explanation from the restaurant staff, encouraged many orcs to sample these treats while waiting for their main courses. Soon, a frenzy ensued as orcs devoured one snack after another, not pausing until every variety had been tasted. Some even indulged to the point of being too full to consume their main courses, resorting to packaging the leftovers for later enjoyment. In no time, Gu Beicheng's test batch of snacks was completely depleted by the restaurant patrons within a single day. Initially, she intended to record and analyze which snacks were favored and which were less appealing, but the overwhelming enthusiasm suggested that there were no unappealing options. Chapter 99. The correct approach to leadership. As Gu Beicheng replenished her stocks several times, she discerned that instant noodles were undoubtedly the most popular item, followed closely by the internationally renowned huaxia spicy strips. To her surprise, bean products and flour-based foods even surpassed ham sausages in popularity, a revelation she had not anticipated. Traditionally, ham sausages were considered the perfect companion to instant noodles, with each pack of noodles often accompanied by 1 or 2 sausages. Thus, she found it perplexing that while instant noodles enjoyed such fervor, ham sausages lagged behind. The lack of meat in the sausages, mostly composed of starchy fillers, contributed to their unpopularity, a fact that seemed entirely reasonable. Qingxi pondered why Gu Beicheng was so preoccupied with such a seemingly simple observation. After Qingxi elucidated the situation, it became clear that the majority of orcs relied on hunting for sustenance. Having a constant relationship with meat, they found ham sausages to be a rather unsatisfactory option, offering little in terms of both flavor and satiety, especially at a price rivaling half that of instant noodles, rendering them an unwise choice. It is noteworthy that Gu Beicheng's establishment of a shop in the Central Dynasty was unprecedented, allowing her to sell items without inciting commercial rivalry. No orc or group sought to undermine her, leaving her to focus solely on supply and the popularity of her food offerings, devoid of the usual turbulence and peril of modern commerce. She even encouraged others to emulate her efforts, fostering the emergence of a commercial model within the orc society. Aware that her success would not provoke resentment from Gu Beicheng or the Beifu restaurant, many orcs began to follow suit. While they could not establish shops in the most bustling areas of the Central Dynasty, they found opportunities to sell homemade foods from their doorsteps or in peripheral zones. Some astute individuals even learned to traverse the streets with makeshift carts, hawking their wares. In a short while, Gu Beicheng identified another business opportunity. Carts, small wheel trolleys, and various sized bamboo baskets could all serve as vehicles for trade. After much effort and improvisation, the first Beifu supermarket in the orc realm came into existence. When it came to shopping, Gu Beicheng was truly a professional. In pursuit of affordability and a diverse array of products, Gu Beicheng embarked on a journey to the Yiwu small commodity market, a veritable ocean of wholesale goods. Were it not for the constraints of her own space, she could have easily swept through an entire street in Yiwu. Although she amassed a considerable quantity of items, the remarkably low prices meant that even with a cart overflowing with supermarket essentials, she spent less than 800,000 yuan. A visit to Yiwu unveiled the astonishing purchasing power of the yuan, seemingly compensating for the absence of a joyful childhood. She found herself captivated in the toy section, nearly unable to move. It is worth noting that from a young age, she exhibited a unique aptitude for scientific inquiry. often engaging in experiments or participating in intellectual games with her parents, leaving little room to explore the typical toys that other children enjoy during their formative years. Gu Beicheng arrived at a shopping complex that diverged from the traditional notion of a towering edifice. Instead, it was an intricate network of narrow alleys, quaint shops, and even some modestly sized levels. This entire street was dedicated to the sale of toys, encompassing a vast array of categories, from books and art supplies to an assortment of dolls and vehicles, alongside various items that left Gu Beicheng bewildered. Even after perusing their instruction manuals, given their overwhelming complexity, within a standalone 3-story building, countless items were displayed, and Gu Beicheng marveled at how they remained impeccably organized on the shelves without toppling over. The store was devoid of adults, save for a young girl of about 12 or 13, who deftly navigated the space, assisting customers in retrieving their desired merchandise. Upon closer observation, Gu Beicheng recognized the girl's remarkable ability. No matter who entered asking for a specific item, she could swiftly locate it amidst the labyrinthine arrangement of the room. After Gu Beicheng had her fill of shopping, she lost her patience for careful selection, merely pointing at the shelves and instructing the young girl, this, and that one is not needed. I'll take 100 of everything else." The girl nodded without revealing any hint of surprise. Gu Beicheng had expected that the sheer volume of her purchase would astonish the girl, but evidently, she had overestimated the situation. This was Yiwu, a hub for wholesale trade, where many came specifically for bulk purchases, making the girl quite accustomed to such buying patterns. She swiftly provided Gu Beicheng with a product list, marking off several items before asking her to sign. The girl did not even bother to contact her parents for assistance. She independently retrieved the goods, calling Gu Beicheng only when she needed help with items that were too heavy or out of reach. As the afternoon wore on, Gu Beicheng observed the yard overflowing with goods, realizing that space was again becoming limited. This time, however, her shopping was not frenzied. Instead, she returned to the Beast Realm and, after restocking the supermarket, issued a notice limiting each person to 1 item per day. During her inspection, she felt a sense of satisfaction seeing the supermarket arranged according to her vision. Initially, she had divided the supermarket into 2 main areas, one for affluent orc tribes and another for the ordinary, solitary orc shoppers. The separation was stark, with clear distinctions on either side. Eventually, Gu Beicheng even added a screen in the middle to further delineate the sections, even going so far as to establish separate entrances for each. Now, the North Mansion resembled a prominent signboard, with pharmacies, restaurants, and supermarkets all continuously replenished with new stock, while orcs actively promoted the offerings. Thus, Gu Beicheng found herself unconcerned about advertising and publicity. Given the vast variety of items in the supermarket, Gu Beicheng lacked the energy to delve into orc preferences as she had with snacks, so she assigned dedicated orcs to research these matters, intending to review the results later. This was the essence of her role as a leader, as the chairwoman of the North Mansion. Her responsibility was to oversee the bigger picture rather than get entangled in every detail. After all, her ambitions had yet to fully unfold in the Beast Realm. If she continued to micromanage at this stage, her future would be exhausting and unsustainable. With the successful establishment of the Beast Realm supermarket, Gu Beicheng found herself reaping significant rewards, not just a one-time profit, but a sustainable development. However, the subsequent dilemma regarding the conversion of gold once again posed a challenge for her. She pondered the possibility of a miraculous tool that could directly convert gold into currency. Naturally, this led her thoughts to the universal marketplace of her system. She tirelessly experimented with various keywords in the search bar, yet after several rounds of searching, nothing of interest emerged. "Master, stop daydreaming. It's time to get real," came the reminder. Gu Beicheng could already sense the disdain emanating from the system. Initially, he intended to journey back to the Northern Territory with Qingxi to deliver the gold to the Redbird Orcs, as the Northern House's online shop had been out of stock for quite some time. Even some of the more influential hairpin makers had managed to secure connections with the Yanjing Museum. Song Shuyi never anticipated that he, a distinguished professor of Chinese cultural relics and sculpture, would find himself in the position of assisting his granddaughter in searching for a golden phoenix. Even old Song had begun to urge for the goods, compelling Gu Beicheng to acknowledge the situation and expedite the new arrivals. However, the Northern Territory had its own gold mines and did not lack for gold. Furthermore, the shops and supermarkets there were just beginning to stabilize, making his departure seem rather ill-timed. In a state of helplessness, Gu Beicheng approached the leader of the Golden Eagle tribe, Diao Wang. and requested assistance from two members who had previously visited the Northern Territory to help him gather some items and transport them to the central region, as he deemed them of great significance. Jiao Huang naturally had no reason to refuse. He recognized that his current status as a favored figure in the Central Dynasty was largely due to Gu Beicheng's contributions. Thus, he regarded Gu Beicheng as his lucky star. As for Gu Beicheng's title as the leader of the Northern House, Jiao Huang had kept it to himself. Firstly, it represented Gu Beicheng's trust in him, and secondly, he harbored some personal ambitions. The fewer individuals who knew of Gu Beicheng's position as the Northern leader, the more it emphasized the unique relationship he shared with Gu Beicheng, especially since his own people had once traveled to the Northern Territory, providing him with a sense of confidence and fostering goodwill with Gu Beicheng. For instance, on occasions like today, he was more than willing to serve Gu Beicheng, dispatching the tribe's finest warriors to convey Gu Beicheng's requests to the Kanjing tribe. For the Flying Orcs, the distance to the Central Dynasty was not particularly far, and that very night, the message was relayed. As soon as Tu Leo and Xianghua received the news, they wasted not a moment and promptly set off towards the Northern Territory, well prepared with ample water. Originally, Gu Beicheng contemplated selling the colorful gemstones stored in his treasure vault. However, these gems were quite large, and he feared that bringing them into his world would elicit a tremendous uproar. He had already attracted enough attention recently and did not wish to become a target for the Jiang Tian group at this juncture. Thus, rather than selling them, he decided to create some carved ornaments, which would not only beautify his living space but also provide him with personal enjoyment. Having gone through the process of carving a wooden panda, his immediate inspiration was Qingxi's beast form. The treasures piled up in the vault included rubies, sapphires, and several exceptionally luminous yellow gems, with colors ranging from red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, to purple. Could it be that by gathering all 7 colors, the panda Qingxi could directly summon a divine dragon? In the vault, Gu Beicheng did not find orange, purple, or green gemstones, but he did discover several jadites of those colors. While contemplating the summoning of the divine dragon, he suddenly had a revelation about a potential business opportunity. Speaking of jade, one must mention the gambling stone industry, which has endured since before the Great Radiation and continues to thrive to this day. It is a realm where one can become a millionaire with a single cut or fall into destitution just as swiftly. Jade and jadeite have long symbolized wealth for many affluent individuals, and the existence of gambling stones has caused significant fluctuations in the jade market, allowing Gu Beicheng to identify small openings within it. If this world possessed jade, could he not trade gold for jadeite and then sell the jadeite in his own world? Although this added an extra step to the process, it alleviated his worries and provided a tangible means of converting assets. What could be more advantageous? Due to the popularity of gambling stones, many individuals purchase 1 or 2 stones while traveling to regions like Myanmar and Yunnan for entertainment. If fortune smiles upon them, it's akin to winning the lottery. Of course, these individuals tend to possess a strong sense of self-control. Unlike many displaced persons and sudden wealthy individuals who come with dreams of overnight riches and often end up facing bankruptcy once again. This phenomenon has led to a chaotic and prevalent market for jade and raw stones in the Huaxiao region. It is not that the government lacks the desire to regulate it, but rather the sheer volume and disorder make it unmanageable. After all, there are countless tourists, and many of them buy gambling stones, with the majority opting to cut them open on-site. However, many still take the stones back to their hometowns, some as gifts, others to be unveiled later, and a few even pass the raw stones down through generations without ever opening them. Having made up his mind, Gu Beicheng disseminated the news of exchanging gold for green stones, and soon many orcs flocked to him. In the beast world, for reasons unknown, there was a peculiar fondness for red and colorful items, while green jadeite seemed to hold less significance. However, Gu Beicheng had a particular affinity for the most vibrant imperial green and imperial jadeite, especially imperial jadeite, irrespective of whether it was crafted into ornaments or bracelets. Even a small piece the size of a fingernail could be a rare treasure, easily commanding a place among the premier items at international auction houses. Gu Beicheng selected gemstones in hues of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, and began to intricately carve them into the likeness of the QNGX original. Upon his return, he was astonished to find his home adorned with 7 exquisite figurines of pandas, each in a distinct color, including an even smaller wooden carving. After converting all the gold in his storeroom into jade, he acquired a remarkable 3 cubic units of verdant jade. Without hesitation, Gu Beicheng placed her belongings into her spatial pocket and traversed back to the modern world from the beast realm. This time, she chose not to intervene in anyone's identity or status. Instead, she directly arrived at the jewelry store where she had once engaged in the diamond trade. The sun was still bright, and genuine shoppers had yet to embark on their quests. As a prominent seller, the staff at the jewelry store had already prepared themselves to commence a day brimming with enthusiasm. Chapter 101. The Pawn. Gu Beicheng gazed at the several pieces of jadeite in her hand, their verdant hues shimmering with an almost ethereal luster, rendering her speechless with delight. She had made no significant alterations to these freshly unearthed raw stones. The jadeite pieces, suitable for crafting bracelets, resembled the bottoms of beer bottles in their form, not to mention the larger specimens that could serve as exquisite decorative items. These treasures were truly the objects of fierce competition. Gu Beicheng selected the imperial green jade from the pile of gemstones intended for sale today, deciding to keep it aside for the moment. The initial intention of not selling colored gemstones was to avoid drawing too much attention. Yet even the mere act of revealing the imperial green jade still proved to be just as captivating. Nevertheless, even without the imperial green jade, the remaining pieces were of exceptionally high quality, predominantly icy in nature, with a few even reaching the clarity of glass. Among them were also two pieces with a unique speckled pattern that belonged to the distinctive Dot Noir variety. Furthermore, these stones had only recently been stripped of their outer skin, allowing for a clear provenance, easily presented as having been sourced from rough stones purchased by family members. As for luck, that was a far more complex matter to articulate. In a jewelry store, Shui Tao was on the verge of exploding with frustration. It had been 6 months since he last sent diamonds to headquarters, and he had yet to receive any news regarding his promised promotion to regional general manager in the Northwest. After conferring with a few acquaintances, he discovered that his achievements had been undermined by someone else. His hopes for advancement had been dashed. The bitterness he felt was palpable. He had invested both personal favors and money in pursuit of this promotion, only to find it was for someone else's gain, his long-standing rival, no less. After ending a call with several friends, he sent each a red envelope containing 10,000 yuan as a token of gratitude for relaying this crucial information. After all, if it weren't for their friendship, they had no obligation to jeopardize their own standing with their superiors to provide him with such a heads-up. Sometimes, friendship required financial maintenance. A truth Shui Tao had learned well through his years in sales. It dawned on him why the woman from Longzhi County had recently taken to flaunting her power in front of him, persistently provoking him. She viewed him as a stepping stone to ascend, while simultaneously belittling him. Did she truly believe he was an easy target, someone she could manipulate at will without repercussions? Perhaps there was an innate talent among women for the sales industry. This particular woman had matched his performance until, for reasons unknown, she had suddenly gained recognition from headquarters. Several times, even the district manager had greeted her with a smile. But could this justify her attempt to usurp the achievements he had painstakingly earned? Shui Tao felt an undeniable sense of injustice. He resolved that, regardless of who stood behind this woman at headquarters, he would reclaim what was rightfully his, no matter the cost. Upon learning the news, Shui Tao immediately traveled to Hu City, leveraging connections to arrange for several prominent figures from headquarters to visit the prestigious Dihao minting. It was there that he finally uncovered the true background of the woman from Longzhi County. Brother, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but I genuinely don't want to see you face setbacks. A middle-aged man in a white bathrobe, his arm draped around a fair-haired princess, sighed as he placed a hand on Shui Tao's shoulder. Lei Gu, I understand you mean well, but I refuse to back down. Even if the wall ahead is covered in thorns, I want to confront it head-on. Shui Tao replied, his expression a mix of grievance and determination. The man, known as Lei Gu, glanced at Shui Tao, then at the other men beside him, who were similarly accompanied by foreign princesses. After a brief exchange of nods, he spoke again. Xiao Tao, Qiao Mengting is involved with the eldest son of Hu Gu. Shui Tao was taken aback, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Hu Gu, originally named Fang Tianhu, was a company veteran, holding the largest share of equity. In terms of critical company decisions, his dissent would render any arguments from others moot. Ultimately, his approval was essential. If not for the chairman's title belonging to someone else, he could essentially dictate the company's fate. This revelation was unexpected for Shui Tao, yet surrendering to it was not an option. A thought struck him. Wasn't Hu Gu's eldest son already married? Could it be that Qiao Mengting was merely a mistress to this wealthy heir? A sense of relief washed over him. If she were directly involved with Hu Gu, he might have to swallow his pride and accept his defeat. However, if she were merely a mistress to the rich heir, perhaps there was still room for maneuvering. At least some potential for action. Thank you, Wang Gu, Shui Tao expressed sincerely, shaking his hand. He then called out to the waiter at the entrance, quickly. Bring in 2 more princesses to entertain us with a song. Wang Lei and Song Haisheng exchanged lewd grins, their expressions reflecting their approval of Shui Tao's initiative. Lei Gu, hi Gu, enjoy yourselves for now. I've settled the bill already. I have an early morning flight, so I'll take my leave. I'll come back to Hu City in a few days to arrange another gathering, Shui Tao said, feeling increasingly distracted. After spending 2 hours with Lei Gu and the others, he finally made an excuse to leave. Which plane dares to take off at midnight after such a major radiation? The older men didn't challenge his flimsy excuse. They understood his current state of mind and allowed him to depart without obstruction. At least he wouldn't have to pay for companionship that night. Once Shui Tao exited, Wang Lei and Song Haisheng resumed their various activities while discussing the situation. Should we really inform Shui Tao about this? Yeah, let him know. What if it goes wrong? It's fine, if he succeeds. It serves as a reminder to Fang Tianhu that the company isn't solely his. He'll think twice about his future actions, considering our perspectives. And if he fails? Wang Lei inquired. Song Haisheng pushed aside the blonde-haired beauty, exhaling deeply before smiling. If he fails, what loss is it to us? Wang Lei was momentarily taken aback. But he quickly regained his composure. Song Haisheng's intentions were quite explicit. He regarded Shui Tao merely as a pawn, and a pawn that he himself was eager to utilize. If the pawn succeeded, it would indeed be a boon, allowing future generations to reap the benefits of the groundwork laid by their predecessors. Conversely, if it failed, what of it? The worst that would happen would be Jiang Tao being ousted, a triviality given that he was merely a small manager in a county, incapable of causing significant ripples. Strictly speaking, Shui Tao's elevation mattered little to Wang Lei. He was present today solely due to Brother Hai's influence. However, he was pleasantly surprised to find himself receiving similar treatment to that of Brother Hai. Thus, he genuinely hoped for Shui Tao's success. The mere act of receiving compliments was intoxicating in itself. The sensation of being orchestrated by others was surprisingly delightful. It was his first time experiencing such a carefree indulgence, being lavished with praise without any monetary expenditure. Previously, while stationed at headquarters, he was always the one offering compliments, never imagining he would one day be the recipient. Although many remarked that he was but a dog to Song Haisheng, Wang Lei tasted the sweetness of this arrangement today and found no disdain in such a role. He was willing to be a dog of considerable utility. Consequently, he soon grasped the unspoken guidance from Song Haisheng, clearly understanding what steps he should take next. The company's business extended beyond merely the Shijin Yuan jewelry store. Shui Tao was merely seeking the position of general manager for the Northwest region. Wang Lei believed it was his duty to lend support. Despite his position at headquarters, his earnings were not necessarily superior to those of various regional sales managers. It was not so much a matter of reluctance to spend, but rather a lack of funds. His monthly salary scarcely sufficed for a single night of indulgence at the Dihao mansion. If he could assist Shui Tao in rising, would it not imply that Shui Tao would be his ally henceforth? Could he not then lead a life as carefree as Brother Hai? Wang Lei envisioned a splendid future for himself. Upon exiting the Dihao mansion, Shui Tao's expression was as frigid as ice. He glanced at the deductions from his bank card. A mere message had cost him over 40,000 yuan. Such extortion was appalling. He pulled out his communicator, navigated to the call interface, and summoned a close friend to a street-side eatery. Tao, so you really have arranged for Song Haisheng and his crew? Inquired a youthful, fair-skinned man, skewering a lamb kebab. Shui Tao downed a nearby beer in one gulp. What else could I do? That woman, Chao Minjing, is far too treacherous. You have no idea whom she has aligned herself with, he replied. The fair youth finished his lamb skewer and moved on to a chicken cartilage. Meticulously wiping the charred end of the skewer before continuing, I know about Chao Minjing. She is no saint. But neither are Song Haisheng and his lot. They are as predatory as they come. Where did you end up arranging them today? How much did it cost you? Shui Tao displayed his account balance and transaction history. Are you insane? Places like Dihao Mansion? What were you thinking? You actually spent that? Exclaimed the fair youth, momentarily forgetting his chicken cartilage, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Shui Tao put away his communicator, shaking his head as he silently took another swig of beer. What could I do? This is a favorite spot of Song Haisheng. I feared that if I chose another venue, they might not show up or think my sincerity lacking, he explained. Come on, you rascal. You take me to a street-side eatery while you bring Song Haisheng to Dihao Mansion. When will you arrange for me to join too? The fair youth chuckled. Get lost. Treating you to a meal at a street-side eatery is a testament to our years of brotherhood. Shui Tao retorted, playfully slapping the fair youth on the head. The fair youth raised his fingers in a playful gesture, winking at Shui Tao as he whispered, "Is it really just brotherhood? Ah, am I not your little darling anymore? Stop being disgusting. If you keep that up, I want to pay." Shui Tao laughed, feeling the weight of his recent troubles lift amidst their banter. As they enjoyed skewers and beer, time slipped away until the clock struck midnight. Just as Shui Tao began to feel a pleasant haze, a document arrived on his communicator. Upon closer inspection, it was from Fong Lei. What could this be? Perhaps another unexpected delight? His inebriation faded slightly. He first booked a cab to see his friend home before returning to the hotel to open the document, discovering it contained information about Fong Tianhu's son, Fong Hui, and his wife's family. Indeed, an unexpected boon. Shui Tao was astonished that his 40,000 yuan had yielded such valuable intelligence. Reflecting on Fong Lei's pragmatic approach and circumstances, it became clear why Song Haixing's group had accepted his invitation today. It appeared he was viewed as a precursory blade in their game. Shui Tao recognized his role as a pawn, and while he had some reservations, he understood he was compelled to acquiesce to the power plays of his superiors. If he adopted a different mindset, it might signify his entry into their game, thereby affirming his worth. As Shui Tao perused the document, extracting familiar names, he swiftly searched for their backgrounds online and confirmed the information's validity. Would the sole daughter of the Huayu president be a woman willing to suffer indignities? Undoubtedly not. Fong Hui and his wife, Huayu's only daughter, Wu Qianqian, had been classmates and exemplified a love story from school uniforms to wedding gowns. Having dated for 8 years and married for 3. Yet, their beautiful romance had been intercepted by an obscure schemer. How would Wu Qianqian, the beloved daughter of the Huayu president, feel upon discovering that the man she cherished had clandestinely taken a regional manager from a small county as his mistress? In terms of status, Wu Qianqian was undoubtedly a tier above Fong Hui, yet due to their enduring affection, her father, Wu Guang, had not obstructed their union. In fact, he had covertly assisted Fong Tianhu in acquiring resources numerous times to ensure his daughter lived comfortably. If he were to learn of the indignities inflicted upon his cherished daughter by the Fong family, would he remain indifferent? Shui Tao had already contemplated the situation. He didn't feel the need to escalate matters to their superior, Wu Gang. The disparity in their statuses was too significant for him to navigate, and he wished to avoid creating a spectacle that would incite lasting resentment from Fong Tianhu. His intentions were rather straightforward: to eliminate Chao Minjing from the equation. Initially, Shui Tao had no desire to be so ruthless. However, Chao Minjing's actions were utterly intolerable. Her unscrupulous methods to bolster her performance were something he could not abide. If she sought to exploit a woman's advantages to undermine him, he would counter with the very fears that a woman holds dear, teaching her a lesson in humility. This time, Shui Tao was resolute. He decided to pass the matter to Fong Tianhu. As the leader of the company, he was surely aware of the immense support that Wu Gang, the CEO of Huayu, had provided to Tianbao Mining over the years. If Fong Tianhu were a sensible individual, he would not permit his son to engage in such disgraceful behavior. The influence of Wu Qianqian's family was far-reaching, making them a formidable opponent for Fong Tianhu. If this situation were to become public, Fong Tianhu would undoubtedly dread facing the wrath of the Huayu CEO, which could be quite formidable. With newfound clarity, Shui Tao felt a sense of calm wash over him. He backed up the pertinent documents and committed the details to memory before drifting into a deep slumber. The following day, he did not linger in Huqing for long, opting to take a flight back to Taishan. He understood that he need not involve himself directly. We live in a technological age where, despite the distance, he could employ the internet to influence the unfolding events. Taishan was a familiar territory for him, his home ground where he intended to strategize. After providing all relevant information and concerns to a private investigator, Shui Tao settled into his chair, exhaling deeply. Now, all he needed to do was await the results. With this newfound assurance, he actively participated in subsequent managerial meetings, disregarding Chao Minjing's provocations with indifference. At times, he would even feign pity for her. "Shui Tao, are you unwell? What kind of look is that?" Chao Minjing, towering above him in her 10-centimeter heels, demanded, her anger palpable. Shui Tao merely shot her a glance and continued past her in silence. This act of dismissal only served to amplify her ire, provoking her further. "Don't get too cocky, Shui Tao. Once I secure the position of regional general manager, I swear I'll kick you out, ensuring you never step foot in the jewelry industry again." Turning back, Shui Tao regarded her with an expression of bemusement. After a moment, he replied, I'll be waiting for you. Good luck. Xiao Minjing, infuriated by Xue Tao's calm demeanor, felt an inexplicable anxiety rise within her. As he walked away, she could only stomp her foot in frustration. After some contemplation, she decided to change her account information to a male pseudonym and, after much hesitation, dialed a number. However, the call was abruptly cut off after 3 rings. Xiao Minjing's lips curled in displeasure, yet she felt powerless and resorted to sending a digital message. At that moment, Fang Hui was busy celebrating the 520 Valentine's Day with Wu Qianqian. Wu Qianqian was inherently romantic, akin to a spoiled princess, desiring Fang Hui's presence for every significant occasion. Not only did she demand to celebrate the monumental 520, but she also expected 12 Valentine's Days each year. After years of being together, Fang Hui's affection for Wu Qianqian had waned. The disparity in their social standings left him feeling perpetually disadvantaged, fostering a growing dissatisfaction within him. 3 months prior, while attending a regional manager's annual meeting on behalf of his father, he encountered Xiao Minjing from Longzi County. Though accustomed to the company of beautiful women, Fang Hui found Xiao Minjing's boldness and initiative to be refreshingly intoxicating. For years, he had centered his world around Wu Qianqian, even in their intimate moments. However, Xiao Minjing's appearance unveiled a new realm of pleasure he had never experienced, shaking the foundation of his self-proclaimed good man persona. This newfound distraction spiraled out of control, and for 3 consecutive months, he had assisted her in surpassing her performance targets. While her abilities were mediocre, her charm was undeniable, and her skills as a sales manager were exceptional, honed through years of practice. Fang Hui felt a revival of his youth. Life was no longer monotonous, but vibrant. Finally, unable to resist Xiao Minjing's allure any longer, he attributed Xue Tao's diamond contributions to her, forcing a connection that would benefit her. Her gratitude was overwhelming. For 3 days, he did not leave the bed. This enchanting woman was truly his type, revealing a new facet of his desires that had previously been overshadowed by his preference for gentler, more demure partners. As for his wife, Wu Qianqian, she became increasingly aware of Fang Hui's recent changes. Initially attributing it to a few new seductive outfits she had purchased, she soon realized that his enthusiasm for them was lacking, igniting a sense of panic within her. Accustomed to a life of being pampered, Wu Qianqian noticed that her husband was spending less time at home and growing increasingly indifferent towards her. Her instincts suggested infidelity, yet despite her investigations, she found no evidence to support her suspicions. Whether on business trips